Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. My name is Sarmat Meraj and I'm your faculty for Indian Polity. And I promise that you will fall in love with the subject. After attending these lectures, after watching these videos, you might be in a position to win a debate competition in your college or university. After attending these lectures, you will be well placed to argue with your friends on political issues, that too with facts and proper concepts. After watching these videos, you might win an argument with an irritating uncle in your neighborhood. But that should not be the purpose why you should watch and attend these lectures. The purpose should only be to crack the civil services examination, and that too in a single attempt. Yes, after attending these lectures, you might win an argument, you might win a debate, but that should be viewed only as unintended consequence of watching these lectures. The real consequence should be that after attending these lectures, you should be in a position to answer every single MCQ in your prelims examination. After watching these videos, you should be in a position to answer brilliantly all the questions asked in your mains examination. So the ultimate objective should be to crack the civil services examination. Yes, you will fall in love with the subject, and you might assume that now I'm in a better position to argue my own case before the Honorable Supreme Court. But that should never be your intention. That's number one. Number two, you will fall in love with the subject, but that doesn't mean that you should neglect other subjects. Polity is not the only subject that you have to master to crack the civil services examination. There is history, there is geography, there is ethics, there is your optional subject. So you will have to equally devote your time and attention to all the subjects so that you crack the civil services examination. Yes, you will fall in love with the subject, but that doesn't mean you should focus your entire energy and attention towards studying Indian polity. Listen to me carefully. Animal Farm, one of the beautiful novels written by George Orwell. Therein he says, and he writes, all animals are equal. But later on he changes his position and says, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. For this examination, all subjects are equal, but there are some subjects which are more equal than others. And which are these three subjects that you should focus more on? One is your optional subject, two is your essay, three is your GS paper 4, which is the ethics subject. That doesn't mean you have to neglect GS paper 1, 2, and 3. It only means that if you are strong, if you're very powerful in understanding the concepts related to your optional subject, GS paper 4, and essay, there is no power on earth that can stop you from cracking this examination, that too with a good rank. So these are the three subjects that you have to focus more on, but at the same time, don't neglect other subjects. Indian polity is a fascinating subject. It's a very interesting subject. And I promise to make it even more interesting for you. And I will start from scratch. I will assume that all of you are engineers who have no idea about Indian polity, who have no idea about the Constitution of India, who have no idea about the syllabus of this examination. And we will start from scratch, touching upon the basics. Then we will move a step ahead, then a step ahead. And this is the UPSC level that I will take you to. So we'll start with basics. We'll start from scratch, assuming that you know nothing about the subject. So don't worry. If you have no background in law or polity or political science, doesn't matter. We will together discuss all these concepts so that you are not at a disadvantage. We'll start from scratch. Gradually, we will build on those concepts, and then you will be UPSC CSE ready. So let's get started and look at Indian polity, which is one of the most important subjects for this examination. Why important? Because I teach the subject. But why important? Because of the sheer amount of marks that are allocated to this subject. You would know that this civil services examination is a three-tier examination system. Prelims, followed by main or mains, and then the personality test. And Indian polity is relevant in all the three stages of your examination process, whether it is prelims or mains or the personality test. Let's look at the data. Data from the year 2011. Why 2011? This is when the examination pattern changed. This is when CSAT was introduced in the civil services examination. Then we saw a major revamp in the syllabus of this examination from 2013 onwards. That is why let's look at the statistics from 2011 onwards and look at the amount of marks that have been allocated to Indian polity. Look at the number of questions that have been asked in your prelims examination from Indian polity. And the number ranges. Sometimes 20, sometimes 22, sometimes 15, sometimes 17. Look at 2011. Close to 12 questions were asked from Indian polity in your prelims exam. In 2012, the number jumped to 20. In 2017, the number jumped to 22. In 2021, the number was 17. GS paper 1 of your prelims exam is of 200 marks. And the cutoff varies. Cutoff depends upon the difficulty level of the question paper. Cutoff also depends upon the number of vacancies. If the number of vacancies are less, the cutoff will rise. If the difficulty level of the question paper is high, the cutoff will be low. So cutoff varies. Sometimes 97, sometimes 100, sometimes 105. But if the cutoff is, let's say, 100 marks, and close to 20 or 22 questions are asked from Indian polity, which makes 40 to 44 marks asked from Indian polity, what does that mean? That signifies the importance of the subject. Indian polity is a very interesting subject. I promise to make it even more interesting, but at the same time, it's a very important subject for your prelims exam. Why? Look at the sheer number of marks that have been allocated to the subject. Look at the sheer number of questions that have been asked from Indian polity in your prelims examination. That is what makes Indian polity one of the most important subjects for your prelims examination. For your mains examination, I told you that you don't have to neglect any subject, but you have to focus more attention on GS paper 4, essay, and your optional subject. When it comes to mains examination, Indian polity is even more relevant. If you look at GS paper 2, it deals with Indian polity, constitution, it deals with governance, it deals with social justice, it deals with international relations. This part of your video lecture series will focus on Indian polity. For governance, there are separate lectures. For social justice, there are separate lectures. For international relations, there are separate lectures. This lecture series, I will be focusing on Indian polity. And when we look at Indian polity, look at the number of marks. Sometimes 80, sometimes 100, sometimes 120. And you would know GS paper 2 carries 250 marks. Out of 250 marks, which have been allocated to GS paper 2, sometimes 80, sometimes 100, sometimes 120 marks have been allocated to Indian polity. What does this signify? That Indian polity is one of the most important subjects for your mains examination as well, apart from GS paper 4, essay, and your optional subject. Not just GS paper 2, but also your essay. Look at the type and kinds of essay topics that have been asked in the recent years. You will notice that if you are strong in law, if you're strong in constitution, if you are well versed in various fundamental rights that are available to you and me, if you are well versed about the judicial verdicts given by the Honorable Supreme Court, you will be in a better position to cite these fundamental rights, to cite these laws, to cite these judicial verdicts in your essays. And this will surely help you to gather more marks, to obtain more marks in your essay as well. So Indian polity not only relevant for your prelims, relevant for your mains as well, in GS paper 2. Not only in GS paper 2, but in your essay paper as well. Not just in essay paper, also in your personality test. Once you clear the prelims exam, then you are eligible to appear in the mains examination. Once you crack the mains examination, you have to appear before the interview panel. And in the interview, in the personality test, you will be asked questions related to Indian polity. You may be asked about the controversies. For example, what is your take on the hijab controversy? What is your take on the Citizenship Amendment Act? Does Citizenship Amendment Act violate Article 14 of the Constitution? What is secularism? What is the doctrine of the basic structure? What do you mean by Aadhaar? Is Aadhaar against privacy? Does Aadhaar violate right to privacy, which is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution? So if you're good in Indian polity, you will surely make a mark before the interview panel as well. That is what makes Indian polity one of the most important subjects for your mains examination. So Indian polity is relevant for prelims, for mains, not just in GS paper 2, but also in your essay, as well as in your personality test, which means Indian polity is relevant in all the three tiers of your examination system, whether it is prelims, mains, or the personality test. And I told you, I'll make you fall in love with the subject. But that doesn't mean by attending these lectures, you should focus on winning an argument with your friend, winning a debate competition in your college or university, engaging in a political discussion with your uncles. That should only be treated as unintended consequence. The consequence, and the only consequence that you should focus on, is that by attending these lectures, by watching these videos, I should be able to crack the civil services examination, that too in a single attempt, that too with a good rank. Indian polity, if it is very important to understand, to master, if you want to crack the civil services examination, and we have understood now that Indian polity is significant, is important, because of its relevance in all the three tiers of the examination. But what exactly do we have to study in Indian polity? We'll have to focus on three important aspects. We have to focus on the Constitution. What is the Constitution of India? And we also have to compare this Constitution with the Constitution of other countries. For example, United States of America. For example, United Kingdom. For example, France. For example, Japan. For example, South Africa. So Constitution of India is one aspect that we will have to focus on. And in the Constitution, we will have to discuss preamble, we'll have to discuss union and its territory, we'll have to see how the states are reorganized in India, how the state can be bifurcated, how two or more states can be merged to create one state. We have to look at citizenship as well. Who is the citizen of India? What are the ways of acquiring Indian citizenship? What are the ways of losing your citizenship as well? We'll have to look at fundamental rights. What is this right to equality? What is this right against discrimination? What is untouchability? What is freedom of speech and expression? What is right to life and personal liberty? What is right to constitutional remedy? What are these religious rights that are available to everybody who is present on the soil of India? We'll have to look at directive principles of state policy. We'll have to look at fundamental duties. We will have to look at institutions such as the office of the President of India, Vice President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers. We'll have to look at the governor, the chief minister. We'll have to look at elections, how the elections are conducted in India. We'll have to look at the judiciary. We'll have to look at Panchayati Raj institutions. We'll have to look at various constitutional bodies such as Union Public Service Commission, the central recruiting agency of the Government of India, which conducts this civil services examination that you're all preparing for. So one aspect that we will have to focus on in Indian polity is the Constitution of India, and we have to compare this Constitution with the Constitution of other countries as well. The second thing that we'll have to focus on in these lectures are the laws passed by the Parliament. For example, in 2019, a law was passed by the Parliament called Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA 2019. A law was passed by the Parliament before that called Aadhaar. There are discussions that a law will be passed by the Indian Parliament which will raise the minimum legal age of marriage for girls from 18 to 21. A law was passed in the year 2016 on Child Labour Prohibition and Regulation Act of 2016. All these laws passed by the Indian Parliament, relevant for the examination, that is going to be the focus number 2 of these lectures. We don't have to discuss all the laws passed by the Parliament, but only those laws which are important for the civil services examination. So how do I know? Which are these laws which are important for the civil services examination? That is why you have enrolled for this program. That is why you are watching me. That is why you are attending these lectures. I'm going to tell you which are these laws passed by the Indian Parliament which are relevant for the civil services examination. And there will be some laws passed not by the Parliament, but some of the state legislatures in India, some of the states in India. Some of these laws are also important for the civil services examination, and we will focus on those laws as well. So number one, if Indian polity is something that we have to study and discuss, if Indian polity is one of the most important subjects for your examination, but exactly what do we study in Indian polity? We'll have to focus on, number one, the Constitution of India. Number two, the laws passed by the Parliament. And some of the laws, which are very important, passed by some states. That's also going to be our focus. And the third important focus is on judicial verdicts. What did the Supreme Court say in 2015 on freedom of speech and expression? What did the Supreme Court say on how the judges are to be appointed to the Supreme Court and High Court? What did the Supreme Court say on sedition? What did the Supreme Court say on Shabarimala? Should women of all age groups be allowed to enter the sanctum sanctorum of the Shabarimala temple? What did the Supreme Court say on this matter? What did the Supreme Court say on Ayodhya? What did the Supreme Court say on some of the important fundamental rights, on some of the important laws? And what was the interpretation of the Supreme Court on some of the important constitutional articles? That will be focus number 3 of these lectures. So number one, Indian polity is very important. If you have to crack the civil services examination, you cannot and you should not and you must not neglect Indian polity. If it's very important for all the 3 tiers of your examination, then exactly what do we study in Indian polity? We study Constitution. We study the laws passed by the Parliament and some of the important laws passed by the states as well. And the third focus is on the judicial verdicts. Now let's look at the book list. Sir, now we understood that Indian polity is very important. Sir, we also understood that in Indian polity we have to focus on 3 things. But what exactly do we study? What should be the book list that we should refer? Please tell us something about the book list. See, there are lots and lots of books available in the market on Indian polity. There is what some people call the Bible of Indian polity, M. Lakshmikant. Do we study it? So what about NCERTs? So what about D.D. Basu? Should we study D.D. Basu or M. Lakshmikant? Sir, what about the Bare Act? Should we study the Bare Act as well? Sir, what about V.N. Shukla? Sir, what about some of the important blogs or websites such as IndianQanun.org, such as PRS Legislative Research? Sir, what about newspapers? Do we focus on newspapers as well? Long story short, there is a lot of content available in the market in the form of books. Does that mean we will have to focus, or you will have to focus as aspirants on all these books? No. Why? It's a waste of time. Why? Ideally, yes. If you have to master Indian polity, you should study D.D. Basu, V.N. Shukla, M. Lakshmikant, NCRTs, IndianQanun.org, PRS legislative research, national newspapers such as the Hindu and the Indian Express. But my dear, Indian polity is not the only subject. You'll have to focus on history as well. You'll have to focus on geography as well, ethics as well, international relations, disaster management, environment and ecology, science and technology, your optional subject, answer writing practice, essay as well. So if for one subject, I'm advising you to go through multiple books, you won't be in a position to complete all these books. So then what is the solution? I'll give you the solution. Attend these lectures, follow these videos. This should be the most important source for your knowledge, for your information. Do not skip these videos. Number one. Number two, go through M. Lakshmikant. But my dear, let me be categorical here. M. Lakshmikant is going to help you only in your prelims exam, not in your mains examination. And I will tell you slightly later why. Just focus on these video lectures, these classes, focus on M. Lakshmikant, and focus on two national newspapers. Which are these two national newspapers that you should focus on? One is the Hindu newspaper, and the other is Indian Express. So which edition of these newspapers? Preferably the Delhi edition of these newspapers. Sir, but I'm not from Delhi. How do I access these newspapers? Keep one thing in mind, and this should be your philosophy. If there is a problem, there is always a solution. Whenever in your life or in your studies you encounter a problem, please realize the first thing that you should realize is for this problem, there already exists a solution. You just need to open your eyes, open your ears, and find out that solution. There is always a solution. There is no problem in this world which does not have a solution. So what is the solution? E-paper, my dear friends. E-paper of the Hindu newspaper. E-paper of the Indian Express. And these newspaper editions you can read even at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. So you don't have to wait for the newspaper wala to deliver newspaper at your doorstep. You can attend, you can read these newspapers, the online edition of these newspapers. All you need to do is subscribe to these newspaper editions, the Delhi edition of the Indian Express and the Hindu newspaper. Problem solved. Clear? I can anticipate another question on your mind. So first, should I read the book and then attend your videos, watch your videos? What should be the strategy? If you are reading the book for the first time, it will become difficult for you to understand M. Lakshmikant, for example. Maybe you are from science background or engineering background or medical science background. You have never read Indian polity. You don't know what is the difference between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. You even don't know who is the president of India. You don't know what is the role, responsibility, power of the Prime Minister of India. Doesn't matter. But if you read book on your own, it will take you a lot of time. So what you should do, first attend these lectures, watch these videos. And then once you have understood these concepts, then revise the same facts and concepts, revise the same topics, revise the same chapters from M. Lakshmikant. So if you have watched a video lecture on preamble, once you're done with that lecture, then revise the same lecture from M. Lakshmikant. So then what is the role of the newspaper? Let's say, for example, you have attended the lectures on fundamental rights. And now you have understood what is this Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A of the Constitution, which deals with freedom of speech and expression. Freedom of speech and expression, which is a fundamental right. I will tell you later what is a fundamental right. Why are fundamental rights called fundamental? How many fundamental rights do we have? But here, just for the sake of the argument, if you have understood what is freedom of speech and expression by attending these lectures, by watching these videos, then revise the same topic from M. Lakshmikant. And then newspapers. Because in newspapers, there are umpteen stories on the violation of freedom of speech and expression. Freedom of speech and expression of citizens is getting violated. These rules issued by the government, they violate freedom of speech and expression. The Supreme Court has given a beautiful, brilliant judgment on freedom of speech and expression. Where do we find this? In the newspapers. So attend these lectures first, then read the same chapter, same topic from M. Lakshmikant, and then link it with current affairs. What is happening in India right now? My dear, you have completed the entire syllabus. Just focus on these video lectures, revise the same chapter, topic from M. Lakshmikant, and see if there's a link with current affairs. Every topic that we study has to be linked with current affairs because current affairs is the most important aspect for your examination. If I were to tell you that it's all about current affairs, this exam is all about current affairs, please don't take this statement as something which is wrong. This exam is all about current affairs. I'll tell you something very honestly, with hand on my heart. If you study all the topics, if you read all the topics that are mentioned in the syllabus and link these topics with current affairs, I promise that you will crack this examination. Sir, can I skip newspaper? No. If you skip newspaper, you will never clear this exam. I'm not saying you may or you may not clear the exam if you skip the newspaper. I'm being categorical. I'm telling you very bluntly. If you skip newspaper, you skip the chance of qualifying this examination. On the contrary, if you focus only on current affairs, if you focus only on newspaper, I guarantee that you will crack this examination. But you cannot understand newspaper unless and until you know the static part. Unless and until you know the concepts behind these newspaper articles. For that, you have to attend these lectures. For that, you have to read M. Lakshmikant. And if possible, if you have time, I know some of you may be very busy with your lives, maybe because of your college or university, maybe because of your job, you're working in a corporate sector where you don't have enough time, you may only have weekends to spare to prepare for this examination. I understand that it will be very difficult for you to read various books, various book lists to follow. For you, if you don't have time, skip everything, just focus on these videos plus Lakshmikant plus newspaper. But if you have time, then please go through these two very beautifully written books, NCRT books of class 11th, Political Theory and Indian Constitution at Work. These are not difficult books to understand. So what is the book list? Long story short, if you have time, focus on these two NCRT books. Sir, what if I don't have time? Don't worry. I'm here to make the task easier for you. But if you have time, these two books, please read. If not, then attend these lectures religiously, follow all these video lectures, plus M. Lakshmikant, plus newspaper. These three things put together, the syllabus is over. And then you have to focus on answer writing. Because prelims is about MCQs. Options will be provided. You just have to pick the right answer or the most appropriate answer. But in mains, you'll have to write descriptive answers. In your essays, you'll have to write essays, descriptive essays. And for that, answer writing is the key. If you know how to structure your answer, there is no reason why you can't clear this exam. So how can you say this? Right now, let's assume that you have just started your preparation. You have no idea about Indian Constitution. You have no idea about fundamental rights. You're confused as to why fundamental rights are called fundamental. And if I tell you, write in 250 words on this topic called freedom of speech and expression, you won't be in a position to write. Maybe you can write 10 words, 50 words, 20 words, 70 words, that's it. But even that won't be to the point answer. But after a few months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months later, I promise that you will be in a position to write 10 pages on freedom of speech and expression. Here lies the challenge. Now you can write 10 pages on freedom of speech and expression, but UPSC is asking you, write in 250 words, write in 150 words. So whatever knowledge you have, now you have to constrict your knowledge and you have to write to the point answers in 250 words or 150 words. There lies the challenge. So you should be absolutely clear. What is the requirement of this question? Don't write unnecessary details. Don't write irrelevant details. So you have to write to the point answers. And how do you know? How can you master this answer writing? For that, you have to practice. After attending these lectures, we'll also provide you with sets of questions as well. Write answers to these questions, submit to us. We will evaluate and we will tell you whether your answer is to the point or not. We'll provide you feedback as to how you should have structured your answer, what you should have mentioned, what you should not have mentioned, whether the answer should be in paragraph or the answer should be in point format. All that is something that we are going to tell you, guide you, train you so that you crack this examination. So number one, Indian polity is a very important subject if you have to crack the civil services examination. Understood? Yes, sir. But sir, what exactly do we have to study in Indian polity? My dear, 3 things. Constitution, the laws passed by the parliament, and some of the important laws passed by the states, and third, judicial verdicts. Okay, sir. This much is clear? Yes. So what about book list? Follow my video lectures, attend these sessions. M. Lakshmikant, revise the same thing that you have studied by attending these lectures, revise from M. Lakshmikant, and then link it with the current affairs by focusing on the Hindu and the Indian Express. So what about other books? D.D. Basu, V.N. Shukla, PRS Legislative Research, IndianQanun.org. Skip. Don't worry. I'm here to pick content from these books, to pick facts from these books so that you don't have to read these books on your own. I'll do the hard work. You just focus on the class lectures. But if you have time, read these very beautifully written NCRTs of class 11th, Political Theory and Indian Constitution at Work. This is your book list. And then focus on answer writing because this examination is all about answer writing. Why? Because prelims is elimination test. If the cutoff, for example, in prelims is 105 and you're scoring 106, doesn't matter whether you score 106 or 199.66 because these marks will not be counted. Prelims is only a qualifying exam. The marks that you score in mains and the marks that you score in personality test, these marks will be added, counted to determine whether you are cracking this exam and what is your rank, what is your all India rank. And if your entire rank is based on the marks that you score in mains examination, because mains examination consists of 1750 marks, 250 each for GS 1, 2, 3, 4, which makes it 1000 marks, 250 for your essay, 500 for your optional subject. So your answer writing skills will determine what is the amount of marks that you're scoring out of 1750. So answer writing is the entire thing. You'll have to focus on answer writing plus 275 marks for your personality test. These marks will be counted to determine whether you're cracking this examination and what is your all India rank. Now let's look at the strategy that you should follow to understand Indian polity for the civil services examination. One is prelims, and then we have mains. Prelims is about 2 things. UPSC will focus on whether you have the factual understanding or not, and whether you have the conceptual clarity or not. In your prelims examination, the UPSC will focus on whether you know the facts, whether you have understood the concepts or not. In mains examination, the focus again is on 2 things. One, UPSC will judge you whether you can elaborate and whether you can analyze. What? The same facts and concepts that you studied for prelims examination. Whether you can analyze the same facts and concepts that you studied for the prelims examination. So long story short, UPSC will judge your factual understanding, your conceptual clarity when it comes to prelims examination. And in mains examination, the UPSC will focus on whether you can elaborate the facts that you've studied, whether you can analyze the concepts and facts that you've studied for the prelims examination. So what you have to do for Indian polity, you'll have to focus on facts and concepts for prelims, and then elaborate and analyze the same facts and concepts for your mains examination. I'll give you one example so that you can understand what I'm talking about. For example, this is the question which was asked in prelims 2015. Indian polity, one concept called joint sitting of both the houses of Indian Parliament. We'll discuss in Union Legislature that there are 2 houses of Indian Parliament. Lower house called Lok Sabha, upper house called Rajya Sabha. If a bill is to be passed, for example, a law is to be passed, this law should be passed or this bill should be passed by both houses of the Indian Parliament, Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. What if on this bill there is a deadlock? Deadlock in the sense, Lok Sabha agrees with this bill but Rajya Sabha does not. Or Rajya Sabha agrees with this bill but Lok Sabha does not. Which means on this bill there is a deadlock. Since both the houses, they are not in agreement with this bill. Now how do we resolve this deadlock? The President is empowered that he can call a joint sitting of both the houses of the Indian Parliament. That means this bill on which there was a deadlock, one house agrees, the other house disagrees. Now how do we resolve this deadlock? This bill will be presented before the joint sitting of both the houses. Both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha will have to come together and discuss this bill. Either approve this bill or reject this bill. That is what we call joint sitting of both the houses. UPSC is focusing on one fact, one concept. And UPSC is asking you that when a bill which is referred to this joint sitting, this bill should be passed by what type of majority? We'll discuss slightly later what are the different types of majorities in Indian parliamentary setup. Absolute majority, simple majority, effective majority, special majority. And UPSC is, in prelims examination, focusing on this fact, focusing on this concept, whether you know this or not, that when a bill is presented to this joint sitting of both the houses, what type of majority is required to pass this bill. And the answer is a simple majority of members present and voting. What is the simple majority of members present and voting? We'll discuss slightly later. But here, just keep in mind that UPSC in prelims examination is focusing on this fact, focusing on this concept, whether you know this or not, that when a bill is presented in this joint sitting of both the houses, what type of majority is required to pass this bill? But same subject, polity, same concept, joint sitting, can be asked in your mains examination as well. And this question was asked in mains 2017. What is the question? The Indian Constitution has provisions for holding joint sessions of the two houses of the parliament. Enumerate the occasions when this would normally happen and also the occasions when it cannot, with the reasons as well. That means here, UPSC is asking you to elaborate on this concept of joint sitting of the houses of the Indian parliament and also analyze why is it that in some occasions there cannot be a joint sitting of the two houses. For example, when a constitutional amendment bill is to be passed, this constitutional amendment bill, now what is a constitutional amendment bill? Bill is a proposal. Now the proposal is to amend the constitution. Let's say the proposal is to add another fundamental right. The proposal is to add a directive principle of state policy. The proposal is to add a fundamental duty. To add something in the constitution means amending the constitution. But this bill, this proposal to amend the constitution should be passed by both houses of the Indian parliament separately. That means Lok Sabha has to pass it, Rajya Sabha has to pass it separately. On a constitutional amendment bill, there can be no joint sitting of the houses of Indian parliament. On a money bill also, which we will discuss later, there can be no joint sitting of the parliament. But on an ordinary bill, there can be. On a financial bill, there can be. That is what you will have to elaborate while writing this answer for your mains examination, which makes it abundantly clear that what is the strategy that you will have to follow for Indian polity. For prelims, you will have to focus on facts and concepts. And for mains examination, you will have to elaborate the same facts and concepts that you study for prelims and analyze these facts and concepts as well. This should be your strategy for Indian polity. And we will focus on both prelims as well as mains in these lectures, so that these lectures become your one-stop destination for all your requirements for Indian polity. So what have we studied? What have we understood as of now? We looked at that in these lectures, in these video lessons, we'll start from scratch. I'll assume that you have no idea about Indian constitution, no idea about Indian polity. So we'll start from scratch and gradually build on it. Indian polity is very important. Why? Because it is relevant for prelims, mains, in mains relevant for GS paper 2 as well as the essay, and relevant for the personality test as well. If it is so important, then what is the book list? The book list is follow these lectures plus M. Lakshmikant plus national newspapers, the Hindu and the Indian Express, full stop. But if you have time, focus and read the two NCRT books that I've suggested as well. Then what should be the strategy? And the strategy is focus on facts and concepts, elaborate them, analyze them, because this elaboration and analysis is going to help you in your mains examination. And we will focus on both prelims as well as mains examination when it comes to these lectures. But what did I tell you? That Indian polity will have to focus on three things: constitution, the laws passed by the parliament, and the judicial verdicts. But before we start, you should and you must have an idea about what is a constitution. If we have to study Indian constitution for polity, what exactly is the constitution? So in this lecture, we will focus on what is a constitution, what are the various types of the constitution. For example, what is a written and unwritten constitution? What is an enacted and evolved constitution? What is a unitary and what is a federal constitution? Then we will focus on two other important concepts: the theory of separation of powers, which is attributed to French philosopher Montesquieu. We will also be looking at the doctrine of checks and balances. And towards the end, we will talk about another very important concept called constitutionalism. Let's get started and let me take you on a fascinating journey of the Constitution. So what is a constitution? We say constitution is a document of people's faith and aspirations. In modern Indian history lectures, you will know about, or you would have already watched these lectures, where you would be taught facts related to Regulating Act of 1773, Pitt's India Act, the Charter Act, the Government of India Act, the Indian Councils Act. And there you will also be told that the year was 1946, when Cabinet Mission was sent to India. What this Cabinet Mission did? This Cabinet Mission promised the people of this country a constituent assembly. What is a constituent assembly? A group of individuals coming together to draft and write the Constitution of India. So the year was 1946 when Cabinet Mission was sent to India, and this Cabinet Mission promised a constituent assembly for the people of this country. The British government said that now you can write your own constitution, you can draft your own constitution, you can frame your own constitution. So Indians got together, were part of this body called Constituent Assembly, and it is this Constituent Assembly which gave the people of this country their constitution. And this Constituent Assembly met for the first time on 9th of December 1946, which is also my birth date, 9th of December, but that's not important. This Constituent Assembly was set up to write and draft the Constitution of India. But before that, who was making law for the people of this country? We were ruled by an alien government. We were ruled by a foreign power. The supreme authority was the Queen of England. So the British Parliament was making laws for the people of this country. The Government of India Act of 1858 was passed by the British Parliament. So British Parliament, an alien parliament, a foreign power, was making laws for the people of this country. British thought that this is our white man's burden. It's the burden on these white people to civilize the uncivilized people. That's what they called white man's burden. It was argued that British, since they are of a superior race, and it is a burden on them to civilize the uncivilized population of the world. For example, in Asia, in Africa, it is their white man's burden to civilize the uncivilized people of Asia and Africa. So we were not considered worthy enough to pass the laws for ourselves. We were asking for liberty, equality, justice, not given to us. In fact, there was a time when an Indian judge could not try a European. If there is a European who is accused of committing a crime, whether this European is guilty or innocent will be decided only by a white judge, will be decided by a European judge. An Indian judge cannot decide whether a European is guilty or innocent. That means there was no equality. We were not having freedom of speech and expression. We were not given dignity. But then we wrote our own constitution. From 1946 onwards till 1949, the members of the Constituent Assembly debated, involved in beautiful discussions to write and frame the Constitution of India. And when this Constitution was enacted, this Constitution gave us liberty, equality, fraternity, fundamental rights. So what is then this Constitution of India? This Constitution is a document of people's faith and aspirations. It was the aspiration of the people of this country that we be given liberty, equality, justice, fraternity, dignity. And this was possible only when this document was given. This document, this supreme document called the Constitution. So what is Constitution? Number one, it is a document of people's faith and aspirations. Constitution is something else as well. We will discuss that there are basically three organs of a state. One is legislature, the other is executive, the other is judiciary. Very briefly, the job of the legislature is to make laws. As the name suggests, legislature is a body which legislates, which makes laws. The job of the executive is to implement these laws passed by the legislature. The job of the judiciary is to punish people who have committed crimes. The job of the legislature is to make laws. The job of the executive is to implement the laws. And the job of the judiciary is also to check whether these laws are constitutional or unconstitutional, whether these laws are arbitrary or whether these laws are just. Where is it mentioned though? Where is it mentioned that the role of the legislature is this, role of the executive is this, role of the judiciary is this? Where is it mentioned? This is mentioned in the Constitution. So Constitution, on one hand, is the document of people's faith and aspirations. And on the other hand, Constitution is a document which clearly allocates roles and responsibilities to different organs. Constitution tells us what is the role of legislature, what is the role of judiciary, what is the role of the executive. So what is a Constitution? It is also a document which allocates roles and responsibilities to different organs of the state. But Constitution is something else. Constitution is the supreme law of land. And the supreme law of land enjoys special legal sanctity. What does that mean? We have something called Constitution and we have something called an ordinary law passed by the legislature. Not all laws are mentioned in the Constitution. There are some important aspects mentioned in the Constitution. But then outside of the Constitution, there are other laws passed by the Parliament. For example, Constitution talks about citizenship. But who becomes the citizen of India? Who should not be the citizen of India? What are the ways of acquiring citizenship? What are the ways of losing your citizenship? That is mentioned in an ordinary law passed by the Parliament called the Citizenship Act of 1955. One more example. Constitution talks about that there should be prohibition on child labor. There should be prohibition on child labor because child labor is discriminatory. Child labor is exploitative. Child labor is exploitation. So there should be a ban on child labor. But who is a child? Somebody who is below the age of 14? What about those children who are in the age group of 14 to 18? Can they be allowed to work? That is something which is mentioned in the Child Labor Law, Child Labor Act. And this Child Labor Act, which was passed in the 1980s, it was amended in the year 2016. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that there is something called the supreme law of land, which is the Constitution. And then there are other laws passed by the Parliament, and these are what we call ordinary laws. Now there's a question on your mind, which I can anticipate. Sir, why all laws are not mentioned in the Constitution? I'll give you a simple analogy. For example, you have lots and lots of jewelry, necklace, earrings, hangings. You have dollars, you have gold bars, you have gold coins as well, right? Where do you keep necklace, earrings, hangings? Maybe in your wardrobe, because you have to go to a kitty party and you have to wear a necklace, you have to wear a stud, you have to wear a herring. But where do you keep the gold bars? Where do you keep the dollars? Where do you keep the gold coins? You keep it in the bank, the locker of the bank. Why? Because you don't need it quite often. You need necklace, you need hangings very frequently. So that is something that you keep in your wardrobe, at your house. But there are some things which you don't need, you keep it in the locker of the bank. In a similar fashion, just focus on the difficulty level. Difficulty level is, since I need necklace, since I need hangings very frequently, it should be easy for me to get access to necklace, earrings and hangings. So you keep it in your wardrobe because you need to access them frequently. But you don't need the gold bars, the gold coins or big necklaces very frequently. You keep it in the locker and it becomes difficult for you to every time visit your bank, visit your locker and then take these necklaces and gold coins. That is why Constitution and the ordinary law can be easily repealed. Ordinary law can be easily amended. But the Constitution is very difficult to amend. And we will discuss slightly later that to change an ordinary law, you just need simple majority. To change the Constitution, you require special majority, a difficult majority. So there are some things which you want to keep permanently, which you want to keep for a long time. Such things you mention in the Constitution. Fundamental rights, office of the Prime Minister, office of the President, office of the Governor, elections, Chief Election Commissioner, Union Public Service Commission, Comptroller and the Auditor General. These are the things that you need forever. These are the things that you need for perpetuity. These things you mention in the Constitution. And it becomes difficult to change it. Unless and until you have the special majority, you can't change anything that is mentioned in the Constitution. But there are some things which you may want to change very frequently. For example, citizenship. For example, child labor law. For example, Aadhaar. For example, raising the minimum legal age of marriage for girls. These are the things that you need to change frequently. That is why you don't mention them in the Constitution. You mention it in the ordinary law. And Constitution is the supreme law of land. And this supreme law of land, it enjoys special legal sanctity. What does that mean? That means any ordinary law that Parliament is passing cannot violate the Constitution. all laws passed by the parliament should be in conformity, should be in agreement with the constitution. That means in the hierarchy of schemes, at the top of the hierarchy, we have the constitution. Just below the constitution, we have these ordinary laws passed by the parliament. Constitution is the supreme law of land. That means any law which is passed by the parliament shall have to be in agreement with the constitution. If any law violates the constitution, that law shall be declared null and void. How? I'll give you one example. The year was 2000. A law was passed called Information Technology Act. Information Technology Act was passed in the year 2000. The year was 2008 when this law, Information Technology Act, was amended. That means it was modified. When it was modified, Section 66 capital A was added to this Information Technology Act. What was the Section 66 capital A? If you use an electronic device, it can be smartphone, it can be laptop, it can be desktop. If you use an electronic device, and through these electronic devices, you are transmitting messages, and these messages cause annoyance to the public, you are committing a crime and you will be booked and you will be sent to jail. So what are you saying? The year was 2000, Information Technology Act was passed. The year was 2008. This Information Technology Act was amended, which means Section 66 capital A was added to Information Technology Act 2000. This Section 66 capital A said, whoever is using an electronic device, which can be smartphone, which can be laptop, which can be desktop, which can be palm top, whatever electronic device you're using, through this, if you're transmitting messages, it can be a WhatsApp message, it can be a Facebook post, it can be a Twitter tweet, it can be an Instagram post, and through these messages, if you cause annoyance to somebody, you're committing a crime, you will be sentenced to a jail term. Bala Saheb Thackeray, the head of the Shiv Sena, he died. He died a natural death. But then the members of the Shiv Sena, they called for a bandh in Maharashtra. They called for a bandh. There was one lady, Shaheen Darda. She wrote on her Facebook post and criticized, why is there a need to enforce a bandh when a political leader has died a natural death? One of her friends liked her status. It was a Facebook post. Her friend liked the status. Both were arrested. Why? Because they used an electronic device to transmit a message which caused annoyance to the members of the Shiv Sena. They were arrested and booked under Section 66 capital A. There was one more gentleman, a businessman from Puducherry. He used his Twitter account to tweet something against the son of the then finance minister, Mr. P. Chidambaram. Karthi Chidambaram, the son of P. Chidambaram. This businessman from Puducherry, he tweeted that Karthi Chidambaram holds wealth which is disproportionate. Disproportionate in the sense, if you look at his income or his known sources of income, what is the source of his income? He has amassed massive wealth. Where has he got this wealth from? This tweet caused annoyance to Karthi Chidambaram, and this businessman was arrested under Section 66 capital A of Information Technology Act. One law student, Shreya Singhal, she approached the Supreme Court and she asked the Supreme Court, dear Supreme Court, do we have freedom of speech and expression? Said yes. Freedom of speech and expression is a fundamental right mentioned under Article 19(1)(a), which is mentioned in the Constitution. My lord, if I have the freedom of speech and expression, that means I can say whatever I have to say. I can express whatever I want to express. Don't you think this Section 66 capital A, it violates the fundamental right provided under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution? Shaheen Darda and her friend, this businessman from Puducherry, they have expressed themselves. Is it not violation of their freedom of speech and expression that they have been booked under Section 66 capital A? The year was 2015. Two judges of the Supreme Court were hearing this case. One was Justice Rohinton Fali Nariman. The other was Justice Chalameshwar. And both of them said Section 66 capital A is unconstitutional, is null and void. Why? Because it violates freedom of speech and expression, which is a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. So this Information Technology Act, it was an ordinary law passed by the Parliament. But an ordinary law cannot violate the Constitution. Constitution is supreme. Constitution is the supreme law of land. And the supreme law of land enjoys special legal sanctity, which means any law passed by the Parliament, if it violates Constitution, that law shall be declared null and void. And in this landmark case, Shreya Singhal versus Union of India 2015, two judges of the Supreme Court said Section 66 capital A is unconstitutional, is declared null and void because it violates fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, which is mentioned in the Constitution. What does that mean? That means Constitution number 1 is a document of people's faith and aspirations. Constitution number 2 defines the roles, responsibilities of different organs of the state. What is the role of legislature? What is the role of executive? What is the role of judiciary? Where is it mentioned? Constitution. And Constitution is the supreme law of land, which enjoys special legal sanctity. That means at the top of the hierarchy, we have the Constitution. And no law passed by the Parliament can violate the Constitution. No order issued by the executive can violate the Constitution. Constitution is supreme. And if any law violates the Constitution, if any rule passed by the executive violates the Constitution, that law, that rule, that order shall be declared null and void by the judiciary. Which means Constitution. What does this Constitution basically do? If you look at the world, almost all the countries of the world have this supreme document called Constitution. The vast majority of these constitutions, what do they describe? They describe the basic principles of the state. Principles such as, something which we will discuss slightly later, that we are a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So what are the principles on which we are founded, on which our nation is founded, our state is founded? These principles are mentioned where? In the Constitution. Not just that. The structures and processes of government. Are we a parliamentary form of democracy or a presidential form of democracy? Who has more power? The President of India or the Prime Minister? Who has more power? The governor of a state or the chief minister of a state? Where is it mentioned? In the Constitution. That means Constitution not only describes the basic principles of the state, Constitution also defines the structures and processes of the government, describes the fundamental rights of the citizens. What are the fundamental rights available to us? Right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to religious freedom, cultural rights, educational rights, right to constitutional remedies. What is this remedy? If your fundamental right is violated, directly approach the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the protector of your fundamental rights. Supreme Court will protect and safeguard your fundamental rights, your individual liberties. Where is it mentioned? Constitution. And Constitution cannot be unilaterally changed, altered by an ordinary legislative act. Through an ordinary law, you cannot violate the Constitution. You cannot change the Constitution. Because if you have to change the Constitution, for that you need a special majority. And we will discuss slightly later what are these different types of majorities: simple, absolute, special, effective majorities. So this is what is a constitution. Constitution is a document of people's faith and aspirations. Constitution clearly defines the basic principles of the state, defines the structures and processes of the government, defines the fundamental rights available to the citizens. And all these things cannot be unilaterally changed by an ordinary legislative act. By simple majority, you can't change the Constitution because Constitution is supreme. And if you want to change the Constitution, get the special majority. This is what is a constitution. Now that we have understood what is a constitution, let's look at various types of constitutions that we come across. Constitution can be either written or unwritten, can be enacted or evolved, and can be unitary or federal. Let's look at what is a written constitution and what is an unwritten constitution. Written constitution, for example, India, United States of America. United States of America, their constitution we mostly refer as the oldest federal constitution of the world. Indian constitution and the US constitution, these are written constitutions, or we call them codified constitutions. For example, if you ask me, sir, show me the Constitution of India, I take out a bulky book and tell you this is the Constitution of India. Sir, show me the Constitution of United States, I'll take out another pamphlet and tell you this is the Constitution of United States. Which means the Constitution of India and the Constitution of United States and many other constitutions of the world, they are written because they are codified into one single document. For example, the Constitution of India, it starts with preamble, then part 1 of the Constitution, it deals with union and its territory. Part 2 deals with citizenship. Part 3 deals with fundamental rights. Part 4 deals with directive principles of state policy. Part 5 deals with union, so on and so forth. That means Indian Constitution is a written constitution because it has been written and codified into various parts into one single document. The Constitution of United States of America consists of 7 articles and it has been amended 27 times. So what is a written constitution? A written constitution is one where the laws are written and codified into one single document. This is the Constitution of India. This is the Constitution of the United States. Since these constitutions are written and codified into various parts into one single document, we say these constitutions are written or codified constitutions. Then there are some constitutions which are unwritten. For example, Constitution of United Kingdom, Israel, New Zealand. We call these constitutions as unwritten. That doesn't mean that laws in these countries are not written. It only means that laws are not codified into one single document. There is no single document which we can call as the Constitution of United Kingdom, because United Kingdom Constitution is unwritten because not all laws are written and these laws are not written and codified into one single document. Now you might ask, sir, why is it that UK Constitution is not codified into one single document? No effort has been made. If tomorrow the political class of United Kingdom believes and feels that there is a need to codify all these constitutional principles into one single document, they might well do that. Which means UK Constitution is an unwritten constitution because it has not been codified into one single document, or no effort has been made to codify all these laws into one single document. But this is not where the difference ends. In unwritten constitution, conventions play a very important role. What are the conventions? Conventions are unwritten rules. Rules that we follow, but they're not mentioned anywhere, they're not written anywhere, but these are conventions, unwritten rules that we follow. And in an unwritten constitution, these conventions, these unwritten rules, they play a very important role. That is why we call these constitutions as unwritten. Few examples. Money bill can be initiated only in the House of Commons. If you look at the British Parliament, it is bicameral. Bicameral in the sense that there are two houses. House of Commons, lower house, House of Lords, upper house. It is not mentioned anywhere, but there is a convention that a money bill should be introduced only in the House of Commons. It is not mentioned anywhere, but it is a convention that we follow, that in the election, if you have a Speaker of the House of Commons, and the Speaker of the House of Commons is contesting the election, no other political party can set up a candidate against the Speaker. That is why we say in Britain, once a Speaker, always a Speaker. If I'm elected as the Speaker, in the next election, when I'm contesting election from my constituency, the convention is, the unwritten rule is that no political party should set up a candidate against the Speaker. It's not mentioned anywhere, but it's a convention. The convention also is that the Prime Minister of UK should be from the House of Commons. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution, but it's a convention. That means Constitution can be either written or unwritten. So what's the difference? Long story short, a written Constitution is one where the laws are written and codified into one single document. For example, India, for example, United States. An unwritten Constitution is one where laws are written, but they're not codified into one single document. Why? Because no effort has been made. Two, in an unwritten Constitution, conventions play a very important role. We treat these conventions, although they're not written, they're unwritten. We treat these conventions also as part of the Constitution. For example, the convention is whatever advice is given by Prime Minister of Britain to the Queen is binding on the Queen. Is it mentioned anywhere? No, it is unwritten. It's a convention and they have to follow it. The Prime Minister should be from House of Commons. The money bill should originate in the House of Commons. Money bill cannot be rejected by the House of the Lords. These are all conventions, unwritten rules, not mentioned anywhere, but something that they follow. That means UK Constitution is an unwritten constitution. There is one more difference. In a written constitution, constitution is supreme. So what does that mean? That means Parliament cannot violate the Constitution. No law can be passed by the Parliament which will violate the Constitution. Constitution is the supreme law of land when it comes to a written constitution. In a written constitution, Constitution is supreme. But in an unwritten constitution, who is supreme? Parliament is supreme. This is where we say Parliament in UK is sovereign. One British constitutional expert, Dean Lolme, he said British Parliament can do anything except convert a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Now, don't call me sexist. Why am I not including a transgender? This is the quote of Dean Lolme. So hold him accountable for saying this. But what he says is British Parliament can do anything except convert a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Which means, long story short, British Parliament can do anything. British Parliament can make any kind of law. British Parliament can do anything. There is nothing which limits the power of the Parliament because they have an unwritten constitution. And in an unwritten constitution, constitution is not supreme. The Parliament is supreme. There is something else. In a written constitution, there is a difference between an ordinary law and a constitutional law. For example, Citizenship Act is an ordinary law. Aadhaar is an ordinary law. Child labor law is an ordinary law. Raising the minimum legal age of marriage for girls is an ordinary law. But fundamental right is a constitutional law. Directive principles of state policy, part of the Constitution. Anti-defection law, part of the Constitution. That means there is a difference between an ordinary law and a constitutional law. If you want to change an ordinary law, Parliament needs simple majority. If you want to change a constitutional law, Parliament needs a special majority. But in an unwritten constitution, such as United Kingdom, there exists no difference between an ordinary law and a constitutional law. British Parliament, through an ordinary law, by passing a law by a simple majority, can make any changes. For example, I'll give you the latest example. A law was passed in the year 2011 called Fixed Term Parliaments Act. What does this law say? This law said that there should be a fixed term for the British Parliament. The House of Commons that we have in Britain, there should be a fixed term of 5 years. After 5 years, there will be fresh elections. But there can be no election midway. That means the term of the Parliament is fixed for 5 years. This term of Parliament, which is fixed for 5 years, can change only in two situations. Which are these two situations? If Parliament passes a resolution by 2/3 majority calling for a fresh election in Britain, only then can a fresh election take place midway. So what does that mean? The term of the British Parliament is 5 years. And this term is fixed, which means once the 5-year term is over, only then can we have a fresh election. But this 5-year term can be ended midway only in two situations. Situation number one, if Parliament itself passes a resolution by 2/3 majority saying now we should have a fresh election. This is condition number one. Condition number two, if a vote of no confidence is issued against a Prime Minister. Prime Minister of Britain holds office as long as he enjoys majority in the House of Commons. The moment he loses majority, he is voted out of power. He loses his power. But the term of the Parliament is fixed for 5 years, which means if the Prime Minister loses his majority midway during this 5-year term, we need another Prime Minister, but from the same Parliament. But if a new government is not possible within 14 days, then we will have a fresh election, even without completing 5 years. So this is slightly complicated. I'll make it simple. Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011. What does it say? It says that the term of the Parliament is fixed for 5 years. 5-year term is over, then we will have fresh election. But can this 5-year term be ended midway? Yes. But for that, two conditions, or one of the two conditions, should be satisfied. Condition number one, Parliament itself should pass a resolution by 2/3 majority saying we should go for fresh elections, even without completing 5-year term. If not, then if a vote of no confidence is issued against the Prime Minister, if the opposition says in British Parliament that we don't have the confidence in the Prime Minister loses his job, Prime Minister loses her job, and then if within 14 days no new government is possible, then we will dissolve the House of Commons, then fresh election will take place. Many people argue in Britain that this is a very bad law. Why should a term of Parliament be fixed for 5 years? Prime Minister at any point in time can advise the Queen that you dissolve the Parliament so that we can have fresh election. This law, Fixed Term Parliaments Act of 2011, was repealed in March 2022 when Parliament of Britain passed another law called Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Act, DCPA, under which the Prime Minister can advise the Queen at any point in time that you dissolve the House of Commons so that we can have fresh elections. That means an ordinary law was passed by simple majority to repeal a previous law and to enforce another law and to pass another law. This cannot happen in India. In India, if we have to change the constitution, we need special majority to change the constitution. And I'll tell you something else. In India, there is another limitation on the Parliament. And that limitation is the doctrine of basic structure. This doctrine was invented by the Supreme Court of India in a landmark Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala case in 1973, where Supreme Court imposed a limitation on the Parliament. That Parliament, you can make any change to the Constitution, but don't you dare touch the basic structure of the Constitution. Parliament has the power to change the Constitution, amend the Constitution, but there are some fundamental features of the Constitution. There are some basic features of the Constitution which you cannot change. For example, secularism is part of the basic structure. Federalism is part of the basic structure. Parliamentary democracy is part of the basic structure. Rule of law is part of the basic structure. Free and fair election is part of the basic structure. Independence of judiciary is part of the basic structure. No law of the Parliament can violate these basic structures, can repeal these basic structures, can delete these basic structures. So there is a limitation on the power of the Parliament when it comes to India, because India is a written constitution. And in a written constitution, there are some basic features which Parliament cannot change, which Parliament cannot repeal, which Parliament cannot modify. This limitation does not extend when it comes to Britain, because in Britain, Parliament can do anything except convert a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Long story short, constitution can be either written or unwritten. Very simply, what is a written constitution? Laws are written and codified into one single document. In unwritten constitution, not all laws are written. But even when the laws are written, they are not codified into one single document. Why? Because no effort has been made. Two, conventions play a very important role. Unwritten rules, which are not mentioned anywhere, but they follow it. That's why we call this constitution unwritten constitution. And in an unwritten constitution, Parliament is supreme. Parliament is sovereign. And in an unwritten constitution, there exists no difference between an ordinary law and a constitutional law. Which means British Parliament can make any changes, can pass any kind of law, can repeal any other law as well. This is a written and an unwritten constitution. Now, constitution constitution can also be either enacted or it can be evolved. For example, Indian constitution is enacted. US constitution is enacted. US, if you look at North America, there were 13 British colonies. Just like India was a colony of the British Empire. In a similar fashion, there were some territories in North America which were under the control of the Britain. These were the 13 British colonies. Now, these 13 British colonies in North America revolted. That is what we call American War of Independence, which we will study in world history. These 13 British colonies, they revolted and they liberated themselves. They declared themselves as independent. Now, these 13 erstwhile British colonies, who were previously British colonies, now they have liberated themselves. These 13 territories decided to come together. They decided to come together to create United States of America, which means United States of America was not a political entity. It was non-existent. It was created when these 13 territories, after they revolted against the British Empire, they liberated themselves in American War of Independence. They declared themselves sovereign. Now they have decided to come together to create this political entity called United States of America. But they wanted a written structure as to how should we govern ourselves. What sort of democracy should we strive for? What should be the role and the responsibility of the various territories? For that, they came together at Philadelphia. The year was 1787. They wrote their constitution. And this constitution came into force in 1789. That means one specific body, one specific institution was created so that this body can write the constitution. This body can write what should be the political system, what should be the rights available to the people, what should be the role of the center, what should be the role of the states. All this was mentioned when in 1787, these 13 territories gave themselves a constitution, a written constitution as to how should we govern ourselves. That means this entire constitution came into force in one single go in 1789, which means it was enacted. It was enacted by a body. This body was specifically tasked to write the constitution. And this constitution came into force in one single go in 1789, which means US constitution is enacted. It was enacted by a body which was tasked, which was given the responsibility to write this constitution. Similar to India. 1946, I told you, cabinet mission was sent to India. Cabinet mission promised a constituent assembly. Constituent assembly, one body, which was specifically tasked with writing the constitution. This constitution was adopted on 26 November 1949. This constitution came into force on 26 January 1950. I'll tell you the reason later why it was adopted on 26 November 1949, but it came into force on 26 January 1950. We'll discuss that when we will discuss the preamble. But here, very briefly, for the sake of understanding, Indian constitution is enacted because it was passed, it was written, it was drafted by one single body specifically tasked with writing the constitution. So Indian constitution is enacted. US constitution is enacted. But British constitution is evolved. It keeps on evolving over a period of time. Evolved? The year was 1215. Magna Carta was passed. The big law was passed, which is considered to be part of the British constitution. Magna Carta, which says no free man shall be imprisoned. Magna Carta, which says we'll have to separate state from church. Church will deal with religious functions. State will not be influenced by the church. State and church shall be separated from each other. Religion and state will not be in a position to influence each other. Who says this? Magna Carta of 1215, which is considered to be part of the British Constitution. Then came the Bill of Rights in 1698. Bill of Rights, which said there should be periodic elections. There should be regular elections where people will elect their representatives to the parliament. Bill of Rights, which talked about what should be the order of the succession. That means the queen is the head. After the queen, who will occupy the throne? This is mentioned in the Bill of Rights. Then came 1928, Representation of the People, Equal Franchise Act, which gave the right to every single adult to vote in the elections, to elect their representatives. Then came the Human Rights Act of 1998. We don't have to discuss these laws in great detail. I just want to draw your attention to one important fact. And what is that fact? This is Indian Constitution. Preamble, Union and its territory, citizenship, fundamental rights, directive principles. They came into force in one single go, right? So Indian Constitution is enacted. Why enacted? Because one body was created, was set up to write this Constitution. And this Constitution came into force in one single go. But look at the Constitution of England. It is evolving over a period of time. So one body was not specifically tasked to write this Constitution. So there is no body, there is no institution which has been given the responsibility to write the British Constitution. Instead, British Constitution has evolved over a period of time. Magna Carta of 1215, Bill of Rights 1689, Representation of the People, Equal Franchise Act 1928, Human Rights Act of 1998. It is evolving over a period of time. That means British Constitution is evolved. It is evolving over a period of time. It is not enacted. Indian Constitution is enacted. US Constitution is enacted. But there is another question on your mind. And I know that question. I can anticipate it. Sir, you said US Constitution has 7 articles and it has been amended 27 times. Does that not mean that US Constitution is also evolving over a period of time? Right. Sir, Indian Constitution, it was enacted in 1950. But Indian Constitution has been amended 105 times till 2022. Does that not mean that Indian Constitution is also evolving over a period of time? Quite right. Both constitutions evolve. But look at the enacted Constitution. This enacted Constitution, the bulk of it, was passed, was written, was drafted by a body which was specifically asked to write the Constitution. So a specific body was asked in the United States of America to write the Constitution for the United States. A Constituent Assembly was set up in India to write the Constitution of India. There was no Constituent Assembly set up in Britain to write the British Constitution. There was no Constituent Assembly set up in Britain to write all these laws. It has been evolving over a period of time. That is why we say British Constitution is evolved. So then what is the difference or similarity between a written constitution and an enacted constitution? An unwritten constitution and evolved constitution. Written constitutions are enacted. Unwritten constitutions are evolved constitutions. So long story short, constitution can be either written or unwritten. Constitutions can be either enacted or constitutions can be evolved. But the bigger difference, the most important difference for you to understand, is constitution can be either unitary or constitution can be federal. And if you understand this difference, I can probably say that you have understood half of Indian polity. You might have heard of these allegations. This government is against federalism. We need to come together as opposition because the central government is violating the norms of federalism. We need to strengthen federalism. Federalism, ad nauseum. This term federalism is thrown in the newspapers. What is a unitary constitution and what is a federal constitution? Unitary constitution, for example, South Africa. Unitary constitution, for example, United Kingdom. These are the examples of unitary constitution. But how do I make you understand a unitary constitution? Let me give you a hypothetical situation. This is India. We have the central government. Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, his ministers. Clear? This is the central government. We have state governments as well. We have governments in Rajasthan. We have governments in Karnataka. We have Mr. Stalin in Tamil Nadu. We have Mamata Didi in West Bengal. We have Mr. Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh. We have these state governments as well. So there is government at the center, there is government in the states. The government at the center is responsible for the defense of India. The government at the center is responsible for foreign affairs. Subramaniam Jaishankar is the foreign minister of India, minister of external affairs. What should be India's position on Russia-Ukraine conflict? What should be India's position on Iranian nuclear deal? What should be India's position in United Nations? This is decided by the center. Are states involved here? No. This is the complete domain, prerogative of the center. Who is going to be the citizen of India? Center decides. Who is not going to be the citizen of India? That center decides. But how should we manage law and order? That Rajasthan takes its own decision. Karnataka takes its own decision. Kerala takes its own decision. What should be the policy of the states when it comes to land? That states decide. What should be the policy on gambling? That states decides. What should be the policy on agriculture? That states decides. That means there is clear-cut distribution of powers. Some powers are given to the center, some powers are given to the states. We have a government at the center, we have a government in the states as well. Let's assume for a while that this system does not exist. We have only the government at the center, which takes control of everything. We have only the government at the center, which takes decision for the entire country. We have only the parliament at the center, which makes laws for the entire country. In India right now, parliament can make a law, but the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh also makes a law. Legislative Assembly of West Bengal also makes a law. Legislative Assembly of Kerala and Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Punjab, they also make their own laws. That means laws passed by the states are valid within that state. Laws passed by the parliament are valid throughout the country. What if there is no state legislative assembly? What if there is no state government? Such a system is a unitary setup. Such a constitution is a unitary constitution. So a unitary constitution is one where all the powers are concentrated in the center. All the powers are concentrated in the center. Whether these are legislative powers or executive powers, all powers are concentrated in the center. So you can assume that if India was a unitary constitution, there would only be the Parliament of India, there won't be legislative assemblies. There would be only the Prime Minister and the ministers at the center, and they will control the entire country. You won't see a chief minister, you won't see a state minister. This is a unitary constitution, and such a system exists in South Africa. Such a system exists in United Kingdom. These are the examples of unitary constitution, where all the powers are concentrated in the center. But then contrasting it, we have a federal polity. We have a federal setup. We have a federal constitution. But if you ask me, so what is the definition of a unitary constitution? I'll tell you, unitary constitution is one where all the powers, be it legislative, administrative, executive, are concentrated in one strong center. That is a unitary constitution. But if you ask me, sir, tell me the definition of a federal constitution, I cannot tell you. Because there is no such definition of a federal constitution. But then how do we know? How can we say whether a constitution is federal or unitary? Is Indian constitution federal or unitary? Is Canadian constitution federal or unitary? Is Australian constitution federal or unitary? Is German constitution, Weimar constitution federal or unitary? How do we know that? We have to compare the constitution with the constitution of United States of America. And United States of America, I told you, is the oldest, or considered to be the oldest federal constitution of the world. That is why whenever there are talks between India and United States, we say the world's largest democracy and the world's oldest democracy have decided to come together. Largest democracy, India. Oldest democracy, United States of America. That's what people say. So if there is no definition of a federal constitution, constitutional experts, what do? If they have to look at a constitution and decide whether this constitution is federal or unitary, they compare this constitution with the constitution of United States of America. If this constitution matches the US constitution, it is federal. If it doesn't match, then it is something else. But what are these characteristics which make US constitution a federal constitution? There are 5 important characteristics. Characteristic number 1, dual government. One government at the center, government in every state as well. There is one government headed by Joe Biden. There is government in every state in the United States of America as well. All the 50 states of US have their own governments. Michigan, Florida, Illinois, all these states have their own governments as well. And then there is a central government headed by Joe Biden. Dual government. Characteristic number 2, distribution of powers. Some powers are given to the center, some powers are given to the states. Clear-cut distribution of powers. The powers which are available to the center, states cannot interfere. The powers which are given to the states, center cannot interfere. Clear-cut distribution of powers. Third important characteristic which makes US constitution a federal polity, a federal constitution. Constitution should be written. Because we can't rely on conventions. We can't rely on unwritten rules. Constitution should be written. So that this written constitution talks about dual government. This written constitution has distributed powers, given some powers to the center, given some powers to the states. Constitution has to be written. And at the same time, this constitution should be rigid. So what do we mean by rigidity of the constitution? Rigidity does not mean that constitution should be very difficult to amend, should be very difficult to change. No. Rigidity means that if this constitution is to be changed, both center as well as states should come together to change this constitution. This constitution should not be unilaterally changed by the center. This constitution should not be unilaterally changed by the states. If at all this constitution is to be amended, if at all this constitution has to be changed, it must be the joint act of both the center as well as states. both center as well as the states, they have to come together to change this constitution. What is it? Rigidity of the constitution. That's what happens in the United States. If the constitution of US has to change, both center and states, they have to agree. And at the same time, judiciary should be independent. Because what if there's a clash between the center and the state? To resolve this clash, center may say, we will change the constitution on our own. States will say, we will change the constitution. Center will say, this is our power. States will say, no, this is our power. What is exactly mentioned in the constitution needs to be interpreted as well, in case there is a dispute. This dispute between the center and the state should be resolved by an independent judiciary. Independent judiciary, which should not be biased in favor of the center, biased against the state. Biased in favor of the state, biased against the center. Judiciary should be independent. It should be in an independent situation to independently, impartially, without any bias, without taking sides, uphold this written constitution. These are the 5 characteristics which make US Constitution a federal constitution. Dual government, distribution of powers, written constitution, rigidity of the constitution, and independent judiciary. And any constitution which matches these characteristics is a federal constitution. If it doesn't match, then it's a unitary or some other type of a constitution. By looking at these 5 characteristics, what do you think of India? What do you think of Indian constitution? Are we federal? Perhaps yes. Why? Do we have dual government? Yes. There's government headed by the President of India, the Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, and there's government of the Chief Ministers as well, the governors as well. Dual government. Do we have distribution of powers? Yes, we have. If you look at the Indian constitution, there is something called Schedule 7 of the constitution. Schedule 7, which we will discuss in great detail in Center-State Relations chapter, but very briefly here. Schedule 7 distributes the powers into union list, state list, and concurrent list. All the items which are mentioned in the union list, only the central parliament has the power to make laws. For example, defense, external affairs, communication, banking, insurance. On all these matters, who has the power to make law? Only the Parliament of India. Then there are matters mentioned in the state list. For example, law and order, land, police, agriculture, gambling. Who has the power to make laws on these subjects? State legislative assemblies. Then there are some items mentioned in the concurrent list. For example, marriage and divorce. For example, education. On all these matters, who has the power to make law? Both Parliament as well as states. Long story short, there is a clear-cut distribution of powers. Some powers are given to the center in union list. Some powers are given to the states in state list. Some powers are jointly given to both center as well as states, concurrent list. That means on one hand, we follow dual government in India. On the other hand, we do follow distribution of powers. On the other hand, do we have a written constitution? Yes, we have. One of the lengthiest, bulkiest constitution of the world is the Indian constitution. We have a written constitution. And is our constitution rigid? Yes. How? Do you know of GST? You know it? The year was 2017. GST was to be implemented in this country. Do you know what happened? When this GST bill was passed in the parliament, after that it was not sent to the president directly. This GST bill was sent to all the states of India. And only when more than half of the states accepted GST, then GST was implemented in this country. Then GST was sent to the president for signature. Which means GST, which was a constitutional amendment. GST was introduced into the constitution. This change in the constitution, this amendment of the constitution was not unilaterally done by the center. Parliament was not unilaterally done by the state legislatures. This amendment to the constitution, by introducing GST to the constitution, it was done by the joint act of both center as well as states. Both the center as well as the states, they decided to come together to amend the constitution to provide for GST. Then what is it? Rigidity of the constitution. That means even condition number 4 we have satisfied. And is our judiciary independent? Yes, it is. Judiciary is independently taking the decision. It is not biased in favor of the center. It's not biased against the states. The judiciary has struck down parliamentary laws as well. Judiciary has struck down state laws as well. So judiciary in India is independent. And all these 5 characteristics which make US Constitution a federal constitution, all these 5 characteristics are also present in Indian Constitution as well. So what is Indian Constitution? Indian Constitution also is federal. But the story doesn't end here. This is just at the surface. Once you dig deeper, you see something else is emerging. What is this something else? If we have dual government, which means government at the center, government in the state as well, but at any point in time, the state government of West Bengal can be dismissed by the center by imposing what is known as President's Rule. And this President's Rule is mentioned under Article 356 of the Constitution. If we have dual government, but at the same time we have the power given to the center, that at any point in time, the President can dismiss a state government by imposing President's Rule under Article 356. So we have dual government, but the center can dismiss a state government as well. State government of West Bengal, UP, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, state governments can be dismissed. And more than 111 times, Article 356 has been imposed in this country, has been imposed in various states in India. So dual government, dicey. Maybe we don't follow it completely. But even if we don't follow it completely, at least we follow distribution of powers. Union list, state list, concurrent list. But when you look at the wording of this Schedule 7 of the Constitution, you will read that state legislative assemblies have the power to make a law on any item mentioned in the state list, but only in normal circumstances. What if there are abnormal circumstances? Parliament will have the power to make a law. Which of these abnormal circumstances? That center will decide. So center will decide that there is a state of national emergency under Article 352 of the Constitution, and Parliament will make a law for states as well. Parliament will make a law on any item mentioned in the state list. Whenever there is a financial emergency under Article 360, center will take the control of the money which is available with the states as well. So where is distribution of powers? So dual government, we don't follow completely. Distribution of powers, we don't follow completely. But at least the Constitution is written. But were states consulted when the Constitution was written? No. Can states propose amendment to the constitution? No. Can state initiate amendment to the constitution? No. So we have a written constitution, but to change this written constitution, states cannot initiate any proposal. But at least our constitution is rigid. No, it's not. To change fundamental rights, states are not consulted. To change DPSP, states are not consulted. To change a part of the constitution, states are not consulted. It is only in few matters. It is only in 7 or 8 items. Only 7 or 8 items in the constitution. If you want to change, you need the permission from the states. Otherwise, bulk of the constitution, majority of the constitution can be unilaterally changed by the central parliament. So how is our constitution rigid? So dual government, yes or no? Distribution of powers, yes and no. Written constitution, yes and no. Rigidity of the constitution, yes and no. But at least the judiciary is independent, isn't it? But who appoints the judge of the Supreme Court? President. Who appoints the Chief Justice of India? President. Who appoints the Chief Justice of a High Court? President. Who appoints the judge of a High Court? President. Who transfers a High Court judge from one High Court of a state to another High Court of a state? President. Who is a president? Head of the central government. And if appointment is done by the center, who removes a judge? President. Who removes a High Court judge? President. Who removes a Supreme Court judge? President. Who removes a Chief Justice of India? President. On the basis of the resolution passed by the Parliament. Only Parliament has the power to initiate a proposal to remove a judge. And once Parliament passes a resolution to remove a judge, the removal order is issued by the President of India. Can state legislatures remove a judge? No. Can state legislatures recommend removal of a judge? No. So appointment is done by center, removal is done by center. So how can we say that the judiciary is independent? Because the removal authority and the appointment authority both are the same, and that's the center. And then don't you think that the judiciary will be biased in favor of the center because appointment is done by center, removal is done by the center. So how are we a federal constitution? That is why some people say India is not a federal constitution. India is basically a unitary constitution with some federal features. And the best term that is used for Indian constitution is that it is quasi-federal. Neither completely unitary nor completely federal. But in normal circumstances, we are completely federal. Completely federal in the sense, it's not that suddenly the central government will dismiss a state government. No. It's only when in a state, constitution is violated, center will dismiss that state government. It is not that center will violate this distribution of powers every now and then. It's only when there is war, when there is threat to India's sovereignty, integrity, unity, that parliament takes control. When war is over, then we go back to a federal polity. We go back to a federal constitution. Which means in normal circumstances, we are federal. When everything is fine, state governments are not dismissed. Only when constitution is violated in a state, that the center is under the obligation to dismiss that state government. It's only when there is a threat to the unity, integrity, sovereignty of India that parliament takes charge and passes a law on state list. Otherwise, it doesn't happen in normal circumstances. That is why some constitutional experts say that India is unique, just like India. We believe in federalism, but at the same time, national interest is paramount. And what is this national interest? We have to ensure that constitution is being followed in every state. We have to ensure that through war, our territory is not stolen by the enemy. We have to ensure the territorial integrity, sovereignty of India. So during these abnormal situations, our constitution becomes unitary. All the powers are concentrated with the center. But when the situation normalizes, we go back to our federal polity. That is why some people say our system is like amphibian. Sometimes water, sometimes land. Sometimes unitary, sometimes federal. When everything is normal, we are a federal polity. When there is war, when there is external aggression, when there is threat of war, when there is breakdown of constitution in a state, when there is a threat to the financial stability of the nation, it is then that our constitution transforms itself and becomes a unitary constitution. But once the situation normalizes again, we are back to being a federal constitution. So long story short, we understood what is a constitution. What is a constitution? It's a document of people's faith and aspirations. Constitution is the supreme law of land which enjoys special legal sanctity. Constitution can be either written or unwritten, enacted or evolved, unitary or federal. But this category, unitary and federal, we have not discussed entirely. We will keep this question open. And whenever we will discuss various parts of the Constitution, various articles of the Constitution, there I will tell you whether this article supports federal polity or unitary polity. So we will keep this question open. Is India a federal constitution or a unitary constitution? Some people say, Granville Austin says, one of the legal luminaries, an expert on Indian constitution, he says that Indian constitution is quasi-federal. Neither completely federal nor completely unitary, or sometimes federal or sometimes unitary. But this discussion, we will keep it open. When we will discuss part 1 of the Constitution, we will discuss again unitary and federal feature. In citizenship, we will discuss unitary and federal features. In union executive, union legislature, state legislature, judiciary, we will discuss whether India is a unitary or a federal constitution. And our entire discussion will be based on India as a federal polity and India as a unitary polity. Now let's look at two important concepts. One, theory of separation of powers, which is attributed to French philosopher Montesquieu, although he has not used the term separation of powers, but he has used the term distribution of powers. So one is theory of separation of powers, and the other is the doctrine of checks and balances. If all the kinds of powers are available with one body or one individual, then it leads to tyranny. It leads to despotic rule. Montesquieu said, if we want to establish a democratic system, for that we need to distribute the powers into 3 different organs. For example, we had a king or we had a dictator. All the powers were concentrated in the hands of a king. The king was the judge, jury, and the executioner. King was making laws. King was implementing laws as well. And there was nobody to tell the king whether the laws are good or bad, whether the laws are rational or irrational, whether the laws are reasonable or unreasonable, whether the laws are just or unjust. So the king was in a sole position to determine what kind of laws need to be passed, how these laws are to be implemented, and he will also punish people for violating these laws. Montesquieu said this amounts to tyranny. This amounts to despotic rule. We need to distribute the powers, create a body which can make laws, create a body which can implement the laws, and create a body which can provide justice to the people, which can determine and decide whether the laws, whether the executive is doing its duty to the best according to the constitution. That is why Montesquieu said, let's have a distribution of powers. Let's have a system where powers are separated in a watertight arrangement. That is why create three organs of a state. The job of the legislature is to legislate, which means make laws. Lawmaking is the domain of legislature. Implementation of these laws is to be given to the executive, and the judiciary will punish culprits as well as determine the constitutionality of these laws, whether these laws are in agreement with the constitution or do these laws violate the constitution. Watertight arrangement means those who are part of legislature should not be part of the executive. Those who are part of the executive should not be part of the judiciary. Those who are part of judiciary should not be part of the legislature. That means Montesquieu said, distribute the powers. All powers should not be concentrated in one hand or in one body or in one institution. Distribute them. Create one entity called the legislature, which will make laws. Create an entity executive, which will implement the laws. Create an entity judiciary, which will determine whether these laws are constitutional or unconstitutional. And judiciary will punish those who violate these laws. And those who are part of the executive should not be part of judiciary or legislature. Those who are part of legislature should not be part of executive, should not be part of judiciary. And judiciary should also be separate in a watertight arrangement. Members of the judiciary should not be part of legislature or the executive. In case of United States of America, which is considered to be the first polity to implement separation of powers, Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 of the US Constitution implements theory of separation of powers. Article 1 says all the legislative powers are vested with the Congress. This is not Indian National Congress. Congress is the Parliament of United States. And in United States also, the Congress, which is the Parliament, is bicameral, which means there are two houses. House of Representatives, Senate. House of Representatives, lower house. Senate, upper house. All the legislative powers under Article 1 are available with the Congress. Congress is the only lawmaking body. All the executive powers are given to the President of the United States of America and his secretaries, his ministers, for example, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Minister of External Affairs, Minister of Defense. All the executive powers are vested in the President of the United States of America. And all the judicial powers are vested in the federal court, the federal Supreme Court, and all the states in the US have their own Supreme Courts as well. So clear-cut separation of powers. One organ, Congress, legislature will make laws. Executive, President of the United States of America, and his ministers will implement the laws. And judiciary, the federal Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of all the states will determine the constitutionality of the laws passed by the Congress, will determine the actions of the executive, whether they are constitutional or unconstitutional. And they are separated in a watertight arrangement. Watertight arrangement in the sense, is the President of the United States part of the Congress? No. Are the secretaries of the state or the ministers part of the Congress? No. Are the judges part of the legislature or the executive? No. Clear-cut separation of powers. That too in a watertight arrangement. This is what we call separation of powers. This tripartite system, three-way system of legislature, executive, judiciary, this concept is attributed, as I said, to French philosopher Montesquieu, although he did not use the term separation of powers, he used the term distribution of powers. In his work, In the Spirit of Laws, which was written in 1748, Montesquieu described that this political power should be distributed into a legislature, executive, and judiciary. Why? Montesquieu's approach was that all these different kinds of political powers, executive, legislative, judiciary, these should not be concentrated into one organ, because then we will become a despotic regime, a tyrannical regime. That is why the power should be distributed. And the similar concept was expanded by the former President of the United States, James Madison, who said concentration of powers is tyranny. Concentration of all powers, legislative, executive, judicial. If these powers are concentrated in one body or one individual, this system may just be pronounced as the very definition of tyranny, a despotic rule, a horrible rule, which should be opposed. But United States not only implemented separation of powers, along with separation of powers, United States implemented a doctrine called doctrine of checks and balances. What does that mean? Theory of separation of powers, if looked at individually, in isolation, may also be problematic. Problematic in the sense, look at me carefully. Separation of powers, one concept is that all the powers should be distributed into three organs. One organ should not influence the other organ, which means only legislature should pass the laws, judiciary should not pass the laws, executive should not pass the laws. Implementation of these laws should be given to executive, legislature should not implement these laws, judiciary should not implement the laws, and judiciary should sit on the judgment whether the laws passed by the parliament are constitutional or not, whether the actions, whether the rules issued by the executive, whether the implementation by the executive is done fairly or unfairly. No organ should influence the other organ. But if no organ influences the other organ, will it not lead to injustice? Will it not lead to some problems? Problems such as, what if legislature passes a bad law? What if the executive implements or passes unreasonable rules or decides not to implement these laws? And what if judiciary, whose job is to punish the culprits, decides to punish only the blacks and not the whites, decides to punish only the women and not the men? Shouldn't there be a check on each other? This is where constitutional experts, this is where the makers of the US Constitution, they decided, yes, we should have separation of powers, where one body, legislature, another body, executive, another body, judiciary, but at the same time, we should not have a complete watertight arrangement. Yes, no member of executive should be part of legislature. No member of legislature should be part of the judiciary. But at the same time, one organ should keep a check on another organ. Which means if legislature passes a bad law, judiciary should keep a check on the legislature and decide that this law is unconstitutional. What if executive is doing something wrong? Just like what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump was accused of treason. If the executive, head of the executive, who is the president of the United States, if he commits treason, if he commits high offenses against the state, he should be impeached, removed by the legislature. So executive is kept under check by the legislature. If the president of the United States does something wrong, is accused of treason, legislature should have the power, should have the responsibility of impeaching the president of the United States, removing the president of the United States from his office. And what if judges? They are partial, they are unfair, they are unreasonable, they are unjust. Executive will appoint the judges, and legislature should be in a position to remove the judges as well. This is what we call doctrine of checks and balances. Yes, legislature will pass laws, executive will implement the laws, judiciary will punish the culprits. But what if the judiciary is not doing its job properly? It will be kept under check by the legislature and the executive. Executive will appoint judges, and the legislature will have the power to remove judges as well. If the executive, the president of the United States, is not doing his job properly, is committing offenses, legislature should have the power to remove the executive from his office. And what if legislature is passing a bad law, unreasonable law, unjust law, unfair law? Judiciary should have the power to strike down that law as unconstitutional. This is what we call the doctrine of checks and balances. What about India? In India also we have the separation of powers. For example, legislature is the parliament and the state legislatures, state legislative assemblies. Judiciary, we have the Supreme Court and the high courts. Executive, we have the president, we have the prime minister, we have the council of ministers, we have the governor, we have the chief minister in the states, we have the council of ministers in the state level as well. Separation of powers, clear? But at the same time, doctrine of checks and balances. If a law is passed by the legislature which goes against the constitution, for example, the example I gave you of section 66 capital A, it was struck down by the judiciary because it was unconstitutional. Executive is kept under check by the legislature. Prime minister can be removed, president can be removed, council of ministers can be removed by the legislature. Judiciary is kept under check. How? Executive, who is the president, appoints the judges. Judges can be removed by the president based on the resolution passed by the legislature. Just like what happened in Pakistan. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, was removed from his office when the legislature of Pakistan passed a no confidence motion against the Prime Minister. So Prime Minister is kept under check by the legislature. Legislature is kept under check by the judiciary. Judiciary is kept under check by the executive as well as the legislature. How? Executive appoints the judges. And executive has the power to remove the judges as well based on the resolution passed by the legislature. This is doctrine of checks and balances. But there is no strict separation of powers in India. There is strict separation of powers in the United States. And it is possible because United States is a presidential form of democracy, where president is the head of the government. Article 1 of the US Constitution creates Congress. Article 2 creates the office of the president. Article 3 creates the judiciary. And this separation of powers is in a watertight arrangement because the president is not a member of the legislature. His ministers are not the members of the legislature. But India follows parliamentary form of democracy, just like United Kingdom. And in a parliamentary form of democracy, executive is drawn from the legislature. Prime Minister Modi is part of the executive. He is also part of the legislature, Lok Sabha. Ministers are part of the executive. They are part of the legislature as well, just like in United Kingdom. And this is possible because we follow parliamentary form of democracy, not the presidential form of democracy. And in a parliamentary form of democracy, there is no separation of powers between executive and the legislature because executive is drawn from the legislature. You have to be part of the legislature in order to be part of the executive. And in fact, directive principle of state policy under Article 50 of the Constitution, this was the question asked in your prelims examination as well in a particular year. DPSP under Article 50 calls upon the Parliament, calls upon the state of India that you should separate the powers between executive and judiciary. That means there should be a separation of powers in India, not between legislature, executive and judiciary, but there should be separation of powers between the executive and the judiciary. How? We have executive, we have judiciary. Office of the district collector. You're all aspiring for civil services examination. I suppose majority of you want to become an IAS officer. And as an IAS officer, you are dreaming of the post of a district collector who is the head of the district. This office of the district collector was created in 1772 by Lord Warren Hastings. And the role of the district collector was dual. He or she performed dual role. One, executive role, and the other, judicial role. In the executive role, his job was to collect the taxes. Collector, as the name suggests, he has to collect something. What is it that he has to collect? Collect taxes. So the job of the collector was to collect taxes. Executive role. And the job of the collector was also to punish people who committed crimes. So the district collector, who was also known as district magistrate, performed two roles, executive role as well as a judicial role. And this continued till 1973 as well in India. And it was in the year 1973 that Criminal Procedure Code was implemented in India. And this Criminal Procedure Code removed the judicial powers from the district collector, snatched these powers from the district collector, and gave these powers to judiciary by creating a body called a district judge. So 1973 onwards, now we have a district judge who will punish people for committing crimes. And the job of the collector is only the executive role, not the judicial role. So we implemented Article 50 of the Constitution, which called for separation of powers between executive and judiciary in the year 1973 when Criminal Procedure Code was implemented. So long story short, we have to understand two concepts: theory of separation of powers and the doctrine of checks and balances. Theory of separation of powers simply means distribute the powers. So the powers that are available with the state create three different bodies: legislature, executive, judiciary. But legislature, executive, judiciary should be separated from each other in a watertight arrangement, which means members of the legislature should not be part of executive, should not be part of judiciary. But at the same time, we have to keep a check on each other. Otherwise, legislature will pass a bad law. Executive will decide not to implement any law or will create its own rules. Judiciary will also become partial, will also become biased, will favor corporates and not the common man, will favor whites and not the blacks, will favor men and not the women. That is why we need to keep a check on these organs as well. And we keep a check. Judiciary is kept under check by the executive and the legislature. Legislature is kept under check by the judiciary. Executive is kept under check by the legislature as well as the judiciary. United States was the first one to implement separation of powers. Along with this, implemented doctrine of checks and balances. But it was possible for US to implement separation of powers strictly because US is a presidential form of democracy. But in India, just like in the United Kingdom, we follow parliamentary form of democracy. And in a parliamentary form of democracy, it is difficult to separate legislature from the executive because executive should be part of the legislature as well. Prime Minister and his ministers should be part of the legislature as well. That is why Indian Constitution, it does not talk about separation of powers between executive and legislature. It talks about separation of powers between executive and judiciary under Article 50 of the Constitution, which is the directive principle of state policy. And we implemented this in 1973. How? Criminal Procedure Code was enacted. According to this Criminal Procedure Code, the powers of the district magistrate, the judicial powers, were snatched. These powers were given to the district judge. So now the district collector has only executive role. He does not have the judicial role. Judicial magistrate or the district judge, she only has judicial powers. She does not have the executive powers. Theory of separation of powers, along with the doctrine of checks and balances. Now let's look at the last concept in our introductory lesson, and that is constitutionalism. What do we mean by constitutionalism? This concept is often attributed to John Locke, who is known as one of the important political scientists and theorists of all time. John Locke says that government should, must be, and can be limited in its powers. This is where we come across a doctrine called doctrine of limited government, which means the powers available with the government are not unlimited. There is a limitation on the powers of the government. It's not that the government can do anything. It's not that the government has unlimited power to make any changes. Government has to be limited in its powers. And whether this government is legitimate or not will be decided by the fact whether they are observing these limitations or not. Long story short, here's the government. Can this government be given unlimited powers? No. John Locke says no. You'll have to limit this government. The government can and should be limited in its powers. There are some things that you cannot allow this government to do. The government should not violate your right to life and liberty. The government should not be allowed to flirt with your privacy. The government should not be allowed to violate rule of law. The government should not be allowed to violate A, B, or C. The government can and should be limited in its powers. And is this government legitimate or illegitimate? Will be based on the fact whether this government is accepting these limitations or not. If this government is blatantly misusing its powers, what do we call such a government? Illegitimate government. That's why some people allege that this government is illegitimate. This government is doing unconstitutional things. Any government for that matter, government of another country, is unconstitutionally working. It's not observing these limitations. That means constitutionalism as an idea, which is attributed to political theorists such as John Locke. According to this concept, the governments can and ought to be limited in its powers. And its credibility, its legitimacy depends upon whether it is observing these limitations or not. In India, there are various tools on the basis of which we implement constitutionalism. We practice constitutionalism. We practice what is known as the doctrine of limited government. What are the ways in which we implement constitutionalism in India? Number one, separation of powers. We have a government. Can this government make laws? No. Can this government punish people for committing crimes? No. For punishing people who commit crimes, that's the job of the judiciary. For making laws, that's the job of the legislature. So separation of powers is one way of ensuring that we follow constitutionalism. Otherwise, the government can call anybody anti-national and punish those individuals. The government can start making its own laws. Separation of powers is one way of ensuring constitutionalism. Another way is responsible and accountable government. If you like a government, if you like the working of a government, every 5 years there are elections. And if you like a government, if you like the working of a government, every 5 years there are elections and you can vote this government back to power. If not, there is another way of keeping a check on the government by the people. Every 5 years, if a government is not fulfilling its constitutional obligation, if it is violating constitution, if it is flouting the constitution, if it is creating unnecessary hurdles for the people, if this government is doing something which is not allowed by the constitution, then this government can be voted out of power by the people. So one way of ensuring constitutionalism is through separation of powers. The other is through responsible and accountable government. The government is accountable to the public. If this government is performing actions which are unconstitutional, which are unethical, this government will be voted out of power. That means people will keep a check on the powers of the government. Third, popular sovereignty. Sovereignty lies with the people. This is where our constitution starts as well. The first initial phrase mentioned in the preamble, we the people of India. That means the source of authority of the constitution, the authority from which the constitution derives its power, are the people of this country. Popular sovereignty lies with the public. Public keeps a check on the government. That's what some people say. That's what there was a popular song as well. Ye jo public hai, ye sab janti hai. Popular sovereignty lies with the public. Fourth important way of ensuring constitutionalism is rule of law. This is something that we will discuss in great detail in fundamental rights, more specifically when we will discuss Article 14. But what is rule of law? No body shall be punished in body or goods except for a breach of law. If I have violated a law, I can be arrested. I can be sent to jail. I can be hanged as well. If I've committed any crime, if I've committed corruption, my property can be confiscated. But if I'm a law-abiding citizen, I have not committed any crime, can I be arrested? No, I should not be. If I'm arrested without committing any crime, then rule of law is violated. The first important principle of rule of law is that nobody shall be punished in body or goods except if this person has violated law. It is this rule of law which ensures constitutionalism. which keeps a check on the powers of the government. Another, independent judiciary. Even if the government arrests you, even if the police, which is under the government, arrests you, even if you have not committed any crime, even if you are a law-abiding citizen and the government has used or misused the police machinery and got you arrested, the independent judiciary will set me free. The independent judiciary, which is the custodian of the Constitution, which is the guarantor of my fundamental rights, which is the protector of my fundamental rights, which will ensure constitutionalism. And then we have the individual rights mentioned in the Constitution. Fundamental rights, for example. We say these fundamental rights are negatively worded. What do we mean by negatively worded fundamental rights? The state shall not deny equality. The state shall not discriminate. The state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. The state shall not do this, the state shall not do that. That means fundamental rights chapter. These individual rights, they impose limitations on the powers of the government. That the powers available with the government are not unlimited. There is a limitation on these powers. The government should not violate the right to life, liberty, privacy, dignity of an individual. And it is through this that we ensure constitutionalism. Long story short, what is constitutionalism? Constitutionalism means that the government can and should be restricted in its powers, limited in its powers. It does not have unlimited powers to do anything that it wishes to do. It has to follow the Constitution. How do we keep a check on this government? Through separation of powers. The government can only implement laws. It cannot pass laws. It cannot punish people. That's the job of the judiciary. Responsible and accountable government. If this government is not doing its constitutional duty, performing its duty, it will be voted out of power by the people. Because popular sovereignty, ultimate power, lies with the people of this country. Rule of law. If I have not violated any law, not committed murder, not committed dacoity, why should I be arrested? If I'm arrested, there is another way of checking the power of the government, and that is through independent judiciary. And then fundamental rights chapter, which ensure constitutionalism. Don't discriminate. Don't deny equality. Don't violate the right to life and personal liberty. That's not the power available with the government. And this is constitutionalism. So in this first introductory lesson, we looked at Indian polity. Indian polity is one of the most important subjects for your civil services examination. Why? Because it is relevant for prelims, mains, in mains relevant for GS2 as well as essay and in personality test as well. If it is very important, then what do we need to study? What all do we need to study? Just follow these class lectures, these video lessons, then revise from M. Lakshmikant, and then follow two national newspapers, The Hindu and Indian Express. But what exactly do we have to study in Indian polity? Three things. Constitution, laws passed by the parliament, judicial verdicts. Then we discussed what is a constitution. We looked at various types of constitution, written, unwritten, enacted, evolved, unitary and federal, and we kept the discussion open, unitary versus federal. This discussion we will have continuously throughout these lectures. Then we discussed two other important concepts, theory of separation of powers and the doctrine of checks and balances. And lastly, we discussed constitutionalism. So stay with me on this fascinating journey on Indian polity. Next, we will discuss various types of majorities, as I told you, simple, absolute, effective, special majority. Then we will jump to preamble. And then we will go by part by part. Part 1, union and its territory. Part 2, citizenship. Part 3, fundamental rights. Part 4, directive principles of state policy. Part 4, capital A, fundamental duties, so on and so forth. So stay with me. Now let's look at theme 2 of the preamble. And we will talk about the nature of the Indian state. And what is the nature of the Indian state? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Nature number 1, sovereign. What do we mean by sovereignty? As a sovereign country, India can make laws, India can unmake laws. India can take a decision, India may revoke a decision without any dictation by a foreign country. For example, there's a war between Russia and Ukraine. There is enormous pressure in India that you should stop buying oil or natural gas from Russia. Despite that, we are buying oil and natural gas from Russia. Why? Because we are sovereign. We can take a decision. We can unmake a decision without any dictation, without any threat from a foreign country. We are sovereign to make laws. We are sovereign to unmake laws. We are sovereign to take decisions. For example, S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of the Government of India, he was speaking to media, to the press. A media person asked question to S. Jaishankar, the Honorable Minister, why are you buying oil and natural gas from Russia? He made a beautiful statement. He said, yes, we are buying natural gas and oil from Russia, consistent with our energy security. But if you're asking, why are you buying oil and natural gas from Russia? Maybe you should also ask the European countries. The amount of oil and natural gas that we buy from Russia every month is less than the amount of oil and natural gas that the European countries are buying from Russia in one afternoon, in less than a day. That means India is a sovereign country. We can make a decision. We can unmake a decision. We can make laws. We can unmake laws without any interference by any other country. This is the nature of the Indian state. Prior to our independence, prior to our constitution, we were not sovereign. Because who was taking decisions on our behalf? An alien government sitting in London. The Queen of England was making decisions on our behalf. The Queen of England was taking decision through her appointee, the Governor General of India. So we were not sovereign. But once the constitution was enacted, we became sovereign. That means now we can make laws, we can unmake laws, we can take decisions, we can revoke decisions without any interference by any other country. We passed farm laws, then we revoked farm laws as well, without any interference by a foreign country. Despite the fact what Canada may have to say on these farm laws, what United States may have to say on these farm laws, we still pass them, later we revoke them as well, because we are sovereign. Sovereignty means the ability of our state to take a decision, to make a decision, to unmake a decision without any interference by a foreign country. That's sovereignty. So nature number 1 of the Indian state is that we shall be sovereign. Nature number 2, democratic. It is possible that a country may be sovereign, a country or a state may be sovereign, but despite that, it may not be democratic. For example, there are monarchies. For example, there are dictatorship regimes. For example, there's a dictator in North Korea. Is he not sovereign? Yes, he is. There is monarchy in Saudi Arabia. Does that mean they're not sovereign? They are sovereign. They can take a decision, they may unmake a decision without any interference by a foreign country. So sovereignty does not mean that you should be democratic as well. Sovereignty can be there, and at the same time you can be a dictatorship regime. You may be monarchy as well. But our nature, the nature of the Indian state is, we should be sovereign, and at the same time we should be democratic. What is democracy? The oft-repeated definition of democracy given by Abraham Lincoln, the government by the people, of the people, for the people. We elect our representatives every 5 years, and we entrust these representatives, these legislators, that you make laws on our behalf, that you govern us. You don't rule over us, because in a democracy there are no rulers. We elect our servants. So Prime Minister is the servant of the people of this country. The ministers, the legislators are the servants of the people of this country. They serve us. They don't rule over us. So the second nature of the Indian state is, we will be democratic. We won't be a monarchy. We won't be a dictator regime. We will be democratic. And this is something that Supreme Court has said in R.C. Podyal versus Union of India 1994. The Supreme Court has said that democracy denotes people's power and equal participation of all citizens in the polity. People were happy when the UPA won government headed by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And that is why Dr. Manmohan Singh was voted back to power in 2009. But then people were not happy. That is why people exercised power over the polity, removed Dr. Manmohan Singh, and in came Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of this country in 2014. People's power. 2019, people were still happy with Mr. Modi, and the people of this country exercised power and re-elected Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of this country. That means nature one is sovereign. Nature two is democratic. We will be democratic. We won't be a monarchy. We won't be a dictatorship regime. We will be democratic. We will be a democratic state where people will have control over who serves them, who governs them. If people are not happy with the government, they can vote out the government. If people are happy with the performance, with the working of that government, the people are going to vote this government back to power. Democracy. Equal participation of the people. That means every citizen, regardless of your religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, regardless of your educational background, regardless of your financial condition, regardless of your salary, regardless of your ideology, every citizen has an equal right in this democratic participation. What is this? This is democratic, and this is one nature of Indian state. Sovereign, democratic, and at the same time, republic. What do we mean by republic, nature of Indian state? Who is the head of the state in India? The President of India. President is the head of the state. This president, is he holding a position because of his lineage? Is he holding this position because of his hereditary? No. The head of the state is an elected individual. The head of the state is elected. The head of the state is not a hereditary position. That is why we say Britain. Is Britain a democracy? Yes, it is. Is Britain a sovereign state? Yes, it is. But is Britain a republic? No. Why? Because the head of the state of Britain is not elected by the people. Queen is holding that position because of her heredity. Which means Britain is also known as constitutional monarchy. In Britain, they have a constitution, although that is an unwritten constitution. Nevertheless, they follow the constitution. But they are not republic, because the head of the state is not an elected individual. That is why we call Britain is a constitutional monarchy. But India is a constitutional republic. Why? Because the head of the state is elected by the people. Republic means something else as well. This position, the head of the state, is open to all without any discrimination. If you are a citizen of India, you have completed 35 years of age. No matter what is your race, what is your sex, what is the language that you speak, what is the region that you come from, what is your caste, what is your religion, doesn't matter. You are a citizen of India, you have completed 35 years of age, you are qualified to contest election to the office of the President of India. This is what? This is the republic nature of Indian state. Our state will be sovereign. Our state will be democratic. Our state will be republic. Republic means head of the state is an elected position. Head of the state is not a hereditary position. And this position of the head of the state is open to all, is open for all, regardless of your race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth, educational qualification, doesn't matter. This is the republic nature of Indian state, and we will always remain republic. These were the three natures which were mentioned in the original constitution. That is why, but the year was 1976. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act was passed. Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. Preamble was amended, and 3 words were added to the preamble. Which were these 3 words? Socialist, secular, and integrity of the nation. These 3 phrases were added to the preamble when the preamble was amended in the year 1976, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, when the nation was in a state of emergency. Emergency was imposed in this country in 1975, and we will discuss this national emergency when we will discuss the emergency provisions of the Constitution. But here, when the nation was in a state of emergency in 1976, Constitution was amended by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, and 3 words were added to the preamble, or 3 phrases were added to the preamble. Secular, socialist, and integrity of were added to the preamble. Let's discuss what is socialism. Socialism, as you would know, is an ideology, and this ideology is attributed to the writings of Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels. They wrote something which is known as the Communist Manifesto. And there they talk about something called socialism and communism. Let's briefly understand what do we mean by socialism and communism. For that, let me briefly take you to the writings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. They say that there's a cyclical nature of history. History goes through various cycles. And then in this cycle, history will end at some point. There will come a time where the history will rest. And that time is communism. What does Karl Marx say? Karl Marx says that the history began with primitive communism. In this primitive communism, which Karl Marx says was a beautiful society, equalitarian society, egalitarian society, where there was no difference between person 1 and person 2. There was no disparity. There was complete equality. There was no private property as well. When we say there was no private property, that means this is a piece of land. This piece of land is communal land. And don't take this word negatively. Communal land in the sense this land is owned by the entire group of people, by the entire community. Nobody is the owner of this piece of land. Nobody is the holder of this piece of land. Everybody is the owner. Whatever you sow on this soil, whatever is produced, all the crops which are produced, they're equally distributed amongst the people. That means there was a beautiful society when the history started. A beautiful equalitarian society. A beautiful egalitarian society. Where there were no rich and no poor. Where there were no haves and have-nots. A beautiful egalitarian society. But then Karl Marx says this society got destroyed. And this society then degenerated into ancient society. And once this primitive communism got destroyed, and ancient society emerged, from this point, two classes of people emerged. Haves, have-nots. Who were these two classes of people in ancient society? Masters and slaves. Masters were haves, slaves, have-nots. Basically means these were the people who controlled everything, and these were the people who were discriminated against, who were subjugated. This ancient society also got replaced by feudal society. How did the society change? We don't have to get into that because that's the domain of sociology. If you are a student of sociology as an optional, you will have to discuss in great detail what led to the transition of a society from primitive communism to ancient society, then to feudal society. Very briefly here, according to Karl Marx, whenever technology changes, whenever means of production changes, society changes. So technology changes, means of production changes, society changes. That's what Karl Marx says. But we don't have to get too much into detail because that's the domain of sociology. Here, just keep in mind that Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, they're talking about societies. They're talking about the cyclical nature of history. They say that history began with primitive communism, a beautiful classless society, where there are no classes, there are no haves, there are no have-nots. And when this society got destroyed, we entered into another kind of society called ancient society. And this is where the classes emerged. Haves, have-nots, two classes of people. This ancient society also got destroyed. And then what emerged? Feudal society. Haves, have-nots. In feudal society, who are the haves? Landlords. Those who controlled lands. And who are the have-nots? Serfs. Who are working on these lands. I'm an agricultural laborer. I don't own this land, but I work on this land. I sow the seeds. I sow the crops. But whatever profit is delivered, that profit is delivered to the landlords, not to the serfs. So basically classes, haves, have-nots, landlords, serfs. And even this feudal society got changed. And this feudal society then led to the emergence of another kind of society called capitalist society. And as I told you, that according to Karl Marx, whenever there is a change in the means of production, whenever technology changes, society changes. So after the feudal society, industrial revolution started in England. That means technology changed. Machines were invented. And when machines were invented, technology changed. Means of production changed. Emerged capitalist society. And this capitalist society is also a class-based society where there are two classes of people. In capitalist society, either we have bourgeois or we have proletariat. Karl Marx, he saw the ill effects of capitalism from very close quarters. He saw that workers in the factories in Europe, they were working for 18 hours a day, yet they're not paid enough wages. They're working in inhuman conditions, without any medical insurance, without any support, hire and fire policy, workers are hired, then they are fired. They're working in subhuman conditions, inhuman conditions. But who gets the profit? Bourgeois. Who are these bourgeois? The capitalist class, those who are the owners of these industries and factories. And who gets the profit? The bourgeois. And who is generating this profit? Proletariat. But they're not getting the profit. They're just getting salary. And at the same time, they're working in inhuman conditions. Karl Marx saw this inhuman treatment of workers in these factories from very close quarters, and he gave a slogan. All the workers of the world, unite. Unite so that we overthrow this capitalist system. This capitalist system is exploitative. This capitalist system is a threat to the people. And this capitalist system should be overthrown. And for that, we need a revolution. That's why the cry, all the workers of the world, unite. Let's have a revolution and let's overthrow this exploitative capitalist system. And once we overthrow this capitalist system, we will enter into a socialist state. Karl Marx was very against this capitalist state, and for a variety of reasons. Karl Marx says that in this capitalist society, workers are paid wages, and once these wages are paid, you get a sense that these workers are owned by the capitalist class. But the profits are not shared. Profits are pocketed by the capitalist class, by the bourgeois. The real profit is pocketed by these bourgeois. And the poor working class, they get nothing. Karl Marx also said that these workers are alienated from their produce, alienated from their product, alienated from the fellow worker as well. Alienated from fellow worker because I'm a worker of a factory. Here's another worker. Then there's another worker. We are not allowed to talk to each other. Because if we talk to each other, the production will take a hit. And there's a manager who is keeping an eye. Don't talk to each other because production will take a hit. So I'm alienated from my fellow worker. I'm just focusing on my job, producing some goods, producing some shirts, producing some goods. I'm alienated from the fellow worker. And I'm alienated from the produce as well, from the product as well. How am I alienated from the product? Karl Marx says that there is a division of labor in capitalism. Division of labor in the sense, you're working in a factory which is manufacturing a car. Let's say this is a Volkswagen company. You're manufacturing a Volkswagen car. But there's a division of labor. One set of employees, workers will work on the engine. Other set of workers will work on, let's say, the interiors. Another set of workers will work on, let's say, the tires. Although these manufacturing companies, they buy tires from other companies. They don't manufacture themselves. But let's assume for a while that Volkswagen is also manufacturing tires. So one set of workers focusing on the engine. Other set of workers focusing on the interior. Other set of workers focusing on the steel. Another set of workers focusing on the nut bolts. Another set of workers focusing on, let's say, the tires. And once a Volkswagen car is manufactured, you, me, and all the workers, what do we see? We see a fully manufactured car. But what is our contribution to the manufacturing of this car? We can't see that. Because we can't see inside of the engine. We can't see inside of the interior. Because some people may have worked on the infotainment system. Some people may have worked on, let's say, nut bolts. Some people may have worked on the air conditioning system. We are alienated from the product because this is not our product. I don't see what is my contribution to this product. This was one objection of capitalism raised by Karl Marx. Karl Marx said that in a capitalist society, workers are alienated from the fellow workers. Workers are alienated from their produce as well, from their product as well. And this alienation must end. And for that, workers of the world, unite. Let's have a revolution and let's overthrow this capitalist system. And once we overthrow this capitalist system, we will enter into a socialist state. And in this socialist state, the government will have a bigger responsibility. And what is this responsibility? In capitalist state, bourgeois, who are few in number, they control the entire money. They control the entire system. And what do the workers get? Peanuts. Just salary. So there is a vast disparity. There is a wide gulf between the rich and the poor. And this wide gulf is widening day by day. So what do we need? We need to abolish private property. Who says this? Karl Marx. And in socialist state, private property will be abolished. There will be no private property. Then what is the responsibility of the government? What is the responsibility of the state? The state will have to ensure that whatever profit is there, whatever money is there, whatever revenue is there, that is equally distributed amongst the people. Slowly and steadily, the government will take some time to ensure that this wide gulf between the rich and the poor is minimized. This is socialism, where there is no private property, where the gulf between rich and the poor is getting minimized day by day. And once this socialism matures, we will go back to primitive communism. And that is what Karl Marx says. After socialism, we will have communism, where the history will rest. Because I told you, Karl Marx talked about cyclical nature of history. That first there is primitive communism, then ancient society, then feudal society, then capitalist society, then socialist society. And in a cycle, we will go back to where we started. We started with primitive communism, and the history will end there. And this end of the history is known as communism, where there are no classes at all. And it is at this state that the government will wither away. Listen to me carefully. Karl Marx says that once the history will enter into communism, then we don't need the government. Because the job of the government is in a socialist state. The job of the government is to minimize this gulf between rich and the poor. And once this gulf is minimized, then we will have no classes. Then we will have no haves and have-nots. Then we don't need this government. Then this government will wither away. That's what Mahatma Gandhi also said. Mahatma Gandhi's concept of Ram Rajya is a stateless society. The concept of communism of Karl Marx is a stateless society where there is no government. But look at me now carefully. Our constitution, which talks about sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Our constitution, which talks about democracy. Our constitution, which talks about government. Can the same Indian constitution, which on one hand talks about state, which on one hand talks about government, can the same constitution also talk about a stateless entity? Can also talk about a state where there is no government? So how do we reconcile with this phrase socialism, which is mentioned in the preamble? That one of the nature of the Indian state is that we should be sovereign socialist. Does that mean we are socialist so that there is no private property? Does that mean we are socialist so that there will come a time where the state will wither away, where the government will disappear? Is this socialism that our constitution talks about? Indira Gandhi was the prime minister. She was asked, Madam Gandhi, what is your definition of socialism? Because socialism means that there is no private property. Socialism means that there will come a state where socialism matures. And when this socialism matures, communism will start. The government will wither away. The government will disappear. The state will disappear. It will be like people's rule again. It will be now back to primitive communism, where there are no haves, have-nots. There are no bourgeois and proletariat. There are no masters and slaves. There are no lords and serfs. There is no private property. Everybody is equal. Indira Gandhi said, we have our own brand of socialism. She was asked, Madam Gandhi, what is your own brand of socialism? She did not elaborate. But then constitutional experts, they say socialism, which is mentioned in the preamble, is not the Marxian socialism. Because Marx was against private property. Marx was against the idea of a state as well. That there will come a time when the state will disappear. State will wither away. Constitutional experts say that our preamble is basically a mix of Fabian socialism and Gandhian socialism. What is Fabian socialism? Fabian socialism is a school of sociology in London, in United Kingdom. What do they believe in? They say, yes, we need a revolution so that the exploitative practices of capitalism should be nullified. Because yes, capitalism, according to them, it creates a situation where there's a widening gulf between the rich and the poor. And we need to end this exploitative system. And to end this exploitative system, we may need a revolution, but this revolution may not be bloody. This revolution may not be bloodthirsty. This revolution may be aided by the government. That means we should have a government which should take steps to ensure that the standard of living of the people increases. The nutritional standard of the people increases. Government should ensure jobs to the people so that this gulf between rich and the poor is minimized. Fabian socialism basically means that if the final objective, if the final goal of socialism is to create a classless society, for that we may not necessarily need a bloody revolution. This emergence of a classless society can be engineered by a government which works for the welfare of all, for the welfare of everybody. So if the goal of socialism is to create a classless society, this classless society can be created, can be aided by the welfare programs of the government. So we need government to keep a check on the ugly wealth of the rich. We need a government to uplift the weaker sections of the society, the downtrodden sections of the society, the marginalized sections of the society, so that the gulf between rich and the poor is minimized. That is why constitutional experts say, when we talk about socialist or socialism in Indian context, that doesn't mean there will be no private property. Private property is allowed. Socialism means Fabian socialism, which means the government of the day will have a role to ensure that this gulf between rich and the poor is minimized. The government will have a role to uplift the downtrodden and weaker sections of the society. And that's what our government did. When there was a lockdown because of COVID-19 pandemic, what did the government do? The government provided free ration to the people. What did the government do? Ask the banks that you have to provide collateral-free loans to the street vendors, to the MSME sector. What is our government doing? Or what the successful governments have been trying to do? Providing insurance to the people, providing free medical aid, providing free medical care to the people, providing free vaccination to the people. So we need government to keep a check so that the gulf between the rich and the poor is minimized. This Fabian socialism, which is basically Gandhian socialism as well, where Mahatma Gandhi believed that we need to ensure that the standard of living of the people increases. We need to ensure that those who are from weaker sections of the society should also be uplifted. We need governments to implement social change in our society. And that is what socialism is in Indian context. Long story short, preamble tells us, or we can break down preamble into 4 themes. One is, we the people. What does this signify? What is the source of the authority of Indian constitution? And what is the source? The people of this country. The 4th theme is, date of adoption. The date on which the constitution was adopted. 26th November 1949. But the constitution was enacted. It entered into force on 26th January 1950. Why? Lahore Declaration of Indian National Congress in 1929, where the Congress party thundered and said the goal of Indian National Congress is Purna Swaraj, complete independence. Then what about two other themes? Theme number 2, what is the nature of the Indian state? And what is the nature? Sovereign. We understood that. Democratic. We understood that. Republic. We understood that. Socialist. What do we mean by socialism? To understand socialism, we need to go through the writings of Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels. They write the Communist Manifesto. They say that there is a cyclical nature of history. History started with primitive communism, and then the society got changed, and we entered into ancient society. And from there onwards, classes emerged. Haves, have-nots. Whenever means of production change, whenever technology changes, society also changes. So ancient society changed into feudal society. Feudal society changed into capitalist society. And this capitalist society is exploitative. It exploits the workers. It alienates the workers. It creates a gulf between rich and the poor. And this exploitative capitalist society should be overthrown. And for that, we need a revolution. That is why Karl Marx said, all the workers of the world, unite. Let's have a revolution and overthrow this capitalist system. That's why Karl Marx was against religion as well. Karl Marx said, religion is like an opium. Religion is like an opium. If people believe in religion, they will not believe in revolution. Why? Karl Marx gave an example. Karl Marx said that there is a hymn in Christianity which says, it is easy for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle. There's a needle which is used for stitching purposes. And at the top of this needle, there's the head of the needle. Karl Marx says, according to Christianity, it is easy for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle. It's almost impossible, right? But it is possible for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to enter the heaven, which means rich person can never enter heaven. So if I believe in religion, it's like an opium for me. It's opiating my mind. I say, okay, rich people have Mercedes cars, Audis. They have the big, fat checks. They have wealth, ugly wealth. They have enormous amount of money in their bank accounts, Swiss bank accounts. They deal with cryptocurrencies as well. Let them enjoy this life. Because in the next life, only we can enter the heaven. They will rot in the hell. So why revolt? Why participate in the revolution? Because we are here for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years of our time. After that, we all will die. We all have to taste the death. And then we will enter the heaven. They will rot in the hell. Karl Marx said, religion is used to opiate the minds of the people. Religion is like the opium. That is why, for revolution to happen, religion must be destroyed. Religion must be discarded. That's why Karl Marx was against religion as well. Because religion is used to opiate the masses. But then Karl Marx says that this capitalism, this capitalist society, which is very exploitative, people will revolt, workers will revolt, and overthrow this capitalist system. And then we will enter into socialism. In this socialism, what will happen? The government will take a call. The government will have a very important role. And what is the role of the government? The government will abolish all private property. Will take the ownership of the entire property and will start equally distributing it to the people. So that this gulf between rich and the poor is minimized. And once there is complete equality established, there is no difference between rich and the poor, where there are no classes, there is no bourgeois, there is no proletariat. When this situation arises, when this state emerges, this state is communism. Cyclical nature. That means the history will rest, eternal rest at communism. And then we don't need the state, we don't need the government. The government will wither away. Because the role of the government was to minimize the gulf between rich and the poor. Now once it is done, we don't need the government is overthrown, the government withers away. Does that mean it is this socialism which was talked about by our preamble? That there will come a time where the government will wither away? That there will be no private property? No. Supreme Court and the various constitutional experts, they say socialism in India does not mean there will be no private property, because there is private property. Socialism does not mean that the government will wither away. Socialism, which is mentioned in the preamble, is a Fabian socialism, or a mix of Fabian socialism and Gandhian socialism. And what does that mean? That means we need government. We don't need revolution. We don't need a bloody revolution to overthrow the capitalist system. We don't need a bloody revolution to minimize the gulf between rich and the poor. We need this government to ensure, to implement various welfare schemes for the weaker sections of the society, for the marginalized communities, for the downtrodden sections of the society, to uplift them from the poverty, so that they are also able to have good quality life, so that their standard of living is enhanced, so that for them, healthcare is a priority, education is a priority, jobs are a priority, work is a priority. And for that, we need the government. That is why Supreme Court said in B.S. Nakara versus Union of India 1983, Supreme Court said, what does socialist indicate in our preamble? This term, socialist, indicates the philosophy of socialism, which means that we will have to eradicate, we will have to eliminate the inequality that is present in our society. And this inequality is income-wise as well, standard of living-wise as well, status as well. Standard of living of different sections of the people different in India. Income is different, status is different. This is where inequality lies. And we need to ensure that state will take a proactive role and will work towards eliminating all these different kinds of inequalities, whether based on standard of living, whether based on income, whether based on status. And this is socialism, which is mentioned in the preamble. Socialism does not mean that there is no private property. Socialism does not mean that there will come a state where the government will wither away, where the state will disappear. No, this is socialism. And the final nature of Indian state is secular. What do we mean by secularism? Again, any term which ends with ISM is an ideology. And any term which ends with TION is a process. Secularism is an ideology. Communism is an ideology. Communalism is an ideology. Secularization is a process. Globalization is a process. Communalization is a process. But what is secularism as an ideology? State will have no official religion. Secularism, as a concept, it means that the state will not have its official religion. And this is remarkable. Look at our neighbors. One neighbor is Pakistan. It's an Islamic state of Pakistan. Another neighbor is Bangladesh. Their Islam is a state religion. Another neighbor is Myanmar, where one sect of Buddhism is a state religion. So in our neighborhood, we have countries where they promote one religion as the official religion, as the state religion. But India is secular. The year was 1947. the country was partitioned. India was partitioned into India and Pakistan, unfortunately, on the grounds of religion. A theory was given by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan. He said, and he believed in two-nation theory. He said Hindus and Muslims are two separate people with different ideologies, different aspirations. They cannot stay together. They cannot be welded into one nation. We need a separate country for Muslims. For that, he got the country divided, and a state was created for Muslims, Pakistan. But the founders of Indian Constitution, the founders of Indian Republic, they did not want a religion to be given an official status in India. They believed in secularism, where no religion will be given the status of the official religion. There shall be no discrimination on the grounds of religion. No matter what your religion is, you will be given equal opportunities in public employment. No matter what your religion is, you will not be discriminated against. No matter what your religion is, you will not be subjected to any kind of discrimination in this country. So secularism in India is one. State will not have any religion of its own. India will not be an Islamic state or a Hindu Rashtra or a Khalistani state or a Buddhist state. No. But whatever you do inside the four walls of your home, you're free to practice your religion. You practice your religion, we will not discriminate. Let every citizen of this country practices his or her religion, we will not discriminate. But state will not have any religion of its own. And we will not discriminate as a state. We will not discriminate against our citizens on the grounds of religion. That's secularism in India. Which is remarkable considering, look at our neighbors, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, where they are promoting one religion as the state religion. The year was 1976. This word secular was added to the preamble. But does it mean India became secular in 1976? Or was India secular even before 1976? India was secular even before 1976. How do we say this? Article 14, which we will discuss in Fundamental Rights chapter. It says equality before law and equal protection of the laws. No discrimination whatsoever. The law will treat everybody equally. That means no discrimination on the grounds of religion. When there is no discrimination on the grounds of religion, we believe in secularism. Article 14 was present right from 1950. That means in 1950, we were secular. Article 25, which we will discuss again in Fundamental Rights chapter. Every individual in India have the fundamental right of freedom of conscience and freedom to profess, practice, and propagate your faith. You propagate your faith. You practice your faith. Whether you are a Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Jew, Parsi, Jain, Buddhist, no matter which religion you belong to, you have the fundamental right to practice your religion. We are not saying only one religious group will be allowed to practice his or her religion. Everybody is free to practice his religion or her religion, which means we were secular. And this Article 25 was present right from 1950. Article 27. Nobody will be forced to pay a tax, which will be used for the promotion of any one particular religion. That means people of this country will not be imposed taxes, so that through these taxes we can construct temples in India. Through these taxes we can construct mosques in India, or gurdwaras in India, or churches in India, or fire temples in India. No, this cannot happen. So that means no religious-based taxes can be imposed in India. Which means what? We are secular. But what was implicit till 1976? Implicit? Implicit in Article 14, implicit in Article 25, implicit in Article 27 was the secular nature of Indian polity. But what was implicit became explicit in 1976 when the Constitution was amended, when the preamble was amended, when the word secular was added to the preamble. So we were always secular. But we only made this concept, this ideology, secularism, explicit in 1976. Secularism in India is positive secularism. Positive secularism in the sense that the state can provide you subsidy so that you can go to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The state provides subsidies or scholarships to girl child belonging to the minorities. This is positive secularism. That means we are equally promoting all religions, protecting all religions, not discriminating against any religion, and at the same time, the state will not have any religion of its own, no official religion. That is secularism. So we have discussed three themes of preamble. One, we the people, source of authority of the Constitution. Second, 26 January 1950, 26 November 1949, date of enactment, date of adoption. And we discussed theme number 2, which is the nature of Indian state, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. And I will draw your attention to one very fascinating piece of information. Look at the slide. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. What do you notice? You notice these phrases, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, are in capital letters. And at the same time, there is no comma separating sovereign from socialist, socialist from secular, secular from democratic, democratic from republic. What does that mean? That means this phrase forms an integrated whole. All these are one. All these are necessary for the idea of Indian state to work, for the idea of Indian state to ensure its permanence. Which means you can't remove one. You remove one, you lose the entire sense. So you can't remove secular, you can't remove socialist, you can't remove republic, you can't remove sovereign, you can't remove democratic. All these are to be seen as one integrated whole. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. This is one phrase. That's why they are in capital. That is why there is no comma separating the two. Treat this as one integrated whole, one block. And all these have meanings when they are held together. We are a state which is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. All of them are to be seen as one integrated whole. In this lecture, let us discuss preamble of the Indian Constitution. Now, what is a preamble? What are the things mentioned in the preamble and what do they signify? Is preamble part of the Indian Constitution or not? What is the significance of preamble? Indian Constitution, was it the first one to begin with the preamble? All this and much more, let's discuss now in this fascinating discussion on the Indian preamble. Preamble is the philosophy of Indian Constitution. Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution. What do we mean by that? Let me give you a few analogies. Here is a book, a novel for example, and you want to read this novel. What is the first thing that you encounter? Preface to this novel? What does this preface signify? What does this preface tell you? Preface will tell you what is this book all about, but not just that. Preface will also tell you something about the author of this book. What was going on in the mind of this author when he was writing this book? In a similar fashion, what is the preface to the Constitution of India? Preamble. Preamble tells us what is this Constitution all about. But at the same time, preamble tells us what was going on in the minds of those who drafted this Constitution. For example, you would have read and understood in modern Indian history lectures about the Constituent Assembly. Constituent Assembly, which was given to us in 1946 when Cabinet Mission was sent to India. This Cabinet Mission promised the people of this country that you will be in a position to write and draft your own Constitution. So Indians were part of this Constituent Assembly, and they wrote and drafted this Constitution for the people of this country. And this preamble to the Constitution of India, it tells us what is this Constitution all about, and at the same time, it tells us what was going on in the minds of those who were part of the Constituent Assembly who drafted the Constitution of India. So if the Constitution tells us about justice, if the Constitution talks about political justice, social justice, economic justice, if the Constitution talks about democracy, if the Constitution talks about rule of law, this is something that we can get an idea of by looking at the preamble to an Indian Constitution. I'll make it even more simpler. For example, I have to start a school for young girls. What is my philosophy? I want to provide affordable education to the girl child. I want to provide quality education to a girl child. I want to provide best kind of facilities for the overall development of the mind, body, and soul for our girl children. What is this? This is my philosophy. My philosophy is to provide good quality education, top quality education, affordable education, so that through this education, it leads to overall development of mind, body, and soul of our girl child. In a similar fashion, what is the philosophy of the Indian Constitution? What does the Constitution try to achieve? That is something which is reflected in the preamble. So long story short, what is preamble? Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution. Preamble is the philosophy of the Constitution. This preamble sets the ideals and goals which the makers of our Constitution intend to achieve. So the makers of our Constitution, those who were part of the Constituent Assembly, they wanted to ensure democracy, rule of law. They wanted to provide fundamental rights. They wanted to provide economic justice. They wanted to provide liberty. All these are goals. All these are ideals. We should establish a welfare state, a state which exists for everybody, a state which exists for the weaker, downtrodden sections of the society. This is the ideal of our Constitution. This is the goal of our Constitution. And where can we find this mentioned in the preamble? The Supreme Court, way back in 1967, said, preamble in a nutshell contains the ideals and aspirations of the Constitution. So if you want to understand what is the ideal, what are the ideals, what are the goals of our Constitution, for that you just need to refer to this beautiful document called the preamble. And when you look at this preamble, it not only tells us what is the Constitution trying to achieve, it also gives us a sneak peek into the minds of those who drafted this Constitution. This is a question which was once asked in your prelims examination. Which part of the Constitution gives us an idea about the minds and thoughts of those who drafted the Constitution? And that part is the preamble. Because in 1960, in Birubari Union case, the Supreme Court said preamble can be used to open the minds of the makers of our Constitution. Preamble is like a key to unlock the minds of those who drafted our Constitution. So if the Constitution talks about political justice, social justice, economic justice, democracy, which means it is through this preamble that we can unlock the minds of those who drafted this Constitution. Which means those who were part of the Constituent Assembly, which drafted this Constitution, those individuals, they were the believers of justice. They were the believers of equality. They were the believers of liberty. They were the believers of justice. So preamble is a key to unlock the minds of those who drafted this Constitution. And this preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution of the first Prime Minister of Independent India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Objectives Resolution? What is this Objectives Resolution? When Constituent Assembly was set up to draft and write the Constitution of India, Pandit Nehru thought, what should be the objective of this Constituent Assembly? And what should be the objective of the Constitution? Our Constitution should believe in secularism. Our Constitution should believe in rule of law. Our Constitution should believe that all the doubts, all the disputes that we have should be resolved through peace, should be resolved through negotiations. And for that, Pandit Nehru prepared a document. This document contained the objectives of the Constitution. Pandit Nehru thought that this is something that I will present to the Constituent Assembly, that this should be the objective of our Constitution. This Objectives Resolution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd of January 1947. And this Objectives Resolution, with changes in the language, with minor changes in the language, this Objectives Resolution became the preamble. So long story short, preamble is the philosophy of the Constitution. Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution. Preamble is a key to unlock the minds of those who drafted our Constitution. And this preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution, which was introduced in the Constituent Assembly by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And this Objectives Resolution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd January 1947. And it is this Objectives Resolution which became the preamble of the Constitution of India. And when we look at the preamble, this is how it looks. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, political, equality of kind and of opportunity, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. This is how the preamble looks like. And for the sake of our examination, for the sake of the civil services examination, when we look at this preamble, we can break down this preamble into 4 different areas, into 4 different themes. That means this preamble talks about 4 different themes. Theme number 1, we the people. Theme number 2, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Theme number 3, justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. And 26th November 1949. And we will look at all these four themes one by one. Theme number one, we the people. What does that mean? That means what is the source of authority of the Constitution? We have discussed that the Constitution talks about various organs such as legislature, executive, judiciary. Constitution talks about judiciary, the Supreme Court, the High Courts, district courts. Constitution talks about president, vice president, prime minister, council of ministers, governor, attorney general for India. Now, what is the source of authority of the Constitution? Where does the Constitution derive its authority from? It derives its authority from the people of this country. This Constitution is not the gift of the United Nations. This Constitution of India is not the gift of the United States. This Constitution of India is not the gift of any foreign power. This Constitution is the gift of the people of this country to themselves. What is the source of authority of the Constitution? We the people. And our preamble begins with this beautiful phrase, we the people. That means this Constitution is the gift of the people to themselves. The source of authority of the Constitution, the authority from which the Constitution derives its power, authority, is the people of this country. We the people of India. That's theme number one. Theme number two, it talks about what is the nature of the Indian state. So if theme number one talks about we the people, which means what is the source of the authority of Indian Constitution, theme number two talks about what should be the nature of the Indian state. The nature of the Indian state should be that it is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. And we will explain all these five different terms. But that is theme number two, the nature of the Indian state. Theme number three, it tells us what is the objective of our Constitution. If the nature is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, what is the objective of our Constitution? The objective is justice. Not just social, but economic as well, political as well, liberty, equality, fraternity. These three, liberty, equality, fraternity, which was the beautiful cry of the French Revolution. French Revolution cried for liberty, equality, fraternity. So the objective of the Constitution is justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. That is mentioned where? In the preamble. And the fourth one, preamble talks about the date on which the Constitution of India was adopted. Date of adoption. And the date of adoption is 26 November 1949, which is celebrated as the Constitution Day. But the Constitution was enacted on 26th January 1950, and it is this date which is celebrated every year as the Republic Day. What is the difference? Preamble, which is the philosophy of the Constitution. If we break down this preamble, this beautiful text, which is mentioned right at the start of our Constitution, we can break it down into four themes. Theme number one, we the people, which means what is the source of authority of our Constitution? The people of this country, we the people. Second theme, it talks about the nature of the Indian state, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Theme number three, what are the objectives of our Constitution? Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. And theme number four, it tells us what is the date of adoption. This Constitution was adopted on 26 November 1949, which we celebrate as the Constitution Day. But this Constitution was enacted. It entered into force on 26 January 1950. But why this delay? If the Constitution was ready, if it was signed, if it was adopted on 26 November 1949, why was it given effect? Why was it enacted on 26 January 1950? For that, there's a history. And to understand this history, we need to go back to 1929. The year was 1929. Indian National Congress conducted its annual session. And this annual session was conducted at Lahore. The Lahore session of Indian National Congress. And at this historic session of Indian National Congress, a resolution was passed. The resolution was that from now onwards, the goal, the objective of the Congress is Purna Swaraj. What is Purna Swaraj? Complete independence. What is this complete independence? Before 1929, you would know Indian National Congress was created, established in 1885. But from 1885 onwards, till about 1929, what was the objective of the Congress? Congress did not want complete independence. In a sense, their objective was not complete independence. Their objectives kept on changing. Once they were asking for more and more representation of Indians in the Indian civil services. They wanted more and more Indians to be elected to the legislatures. But they did not want Purna Swaraj or complete independence. This is where Lokmanya Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, when he said Swaraj is my birthright and I must have it, he was not talking about complete independence. He was talking about home rule. Similar to what Annie Besant was also asking for. She was also asking for home rule. And what is this home rule? Lokmanya Tilak, he was asking that let Indians be allowed to vote and elect their representatives to the legislatures. And let Indians legislate. Let Indians make laws for the people of this country. But ultimate sovereignty will lie with the British Crown. Right now, who is the head of the Indian state? The President of India. The early leaders of the Indian National Congress, they were saying that the head of the Indian state will still be the Queen of England. But Indians should be capable of making laws for themselves. So prior to 1929, the Congress as a party was asking for home rule, was asking for Swaraj, was stopping short of complete independence. But 1929, a historic session of Indian National Congress on the banks of River Ravi, and this Indian National Congress session was presided over by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And the slogan was Purna Swaraj. The resolution was passed that now Congress party will demand complete independence, complete sovereignty, Purna Swaraj. And in this historic session of Indian National Congress, which was held at Lahore, the Congress decided that 26th January every year should be celebrated as the Independence Day. We were not given independence, but just for optics, just to create an impact. The slogan raised was complete independence, Purna Swaraj. And we will work hard to liberate India from the clutches of colonialism. And and we will celebrate every 26th January as the Independence Day. So this date, 26th January, was etched into the history books for India. And 26th January 1930 was the first time when Independence Day was celebrated. So this date, 26th January, had an important significance in India's history. That is why Pandit Nehru requested the Constituent Assembly that although our constitution is ready on 26th November 1949, but we want to etch this date, 26th January, into the history books so that it is remembered forever and ever. That is why even if the constitution is ready, let's adopt this constitution on 26th November 1949, but we will enact this constitution. We will give force to this constitution on 26th January 1950. And it is this 26th January 1950 which is celebrated as the Republic Day. So 4 themes. Theme number 1, we the people. What is the source of authority of the constitution? The people of this country. Theme number 2, what is the nature of the Indian state? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. What is the objective of the constitution? Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. And the 4th thing the preamble tells us, it tells us about the date on which the constitution was adopted, which is 26th November 1949. But this constitution was enacted on 26th January 1950, and it is this date which is celebrated as the Republic Day. And 26th November is celebrated as the Constitution Day. But one important thing for your prelims examination, it's not that entire constitution came into force on 26th January 1950. Some parts such as citizenship, it came into force on 26th November 1949 itself. Some parts such as provisional government, because we had a provisional government, although this government was not elected by the people. The first elections were conducted in 1951. So the first time people voted to elect their government in independent India was in 1952. But till 1952, we had a government headed by Pandit Nehru. This government should be given recognition. And this recognition was given by the Constitution when it was adopted on 26th November 1949, which means some provisions of the Constitution were enacted, such as citizenship, such as provisional government. These provisions were enacted on 26th November 1949 itself. But the rest of the Constitution was enacted, was given force on 26th January 1950. Now let's touch upon theme 4 of the preamble, where we will discuss what are the objectives of the Constitution which are specified in the preamble. One such objective is justice. But justice in social sphere, in political sphere, and in the economic sphere. What do we mean by social justice? Let's say, for example, Dalit community. For long, they were considered as untouchables. If I'm a Dalit, and I would see a Brahmin coming from the other side, or an upper caste coming from the other side, what I would do, I would jump in the mud, because my stench is causing pollution to the member of the upper caste. The society, the people living in the society created a binary of purity and pollution. They argued that people belonging to the Dalit community, they're impure. Their food habits, their drinking habits, their dress habits are impure. And so far as upper castes are concerned, their dress habits, food habits, drinking habits are pure. So mind created this binary of purity and pollution. And if I am a Dalit and I see an upper caste coming from the other side, I would jump in the mud, because otherwise my stench will cause pollution to the member of the upper caste. Even my shadow would cause pollution to the member of the upper caste. If I was walking on the road, I would have to carry a pot around my neck. I can't spit on the floor. I can't spit on the ground. I have to spit in the spot. Because if I spit on the floor, on the road, it will cause pollution to the member of the upper caste. Such horrible atrocities were committed against the member of the Dalit community. They were denied education. They were denied employment opportunities. They were denied jobs as well. Can such a situation exist in independent India as well? The members of the Dalit community would then argue, then for what need? For what purpose do we need independence? That is why preamble mentions that one objective of the Constitution is social justice. Because if we have to establish a welfare state, for that, this sort of discrimination in our society cannot exist. That is why we have equal opportunities for all, regardless of your caste, when it comes to education, when it comes to public employment, when it comes to economic opportunities. This social justice is one of the objectives of the Constitution. Where is it mentioned? It's mentioned in the preamble. So preamble not only talks about the nature of the Indian state, which is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, it also tells us what are the objectives that we want to achieve by enacting this Constitution. And one such objective is social justice. The other objective is political justice. Political justice means that in political sphere, there should be no discrimination between man and a man, between woman and a woman. So no matter who you are, what your religion is, what your caste is, what your educational qualification is, what your status is, what your language is, what your place of birth is, what your residence is, you have equal opportunity to contest the election. You have the right to vote. Women were given right to vote in Europe in 1920s. United States gave right to vote to their women in 1920s. Switzerland in the 1970s. But India conducted an experiment, a successful experiment. Right when the Constitution was enacted in 1950, every adult, initially the voting age was 21. Then in 1989, the voting age was reduced to 18. Every adult has the right to vote. If you are 25, you can contest elections to Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies. If you are 30, you can contest elections to Rajya Sabha and state legislative councils. If you are 35, you can contest election to the office of the president or the vice president, regardless of your religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, educational qualification, doesn't matter. Between between a man and a man in a political affair, there has to be equality. Where is this mentioned? As one of the objective of the Constitution mentioned in the preamble. We saw a landmark case in the history of independent India. The year was 2013. Lily Thomas versus Union of India. Lily Thomas was an advocate of the Supreme Court. She passed away a few years ago. Her portrait is hanging on the walls of the Supreme Court of India. She filed a petition in the Supreme Court in the year 2013. She was challenging Section 8, Clause 4 of the Representation of the People Act 1951. When we will discuss elections, we will discuss RPA 1951. This is the law which governs the conduct of elections in India. And in this law, there used to be a section called Section 8, Clause 4. What did the section say? If I'm a legislator, legislator means I'm a member of state legislature or I'm a member of the union legislature, parliament or state legislature. If I'm a legislator and I've committed any crime for which I have been sentenced to a jail term by a district court, because there's a hierarchy of courts in this country, district courts in every district, high court for every state, Supreme Court for the entire country. If I was convicted by a district court and I'm a legislator, I will not be disqualified. I will continue as a legislator. In fact, I was provided with a 3-month window. That if you are convicted today by a district court, you will not be disqualified. Instead, you have 3 months. Within 3 months, challenge this verdict in the High Court, and you will not be disqualified. You will continue as a legislator. If High Court also says you are guilty and I'm sentenced to a jail term, even then I'm not disqualified. Then, again, I'm provided with a 3-month window. Within 3 months of the verdict given by the High Court, approach to Supreme Court. Only when the Supreme Court says you are guilty, then you can be disqualified. And we know judiciary is very slow in India as an institution. There have been instances where the cases have been dragging on for more than 20 years as well. There have been instances where a litigant was dead, and even then, justice was not given by the judiciary. But if I'm an ordinary individual in the sense I'm not a legislator, and if I was convicted by a district court for a jail term, I would not contest elections. That means a discrimination was created between an ordinary individual and a legislator. A legislator is convicted, but he is not disqualified. A legislator is convicted by the district court, you are not disqualified. Instead, you are provided with a 3-month window so that you can file an appeal against this verdict in the High Court. If High Court also convicts you, even then you are not disqualified. That means you are convicted by the court, but still you are not disqualified. You continue as a legislator. But if there is an ordinary individual who has been convicted in a court of law, he cannot contest elections. She cannot contest elections. So this was arbitrary, without any logic, without any reason. Discrimination was created. Artificial discrimination was created. Artificial classes were created. Ordinary citizens and legislators. This was challenged in the court. Lily Thomas versus Union of India. My lord, political justice has been violated. There has been distinction, arbitrary distinction created between man and a man in political affair. If an ordinary individual is convicted by a court of law, he cannot contest elections. While as a legislator is convicted in a court of law, he still continues as a legislator. That means a lawmaker continues as a lawmaker. This is an arbitrary distinction between man and a man in political affair. The Supreme Court, in 2013, Lily Thomas versus Union of India said this Section 8, Clause 4, which provides an arbitrary discrimination between man and a man in political affair. This goes against political justice, which is the objective mentioned in the preamble, and as such, Section 8, Clause 4 is unconstitutional. Which means another objective of the Constitution, as mentioned in the preamble, is political justice, which simply means that between man and a man, a woman and a woman, there can be no arbitrary distinction in political affair. Sir, can you explain this term arbitrary? What do we mean by arbitrary distinction? I'll give you a simple example. Let's assume for a while that we are interacting with each other. Let's say, for example, this is a live class where I'm teaching you. We are in a conversation. And suddenly I tell you that all those students, let's suppose the class timing is 6 o'clock in the morning till 9:30 in the morning. And I say, all those who have logged into this class, who have entered into this class from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., only they can ask me questions. Whereas those who join this class from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. or from 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., they cannot ask me any questions. Isn't this arbitrary? Without any sound reason? Without any justification? This is arbitrary. Instead, if I say, if you are from science background, you can ask me 5 questions. If you are from technical background, you can ask me 5 questions. But if you're from law background, you can ask me only 1 question. Am I creating a discrimination? Yes. But is this discrimination arbitrary? No, it is valid. As a law student, you already know what I'm talking about. Maybe you have some minor doubts here and there. Maybe you need little more clarification. You can ask me only 1 question. But there is a science student, there's a technical background student who has no idea about the Constitution, no idea about the laws, no idea about the polity. You are entitled to ask me 5 questions. I'm creating discrimination, but there's a valid discrimination that I'm creating. If it is not valid, if it is not justified, if there is no strong reason to create this discrimination, that means I'm creating an arbitrary discrimination, arbitrary distinction between 2 students. That is political justice. There can be no arbitrary distinction between man and a man, women and a woman in political affair. That's political justice. And third objective is economic justice. There are individuals who cannot earn their livelihood. Maybe they're differently abled. Maybe they belong to rural sections of our society where they don't have access to quality education. What do? Should we leave them to the mercy of the God? Or as a state, should we provide them subsidies? Should we provide them scholarships? Should we provide them something extra? Should we provide them maybe a monthly pension? Should we give them some economic opportunities? Should we give them free loans? Should we give them free credit? Should we give them collateral-free loan? Should we give them subsidies? This is economic justice. That means economic justice is to make equality of status meaningful and life worth living. There are individuals from the weaker sections of the society, marginalized sections of the society, downtrodden sections of the society. Should the state not think about these individuals? Not try and uplift them? If because of COVID-19 lockdown, hundreds and thousands of people lost their jobs, Should it not be the responsibility of the state to ensure that they have food to eat? That they have medical insurance? That they have medicines to take care of their lives? That's the idea of justice. That means not just in social sphere, but in political sphere, in economic sphere as well. This is the objective of the Constitution. Where is it mentioned? In the preamble. That means preamble not only talks about the source of authority of the Constitution, which is the people of this country. It not only talks about the date of adoption of Indian Constitution. It not only talks about the nature of the Indian state, which is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. It also talks about what are the objectives of the Constitution. What is it that we want to achieve? What is it that we should achieve through this Constitution? And through this Constitution, we want to achieve justice. Justice in political, economic, and social sphere. But not just this. Other objectives are the three important slogans of French Revolution, three important cries of French Revolution: liberty, equality, fraternity. What is liberty? Liberty of thought. Say whatever you want to say. Think whatever you want to think. Express whatever you want to express. Worship whoever you want to worship. If you want to have faith in something, have it. In your religious matters, you have the liberty. You have the freedom. Freedom of speech expression. Freedom of thought. Freedom of worship. Freedom of faith. That's the objective of the Constitution. And not just freedom. Not just liberty. Equality. Equality means banishment of inequality. Inequality in every sphere should be eradicated. Whether there is inequality based on sex, whether there is inequality based on caste, whether there is inequality based on religion, whether there is inequality based on the status of living, whether there is inequality based on income, whether there is inequality based on any other parameter, that inequality in all its domains should be eradicated. That's another objective of the Constitution. And fraternity. We are a diverse country. And diversity is not only in terms of religion. Different religions coexisting in India. Diversity is also because of our food. People in North India eat a different food. South India different. East India different. West India different. Northeast different. Our language different. Our cultures different. Our tribes different. Our sects different. Our customs different. Our dialects different. Yet we are united by one thread, which is that we are Indians. We are diverse, yet we are Indians. And this is the objective of the Constitution. People from Northern India, Southern India, Eastern India, Western India, despite the fact that we are diverse, we are different, yet we are united by one sense of Indianness. That is fraternity. A sense of common brotherhood, or a sense of common sisterhood, a sense of unity, that we belong to this nation. That is fraternity. And that is the objective of the Constitution. And it is through this fraternity that we will be a united India. And it is through this fraternity that we can ensure the integrity of the nation, so that we don't split again, so that our society does not degenerate, disintegrate. We are diverse, yet we are united. And through this unity, we will ensure the integrity of this country. That is another objective of the Constitution. And for every single individual in India, we have to ensure that they live a life of dignity. Dignity in the sense that they should have privacy. Whatever you want to do inside the four walls of your home, that is none of the concern of the state. What you eat, what you believe in, what you drink, what you wear, is none of the concern of the state. We will provide you dignity. That's the promise of the Constitution to the people of this country through its preamble. So the fourth theme that is mentioned in the preamble is the objective of the Constitution: justice, social, economic, political, liberty, equality, fraternity, assuring the dignity of an individual. These are the four important themes talked about by the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Now, $1 million question. Is preamble part of the Constitution or not? 1960, in Berubari Union case, Supreme Court said no. 1973, 24th April 1973 to be precise, in a landmark case, Keshavananda Bharti versus State of Kerala, the Supreme Court said preamble is part of the Indian Constitution. In 1960, in Berubari Union case, the Supreme Court thought that preamble is not the part of the Constitution, because the preamble is like the preface to a book. Book normally starts from chapter 1. So if book starts from chapter 1 onwards is the part of the book, preface is not part of the book. In the same manner, preamble, which is the preface to the Constitution, is not part of the Constitution. When it is not part of the Constitution, which means it cannot be amended. When it is not part of the Constitution, which means it is not having the same status as that of fundamental rights, directive principles, other provisions of the Constitution. But in the year 1973, Supreme Court was explained. Supreme Court was told, the dear Supreme Court, do you know how all these parts of the Constitution became part of it? All these parts, article by article, were discussed by the members of the Constituent Assembly. Then they were voted upon. And then once they were voted upon, they became part of the Constitution. So all the fundamental rights were discussed in the Constituent Assembly one by one, voted upon, and once they were voted upon, they became part of the Constitution. In the similar fashion, preamble was also discussed in the Constituent Assembly. Preamble was also voted upon in the Constituent Assembly. In fact, preamble was the last item added to the Constitution. Sir, but I have a confusion. I can understand your confusion. So previously you said preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, which was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd January 1947, and the Constitution was adopted on 26th November 1949. So how are you saying that the last item added to the Constitution was the preamble? Objectives Resolution is not preamble. Preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution. Preamble was also discussed in the Constituent Assembly. It was also voted upon in the Constituent Assembly. And it was the last item added to the Constitution. Why last? Because what is preamble? It's the philosophy of the Constitution. The Constituent Assembly wanted to ensure that whatever Constitution we have created, we have drafted, we have written, it should be consistent with the philosophy, which is the preamble. So that none of the parts mentioned in the Constitution. None of the provisions mentioned in the Constitution go against the philosophy of the Constitution mentioned in the preamble. So they wanted to ensure that the philosophy of the Constitution, which is the preamble, is in sync with all the provisions of the Constitution, with all the parts of the Constitution, with all the articles of the Constitution. And once they ensured, and the last item then was added to the Constitution, it was the preamble. So in this Keshavananda Bharati case, the Supreme Court was told, just like other parts of the Constitution, just like other articles of the Constitution, they were discussed by the Constituent Assembly, preamble was also discussed in the same fashion. Just like parts, articles by articles, clauses by clauses were added to the Constitution, when the members of the Constituent Assembly voted on these parts, voted on these articles, voted on these clauses, in the similar fashion, preamble was also voted upon, and in fact it was the last item added to the Constitution. Hearing these arguments, Supreme Court said in Keshavananda Bharati case that yes, preamble is part of the Constitution. Now let's look at some of the quick points, which can be relevant for your prelims examination. US Constitution was the first one to begin with the preamble. US Constitution also starts with preamble. It also starts with we the people of the United States of America. In a similar fashion, our preamble also begins with we the people. Second important point, preamble is part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution. This doctrine of basic structure we will discuss in Amendment to the Constitution, when we will discuss and analyze in great detail what was this landmark Keshavananda Bharati case versus State of Kerala of 1973. It was in this Keshavananda Bharati case that Supreme Court invented a doctrine called basic structure. Very briefly, can Parliament amend the Constitution? Yes. But there are some provisions in the Constitution which are very important, very basic, fundamental, and no amendment can remove these provisions from the Constitution. No parliamentary law, no executive action can violate basic structure of the Constitution. So can you make it even simpler? Let's say, for example, this is a building, or let's say this is a flat, let's say this is a room. In this room, can I change this stylus? I can. Can I change this writing pad? I can. Can I change the lights? I can. Can I change the camera? I can. Can I change the color of this room? I can. But can I change the foundation of this building? I can. But then if I change the foundation of this building, then I have to create another building. If I change the foundation, then this building will not remain the same. In a similar fashion, we have the Constitution. There are some things which you can change, just like lights, mic, camera, tablet, stylus, color. But there are some basic fundamental features of the Constitution, which are like the foundation of the Constitution, which you cannot change. And Supreme Court said there are some provisions in the Constitution which are part of the basic structure. That means no law of the Parliament can violate basic structure. No action of the executive can violate basic structure. One such feature is preamble. So when preamble talks about sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, you cannot amend the Constitution and remove socialist, remove secular, remove democratic, remove republic, remove sovereign. You can't do that. You can't remove political justice, economic justice, social justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. All these natures of Indian state, all these objectives of the Constitution, they are part of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution, which no parliamentary law, which no action of the executive can violate. So if preamble is part of the basic structure, then how was 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976 enacted? Because it is this 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act which added the word socialist, which added the word secular, which added the word integrity of. You can add more features to the preamble, but you cannot delete the existing features that are mentioned in the preamble, which basically means you can enrich the preamble. Enrich the preamble by introducing more natures, by introducing more objectives. But whatever objectives are there, whatever nature is already present, you cannot remove them, you cannot replace them, you cannot delete them, because all of them are part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution. That's another important point. Two more important points. Preamble aids the legal interpretation of the Constitution where the language is found to be ambiguous. What do we mean by that? The year was 2017. There was a big controversy on Aadhaar. Aadhaar, which is a unique 12-digit identification number. Every resident of India, not just citizen, every resident of India, even foreigners can get Aadhaar. Whoever is staying in India for 6 months is a resident of India, and you are eligible to enroll for Aadhaar. So Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. Aadhaar is only a proof of identity. Aadhaar proves X is X. That's it. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship because even foreigners can get Aadhaar. But there was a controversy on Aadhaar that it violates privacy. Because you give iris scan as one of your biometric information. You give your fingerprint as one of your biometric information. So if I enroll for Aadhaar by giving my fingerprint, by giving my iris scan, it can be misused as well. Misused in the sense that through these biometrics, my life is as transparent to the state as contact lens. Through these biometric details, the state can create a surveillance mechanism. Surveillance mechanism in the sense, if this Aadhaar number is linked to various databases. For example, there is one database which talks about my bank accounts. There is another database which talks about my health record. There is another database which talks about my phone records, SIM. If SIM card is linked with Aadhaar, if my bank accounts are linked with Aadhaar, if my health records are linked with Aadhaar, then this Aadhaar in technical language becomes a primary key. And through this primary key, you can get every detail of an individual, which means the government will come to know who am I talking to, which bank account I am using to book a travel ticket, which means the government gets to know where am I traveling, which means some people will get access to my health record as well, which means you are creating a surveillance mechanism wherein the government can know exactly who are you speaking to, what are you speaking, where are you going, who are you meeting, everything becomes known to the government, which means we are creating a surveillance state. That's why Aadhaar was criticized. One former judge of Karnataka High Court, Justice K.S. Puttaswamy, he approached the Supreme Court, challenged the constitutional validity of Aadhaar on the ground saying that Aadhaar violates the right to privacy of individuals. But the government said, right to privacy is not a fundamental right. Where is it mentioned in the Constitution that right to privacy is a fundamental right? We have right to equality. We have right to freedom. We have right to life. We have freedom of speech and expression. We have right against untouchability. But where is right to privacy mentioned in the Constitution? A 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court was set up. 9 judges of the Supreme Court sat together to decide whether right to privacy is a fundamental right or not. Because there seems to be ambiguity. Because there is ambiguity. There is no clarity as to whether right to privacy is a fundamental right or not. In this situation, what does the Supreme Court do? What does the judiciary do? It takes a look at the preamble. Because what is preamble? It's the philosophy of the Constitution. The Supreme Court looked at the preamble. And by looking at the preamble, the Supreme Court said that one of the objectives of the Constitution is that preamble says we have to ensure the dignity of an individual. This dignity cannot be ensured unless and until citizens have privacy. So if you want to ensure dignity of an individual, for that citizens should have privacy as well. Right to privacy is now a fundamental right according to 2017 judgment of the Supreme Court in K.S. Puttoswamy versus Union of India. So Supreme Court had to decide whether right to privacy is a fundamental right or not under Article 21 of the Constitution. Since there was ambiguity, since Article 21 did not explicitly talk about right to privacy, Supreme Court looked at the preamble. And in the preamble, Supreme Court said one of the objectives of the Constitution is ensuring the dignity of an individual. This dignity cannot be ensured unless and until people have privacy. So right to privacy is a fundamental right. So preamble can be used to interpret the Constitution when the language is found to be ambiguous or not clear. This is the significance of the preamble. But preamble by itself is not enforceable in a court of law. What do we mean by this phrase, that preamble is not enforceable in a court of law? For example, fundamental rights are enforceable in a court of law. Fundamental rights, which we will discuss subsequently. One such fundamental right is right against discrimination. I should not be discriminated against. Right to equality. Right to freedom of speech and expression. Let's say, for example, I have the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. I can say whatever I want to say. I can express whatever I want to express. I want to write a book. I want to write a song. I want to direct a play. I want to make a movie. What if this fundamental right is violated? I can directly approach the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court is the protector of my fundamental right. That means fundamental rights are enforceable in a court of law. Which means if your fundamental rights are violated, you can directly approach the court. And the court will protect your fundamental rights. But preamble is not enforceable in a court of law. Which means you cannot approach the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court that preamble is not implemented. Preamble is not followed. Preamble by itself is not enforceable in a court of law. Then you might ask, then what is the significance of preamble? Significance number one, it aids the legal interpretation of the Constitution when the language is found to be ambiguous. But then another significance. One of the objectives of the Constitution is political justice. And we ensure political justice through fundamental rights. And these fundamental rights are enforceable in a court of law. So even if preamble is not by itself enforceable in a court of law, but we have given effect to these objectives through fundamental rights. And fundamental rights are enforceable in a court of law. Preamble is the philosophy of the Constitution. Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution. Preamble unlocks the minds of those who framed our Constitution. Preamble itself is not enforceable in a court of law. But the other Constitution, the remaining Constitution, is enforceable in a court of law. So the significance of preamble is that it aids in the legal interpretation of the Constitution when the language is found to be ambiguous. This completes our discussion on preamble. So what is preamble? Preamble is the philosophy of the Constitution, is the identity card of the Constitution. And when we look at the text of the preamble, we can break it down into 4 themes. We the people of India, which means the source of authority of the Constitution, is the people of this country. Theme number 2, what is the nature of the Indian state? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Theme number 3, what are the objectives of the Constitution? Justice, social, economic, political, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity. And it is through this dignity that we can ensure the unity, integrity of this nation. And the 4th theme is, preamble tells us about the date on which the Constitution was adopted. But in subsequent chapters, we will revisit preamble again. And we will try and understand, is there a clash between what is mentioned in the preamble and what is the empirical reality? If the preamble talks about liberty of thought, why is it that there is repeated violation of freedom of speech and expression? If preamble says one of the objective is liberty of worship, why is it that there is a controversy on hijab? There's a controversy on halal food. There's a controversy on religious matters. If the objective of the Constitution, as mentioned in the preamble, is ensuring fraternity, is ensuring a sense of commonhood, why do we hear speeches which are trying to create a wedge between different communities in India? And how do we tackle them? If the preamble talks about socialism, why is it that the gulf between rich and the poor is not minimizing, but widening day by day? Why is it that a report by Oxfam, it says 1% of the people of this country control the wealth, which is up to 99%. 99% of wealth of this country is controlled by 1% people. The preamble talks about justice. Why do we still see injustices being meted out to members of the Dalit community? If the preamble talks about justice and political sphere, why do we see political inequality as well? Is preamble still relevant in India or not? All these questions we will answer, we will try and address in the subsequent lectures. So keep watching these lectures, you will find answers to all these questions. This was Preamble to the Indian Constitution. In this lecture, let us discuss part 1 of the Constitution of India, Union and its territory. And we shall be discussing 4 articles, articles 1 to 4. But first up, 2014, we had 28 states in India and we had 7 union territories. But in 2014, Andhra Pradesh was reorganized. Andhra Pradesh was bifurcated into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. A new state, Telangana, was carved out from Andhra Pradesh. That means post 2014, we had 29 states and 7 union territories. Then on August 6, 2019, Jammu and Kashmir was also reorganized. The then state was downgraded because Jammu and Kashmir had a special status. The state of Jammu and Kashmir was downgraded to that of a union territory. And Jammu and Kashmir was reorganized and bifurcated into union territories. 2 union territories. Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the union territory of Ladakh. But this Jammu and Kashmir reorganization bill came into effect, entered into force on October 31, 2019. So the parliament decided, the government decided that we will enact, that we will enforce, that we will implement this Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act on 31st October 2019. But why? October 31 is the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India. And we also call him the Man of Unity. Why? There were close to 562 princely states when British was governing India. And now majority of these princely states were to be merged with the Union of India. And there was one man responsible for that, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He was pivotal, he was instrumental in merging majority of these 562 princely states with the Union of India. That is why we call him the Man of Unity as well. 31st October is the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Man of Unity. So if Jammu and Kashmir was downgraded to that of Union territories and it was completely merged with the Union of India, the government thought that let's coincide this with the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So this Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill, which bifurcated Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories, it came into effect on 31st October 2019. That means on this date, we had 28 states again, but also 9 union territories. So 28 states and 9 union territories. But something else happened. 26th January 2020, what we celebrate as the Republic Day. On 26th January 2020, 2 union territories were merged. Daman and Diu was 1 union territory. Dadra and Nagar Haveli was another union territory. Effective 26th January 2020, both these union territories were merged together. And now we have this common union territory, which is named as Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli. So that means if you look at the territory of India right now, we have 28 states and we have 8 union territories. 2 additional union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. But 2 union territories were also merged, Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. So right now, we have 28 states and 8 union territories. Now let's discuss part 1 of the Constitution of India, Union and its territory, and we shall be discussing 4 articles, articles 1 to article 4. But first up, article 1, the name and territory of the union. If you look at article 1 clause 1, it says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. There are 2 phrases very important for you to understand. India, that is Bharat, and union of states. First, let's look at what is this India, that is Bharat, which basically means that we have dual name for this country. The name of this country is India as well as Bharat. That is what we call India, that is Bharat. But why both these names? When Constituent Assembly was set up, and what is this Constituent Assembly? A body which is tasked to draft the Constitution of India. That means once India was given independence, now this independent country needs to have its own constitution because we cannot be run on the basis of the laws passed by the British Parliament. Now we are independent. So then in 1946, the British government decided that let's give power to the people of India. Let them frame their own constitution. And that is how Cabinet Mission was set up. That is how in 1946, power was given to the people of this country that you can frame your own constitution. And on 9th of December 1946, this Constituent Assembly met for the first time. This Constituent Assembly had to decide what are going to be the rules on the basis of which this country will be run. But the question also was, what should be the name of this country? Some people said that we should stick to this name India. Why? Because we are known world over by this name. We are known throughout the world as India, so let's stick to this name India. But others said, no, India is the name given by the colonial empire. India is an alien name. India is a foreign name. We should stick to our traditional name, which is Bharat. Some people said, no, why call it India? Why call it Bharat? Let's call it Bharatvarsh. Some people said, no, we should call it Hindustan. Some people said, no, we should call it Jammu Dvip, the land of the Jambu tree, because that is how we were known in the ancient India. Some people said, who were very close, very sympathetic to Soviet Union, because they believed in the socialist ideology, the communist ideology. They said, let's imitate USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So we should call this country as Union of Sovereign States of India. So there was a confusion. There was a lot of debate. There was a lot of discussion and deliberation on the nomenclature for this country, the name of this country. Some said, let's stick to India. Some said, no, we need a traditional name, Bharat. Some said, no, let's call it Hindustan. Some said, no, let's call it the Union of Sovereign Socialist States of India on the lines of USSR. And ultimately, this confusion, this problem, this controversy was settled. 2 names were given, reflecting the modernity as well as the tradition. So that is why the name of this country, we have dual name. India, that is Bharat. So both these are the names for this country. India, that is Bharat. So this controversy was settled when Constitution was given to us, when the Constitution was enacted on 26th January 1950. But even then, some people were not satisfied. In 2016, an activist from Maharashtra, he approached the Supreme Court and said, dear Supreme Court, I am filing a public interest litigation. What is this PIL? We will discuss in detail when we will talk about judiciary. But this individual from Maharashtra, he filed a public interest litigation in the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court, dear Supreme Court, please issue a directive to the Parliament. Please ask Parliament to change the name of this country. We should stick to the name Bharat, not India, because India represents the colonial aspirations. We should stick to the traditional name, which is Bharat. Ultimately, the Supreme Court rejected this public interest litigation. The then Chief Justice of India said, don't come to us with these frivolous emotional issues. Use the power of public interest litigation to fight corruption in the society, to fight the climate change in this country. So we are rejecting this public interest litigation. That means once and for all, the dust is settled, the matter is resolved. We have dual name for this country, India, that is Bharat. But some people were still not satisfied. May 2020, an individual named Nama, he approached the Supreme Court and filed another public interest litigation. That dear Supreme Court, what you have to do, issue an order. Issue an order to the Parliament that please have a constitutional amendment. Let's amend the constitution and delete this word India, because India does not represent the tradition of this country. So we should call this country Bharat and not India. But in June 2020, the Supreme Court decided to postpone the hearing on this public interest litigation. So now we are almost certain again. We have dual name for this country, India, that is Bharat, reflecting the glorious mix of modernity as well as the tradition. So when we look at union and its territory, part 1 of the Constitution of India, I told you we have to discuss articles 1 to 4. But before that, how many states do we have? 28. How many union territories do we have? 8. But why do we have union territories in the first place? That I'm going to discuss when we will talk about the chapter Union Territory. So right now we are only going to talk about union and its territory. So basically, the territory of India consists of what? We can either have states, or we can have union territories, or we can have something else that I'm going to tell you slightly later. But we are not going to discuss the rationale behind why we have union territories. That we will discuss slightly later. But right now, what are we talking about? We are talking about Article 1. Article 1, Clause 1. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Two phrases are important. Number 1, India, that is Bharat, which means that we have dual name for this country, India as well as Bharat. Second is, shall be a union of states. This is where there is a controversy. What is the controversy? When we say union of states, does that mean India is a unitary constitution? If India is a federal constitution, Article 1 should have mentioned India, that is Bharat, shall be a federation of states. Because if you are saying India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states, that means the Constitution of India is itself accepting that we are a unitary constitution. This question was posed to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of our constitution, the chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution of India. He was asked, if our constitution is federal in character, federal in nature, then why are you using the phrase union of states? Instead, you should have said India, that is Bharat, shall be a federation of states. But you're saying India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Should we assume that Indian constitution is unitary in character? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar replied, and he said, no, Indian constitution is federal in character. But I have used the phrase union of states for 2 reasons. What are these 2 reasons? Number 1, India is not the result of an agreement between states. He was asked to explain, what do you mean when you say India is not the result of an agreement between states? He said India was already there. So India as a political entity was not created because the states got together and created India. India was already there. Yes, there were these princely states and they decided to give up their sovereignty and merge with the Union of India, accede to the Union of India. That is why India as a political entity was already there. So we can't say that India is the result of an agreement between states and this agreement created India. India was already there. That is why we call it a union of states. We don't call it a federation of states. But he was asked to explain more. He said, look at United States of America. If you look at United States of America, which is in Northern America, there were 13 British colonies. Primarily, these 13 areas were under the control of the British Empire, the British colonial empire. Then the people of these 13 colonies, they decided to revolt. They decided to launch a war for independence. That is what we call America's war for independence. And ultimately, the British rule was overthrown. And these 13 British colonies, they became sovereign, they became independent. But then what happened? All these 13 British colonies who gained independence, who gained sovereignty, they decided to come together. They wanted, let's now create a United States of America. That means United States of America was not present before. This United States of America was created when these 13 British colonies, they liberated themselves, they came out of colonialism, and ultimately they decided to come together and create United States of America. That is why United States of America, we call it a federation of states. Because this United States of America has been created because of an agreement between these 13 British colonies. But that's not the case with India. India as a political entity was already there. Now these princely states were given an option. Either you can join India or you can join Pakistan. And thanks to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, majority of these princely states, they decided to be part of India. They decided to accede. They decided to merge with the Union of India. That is why we can't call it a federation of states, because India is not the result of an agreement between the states. That's one reason. Second reason why B.R. Ambedkar said, I have not used the term federation of states, but instead I have used the term union of states, because no state has the right to secede from the Union of India. Till about 1970s, there was a perception that when we call a constitution as federal constitution, when we call a political entity as a federation, one part of this federation may at any point in time come out of this federation. That means, let's say for example, there is one political entity which has been created because of the agreement between various constituent units, because of the agreement of various states. One state may come out of this agreement and declare independence, declare sovereignty, take its sovereignty back. That means one state can secede from the federation. But this is something that we cannot give to any Indian state. When we say we are calling India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states, that means no unit of this union, no state has the power, has the authority, has the option of coming out of the Union of India. That means there is no provision for secession. That is why B.R. Ambedkar said, I have used the phrase union of states. That means when we look at Article 1, Clause 1, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. India, that is Bharat, that means dual name for this country. India as well as Bharat shall be a union of states. But does that mean Indian constitution is unitary in character? Because Article 1 of the Constitution of India says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. But B.R. Ambedkar said, no, we are a federal constitution. But I'm using the phrase union of states because of 2 reasons. Number 1, India is not the result of an agreement between states. And number 2, no state has the right, has the option, has the power to come out of the Union of India, to secede from the Union of India. That is what we call India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. That is Article 1, Clause 1. Let's look at Article 1, Clause 2. The states and territories thereof shall be specified in the first schedule. Now for this, what we need to understand. Number 1, what is a schedule? Number 2, what is the reason to have a schedule? But first up, when we look at Article 1, Clause 2, it says the states and territories thereof shall be specified in first schedule. So what is the schedule? In the schedule, what will be mentioned? The names of the 28 states that we have, the 8 union territories that we have. That means if you look at the first schedule of the Constitution of India, it talks about, it details the names of the states that we have, the names of the territories that we have. That is why we have first schedule. But the point is, what is a schedule and what is the need to have a schedule in the Constitution of India? Originally, in 1950, when Constitution was enacted, we had 8 schedules of the Constitution. Over a period of time, 4 more schedules were added to the Constitution of India. So right now, we have 12 schedules of Indian Constitution. But what is a schedule? Schedule is basically an explanatory memorandum of an article. What does that mean? A schedule is an explanatory memorandum of an article. That means if there is an article in the Constitution of India which requires more explanation, for that what we do, we add a schedule at the end of the Constitution. But what is the purpose? Purpose is basically cosmetic. And what do we mean by a cosmetic requirement for having a schedule in the Constitution? Let's say, for example, instead of this phrase, the states and territories thereof shall be specified in the first schedule. Instead of this, we could also have mentioned the states and territories thereof are specified below. So below this article, we would have a list of 28 states and 8 union territories. But Constitution makers thought if there is an article which requires more explanation, for that we should add a schedule at the end of the Constitution. Otherwise, this article would become very bulky. So if without the schedule, if there was no schedule, Article 1, Clause 2 would have been like this. The names of the states and territories are mentioned below. 28 states, 8 union territories. The entire article would be very bulky. So maybe Constitution makers at that point in time realized that lean is in. So if we want to make our Constitution, the articles in the Constitution, as short as possible, as precise as possible, if an article requires more explanation, don't add it to the text of the Constitution. Instead, add a schedule at the end of the Constitution. I'll give you one more example. And this is something that we will discuss in detail later on. But for you to understand what is a schedule, what is the need to have a schedule, let me give you one example. One example is Article 246 of the Constitution of India. What is Article 246? It talks about distribution of powers. That means some powers are given to the center, the parliament. Some powers are given to the states. Some powers are given jointly to both center as well as state. That is why we call a union list, a state list, a concurrent list. That means on banking, on insurance, on currency, on foreign affairs, on defense. Who has the power? Who has the loan power to make laws? Parliament. So all these items are mentioned under the union list. But states also have some powers. Law and order, land, police, agriculture, gambling. These powers are given to the states. But there are some powers which are given to both center as well as states. State legislatures as well as the parliament. For example, criminal procedure code, civil procedure code, marriage, divorce. When we look at Article 246, if all these subjects would have been mentioned under Article 246, then this Article 246 would be very bulky. So to prevent the situation, to ensure lean is in, what happened? A schedule was added at the end of the Constitution. And this distribution of powers is mentioned under 7th schedule of the Constitution of India. Long story short, Article 1, Clause 2, the names of the states and territories thereof shall be specified in first schedule. So what is first schedule? First schedule details the names of 28 states and 8 union territories that we have. But what is a schedule? Schedule is basically an explanatory memorandum of an article. If an article requires more explanation, don't add it to the text of the Constitution, add a schedule at the end of the Constitution. Why? Cosmetic reason. So that this article would not be bulky, so that if an article requires more explanation, add this explanation at the end of the Constitution by adding a schedule. That is what we call a schedule. And what is first schedule? It mentions the names of 28 states and 8 union territories that we have. And then Article 1, Clause 3. The territory of India shall comprise of, number 1. That means when we look at Article 1, Part 1 of the Constitution of India, talks about 4 articles. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is Part 1? Union and its territory. That means if the union is India, what is the territory? That is part of India. That is under the control of India. That is part of India. For that, there has to be some explanation, and that explanation is provided by Article 1. And Article 1, Clause 3 talks about what types of territories can we have. So Article 1, Clause 3 tells us that either we can have states, or we can have union territories, or we can have acquired territories. That means, let's say, for example, if this Clause C was not present, that means the territory of India would have been fixed forever. We could neither give a part of our territory to another country, nor we could have acquired a part of a territory of another country. That means the territory of India would have been fixed forever. To prevent that situation from happening, the Constitution makers thought that let's have another category in place. The territory of India will consist of either we can have states, the 28 states that we have, or we can have union territories, the 8 union territories that we have, or we can have acquired territories. And how can I give you an example of an acquired territory? One such example is the French settlement of Pondicherry, or now we call it Puducherry. Pondicherry basically was a French colony. But then in 1954, there was an agreement between the government of India and the government of France. And it was because of that agreement that Pondicherry became part of India. But it was not originally part of India. It was acquired. India acquired the territory of Pondicherry from France. That is why we call it an acquired territory. And then in 1962-63, Pondicherry became the union territory of India. Because till 1962, Pondicherry was administered by the government of India as an acquired territory. Why? There is a difference between signing an agreement and ratifying an agreement. What is the difference? Let's say, for example, in 1954, there was an agreement signed between the two governments, government of India and the government of France. What was the agreement? Both governments agreed that this territory, Pondicherry, should be acquired by India. This territory should be legally acquired by India from France. There was government-to-government agreement. But this agreement, which was signed between the government of India and the government of France, it had to be ratified by the French Parliament. French Parliament took some time, and French Parliament ratified this agreement in the year 1962. That means this agreement was signed in 1954, but it was only the signing of an agreement, because only the governments of both the countries, they accepted this agreement. But this agreement needs to be ratified. And how can we ratify it? We can ratify it by parliamentary approval. This parliamentary approval was given by the French Parliament in the year 1962, and that is how Pondicherry legally became the part of India. But from 1954, when the agreement was signed, till 1962, when the ratification was done by the French Parliament, in these years altogether, French settlement of Pondicherry was administered by the government of India as an acquired territory. That means either we can have states, or we can have union territories, or we can have acquired territories. Tomorrow, we can acquire a part of another country and make it part of India. But ultimately, there is a difference between signing an agreement and ratifying an agreement. Agreement is signed by governments, but agreements are ratified by the respective legislatures, respective parliaments. And it was only in 1962 when the French Parliament ratified the treaty, ratified the agreement, that Pondicherry became a legal part of India, and it was given the status of a union territory. This completes our Article 1 of the Constitution of India. So recap, Article 1, Clause 1. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. We have dual name for this country, India as well as Bharat. Union of states does not mean that Indian Constitution is unitary. It means Indian Constitution is federal, but for two reasons. We have used the term or the phrase union of states instead of federation of states. The names of the states and territories shall be mentioned where? It shall be specified in the first schedule. What is a schedule? If an article requires more explanation, add a schedule at the end of the Constitution. So schedule is basically an explanatory memorandum of an article, and it is only for cosmetic measures. Then, if you look at the territory of India, either we can have states, or we can have union territories, or we can have acquired territories. And one such example of an acquired territory is the French settlement of Pondicherry. Now let's look at Article 2 of the Constitution of India. Parliament may, by law, what Parliament can do, it can enact a law. And through this law, what Parliament can do, it can admit into or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. Now let's understand Article 2. What Article 2 says, that Parliament may, by law, what Parliament can do, it can enact a law, it can pass a law. And through this law, Parliament can admit into union a state, Parliament can establish a new state, and that too on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. The best way to make you understand Article 2 is if we cite the case of Sikkim. Sikkim was originally not part of India. When in 1947, India became independent, the country was partitioned into India and Pakistan. Sikkim was not part of India. Sikkim was ruled by a hereditary monarch, and that institution of monarchy was what we call Chogyal. So Sikkim was basically a princely state, was basically a kingdom. It was ruled by a monarch, and the institution of monarchy was called Chogyal. But soon Sikkim realized that I have a bigger neighbor, India, and I need protection from other countries. This is where Sikkim and India entered into an agreement, and because of this agreement, Sikkim became a protectorate of India. And what is this protectorate? In international law, protectorate is an entity which is protected by a stronger state. That means there's a stronger state which protects this slightly weaker state. And this weaker state is granted diplomatic protection, military protection by the stronger state. That is what we call protectorate. That means a stronger state, India, is giving protection, diplomatic protection, military protection to Sikkim. And this is how this relationship worked. And this relationship continued. But then came the spring of 1973. There were protests in Sikkim. And the people in Sikkim, they wanted to be part of India. They did not want to be governed by this hereditary institution called Chogyal. They wanted to be part of India. Some people say that Indian Intelligence Agency, the external intelligence agency that we have, RAW, Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, it played a very important pivotal role in molding the public opinion in Sikkim, so that Sikkim, which is strategically located, also becomes part of India. And then there were protests in Sikkim, the spring of 1973, where large-scale protests broke out, and the people in Sikkim, they wanted to be part of India. Ultimately, there was a compromise, and there were three parties to this compromise: Chogyal, the people of Sikkim, and the government of India. And ultimately, government of India brokered peace, and government of India asked the institution of monarchy in Sikkim, let's organize elections. Elections were organized, and a pro-India political party in Sikkim, Sikkimese Congress, won the election and ultimately captured power in Sikkim. But when this government in Sikkim was formed by a political party which is sympathetic to India, by a political party which favors merger with India, this government, what it did in Sikkim, the parliament in Sikkim passed a law, and because of this law, the powers of Chogyal were restricted. Chogyal now was converted into a nominal constitutional head. That means prior to 1974, prior to the spring of 1973, all the powers were concentrated in the king. All the powers were concentrated in the hands of Chogyal. But now once the elections were held, a pro-India political party won the election, and the parliament of Sikkim passed a law, and because of this law, the powers of Chogyal were clipped, and Chogyal became a nominal constitutional head of Sikkim. That means basically a nominal head, a titular head with no powers, because real powers were vested with the parliament of Sikkim or the assembly of Sikkim, legislative assembly of Sikkim. That means the Chogyal of Sikkim became just like a British queen, only a ceremonial head, only a nominal constitutional head with no real powers, because the real powers were vested with the people of Sikkim. Ultimately, what happened? Chogyal sensed conspiracy on behalf of India, and Chogyal went to many countries and asked the support of these countries because he alleged that India is interfering in the internal affairs of his kingdom, and ultimately he sought international help. This is where Parliament of India enacted another law. Constitution was amended. 35th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1974. Sikkim was admitted into India as an associate state. What happens? Parliament may by law admit into or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. To explain this, we need to look at the condition of Sikkim. Sikkim was under a hereditary monarch, but now because of the protest, ultimately there were elections in Sikkim, and a pro-India political party won the election. The powers of Chogyal were clipped. Chogyal became a nominal constitutional head. Chogyal is sensing conspiracy. Chogyal is seeking international help. Government of India comes into the picture. Parliament of India gets its act together, amends the constitution. 35th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1974, and Article 2 capital A was added. And because of this Article 2 capital A, Sikkim became an associate state of India. But then what's the controversy? The controversy is, let's go back to Article 1. Article 1 Clause 3, what does it talk about? It says that India either can have states, or India can have union territories, or India can have acquired territories. There is no mention of this term called associate state. This is where the opposition, the then opposition, criticized Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Mrs. Indira Gandhi was then the Prime Minister. She was heavily criticized because it was alleged that she has violated the Constitution. When Constitution only talks about states or union territories or acquired territories, there is no mention of any term called associate state. So how can the Parliament of India admit Sikkim as an associate state, not as a regular state? But that was the diplomacy of Mrs. Indira Gandhi. She could not have admitted Sikkim as a full-fledged Indian state because the legitimate ruler, the Chogyal, is not in agreement. Second, it could not have been a union territory. Third, if it was admitted as an acquired territory, but you can't simply acquire territory, there has to be an agreement between the two parties. And ultimately, the signal it would have sent to the world that India has acquired Sikkim, that would not have been diplomatically prudent. So what she did, invented a novelty, an innovation. And she used Article 2 of the Constitution of India. Parliament may, by law. What Parliament can do, it can enact a law. What was the law? 35th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1974. And through this law, it admitted a state, Sikkim, on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. And the Parliament thought it fit to admit Sikkim as an associate state. But when Sikkim was admitted as an associate state, but then what happened? When Sikkim was admitted into the Union of India as an associate state, Chogyal was somebody who could not remain silent. And ultimately, he was still seeking international help. Then what happened? There was a referendum in Sikkim. People in Sikkim, they were asked, who are you going to vote for? Do you want to completely merge with the Union of India, or do you want to remain independent and part of this hereditary monarchical structure? And more than 99% people in Sikkim, they voted overwhelmingly in favor of India. And then what happened? Just a year later, again, Constitution was amended. 36th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1975. Article 2, capital A was deleted, and Sikkim became just like any other Indian state. That means this innovation, this novelty that was introduced in the year 1974, it lasted only a year. Because in 1975, just a year later, again the constitution was amended, and this Article 2 capital A, which gave Sikkim the status of an associate state, that Article 2 capital A was deleted, and Sikkim became just like any other Indian state. But long story short, look at the spread of Article 2. It says Parliament may by law admit into union or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. And the example for that is Sikkim. The distance, the journey of Sikkim from a protectorate to an associate state, and then as a full-fledged state of Union of India. That is what Article 2 of the Indian Constitution is all about. Now let's look at Article 3 of the Constitution of India. What Article 3 talks about? Parliament may by law. What Parliament can do? It can pass a law. And through this law, what Parliament can do? It can form a state. How? A state can be bifurcated, trifurcated, separated to create few more states. For example, Uttar Pradesh in the year 2000 was bifurcated, or a part of Uttar Pradesh was separated, and that separated part became Uttarakhand. First Uttaranchal, then Uttarakhand. Similarly, Bihar, the same year 2000. One part of Bihar, Jharkhand, was carved out from Bihar. In a similar fashion, the same year 2000, Madhya Pradesh also, one part of Madhya Pradesh was carved out from it and it became Chhattisgarh. 2014, Andhra Pradesh was bifurcated into Andhra and Telangana. That means what Parliament can do? Parliament can pass a law, and through this law, what Parliament can do? It can separate a part from one state and make this part another state, merge two or more states together. That is the power which is available to the Parliament. What Parliament can also do? It can increase the area of any state. It can decrease the area of any state. It can change the name of any state. It can alter the boundaries of any state. That is the power which is available to the Parliament under Article 3 of the Constitution of India. But this is where two important concepts are required. Number one, if you look at United States of America, we call United States of America an indestructible union of indestructible states. The union, United States of America, will remain united. And all these 50 states that are part of United States of America, they will remain 50. That means in United States of America, the Constitution does not talk about that you can divide a state. The Constitution says that United States of America is an indestructible union of indestructible states. Without the consent from the states, you cannot destroy that state. You cannot split that state. But when you look at India, we are an indestructible union, but of destructible states. Union of India will remain Union of India. But today we can have 28 states. Few months ago, we had 29 states. Tomorrow we can have 30 states, or we can have 35 states. That means states can be bifurcated. States can be trifurcated. States can be merged together. That means India is an indestructible union, but of destructible states. That's the concept number one. But concept number two, very important. When we say India is a federal constitution, but even then, there are some features in Indian constitution which gives a unitary bias to our constitution. If you look at these features, we say that although Indian constitution is federal, but there are some features in the Indian constitution which are biased in favor of center, which are favoring the center, which are favoring the union. One such feature is Article 3 of the Constitution of India. That means states can be split, states can be merged, their names can be changed, but who has the power to do this? Parliament, not the states. Even without consulting the states can be bifurcated, the states can be trifurcated, the states can be downgraded. That is why we say this is one of the centralizing tendency of Indian federalism. India is a federal constitution, India is a federal polity, but there are some features which give a centralizing bias, a unitary bias to our constitution. And one such feature is Article 3 of the Constitution of India. But how can Parliament do all of this? Parliament has to follow a procedure. And what is that procedure? Let's look at that procedure. That procedure is something that we call a consultative process. What is a consultative process? Let's say, for example, I'll give you the example of 2014. That's how you can best understand Article 3. 2014, what happened? There was a demand that Andhra Pradesh should be bifurcated, Telangana be carved out from Andhra Pradesh. Why? Because the people of Telangana, they have been discriminated against by the coastal Andhra. I don't know whether that is true or not, because that's not my domain. But I can only say that this is what led to the creation of Telangana. There was an element of bias. There were allegations of favoring the state, favoring the coastal Andhra, the Rayalaseema region, and not favoring or discriminating the people of Telangana. And that is why there was this Telangana movement, and people in Telangana, they wanted a separate state for themselves. That means Andhra Pradesh should be bifurcated, Telangana should be carved out from Andhra Pradesh. But for that, who has the power to do this? Parliament under Article 3. But Parliament has to follow a process, and that is what we call a consultative process. What is this consultative process? Basically, what happens? The Union Cabinet, Prime Minister, his cabinet ministers, they clear this proposal. They say, yes, now the time is right. Andhra Pradesh should be bifurcated into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And they pass a bill. That means Union Cabinet clears a bill. And this bill is what we call Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Bill. Andhra Pradesh should be reorganized. What is a bill? Bill is a proposal. What is the proposal of this bill? Andhra Pradesh should be reorganized. Reorganized into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Who cleared this bill? Union Cabinet, the central government. And now this bill should be presented first to the president. Normally what happens? When the bill is cleared by the cabinet, it is tabled in the parliament, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. When they pass this bill, then this bill is sent to the president. When president signs this bill becomes a law, this bill becomes an act, and this act enters into force. But so far as bill under Article 3 is concerned, when this bill is cleared by the Union Cabinet, this bill, before it can be tabled in the parliament, it's sent to the President of India. Their president, can we please introduce this bill in the parliament? That means a bill under Article 3 cannot be introduced in the parliament without the consent, without the permission, without the approval of the President of India. That is very important for your prelims examination. Which means when this Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill was cleared by the Union Cabinet, before it could be introduced in the parliament, it was sent to the president. President was told, dear president, please give us the permission. We want to table this bill in the parliament, and we want parliament to pass this bill so that this reorganization bill becomes a reorganization act, so that Andhra Pradesh is bifurcated into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. President said, no, wait, I have to follow a process. And that process is mentioned in the Constitution itself. And what is that process? I will ask the legislative assembly of that state which is going to be affected by this bill. And which legislative assembly is going to be affected by this bill? Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly. So what I will do, before I can give you permission so that you can table this bill, introduce this bill in the parliament, I want to seek the opinions of the Legislative Assembly of Andhra Pradesh. Then in a special aircraft, this Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill, it was sent to the Legislative Assembly of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly discussed it and rejected it in toto. Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill should be rejected, said the Legislative Assembly of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh Assembly said, in unanimity, by a unanimous decision, we are passing a resolution, we want a united Andhra Pradesh. We don't want bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So we are rejecting this Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill of 2014. President said, so what? I know what your views are, what your standpoint is, but even then, I'm going to give my permission to the central government. You can introduce this bill in the parliament. That means it is only a consultation consultative process. The president is only consulting the state. Whatever views are given by the state, that's not binding on the president of India. That means the president is following the constitution only for consultation. That means the constitution gives the power to the center. Center can reorganize the country. But yes, under Article 3, president has to follow a process, a consultative process. When this bill is sent by the union cabinet to the president, please give us your permission. We want to introduce this bill in the parliament. President says no. First, I want to refer this bill to the legislative assembly of that state, which is going to be affected by this bill. And I want to know what are the views of that legislative assembly. And ultimately, legislative assembly of Andhra Pradesh said, we reject this bill. President said, doesn't matter. Ultimately, this bill was tabled in the parliament. Both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha passed this Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill. The majority required is simple majority. That means majority of all the members present and voting. Ultimately, by simple majority, Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill was passed. Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill became Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. And ultimately, Andhra Pradesh was bifurcated into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. That is why we say Article 3 represents the centralizing tendency of Indian federalism. Although our constitution is federal, but there are some features, there are some provisions which give a unitary bias to Indian constitution. And one such feature is Article 3, reorganization of the country. Even without the consent from the states, even without the concurrence of the states, the central parliament can reorganize this country. That is what Article 3 of the constitution is all about. But now another example. And this is something you may be interested in. Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir, initially a princely state, then became part of India, but it was accorded a special status under Articles 370 of the Constitution of India and Article 35 capital A of the Constitution of India. Now Article 35 capital A disappeared. Article 370 is still part of the Constitution. It has not been deleted, it has not been abrogated, it's still part of the Constitution, but it has been de-operationalized. That means it is something which is not into force. But why it happened, how did it happen, that we are going to discuss when we will take up the chapter Jammu and Kashmir. Today we are only going to talk about how Jammu and Kashmir was reorganized, how Jammu and Kashmir, which was a state, how it was downgraded to that of a union territory, and how it was bifurcated into two union territories, because that is something unprecedented, unusual, never happened in the history of independent India except Delhi, because Delhi initially was a state till 1956, and then it was demoted to that of a union territory. Barring the exception of Delhi, we didn't witness a single case where a full-fledged state was downgraded to that of a union territory. Yes, we saw Goa, which was a union territory, it was upgraded to that of a state. Similarly, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, previously union territories, then were upgraded to that of full-fledged states. But after 1956, we never witnessed a case where a state was downgraded to that of a union territory. So how it happened for Jammu and Kashmir, that is something that we are going to discuss now. But how Article 370 was de-operationalized, and what is this Article 370, that we will discuss in the chapter Jammu and Kashmir. When the Legislative Assembly elections were held to the state of Jammu and Kashmir in the year 2015, no political party was in a position to form the government. And ultimately, there was a coalition government. The PDP, the People's Democratic Party, and the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ultimately, they ran the coalition for some time, and after that, BJP said divorce. The BJP withdrew support to the Mehbooba Mufti government, and ultimately the government collapsed. After that, the state was under the governor's rule. And governor's rule is the term that we used only and only for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Because Jammu and Kashmir had its own constitution. And under that constitution, there should have been a governor's rule. If there is no popular government, if there is no democratically elected government, then there will be governor's rule for a period of 6 months. Once the 6-month period is over, then there will be president's rule under Article 356 in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. This I'm talking about 2017. So basically, when BJP withdrew support to the Mehbooba Mufti government, the government fell. No other political party was in a position to form the government. No other political party was in a position to come in coalition with another political party and form the government. Couldn't happen. The state was initially under governor's rule under the constitution of Jammu and Kashmir. Now this constitution does not exist. But it was under governor's rule for 6 months and then under president's rule under Article 356 of the Constitution of India. So basically under Article 356 what happens? We'll discuss that when we will talk about emergency chapter, when we will talk about president's rule. But very briefly here. When there is president's rule in a state, which primarily means there is no council of ministers, there is no chief minister, which basically means who administers the state? Center. Who is the head of the center? President. That is why we call it president's rule. That means president is directly administering the state because the state has been placed under president's rule because there is no chief minister, there is no council of ministers. But chief minister, council of minister, they are part of the executive, right? But who is part of the legislature? There is no legislature because legislative assembly is dissolved. It happened when 3 political parties, they decided to come together. The National Conference, the Congress and the PDP. They decided to come together and form the government. There was another party, People's Conference. It said that we have the support of the BJP and we are in a position to form the government. They also approached the governor that dear governor, give us the opportunity. We are in a position to form the government. Governor said there are 2 claimants. 2 individuals are claiming that they are about the numbers. Ultimately, what governor did, he dissolved the legislative assembly. So now we don't have a legislative assembly in Jammu and Kashmir as well. I'm talking about 2017. So there is no chief minister, there is no executive, there is no legislature. Legislative assembly has been dissolved. And in such a situation, when there is a president's rule, when we don't have a legislative assembly, who has the power to make laws for that state? That power is given to the parliament. This we will discuss in detail when we will talk about president's rule, but very briefly here. When there is no executive, president is the head of that state. When there is no legislature, parliament becomes the legislative assembly for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So now in 2019, August 5, 2019, what happens? Who is the legislative assembly for the state of Jammu and Kashmir? Parliament of India. Who is the executive head of that state? President of India. Because the state is directly under the control of the center. The state is under the president's rule. So what happened? Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister of India, he approached the Rajya Sabha and said that now I want to introduce Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill of 2019. What is this bill? Bill is a proposal. What is the proposal? Proposal is Jammu and Kashmir should be reorganized. The state of Jammu and Kashmir should be downgraded to that of a union territory. And union territory also should be split. We should have 2 union territories. Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, union territory of Ladakh. That's my proposal. I need parliamentary approval for these proposals so that Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill becomes an act. This act is entered into force. But then people asked, for Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill to be passed, you require the views of the legislative assembly of that state. Since there is no legislative assembly, that means you can't seek the views. That means you can't introduce Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill in the parliament. The argument of the government was, who has the power under Article 3? Parliament. What parliament can do? It can separate a state. It can bifurcate a state. It can separate a part of that territory and make this territory a separate state or a separate union territory, anything. That's the power which is available to the parliament. So we are exercising our power. What the government said, yes, under Article 3 we have this power, which basically means Union Cabinet got together. Union Cabinet discussed Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill the morning of August 5, 2019. Union Cabinet cleared this bill, but asked the President of India, their President, please give us the morning of August 5, 2019. Union Cabinet cleared this bill, but asked the President of India, their President, please give us the permission so that we can introduce this bill in the Parliament and we can seek parliamentary approval for this bill. President said, but for that I have to send this bill to the Legislative Assembly of that state, which is going to be affected by these changes, which in this case is Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly. But there is no Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly that has been dissolved. So when Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly has been dissolved, who acts as the Legislative Assembly for Jammu and Kashmir? The Parliament of India. So instead of sending this bill to the Legislative Assembly of that state, I'm sending it to the Parliament. So basically, Parliament on August 5, Rajya Sabha, one important detail. This bill under Article 3, it can be introduced in either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. That means that's the choice of the government, whether they want to introduce this bill first in Lok Sabha and then in Rajya Sabha, or first in Rajya Sabha and then in Lok Sabha. In the case of Jammu and Kashmir, the bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha. Why? Maybe the government wanted to surprise the opposition, because the government was not in the majority in Rajya Sabha. The government wanted to surprise the opposition so that they don't come together, so that immediately this Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill is passed in the Rajya Sabha, and then once it is sent to Lok Sabha, we have the brute majority in Lok Sabha and we can get this bill passed. That was the intention of the government, to surprise the opposition, to take the opposition by surprise. And ultimately, this bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, there was a discussion for a few hours, and Rajya Sabha passed this Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill. And then this bill was sent to Lok Sabha on August 6, 2019. Lok Sabha also passed this bill. This bill was passed by both houses of the Indian Parliament. Simple majority was required, and ultimately this bill entered into force on October 31, 2019. Why? To coincide with the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India, the man of unity. And ultimately, Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into union territories. Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the union territory of Ladakh. But then this Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill was also criticized on many fronts. One such front was Article 370. How? If Article 370 was there, because in the morning of August 5, the President issued an order and said Article 370 is no longer operational. So basically, the protection of Article 370 is no longer there. What is this Article 370? I told you I'm going to tell you in the chapter of Jammu and Kashmir. You can go through that chapter of Jammu and Kashmir right now and see what Article 370 is all about. But very briefly here, if there was Article 370, Indian Parliament did not have the power to reorganize Jammu and Kashmir without the concurrence of the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. For other states, only consultation was required. With respect to Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, only consultation with these states was sufficient. But so far as Jammu and Kashmir was concerned, the status according to Jammu and Kashmir under Article 370, Parliament did not have the power to reorganize the state of Jammu and Kashmir without the permission, without the concurrence of the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. But on August 5, 2019, there was no Article 370. It was dead. It was not operational. It was de-operationalized. So ultimately, this protection of Article 370 was not there. So Jammu and Kashmir became just like any other Indian state. So just like any other Indian state, where there is no concurrence required, the Parliament enacted Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill, and ultimately Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into two union territories. That's number one. Number two, some people argued that when we look at President's rule, under President's rule, yes, Parliament becomes the Legislative Assembly of that state. If a state, Jammu and Kashmir, is placed under President's rule, who becomes the legislature of the state, which is under President's rule? Parliament. So all the powers, all the laws that are to be made for the state, this law will be made by Parliament. That means this law will be made for the state, which is under President's rule, by whom? By the Parliament. And all the powers that are available, all the powers that are there for the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir will be transferred to that of the Parliament. But that's only for temporary period. That's only for temporary period of 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 1 year, 2 year, maximum 3 years. Because 3 years is the maximum validity of a President's rule. You cannot continue with the President's rule for more than 3 years in any state, because that's the constitutional limit. There is a maximum validity of a President's rule, and that maximum validity of a President's rule is 3 years. That means President's rule by its very nature is temporary. Since there is a breakdown of constitutional machinery, since no political party is in a position to form the government, since we can't hold elections right now, that is why let's have President's rule. So President's rule by nature is temporary. Can, in a President's rule, Parliament make changes for that state which are of permanent character? Can, in a President's rule, state be downgraded to that of a union territory? That goes against the very concept of federalism. Supreme Court has said federalism is part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution, and no act of Parliament, not even a Constitutional Amendment Act, can violate the basic structure of Indian Constitution. Critics say Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act, it violates the principle of federalism. Why? Because this state, which was placed under temporary President's rule, because President rule by its nature is temporary, can during this temporary phase Parliament make changes to that state which are of permanent character? If that is the case, if the answer is yes, then tomorrow our entire constitution can be converted into a unitary constitution. How? It takes few steps to convert a federal constitution into a unitary constitution. What are these steps? For example, West Bengal, of permanent character? If that is the case, if the answer is yes, then tomorrow our entire constitution can be converted into a unitary constitution. How? It takes few steps to convert a federal constitution into a unitary constitution. What are these steps? For example, West Bengal, or Tamil Nadu, or Odisha, or Punjab, for example. If the central government is not happy with the governments of these 4 states, what the central government can do? Impose President's rule. When President's rule is imposed, ultimately what will happen? This state is placed under the control of the Parliament, and And based on the recommendation of the parliament what it does, it downgrades the entire state and converts the entire state into that of a union territory. That means the principle of federalism is getting violated. But there are those who say, how is this principle of federalism getting violated? Because in any case, the states don't have a say. If, for example, you're saying impose president's rule, then downgrade the state to that of a union territory, this can happen even without imposing president's rule. How? Union cabinet clears a bill, West Bengal reorganization bill. It is sent to the president that please give us the permission. We want to convert the state of West Bengal into union territory of West Bengal. President will say, no, I want to consult the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is furious. She says, I'm rejecting this bill. The Legislative Assembly of West Bengal is rejecting this bill in toto. Even then the president will say, it doesn't matter. I'm giving the permission to the government. Please table this bill in the parliament, get West Bengal reorganization bill passed, and ultimately convert, downgrade West Bengal to that of a union territory. So how is principle of federalism getting violated? But there are others who say, yes, parliament does have the power to merge two or more states to create a state, to bifurcate a state to create two states, to trifurcate a state to create three states. Yes, that's the power available with the parliament. Yes, a part of that state can be taken out and made into a union territory. But for God's sake, how can you convert the entire state into that of a union territory? That means, yes, a part of that state can be converted into a union territory, but the residuary state, the residue which is left, the remaining part of that state which is left, it must exist as a state. You cannot downgrade the entire state to that of a union territory because federalism is part of the constitution, basic structure of Indian constitution. What is basically a union territory? There is no distribution of powers. There is no dual government. Two important ingredients of a federal constitution. One, there should be dual government. Two, there should be distribution of powers. Union territory by its very nature is under the control of the union, is under the control of the center. That means union territory concept, it violates federalism. Can the entire state be downgraded to that of a union territory? Is it possible? That's why we have a petition pending in the Supreme Court, because there is a constitutional challenge. There are various petitions challenging the constitutional validity of Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act of 2019. They say it is unconstitutional because it violates federalism, which is part of the basic structure of Indian constitution. Others also say this. They say when the state is under president's rule, as I told you, this president's rule by nature is temporary. And how can parliament make permanent changes to a state which is under a temporary rule? That's something you can't do. But let's look at president's rule by its nature. In a president's rule, what happens? President issues a proclamation. I am issuing a proclamation as the President of India that the state of Jammu and Kashmir is under president's rule. What I do, I say all the powers that are with the state, that are with the executive will remain with me. That means all the powers of chief minister, all the powers of the ministers, all the powers of anybody in that state will be vested with me because I'm the president. I cannot vest two powers with myself. One power is the power of the High Court, because there is separation of powers. I cannot take up the judiciary powers. I cannot take up the judicial powers. So when president issues a proclamation that there is a president's rule in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, I as a president, I can take up executive power because I'm the executive head of the state, but I cannot take up judicial powers. And at the same time, I'm giving legislative powers to the parliament. That means in this presidential proclamation, I'm saying parliament becomes the legislature, the legislative assembly for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And all the powers that are available with the legislative assembly of Jammu and Kashmir will be transferred to that of the parliament. That means Jammu and Kashmir legislative assembly, it has lawmaking power. All these lawmaking powers are transferred to that of the parliament. But what happens in Article 3? Please understand this carefully. Under Article 3, when this bill is cleared by the cabinet, union cabinet, it is sent to the president. President sends this bill to the legislature for what? Asking the views of that legislative assembly. Critics say that this view is different from law, which means yes, in a president's rule, lawmaking is the power which is given to the parliament. But how can parliament take over the right of a legislative assembly to give its view? That is something which president's rule does not snatch from a legislative assembly. This right to give views to the president. That is why on this ground also it has been challenged to the Supreme Court. Let's wait and watch. Let's see what Supreme Court has to rule on this matter. But this completes our Article 3 of the Constitution of India. Just to recap, Article 1, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Article 1, Clause 2, the names of the states and territories thereof shall be specified where? In the first schedule. Article 1, Clause 3, the territory of India shall consist of either we can have states, or we can have union territories, or we can have acquired territories. And one example of an acquired territory that I gave you, the French settlement of Pondicherry, now Puducherry. Article 2, Parliament may by law. What Parliament can do, it can enact a law, and through this law, it can admit into union or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit, as Parliament thinks fit. And one beautiful example for that is the Sikkim. And then Article 3, which is a centralizing tendency of Indian federalism. Parliament can make sweeping changes, reorganize the state, and that is the power which is available only to the Parliament. The states only have a consultative role, but whatever views are given by the state legislative assemblies, those are not binding on the president, and ultimately the states can be reorganized. That's Article 3 for you. Now I'm going to tell you something tricky. And what is that tricky part? Let's say, for example, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act was passed. Before this act was passed, Andhra Pradesh had 18 MPs in Rajya Sabha. Where is it mentioned? It is mentioned in Schedule 4 of the Constitution of India. What is Schedule 4? Schedule 4 talks about the representation of states in Rajya Sabha. For example, in Rajya Sabha, we will have 31 MPs from Uttar Pradesh. In Rajya Sabha, we will have 18 MPs from Andhra Pradesh, for example. Clear? So this is 2014 data. There are 18 MPs from Andhra Pradesh in Rajya Sabha. But when this Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act was passed, according to this act, there will be 11 MPs in Rajya Sabha from Andhra Pradesh. There will be 7 MPs in Rajya Sabha from Telangana. Where is it to be mentioned? In Schedule 4. Any change that you make in the Constitution, for that, what do you need? You need to amend the Constitution. How Constitution is amended? A bill under Article 368 is to be passed, because Article 368 talks about the manner in which the Constitution can be amended. For that, what is the majority required? Special majority. Please understand this carefully. What am I trying to say? There is Schedule 4. When there is Schedule 4, it talks about the representation of states in Rajya Sabha. Let's say, for example, in 2014, before Andhra Pradesh was bifurcated, there were 18 MPs to Rajya Sabha from Andhra Pradesh. After the act was passed, after the state was bifurcated, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act said, out of these 18, 11 will be allocated to Andhra Pradesh, 7 will be allocated to the new state which has been carved out, and that new state is Telangana. But it is to be mentioned somewhere. The representation of states in Rajya Sabha is to be mentioned somewhere. Where is it to be mentioned? In Schedule 4. That means if you make any changes to the constitution, what are you trying to do? You're amending the constitution. But we have discussed, when we discussed the type of the majority, in amending the constitution, you require special majority. But a bill under Article 3 requires simple majority. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Bill requires simple majority. Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill requires simple majority. That means bills under Article 3 require simple majority. How can a bill which is passed through simple majority make changes to the constitution, amend the constitution, because constitution can only be amended by special majority? Give me the answer. Not just that. Schedule 1. In 2019, let's say on August 4, 2019, Schedule 1 of the Constitution of India talked about only 7 union territories. But now, 31st October 2019, the same Schedule 1 also talks about Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, as 9 union territories, part of the 9 union territories. But Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill, it only requires simple majority. How can a bill which requires simple majority make changes to the constitution, because constitutional amendment requires special majority? Please explain. How is that possible? That is possible because an exception is provided by Article 4. What Article 4 says? If there is a law which has been passed by the Parliament under Article 2 or under Article 3, for example, a new state is to be admitted into India, or a new state is to be established under Article 2. Whenever you do this, whenever Parliament does this, there will be changes in Schedule 1 and Schedule 4. Whenever a bill is to be passed under Article 3, for example, Jammu and Kashmir is to be downgraded to that of 2 union territories, we have to mention that these names will be mentioned under first schedule of the constitution. We have to ensure that previously there were 4 MPs to Rajya Sabha from Jammu and Kashmir, but now there will be no MP from Ladakh Union Territory in Rajya Sabha, but there will be 4 MPs from Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory in Rajya Sabha. This is something that we have to mention. Where is it to be mentioned? In Schedule 4. That is why Article 4 says, whenever Parliament makes a law under Article 2 or 3, there will be changes. Where these changes will be? In Schedule 1 and 4. But these changes are coincidental. These changes are supplemental. These changes are consequential, and they won't be deemed as amendment to the Constitution, which primarily means when Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Bill, when Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Bill is passed, it is making changes to Schedule 1 and Schedule 4. Don't treat this bill as constitutional amendment bill, because their primary focus is on reorganization of the state. Their focus is not on amending the Constitution. Even if Constitution is amended, but it is supplemental, it is incidental, it is a consequential matter. The issue is Andhra Pradesh is to be reorganized, but the consequence is Schedule 1 and Schedule 4 is also getting changed. So Article 4 provides an exception. In these cases, Constitution is making an exception under Article 4. When Parliament is making a law under Article 2 and Article 3, there will be changes in Schedule 1 and Schedule 4, but don't treat these bills as constitutional amendment bills. That means you can make changes to Schedule 1 and Schedule 4 by simple majority. Special majority is not required. That's Article 4 of the Constitution of India. Now let's look at something else. On 26 January 1950, when the Constitution of India was enacted, when the Constitution of India entered into force, we had 4 different categories of territories in India. We had Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D. Part A, for example, we had Bombay and Madras. Basically, those provinces which during the British rule were under the Governor General. If you would have read modern history, you would know that we had Governor General. We had princely states. We had some provinces which were under the control of chief commissioners. That is why in 1950, we had 4 different kinds of territories. Part A, for example, Bombay, Madras, basically which during the British rule were under the control of the Governor General. Similarly, Part B, princely states, Jammu and Kashmir, Hyderabad, Mysore. Part C, which during the British rule were under the control of chief commissioner, for example, Delhi, Coorg. And in Part D, we had Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Then the question was, let's reorganize this country. Let's delete this Part A, B, C, D differentiation, and let's reorganize this country into states or states and union territories. For that, a commission was set up. The year was 1948, June 1948 to be precise. It was called the Dhar Commission, headed by S.K. Dhar. It was asked, please tell us, how can we reorganize this country? The Commission said, there should be only one criteria in reorganizing this country: administrative convenience, not on linguistic lines. Which means then there was a popular demand that we should have states on the basis of language. We should reorganize this country along the linguistic lines. For example, one state for Telugu speaking population, one state for Marathi speaking population. That means we should reorganize this country on the basis of linguism. That means we should reorganize this country along the linguistic lines. But that commission said no, not linguistic lines, but only on the basis of administrative convenience. Few months later, December 1948, another committee was set up, JVP committee. JVP is an acronym which stands for Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and Patabi Sitaramaiah. Patabi Sitaramaiah, you would read him in modern history. He once contested the election of the president of Indian National Congress against Subhash Chandra Bose, and ultimately he lost the election. But when you lose to a fighter, when you lose to a stalwart, automatically your share price also goes up, and that is how people started remembering Patabi Sitaramaiah. But ultimately, this committee also said the same thing as was said by the Dhar Commission. It said administrative convenience, not linguistic lines. That means we should not be reorganizing this country along the lines of language. Why? The policymakers at that time, they had an apprehension, they had a fear that we have just come out of colonialism, and we have to work really hard to keep this country united. And if we are going to reorganize this country along the lines of language, maybe people will start respecting their language, their state more, and not the union, and not the country as a whole. And ultimately, it may be a very important ground for secession as well. Maybe some state might want to come out of the Union of India. So to prevent the secessionist feelings from developing, that is why this committee said, not on the basis of language, we should reorganize this country along the lines of administrative convenience. And then came Poti Sri Ramalu, who was also known as Amarjeevi, immortal being. He was a Gandhian. He went on fast unto death. Why? Because he wanted a separate state for all the Telugu-speaking population. And there are Telugu-speaking population in Madras, in Mysore, in other parts of the country. All these Telugu-speaking population areas should be merged together to create a united state of Andhra for Telugu-speaking population. His demand was rejected. He went on fast unto death, and ultimately he died. There was a series of protests. Protests broke out in large parts of Telugu-speaking population, and ultimately the government had to succumb to the pressure. And then the government decided to create the first linguistic state in India, Andhra. October 1953, Andhra was carved out as the first state to be carved out along the lines of language. But then people thought, policymakers thought, that we can't have a hit and trial method. We can't have a situation where people protest in a particular area, then we will succumb to these protests and ultimately create a new state. There has to be a rationale. There has to be a policy on the basis of which we should reorganize this country. And that is how, a couple of months later, December 1953, a three-member commission was set up, the first States Reorganization Commission, headed by Mr. Fazal Ali, H.N. Kunzru, and K.M. Panikkar. This commission was asked, please tell us, how can we reorganize this country into various states? And States Reorganization Commission submitted its report in September 1955. Some of their recommendations were accepted, some of their recommendations were not accepted, and ultimately, in 1956, States Reorganization Act was passed. And when this act was passed, Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D, this differentiation was done away with. The entire country was reorganized into 14 states and 6 union territories. That means if you look at 1950, Part A, B, C, D, then various commissions were set up. Tell us, how can we reorganize this country? Commission said, administrative convenience should be your moot point. Administrative convenience should be the sole criteria in reorganizing the country. Protesters said, no, language should be respected. And ultimately, States Reorganization Commission was set up. And what States Reorganization Commission did, it said, yes, language can be a criteria in creating a state. But it rejected one language, one state formula. What am I trying to say? That States Reorganization Commission, which submitted its report in September 1955, it gave a number of recommendations. Some of these recommendations were accepted. Some were not accepted. That we don't have to remember. That's irrelevant from the examination point of view. But what States Reorganization Commission recommended, it said, yes, we can have a look at language as one of the determining factors in creating a state. We should have no problem in creating states in the name of language. We should not have any such problem. But we are going to reject, and we reject in toto, this formula called one language, one state, which basically means that there should be one state for Marathi-speaking population. No. There should be one state for Tamil-speaking population. No. Why? If you look at this recommendation, when we say States Reorganization Commission did recommend that language can be a criteria to create a state, but it rejected this formula called one language, one state. Why? Because by that logic, almost the entire North India will be one state. Because if you look at Haryana to some extent, if you look at Uttar Pradesh, if you look at Uttarakhand, if you look at Rajasthan, if you look at Himachal Pradesh, they're Hindi-speaking areas. Then by that logic, almost the entire North India would have been one state. But it would have been an administrative nightmare to administer such a vast state. That is why it said, we can have 3 states where Marathi-speaking population are a majority. That means, yes, on the grounds of language, we can create a state, or we should create a state, but we should not have one language, one state formula, because inherent within the States Reorganization Commission was this recommendation that administrative convenience is the key. On the basis of administrative convenience, we should be reorganizing this country. And that is how in 1956, when States Reorganization Commission was set up, Part A, B, C, D differentiation was done away with. We had 14 states and 6 union territories. After 1956, we saw another round of reorganization. For example, Goa became a state. For example, Gujarat was carved out from Bombay, Maharashtra, Gujarat. Then we saw another round of reorganization when Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, and Jharkhand were carved out. Then the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh. Then the bifurcation of Jammu and Kashmir. And now there are people who are demanding second States Reorganization Commission. They're saying, look at the demands from different sections of our society, from different areas of our country. If you look at Uttar Pradesh, for example, there is a demand that Uttar Pradesh be trifurcated. Uttar Pradesh is such a big state, it is difficult to manage such a big state. So Harit Pradesh and Bundelkhand should be carved out from Uttar Pradesh. Similarly, Maru Pradesh should be carved out from Rajasthan. Coorg in Karnataka should become a separate state or a union territory. Vidarbh in Maharashtra, which is where you see a large number of farmer suicides. Bodoland in Assam. We saw Bodo Accord last year, but even then, there are still people who want a separate state called Bodoland in Assam. Gorkhaland in West Bengal. That means if there are so many demands from different sections of the society, different parts of our country, it is better that we replicate the formula that we used in 1953 when States Reorganization Commission was set up. So now is the time to appoint a second States Reorganization Commission and look at all these demands from different sections of the society. That is what you need to know about Articles 1 to 4 of the Constitution of India, Part 1 of the Constitution of India, Union and its territory. This chapter is over. In this lecture, let us discuss part 2 of the Constitution of India, citizenship. In this lecture, what all are we going to discuss? We will look at this concept of citizenship, what is the definition and meaning of citizenship. Then we will look at Indian Citizenship Act of 1955, which has been amended multiple times as recent as 2019. We will discuss what are the ways of acquiring Indian citizenship, how your Indian citizenship can be lost. We'll also look at Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019, what are the arguments in favor of CAA, what are the arguments against CAA. Then we will discuss who was a person of Indian origin, who is an overseas citizen of India card holder. What is the definition of non-resident Indian? Because this definition was changed in the Union Budget 2020-2021. And then we will also look at the combine of CAA plus NRC, National Register of Citizens, plus NPR, National Population Register. But first up, in our previous chapter, Union and its territory, we discussed 4 articles, Article 1, 2, 3, and 4. In citizenship, there are Articles 5 to Article 11. Article 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and Article 11. But for your examination, you will have to focus your energy on Article 11. So we will focus more on Article 11. Articles 5 to 10 are not of much relevance for your examination, and I'll tell you slightly later why. So let's get started. First up, citizenship. What do we mean by citizenship? If I can look at it plainly, citizenship is a romance. Romance between the state and the citizens. How? If you look at the residents of India, we can broadly categorize them in 2 categories. All those who are residing within the territory of India, we can broadly classify them into 2 categories. Either they are citizens or they are aliens. Who are these aliens? Basically foreigners. Now, what do we mean by when we say citizenship is an act of romance between the state and the citizens? Why? Let's say, for example, these citizens, they owe allegiance, political allegiance to the state of India. If you look at aliens, foreigners, they owe their political allegiance to their respective countries from where they have come from. But citizens, they owe their allegiance to the state. They become part of this political entity called the state, and they share a romantic relationship with each other. How? Let's imagine a situation that there is a cricket match between India and Pakistan. India won the match overwhelmingly. What is the feeling that you will get? It is that feeling that defines citizenship. Because citizens of other countries, they may also feel happy that India has defeated Pakistan, but their feeling is entirely different from the feeling that citizens will have when India will win a World Cup, when India will defeat Pakistan, when India will defeat other countries in different cricketing arenas or in different sports programs. The feeling that you got when India lifted the Cricket World Cup in 2011, that's the feeling of citizenship. The feeling that people got when India lifted the World Cup in 1983, that's the feeling of citizenship. So if you look at one way, what is citizenship? Citizenship is a romance between the state and the citizens. Not just that, there is also a symbiotic relationship between this political entity state and the citizens. What is the symbiotic relationship? State confers certain benefits on the citizens. State confers certain rights on the citizens. And in turn, citizens have some duties towards the state. For example, what are these benefits? If you look at all government jobs, some important constitutional offices, they are open for only the citizens of India. For example, only a citizen can contest election of the President of India, Vice President of India, Prime Minister, ministers, members of the parliament. The government jobs are open only for the citizens of India. That means when we look at this symbiotic relationship, the state confers certain benefits on the citizens, and in turn, citizens have certain duties towards the state. We will abide by the constitution. We will respect the national flag, national anthem. We will respect the constitution of India. It is this symbiotic relationship that also defines citizenship. And once you are part of this political entity called India, you become part of this entity. And this is where this symbiotic relationship takes birth. Normally, this chapter of citizenship is not mentioned in the constitutions. If you look at almost all the constitutions of the world, or majority of the constitutions of the world, they don't mention this chapter citizenship. But India is unique. Why? August 1947, the country was partitioned, unfortunately, on the grounds of religion. India and Pakistan. Pakistan was created in the name of religion. So in 1950, when we gave ourselves this constitution, we had to be absolutely sure who are the citizens of India. We had to be absolutely sure the benefits that we are going to give. We should give these benefits only to the citizens of India. That is why this chapter citizenship is mentioned in the Constitution of India. That means when we look at citizenship, what is citizenship? It's an act of romance. It is a symbiotic relationship. And at the same time, when we look at the constitutions of the majority of the countries of the world, they don't talk about citizenship. Why? Because they leave this matter to the parliament. They leave this matter to the respective legislatures. Let the legislatures decide, let the parliaments decide who can be the citizen, who cannot be the citizen. But India is unique. This chapter is mentioned in the Constitution of India because of the circumstances relating to the partition of this country. So we have to be absolutely sure who are the citizens of India. That is why this chapter is mentioned under part 2 of the Constitution of India. That is why when I told you that this chapter relates to Articles 5 to Article 11, but it is Article 11 that we will have to focus more on. Why? Because Articles 5 to 10, basically they deal with who are the citizens of India on 26 January 1950. What about those who migrated to Pakistan? What about those who want to come back from Pakistan? And ultimately, Articles 5 to 10 are not relevant for your examination, but it is Article 11, which is of immense significance for your examination. Why? Because Article 11 gives unfractured power to the parliament. You deal with all matters related to the citizenship. Constitution is only going to tell you who are the citizens of India on 26 January 1950. What is the status of those who migrated to Pakistan? What is the status of those who want to come back from Pakistan? But now, since Constitution cannot be dealing with citizenship matters all the time, we are leaving this matter to the legislature, to the parliament. Let parliament take a call. Let parliament enact a law and regulate all matters related to the citizenship. And that is why in the year 1955, Indian Citizenship Act was passed by the parliament. And it is this Indian Citizenship Act of 1955 which regulates all matters related to the citizenship. That's one important thing that I have to tell you. Let's look at the slide. If you look at all the residents of India who are residing within the territory of India, we can classify them as either citizens or aliens. These citizens, they enjoy full civil and political rights. But so far as aliens are concerned, who are these aliens? Foreigners. They cannot enjoy all these civil and political rights. Why? Because they are not citizens. They don't share this romantic relationship. They don't share this symbiotic relationship. They owe their allegiance to their respective countries, not to India. Although these foreigners, when they are in India, they have to respect the laws of India. They have to respect the constitution of India. They have to abide by the laws passed by the parliament. They have to abide by the rules and regulations of this country. But they don't owe political allegiance to the state of India because they owe that allegiance to their respective countries. And these aliens can further be divided into, categorized into, either these aliens are friendly or these aliens are enemy. Friendly aliens or enemy aliens. Who are these friendly aliens? Basically the citizens of those countries which share friendly, healthy relationship with India. Citizens of United States, France, all the countries of the world, because right now we share good relations with them. The citizens of these countries, they are friendly aliens in India because we share good relationship, healthy relationship, friendly relationship with their respective countries. Now who is an enemy alien? Enemy alien is the citizen of that country in India with which we are at war. That means citizens of those countries with which we are at war, the citizens of those countries, if they are in India, they are deemed as enemy aliens. But right now, we are not at war with any of the countries of the world. Yes, there is a proxy war started by Pakistan, but even then, war is always declared. Pakistan has not declared war on India. India has not declared war on Pakistan. There may be proxy war going on between the two countries, but since war is declared, we have not declared war. That is why even the Pakistani citizens in India, they can be termed as friendly aliens. Citizens, aliens. Aliens, friendly aliens, enemy aliens. Friendly aliens, citizens of those countries which share good, healthy, friendly relations with India. Enemy aliens, citizens of those countries with which India is at war. And it is these enemy aliens who can be arrested in India on mere suspicion as well. It is these enemy aliens who, once they are arrested, it is not required that we produce them before the court of law. We produce them before the magistrate. Those constitutional guarantees are available to citizens. Those constitutional guarantees are available to friendly aliens. That means citizen of India cannot be arrested on mere suspicion. If an individual is arrested, within 24 hours, he is to be brought before the police. If a citizen is arrested, within 24 hours, he is produced before a judge. If a friendly alien is to be arrested, he is told on what grounds are we arresting you. Within 24 hours, we will produce you before the judge so that we can satisfy the judge, or judge can satisfy himself or herself whether this individual, this citizen or this friendly alien has been rightly imprisoned or wrongly imprisoned. But so far as these privileges are concerned, so far as these conditions are concerned, they are not available to enemy aliens. So right now we looked at either the citizens or the aliens. Within the aliens, friendly aliens, enemy aliens. Now let's look at juristic personalities or juridic personalities. Who are these juristic personalities? Let's say, for example, you and me. We pay taxes, income tax. We have the right to acquire property. We have the right to dispose of property as well. But you and me, we are natural persons, right? But there are others who may be treated as juristic personalities. For example, the companies. For example, companies in India, they also pay taxes, just like you and me pay corporate tax. Just like you and me have the right to acquire property, to dispose of property. In a similar manner, companies can also have the power to acquire property, to dispose of property as well. So there is a category where we can call these companies as juristic personalities because they are treated as persons by the law. For all legal purposes, they are given similar treatment as that of the human beings. So right now, if you look at all those who are residing within the territory of India, either they are citizens or they are aliens. But there are others whom we call juristic personalities, who may not be living beings, who may not be human beings, but they are treated as persons by law. For example, the companies. That is what we call juristic personalities. I'll give you one more example. There was a dispute on the 2.77 acres of land at Ayodhya. In the year 2010, the Allahabad High Court ordered that this 2.77 acres of disputed land should be divided equally into three parties. Party number one, Muslim Waqf Board. 1/3 of this land be given to the Muslim community. 1/3 of this land should be given to Nirmohi Akhara. And 1/3 of this land should be given to Lord Ram, becomes the juristic personality. Someone who is treated as a person by the law. Why? Because in the 1980s, it was a petition filed on behalf of Lord Ram, wherein Lord Ram petitioned the court and said, this disputed 2.77 acres of land is my birthplace. I was born on this land. And ultimately, Lord Ram also became a party to this dispute. And then in 2019, Supreme Court, in a majority verdict, all the 5 judges of the Supreme Court said the entire land, 2.77 acres of land, should be given to Lord Ram. That means Lord Ram becomes a juristic personality. If you recap, there are 3 important things that I'm going to tell you now. That makes our concepts very clear so far as citizenship is concerned. What is the importance of citizenship? Number 1, citizenship. This piece of paper, your Indian citizenship, it determines a person's full political membership in the country. But it is not that only you are claiming that I am the citizen of India. If this paper, citizenship paper, is given to you, that means even the state is accepting you as its part. That means it is an acceptance by the state who is now accepting you as your part and is now giving you all the civil and political rights. That's the significance of citizenship. Citizenship, it determines a full political membership in the country. Not just that, it is your permanent allegiance to the Indian state, and the state has accepted you legally that you are a part of the Indian state. Also, there is no dual citizenship in India. What do we mean by no dual citizenship in India? Let's say, for example, in United States of America, which is the oldest federal constitution of the world. There you are a United States citizen as well as you are the citizen of Chicago, Florida, Pennsylvania. That means the citizens of United States of America, they have dual citizenship. They are at once the citizens of United States of America, and at the same time, they are the citizens of their respective states as well. On top of that, United States also follows another category of dual citizenship, wherein they can be the citizens of United States and at the same time they can be the citizens of other country as well. That means in United States, they follow a concept of dual citizenship, but India does not follow dual citizenship. You are a citizen of India. You may be a resident of Karnataka. You may be a domicile of Maharashtra, but you're only a citizen of India. And at once, if you are a citizen of India, you cannot be the citizen of any other country at the same time as well. But if I can recap all of this, what is citizenship? The beautiful definition of citizenship is given by a German-American political theorist, Hannah Arendt. She writes and says that citizenship is the right to have the rights. So if you have the right of freedom of speech and expression, this right is given to you by the right of citizenship. If you have the right to apply for a government job, to contest elections in India, this right is given to you by the right of citizenship. So what is citizenship? Long story short, citizenship is the right to have the rights. Now let's look at Article 11 of the Constitution of India. And it is this Article 11 which has given unfractured power to the Parliament that you regulate all matters related to citizenship. Article 11 confers on the Parliament to regulate citizenship with respect to acquisition, termination of citizenship, and all matters relating to citizenship. And it is this power, it is this Article 11 which was used by the Parliament when Parliament enacted Indian Citizenship Act in the year 1955. And this act has been amended, modified multiple times, and as recent as 2019. Now let's first look at what are the ways by which one can acquire the citizenship of India. And we have to look at the Indian Citizenship Act of 1955, amended from time to time. Number one, first way by which you can acquire Indian citizenship is by birth. What do we mean by birth? Let's say, for example, a child is born on the soil of India. Will this child become the citizen of India or not? Let's have a look at that. Before 1987, we were following a concept called Jus Soli. What do we mean by Jus Soli? Law of the soil. What do we mean by law of the soil? That means the child born on the soil of India, regardless of the nationality of her parents, regardless of the fact whether her parents are Indians or not, doesn't matter. The child is born on the soil of India. The child is an Indian citizen by birth. Why? Because the child is born on the soil of India. Why? Because we were following the concept of Jus Soli, law of the soil. A child is born on the soil of India, the child becomes the citizen of India. In 1987, Indian Citizenship Act was amended and another criteria was introduced. What was this criteria? After 1987, the child born is an Indian citizen provided one of the parents is an Indian. That means prior to 1987, the child is born on the soil of India. This child is an Indian citizen because of the birth. After 1987, the child is born on the soil of India. This child can only become the citizen of India provided either her father or her mother is an Indian. That was the condition after 1987. And then in the year 2003, Indian Citizenship Act was amended again. Now this law says a child born on the soil of India becomes the citizen of India provided either of the parent is an Indian, whether mother or father is an Indian, and the other should not be an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. What do we mean by that? Prior to 1987, the child born on the soil of India is an Indian citizen, regardless of the nationality of her parents. After 1987 till 2003, the child is born on the soil of India, but we have to look at the nationality of her parents. If one of the parents is an Indian, the child is an Indian. And since 2003, what do we follow? A child born on the soil of India becomes an Indian citizen if one of the parents is an Indian and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. Now, who is an illegal migrant? Now, let's say, for example, I come from Germany. I am a German citizen. If I want to enter India, what are the ways? I have to apply for a visa at the Indian Embassy in Germany. And if this visa is given to me using this travel document, I can enter India. That means I can enter India only with a valid legal travel document, which is this visa. This visa tells me that you can stay in India for 6 months. That means the validity of the visa is 6 months. If I'm overstaying in India, if I exceed my stay in India, if I stay in India for 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, a year, I become an illegal migrant. That means if you are overstaying in India, if your visa was valid for a particular period, but you are overstaying in India, you become an illegal migrant. And then if I marry and a child is born, this child, despite the fact that the child is born on the soil of India, this child cannot become an Indian citizen by birth. Why? Because one of the parent is an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. That's one definition of who is an illegal migrant. Let me give you another definition. Let's say I did not even apply for the visa. I used the porous borders that we have and I sneaked into India without any travel documents, without any valid visa. And then in India, if I marry, a child is born, this child cannot become an Indian citizen by birth. Why? Because one of the parents is an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. Long story short, how can you acquire Indian citizenship? One criteria is by birth. A child is born on the soil of India. The child becomes an Indian citizen provided one of the parents is an Indian and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of this birth. That is what we call one way of acquiring Indian citizenship is by birth. Second way in which one can acquire Indian citizenship is by descent. Now, what do we mean by descent? Let's say, for example, you applied for civil services examination, you cleared this examination, you have a good rank, and you wanted to become an IFS officer, Indian Foreign Service officer. And ultimately, you are posted as an IFS officer in, let's say, United States of America. And there you marry an Indian or you marry a US national or you marry an individual of any nationality. And now the child is born on the soil of United States of America. What is the citizenship status of this child? One of the parents is an Indian or both the parents are Indians or one of the parents is an Indian, the other is a foreign national or a US national. This child is born not within the territory of India, but this child is born outside the territory of India, but to an Indian parent. This child also can become an Indian citizen by descent. And that is what we call jus sanguinis. And what is jus sanguinis? Law of the blood. Doesn't matter where you are born. If you are linked to India by blood, you can also become an Indian citizen. That means, long story short, a child is born, but outside the territory of India, in a foreign country. If one of the parents is an Indian, this child can also become an Indian citizen, provided within 1 year of the birth of the child, you are registering the birth of this child at an Indian embassy or at an Indian consulate. That means basically a child is born outside the territory of India, but one of the parents is an Indian. That means you are linked to India by blood. This child can also become an Indian citizen, provided the parents register the birth of this child within 1 year at an Indian embassy or a consulate in a country where the child was born. The child was born in the United States at an embassy or consulate of the United States. The birth of this child is registered because one of the parents is an Indian. This child, by descent, becomes the citizen of India. One interesting thing here. In the United States of America, they also follow this concept of jus soli, law of the soil. And in India, we follow this concept of jus sanguinis. Clear? Let's say, for example, there's a child who is born on the soil of the United States of America, but one of the parents is an Indian. That means automatically this child is a US citizen. But this child can also register. This child can also become an Indian citizen by descent. So in this case, this child has dual nationality, dual citizenship. Is it possible? Because I told you in the beginning that India does not follow dual citizenship. India follows single citizenship. But here the child is born on the soil of the United States. One of the parents is an Indian. So this child can become an Indian citizen by descent. But automatically this child is a US citizen because the child was born on the soil of the United States. Now, what is the situation here? I'll give you one hilarious example. There was one lady from Hong Kong. She was 9 months pregnant. She boarded a flight to the United States of America. Although it's very difficult for you to be given permission to board the flight when you are 9 months pregnant, but somehow she managed it. And while the flight was cruising towards the United States, the woman entered into labor. There were a few individuals in the plane who could have helped the woman, and they volunteered for help. This woman said, "No, I don't need your help right now, but first tell me, have we entered the US airspace or not?" Why? Because if we enter your space, that means you are within the territory of US, you are on the soil of US. Soil also includes the airspace. She basically wanted her child to become a US citizen. That means if the child was born in the US airspace, using the concept of jus soli, this child is a US citizen. So this lady from Hong Kong wanted her child to become a US citizen. Ultimately, the passenger said, "No, we are not yet into the US airspace." She said, "I'll wait." It was only when the plane entered the US airspace that other fellow passengers could help this lady. A beautiful girl child was born, and this child became the US citizen. Why? Because they follow a concept of jus soli. No matter what is the nationality of your parents, if the child is born on the soil of the United States, this child is an US citizen. But what about an Indian parent? A child is born to an Indian parent in United States of America. United States of America follows jus soli. They also follow dual citizenship. What will happen to this child? This is the only instance in India where we value dual citizenship, which means dual citizenship in India is valid only in one instance. If the child is born outside the territory of India, one of the parents is an Indian, that means by descent this child is an Indian. And at the same time, if that country follows jus soli, that child will also become the citizen of that country. That means this child at the same time is a US citizen, for example, as well as Indian citizen as well. But only till the time this child attains maturity. Once this child attains the age of 18, the child has to decide whether I want to continue with Indian citizenship or I want to continue with the US citizenship. And ultimately, within 6 months, this child has to take a decision because now the child is a major. The child has an independent mind. This child has to decide whether I want to continue with Indian citizenship or with US citizenship. If within 6 months, the child has not decided whether I want to continue with US citizenship or Indian citizenship, her Indian citizenship will be terminated so that the child will remain the US citizen. But even if this minor child of less than 18 years of age, this minor child can have dual citizenship, but even then, the passport should be of only one country. You cannot hold dual passport. Passport can be US, passport can be Indian, but in no circumstances can the passport be dual. That means what are the ways of acquiring Indian citizenship? One is by birth. The child is born on the soil of India. If one of the parents is an Indian and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of the birth, the child is an Indian. Second way, by descent. The child is not born on the soil of India. The child is born outside the territory of India, but to an Indian parent. This child can also become an Indian citizen, provided within 1 year, the birth registration of this child is done at an Indian embassy or consulate. But till the time the child attains the age of 18, the child will have a dual citizenship. Once the child attains the age of 18, the child is now mature. He or she will have the option of either continuing with the Indian citizenship or giving up Indian citizenship. But passport needs to be one. Third way by which one can acquire Indian citizenship is by registration. And there are a number of criteria in registration. There are a number of individuals who can apply for Indian citizenship through registration. I'll give you one example here. Few more examples I'll give you towards the end of this lecture. But right now, the third way by which one can acquire Indian citizenship is by registration. How? Let me give you an example of Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi was not born in India. Sonia Gandhi was not born to an Indian parent outside, but Sonia Gandhi is linked to an Indian by the accident of marriage, for example. She married an Indian. Now, when she married an Indian and she stayed in India for some time, she has the option of applying for Indian citizenship by registration. That means another way by which you can acquire Indian citizenship is by registration. Let's say, for example, Sonia Gandhi, not born in India, not born to an Indian parent outside, but married an Indian. This individual can also apply for Indian citizenship by registration. For that, you have to meet certain conditions. For example, you must have stayed in India for, let's say, 7 years. This may also change in some time. But right now, let's say, here is an individual who is married to an Indian. This individual can also apply for Indian citizenship by registration, provided you apply for Indian citizenship after you have stayed in India for 7 years. But once we have given you Indian citizenship, you have to give up, renounce your Italian citizenship. citizenship, your previous citizenship. Because even here, we can't have dual citizenship. This is the third way by which one can acquire Indian citizenship. Now, the fourth way is by naturalization. Let's say, for example, there is an individual who is not born in India, not born on the soil of India, not born outside India to an Indian parent, not also married to an Indian. But this individual also wants to become an Indian citizen. Do we have a provision for that individual? Do we have a provision for such individuals? Yes. And that provision is by naturalization. How? I'll give you a few examples. Mother Teresa, she's an Indian citizen by naturalization. Professor John Brace, you must have read his columns in Indian Express and the Hindu, regularly writes on Indian economy. Professor John Brace. Similarly, Adnan Sami. That means even if you are not born in India, even if you don't come under the first three categories, by birth, by descent, by registration, even then you want to apply for Indian citizenship. Even then, if you want to become an Indian citizen, for that, there is the fourth option by which you can acquire Indian citizenship. And that option is by naturalization. But here, there are some difficult conditions that this individual has to meet. What are these conditions? Number one, let's say, for example, you are a citizen of the United States. You want to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. You have to renounce US citizenship. That's number one criteria. It does not mean that first I will renounce my US citizenship, then I will apply for Indian citizenship. What if India does not offer me citizenship? What will happen to me? I will be a stateless person? No. It is once India will give you citizenship by naturalization, you will have to renounce your previous citizenship. That's one criteria. Criteria number two, you should not be from a country where the citizens of India are prevented from becoming citizens by naturalization. Let's say, for example, Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, an Indian citizen cannot become a Saudi national, cannot become a Saudi citizen. That means if a citizen of Saudi Arabia wants to come to India, apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization, he may not be allowed because he is not eligible. Because he comes from a country where Indians are prevented from becoming citizens through naturalization. That means one condition is you have to renounce your previous citizenship. Second, you should not be from a country where Indians are not allowed to become citizens by naturalization. Third, you should be well versed in any Indian language which is mentioned under 8th schedule of the Constitution. There is an 8th schedule of the Constitution. It talks about 22 Indian languages. Somebody who wants to apply for Indian citizenship through naturalization, he has to meet one other criteria, which is that you should be well versed in at least one of these Indian languages which are mentioned under Schedule 8 of the Constitution of India. That's another criteria. Another criteria is you intend to reside in the Indian territory indefinitely. That means you're not like a fly-by-night operator. You come from abroad, apply for Indian citizenship, and then disappear. That means you are only applying for Indian citizenship because you want to acquire agricultural land. You want to vote in the Indian elections, and then you will disappear. No, your intention should also be to make India your permanent home. Your intention should be to stay in India for an indefinite period. This is another criteria that this individual has to satisfy if this individual wants to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. There is another criteria. You must have ordinarily resided in India for 14 years, which basically means if I want to apply for Indian citizenship through naturalization, that doesn't mean I will come now, apply for Indian citizenship, take it. No. You must show that you have the intention of staying in India for an indefinite period. For that, what is the criteria? Once you are making the application, we will calculate the amount of time you have stayed in India. If you would have stayed in India for 14 years, you are eligible to apply for Indian citizenship through naturalization. But out of these 14 years, you must have stayed in India cumulatively for 12 years. Why and how? Let's say when I say you have to be in India for 14 years before you apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. That doesn't mean for all these 14 years, you should never leave this country. You may have traveled abroad. You may have went to different destinations. But cumulatively, when we add all the days on which you were in India, if we add out of the entire 14-year period, if we add all those days you were in India, the number adds up to 12 years. That means out of the 14 years, you must have stayed in India for 12 years. Another criteria. Let's say, for example, I'm applying for Indian citizenship through naturalization today, preceding 1 year. That means 1 year before the application, I should have never left the country, which basically means 14 years. You must have ordinarily resided in India. Out of these 14 years, it is possible that you may have traveled abroad, you may have stayed abroad for quite some time. But if we add all these days on which you were in India, the number adds up to 12 years. That means out of the 14 years, you were in India for 12 years. But right now, you want to apply for Indian citizenship through naturalization. Preceding 1 year. 1 year prior to your application, you must have never left this country. These are strict, very difficult criteria that you will have to meet if you want to apply for Indian citizenship through naturalization. That means one way by which you can acquire Indian citizenship is by birth. Second, by descent. Third, by registration. Fourth, by naturalization. But there are these strict criteria that you will have to meet. For example, Adnan Sami. There's a question on your mind. Adnan Sami, a Pakistani. Indians in Pakistan, they're not allowed to become citizens. How Adnan Sami became an Indian citizen? Now for that, there are two arguments. Argument number one, Adnan Sami may have been treated by government of India as somebody who is a Canadian citizen because he had Canadian nationality. Although he had Pakistani roots, his father was a Pakistani Air Force pilot who fought the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965. Despite that, the nationality of Adnan Sami was Canadian. So he was treated as Canadian citizen who is applying for Indian citizenship through naturalization. And for more than 14 years, he was residing in India. That's when he decided to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. He met the criteria and ultimately became the Indian citizen by naturalization. But there is another approach here. All these strict criteria that we have, one by one, all these criteria can be waived. That means you don't have to satisfy any of these criteria or all of these criteria or majority of these criteria if you have rendered distinguished service in the field of science, philosophy, art, literature, world peace, and human progress. That means there are these strict conditions that you will have to meet, criteria you will have to meet if you want to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. But here's an individual, very talented. He has rendered distinguished service in the field of science, art, literature, world peace, human progress. We don't want to lose this individual. So we can't tell him, no, you have to stay in India for 14 years and then you can apply for Indian citizenship. No, first you have to learn Hindi, then you can apply for Indian citizenship. No, you are from a country where Indians are not allowed to become citizens, so we won't allow you to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization. No. If here is an individual who has rendered distinguished service in the field of science, art, literature, human progress, world peace, all these conditions can be waived off by the central government. And which central government are we talking about? Ministry of Home Affairs. Because Ministry of Home Affairs is the nodal agency for all the matters related to citizenship. This can be a very important statement for your prelims examination. Which is the ministry responsible for all matters related to citizenship? MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs, the nodal agency in all matters related to citizenship. But that doesn't mean you can have dual citizenship. Under no circumstances can any individual, any citizen of India, dual citizenship is a complete no-no. And whoever was granted citizenship by naturalization, he must take an oath of allegiance to the Constitution of India. I owe my allegiance to the Constitution of India. There is also a fifth way by which one can acquire an Indian citizenship. How? By incorporation of a territory. Let's say, for example, tomorrow we acquired Sri Lanka. Tomorrow we acquired Bangladesh. Tomorrow we acquired Nepal, Bhutan, Pakistan, China. Tomorrow we acquired China. And now the citizens of China, they will also have the option of becoming Indian citizen. But here, one important thing for your prelims. If the statement is there in your examination, if India tomorrow acquires another territory, the citizens of that territory automatically become the citizen of India? No. When India acquires another territory, incorporates another territory into the Union of India, the government of India, the Ministry of Home Affairs will specify who all can become Indian citizens now. That means if any territory becomes a part of India, the government of India shall specify the persons of that territory who shall be the citizens of India. That means automatically all of them, all their citizens will not become the citizens of India. The Indian government, MHA, will specify those persons who are eligible to become Indian citizens. That means there are 5 ways by which one can acquire Indian citizenship: by birth, by descent, by registration, by naturalization, and by the incorporation of the territory. If there are 5 ways of acquiring Indian citizenship, there are 3 ways by which you can lose your Indian citizenship as well. And one example is by renunciation. One way in which you can lose your Indian citizenship is by renunciation. What is renunciation? Renunciation is a voluntary act. Let's say, for example, thousands, lakhs of Indians, they travel to greener pastures of Australia, New Zealand, Europe, North America. And from there, they settle in these countries and then they give up Indian citizenship. They apply for the citizenship of their respective countries. They don't want to owe allegiance to India and then they give up Indian citizenship. They renounce their Indian citizenship. That means renunciation is a voluntary act. When an Indian citizen acquires the citizenship of another country, he gives up his Indian citizenship. He renounces his Indian citizenship. That is what we call renunciation. But one important thing, so far as your prelims exam is concerned, when an individual, let's say me, I went to United States, I applied for the citizenship of United States, now I became the citizen of United States, can I continue as the citizen of India? No. Why? Because in India, we don't follow dual citizenship. So I have to give up my Indian citizenship. But I have a minor child. Even this minor child will lose the citizenship. That means I'm an individual, I have given up my Indian citizenship, I have a minor child, this minor child also loses the Indian citizenship. That means when a person renounces her Indian citizenship, every minor child of that person also loses Indian citizenship. Then I also told you about registration. And there I told you that one example of who can apply for Indian citizenship by registration is Sonia Gandhi, for example, an individual who is married to an Indian. Then I also told you, I will give you a few more examples who can apply for Indian citizenship by registration. It is this individual. Who is this individual? Let's say, for example, me. My father gave up his Indian citizenship. I was a minor at that time. I also lost my Indian citizenship. But now I have turned 18 and I have developed my consciousness and I want to be part of this political entity called Indian state. I want to owe my allegiance to the Indian state. I want to become the citizen of India. What is the option for me? How can I apply for Indian citizenship? By registration. That means I lost my Indian citizenship because my father gave up his Indian citizenship. Then I was a minor. Now I'm a major. Now I know I want to become an Indian citizen. What is the option for me? I can't wait for 14 years for naturalization. My citizenship should be quick. For that, apply for Indian citizenship by registration, stay in India for 7 years, and you are a citizen of India by registration. So this is renunciation. One way in which you can lose your Indian citizenship is voluntarily give up your Indian citizenship. For example, one of the prolific painters of India, M.F. Hussain, Muhammad Fida Hussain. He was an Indian. Some of his paintings were objected to by the members of the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, by other organizations as well. So ultimately he was threatened. He painted Hindu gods and goddesses in a manner which was not acceptable to some of the people in Maharashtra. Ultimately he was attacked. Ultimately he was hounded. He feared for his life, according to him. And then he traveled abroad and went to Qatar. From Qatar, he applied for Qatar nationality, Qatar citizenship, and he became the Qatar citizen. And then he renounced the citizenship of India. He gave up voluntarily the citizenship of India because he applied for and got the citizenship of Qatar. That is renunciation. The second is by termination. Termination takes place by the operation of law. What do we mean by that? Let's say, for example, I'm an individual. I'm an Indian citizen. I traveled to Nepal, for example. And then I applied for Nepali citizenship as well, and I got the Nepali citizenship. So at once, I'm the citizen of India as well as I'm the citizen of Nepal. But I'm not renouncing my Indian citizenship. But MHA comes to know, Ministry of Home Affairs comes to know that here is an individual who is now holding dual citizenship. He has applied for Nepali citizenship and he has not renounced his Indian citizenship. Here what will happen, if you're not doing it voluntarily, if you're not voluntarily giving up your Indian citizenship, because we can't value dual citizenship and we don't, now what we will do, we will terminate your Indian citizenship. That means renunciation and termination. What is the difference? Renunciation is voluntary. Termination is by the operation of law. As soon as the citizen of India acquires the citizenship of another country, MHA terminates the citizenship of those individuals. So that means the second way by which you can lose your Indian citizenship is by renunciation. And the third one is by deprivation. You may also be deprived of your Indian citizenship. How? One condition under which you can be deprived of your Indian citizenship is if you have stayed outside India 7 years continuously. That means for 7 years you have stayed outside India, which basically means you have no interest in continuing with the Indian citizenship. We are going to deprive you of Indian citizenship. But this does not apply to students who are studying in foreign universities. Even if you are staying outside India as a student for 7 years, you may not be deprived of your Indian citizenship. But apart from students, let's say there are individuals, there are businessmen, for example, who stay outside India 7 years continuously. Their citizenship can be deprived. Also, if you are disloyal to the constitution, your citizenship can be deprived. Also, if you have applied for Indian citizenship through either registration or naturalization, but through fraud, through false representation, through concealment of material facts, your citizenship can be deprived from you. How? Let's say, for example, to apply for Indian citizenship by registration, I have to stay in India for 7 years. That means I have to provide proof that I was in India for 7 years. If I'm giving false proof, that means I'm hiding something from the government. I'm concealing some of the facts. I'm getting Indian citizenship through fraud, through misrepresentation. I can be deprived of my citizenship. If I'm applying for Indian citizenship by naturalization, I got the Indian citizenship by naturalization, but while submitting details, while submitting this application, I have to give some details that you have stayed in India for 14 years, you are well versed in any Indian language. If I'm hiding something, if I'm getting the citizenship through fraud, by concealing some of the facts, my citizenship can be deprived from me. That means there are 3 ways. If there are 5 ways by which you can acquire Indian citizenship, by birth, by descent, by registration, by naturalization, by incorporation of territory, there are 3 ways in which you can lose your Indian citizenship: by renunciation, by termination, by deprivation as well.
Now let's look at who was a person of Indian origin and who is an overseas citizen of India.
And I'll tell you slightly later why did I say who was a person of Indian origin. So this scheme, PIO, was launched by Ministry of Home Affairs in the year 2002. Someone was eligible to apply for this PIO card. Now what is this PIO card and who was eligible? Let's say, for example, there is an individual who once held Indian passport. Let's say, for example, Salman Rushdie. Basically, he has Kashmiri roots. Then he was born in Bombay. His parents migrated to Bombay. And then basically he was an Indian citizen. And then he traveled to United Kingdom, many other countries of the world, and ultimately settled in United Kingdom. And he applied for the citizenship of UK, became the citizen of UK. Later on, he was also knighted by the Queen. He was given the title of Sir. So he's called Sir Salman Rushdie. Sir Salman Rushdie was eligible to apply for PIO scheme. Why? Because he once held Indian passport. That means this individual had an Indian connection. And we call all such individuals who have had an Indian connection diaspora. Now this diaspora, this community, is very influential community. How? They also act as India's soft power. They also influence their respective governments to have good relations with India. For example, one hotelier, Sun Singh Chhatwal, a hotelier in United States of America. He was very close to the Democratic Party, very close to Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. He was instrumental, some people say, he was very instrumental in Indo-US nuclear deal of 2008, which ended India's nuclear appetite. Sun Singh Chhatwal, not an Indian, but had an Indian connection. He was once an Indian, so he is part of diaspora. This community diaspora, they play a very important role, and they act as the promoters of India's soft power outside India in their respective countries. So some benefit should be given to the members of diaspora. They also send large amounts of money back to India. That's what we call remittances. So remittances play a very important role in India's economy. You will read that in Indian economy. They also are very important. They also invest a lot of money in India. So if you look at a significant chunk of investment into India is coming from overseas corporate bodies, and majority of these overseas corporate bodies, they are owned by those who are of Indian origin. That means person of Indian origin. These individuals who are not Indians now, but they had an Indian origin. They were once linked to India. They once held Indian passport. They are very influential community outside India. They help in the propagation of India's soft power. They help in fostering good relations between India and their respective countries. Because in these countries, they are very successful individuals, top businessmen, top doctors, top technocrats. They have a power to influence their respective governments so that their governments can have good relations with the government of India. One example is Indo-US nuclear deal. A very important role, according to reports, was played by Sun Singh Chhatwal. Sun Singh Chhatwal later on was awarded Padma Shri as well. So there should be some benefit provided to these persons of Indian origin, to diaspora. And for that, there was a scheme launched in the year 2002 by the Ministry of Home Affairs. The scheme was known as Person of Indian Origin Scheme. If you once held Indian passport, now you can apply for PIO card. And if you apply for PIO card, you were granted this PIO card, you can visit India without visa for 15 years. Also, when foreigners come to India, when aliens come to India, they have to report to FRRO, Foreigners Regional Registration Office. That means when a foreigner is entering India, he or she has to report to FRRO. The benefit to PIO card holders was that if you want to come to India, you can enter India without any visa for 15 years. If your stay in India is for less than 6 months, you don't have to report to a police station. You don't have to report to FRRO. That means basically some benefits, some incentives were provided to those who are of Indian origin, persons of Indian origin. If you once held Indian passport, you can apply for PIO card. Once you are granted PIO card, you can enter India without any visa for 15 years. If your stay in India is for less than 6 months, you don't have to report to FRRO, you don't have to report to the police station. But yes, if your stay is more than 15 years, you have to report to the police station, you have to report to FRRO. But the scheme, PIO, was not applicable to those individuals who come from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. That means although you are persons of Indian origin, but right now you are the citizens of Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, you cannot apply for persons of Indian origin scheme. Clear? These were some of the benefits provided to those who had this PIO card. 3 years later, the year was 2005, Ministry of External Affairs has now started another scheme. And that scheme is Overseas Citizen of India scheme. And the scheme was under the Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. What was the scheme all about? If there is an individual who was eligible to become an Indian citizen on 26 January 1950, when the Constitution of India was enacted, this person, if he right now is not an Indian citizen, he can apply for OCI card. Basically, if you were eligible to become an Indian citizen on 26 January 1950, but you did not apply for Indian citizenship, you did not opt for Indian citizenship, you became the citizens of other countries. But right now, since you have had Indian connection once, you were once eligible for Indian citizenship, now you can apply for OCI card. Not just this individual, his children, their children. That means this family has had an Indian connection. Now you can apply for OCI card. And if you were granted with this OCI card, then you could enter India without any visa for life. And also, whether your stay in India is for 6 months, less than 6 months, more than 6 months, doesn't matter. You don't have to report to FRRO, you don't have to report to the local police station. But citizens from Pakistan and Bangladesh, even if they were eligible to become Indian citizen on 26 January 1950, they were not eligible to apply for OCI card. Long story short, there's a scheme started in the year 2002, Persons of Indian Origin scheme. In 2005, another scheme, Overseas Citizen of India. What was the objective? We have this huge community, large community called diaspora. They play a very important role for the development of India. We should provide some benefits to them so that they are in touch with their roots. PIO card holder, if I once held an Indian passport, ultimately I was eligible to apply for PIO card. Once I was granted PIO card, I could enter India without any visa for 15 years. If my stay in India was less than 6 months, I don't have to report before the police station. But if my stay is more than 6 months in India, I have to report to the FRRO, to the police. But there is another scheme, Overseas Citizen of India. Somebody who was eligible to become a citizen on 26 January 1950, who was a citizen of India on 26 January 1950, or at any time after 26 January 1950. That means there was some sort of an overlap. You could have applied for PIO scheme as well. You could have applied for OCI scheme as well. But the benefit for OCI was huge. In a sense, you can enter India without any visa for life. Whether your stay in India is for 6 months or more than 6 months, doesn't matter. You don't have to report before the police. You don't have to report to FRRO. And ultimately, the government in the year 2015 decided a policy that we should merge these two schemes. We should discard Person of Indian Origin scheme. Instead, we will continue to have Overseas Citizen of India scheme, and all those who had PIO cards, now they have an option of converting their PIO card into Overseas Citizen of India card. That's one important thing. That means in the year 2015, Indian Citizenship Act was amended again. And this time, Overseas Citizen of India was renamed as Overseas Citizen of India card holder scheme. Why was it renamed? When you look at this term, when you hear this term, Overseas Citizen of India, does it not give you a sense that we follow dual citizenship? Somebody who is an Indian citizen, somebody who is an overseas citizen. So there was some sort of confusion where some people thought that India is also practicing, following, allowing for dual citizenship. To resolve this confusion, 2015, Overseas Citizen of India, this scheme was renamed as Overseas Citizen of India card holder scheme. So it's not an overseas citizenship, it's only a card which allows you to enter India without visa for life. And whether your stay in India is for 6 months or more than 6 months, you don't have to report to the FRRO, you don't have to report to the police. And ultimately, all those who had the PIO card, they were provided an option of converting it into the Overseas Citizen of India card. So long story short, 2015, PIO and OCI schemes were merged. Now, right now, we don't have a Persons of Indian Origin scheme. We only have one scheme, that is Overseas Citizen of India card holder scheme. That is why I told you in the beginning, we will also discuss who was person of Indian origin. Now, who is an NRI? Now, when we look at PIO and OCI, and both these schemes were merged, and now we have Overseas Citizen of India card holder scheme. I told you when we discussed what are the ways of acquiring Indian citizenship. One way of acquiring Indian citizenship is by registration. Can these PIOs, can these OCIs also become Indian citizens? Yes. They have to come to India, stay in India for some years, and then they can apply for Indian citizenship by registration. That means another example by which you can apply for Indian citizenship by registration is this. Initially, when PIO scheme was there, if a PIO card holder wants to become an Indian citizen, he had to stay in India for 7 years. You stay in India for 7 years, you're eligible to become Indian citizen by registration. For OCI card holders, the number of years was 5. You are an overseas citizen of India, you have a card, OCI card, you come to India, you want to apply for Indian citizenship, stay in India for 5 years, and you can become Indian citizens by registration. Now, there is no PIO. That means all these individuals who are part of Overseas Citizen of India card holder scheme, if they want to apply for Indian citizenship, if they want to become Indian citizens, they have to come to India, stay in India for 5 years, and they can apply for Indian citizenship by registration. That means don't confuse yourself. overseas citizen of India card holder. He's not an Indian citizen, so he cannot vote. He cannot contest elections. He cannot apply for government job. That is something that you have to be absolutely careful about, because OCI card holder is not an NRI. Who is an NRI? As the name suggests, non-resident Indian. They are Indians. They have the right to vote. They have the right to contest elections. They have the right to apply for government jobs. They have the right to acquire property, dispose of property, buy agricultural land in India. Because why? They are Indians, but they are not resident Indians. Now, who is a non-resident Indian? This definition is provided by Income Tax Act. So for taxation reasons, for taxation purposes, we define certain Indians, categorize certain Indians as non-resident Indians. Because if you're not a resident Indian, you don't have the tax liability in India. If you are residing somewhere else, you're still a citizen of India, you have the tax liability in that particular country. So for taxation reasons, for tax liability reasons, we define certain individuals as non-resident Indians. Now, who is a non-resident Indian? Somebody who has not stayed in India for more than 182 days in a financial year. What is a financial year? Financial year in India starts April 1st and ends 31st March. This is the financial year. If in this financial year, there is an Indian who is not staying in India for more than 182 days, this person is a non-resident Indian. That means his tax liability is not in India. His tax liability is somewhere where he is residing. But in Union Budget 2020-21, what happened? The definition of non-resident Indian was changed. Now, if you're staying in India for more than 120 days and your taxable income is more than 15 lakhs, you are an Indian. You are not an NRI. That means there was a concern. There was an allegation that there are individuals in India who somehow manage their stay in India in such a manner that they don't stay in India for more than 182 days. They travel abroad. They do their business in India, but they travel abroad. They manage their travel history in such a manner that they don't reside in India for more than 182 days. So they evade paying taxes. To prevent this from happening, the government in its budget decided that from now onwards, 2020 onwards, what will happen if there is an Indian who is staying in India for 120 days or more, and if the taxable income of this individual in India, if the amount of money he has generated in India is more than 15 lakhs, then you are not a non-resident Indian. You have the tax liability in India. But even then, if I am somebody who has not stayed in India for more than 182 days and my taxable income is less than 15 lakhs, that means I'm a non-resident Indian. But if there is an individual whose taxable income in India is 15 lakhs or more, who is generating money in India, from India, within India, 15 lakhs, 15 lakhs or more, and is staying in India for 120 days or more, then this individual is not a non-resident Indian. This individual is a resident Indian and his tax liability is in India. But NRIs, they have the right to vote. They can contest elections. They can buy property, acquire property, dispose of property, acquire agricultural land, apply for government jobs because they are Indians, non-resident Indians. Clear? So NRIs are a different category altogether from overseas citizen of India card holder scheme. Now let's look at another important concept, domicile. You must have read in newspapers that in some states, jobs are reserved for domiciles. Now what is the difference between domicile and residence? Because domicile is not the same as residence. Please understand, domicile term is not defined in the Constitution. But there are two things that are important in understanding domicility. One is residence plus the intention to stay for an indefinite period. That means how can we decide whether you are a domicile of Maharashtra? If you're residing in Maharashtra and you have the intention of staying in Maharashtra for an indefinite period. Clear? I know it's not clear. Let me make it even simpler for you. Domicile is of two types. Domicile of origin, domicile of choice. Now what is domicile of origin? Let me give you an example. Let's assume for a while that I was born in Delhi. Clear? So I was born in Delhi. Delhi is my place of birth. But I'm staying in Delhi as well. Clear? That means my residence is Delhi. I'm continuously staying in Delhi as well. That means Delhi becomes my domicile because this domicile is also received by me because of my accident of birth. Because I was born in Delhi, I stayed in Delhi, Delhi becomes my residence, and I have the intention of staying in Delhi for an indefinite period as well. But if I was born in Delhi, but then I migrated to Karnataka, I studied in a school in Karnataka, I did my 10th, 12th graduation, I applied for a job in Karnataka as well, and let's assume for a while that I've stayed in Karnataka for 15 years or more. What do we mean by that? That means my choice has changed. This is what we call animus menendi. My state of mind has changed. I was born in Delhi, Delhi became my residence, but my domicile is Karnataka. Why? Because from Delhi, I migrated to Karnataka. In Karnataka, I have made my intention clear that I want to stay in Karnataka for an indefinite period. How can I prove that? I did my 10th from Karnataka, 12th graduation as well. I've stayed in Karnataka for 15 years. That means domicile for me is Karnataka. Because my place of residence becomes Karnataka, not just place of residence, plus my intention to stay in Karnataka for an indefinite period is also Karnataka. That means I become the domicile of Karnataka. That means domicile is residence, but not just residence, plus your intention to stay there, to reside there for an indefinite period. And if you look at, there are a number of states in India where the government jobs are reserved for domiciles. As recent as Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, domicile law was changed. Now whoever has stayed in Jammu and Kashmir for 15 years or more, this person becomes the domicile of Jammu and Kashmir, and only the domicile of Jammu and Kashmir can apply for government jobs in Jammu and Kashmir. That means, what is domicile? Don't confuse it with residence. What is domicile? Domicile is residence plus something else. What is that plus something else? Intention to stay there for an indefinite period. And domicile is of two types. Normally, domicile of origin. That means my place of birth. Wherever I was born, I stayed there for the rest of my life as well. It becomes my domicile, it becomes my residence as well, it becomes my place of birth as well. But there is another individual who may have been born in one state, migrated to another state, stayed in that state for a long period of time, 10 years, 15 years. Now this individual becomes the domicile of the state because he resides there, although his origin is not the state, but he resides here and his intention is to stay in the state for an indefinite period. And this is what we call domicile. If you look at one important judgment of the Supreme Court, Pradeep Jain versus Union of India. Supreme Court said domicile does not mean you have dual citizenship, India and Karnataka, India and Maharashtra, India and Jammu and Kashmir. No, domicile is used to convey the idea of intention to reside permanently or indefinitely. Why? For the purpose of admission to medical or other technical institutions within the state. For example, in Karnataka, if you apply for an exam called COMET, for example, here if you are a domicile of Karnataka, you have some benefits. You may have to pay less amount of fee than individuals coming from the other states. So admission into the technical institutions, admission into the educational institutions sometimes requires domicile certificate. If you are a domicile of Karnataka, there are seats reserved for you as well. That is why Supreme Court said domicile does not mean dual citizenship. Domicile only means residence and intention to reside permanently or indefinitely for the purpose of admission to medical and other technical institutions within the state. That is why we call it domicile within the territory of India. That is what you need to know regarding domicile.
Now let's look at the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019.
When we looked at Indian Citizenship Act, we discussed what are the ways of acquiring Indian citizenship. And one common theme throughout was that illegal migrants cannot apply for Indian citizenship. That means a child born on the soil of India can become an Indian citizen provided one of the parents is an Indian and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. That means an illegal migrant cannot apply for Indian citizenship. His children cannot apply for Indian citizenship. Her children cannot apply for Indian citizenship. That means we close doors on all the illegal migrants. You cannot apply for Indian citizenship. Then in the year 2014, the BJP came to power. The BJP government was formed at the center in 2014. And they had a manifesto. And that manifesto talked about that if there are illegal migrants who have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, and they belong to either Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Parsis, Buddhists, or Jains, and they have entered India on or before December 31, 2014, they are eligible to apply for Indian citizenship. That means it was a promise of the BJP that once we will come to power, we will enact a law. We will amend the Indian Citizenship Act of 1955 and we will ensure that if there are illegal migrants who have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh, and if they belong to 6 religious communities, Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains and Parsis, and if they have entered India illegally on or before 31st December 2014, we will provide them citizenship. This bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha as well, but ultimately the BJP government was in a minority in Rajya Sabha. Since they were in a minority in Rajya Sabha, and this bill required nod from both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, because Parliament has to pass a law. Since the BJP government was in a minority in Rajya Sabha, they could not pass this bill. In 2019, the BJP stormed back to power with a thumping majority. And ultimately, in its second term, the BJP government fulfilled its promise to the people of this country. Indian Citizenship Act was amended. That is what we call Citizenship Amendment Act. And according to the CAA of 2019, illegal migrants who have entered India on or before 31st December 2014, and if they belong to either Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, and they have come from either Pakistan, Afghanistan, or Bangladesh, we are going to grant them citizenship. Let's look at what are the provisions of Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. What are the arguments in favor of CAA? What are the arguments against CAA? And then we will look at the combine of CAA plus NRC plus National Population Register. First up, if there is an individual who is coming from abroad, entering India, he is subjected to Foreigners Act of 1946 as well as Passport Entry into India Act 1920, which basically means when you enter India, you should have a valid travel document. You should have a visa. If you are entering India without a passport, you are entering India without a visa, we will identify you. We will detain you. And then we will also deport you back to the country of your origin. But in 2015 and 2016, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Government of India, issued 2 important notifications. According to these notifications, if there are groups belonging to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, and Christians, and if they have come from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, who have entered India before or on 31st December 2014, we are not going to identify them, we are not going to detain them, we are not going to deport them, which basically means these 2 acts are not applicable to them. That means Foreigners Act of 1946, Passport Entry into India Act 1920 is not applicable to these communities. Why? What was the intention? The government said we have a policy that in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, the minorities are mistreated. The minorities, primarily because of their religion, because they are religious minorities in these 3 countries, they have been discriminated against, they have been persecuted, and what they do to save themselves, to save their honor, they migrate from these countries. And where will they go? They come to India. And in India, they don't have a ration card, they don't have a voter ID card, they don't have access to healthcare, education. Where will they go? We are going to provide them benefits. And one benefit that we will provide them, which encompasses every other benefit, is that we are going to grant them citizenship. But in 2015-2016, the government said these 6 religiously persecuted minorities from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, if they enter India without any visa, without any travel document, these are illegal migrants. We are not going to deport them back to Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. And then in 2019, the Indian Citizenship Act was amended, Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019. It was passed by both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. It received the presidential assent. President signed this bill, and Citizenship Amendment Bill became Citizenship Amendment Act, the law of the land. What are the provisions of CAA 2019? The provisions are that initially illegal migrants were not eligible to apply for Indian citizenship. Now, if there are illegal migrants from only three countries, three Islamic countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, if there are illegal migrants who belong to either Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Parsis, Buddhists, and Jains, if they have entered India on or before 31st December 2014, we are going to grant them citizenship. And such persons shall be deemed to be citizens of India from the date of their entry into India. Why? Let's say, for example, there was an illegal migrant belonging to these communities from these countries. Let's say this illegal migrant entered India in 1960. Now he married an Indian and a child is born. If we are only going to say that now this individual is an Indian citizen, but what does that mean? That means the children who were born in 1960 or afterwards, they are not Indian citizens because they are illegal migrants. So to ensure that such a situation does not happen, it is provided that the date you entered India, on that date you shall be deemed as the citizen of India. That means CAA 2019 says if there is an illegal migrant who has entered India on 26 January 1951, from the date of his entry, this person shall be deemed as the citizen of India. That means even his children, grandchildren, all the other family members, they are also eligible for Indian citizenship. Number two, all legal proceedings against them in respect of their illegal migration or citizenship will be closed. What do we mean by that? What do we mean by all legal proceedings? Whenever government identifies that these are illegal migrants, so what government basically does, they're arrested and sent to detention center. Clear? Basically sent to jail. And from these detention centers, when they are not in a position to prove that they are the Indian citizens, which basically means they are illegal migrants, so we have detained them in detention centers and now we are going to deport them back to their countries. These illegal migrants from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, from 6 religious communities, no legal proceedings can continue against them. That means, let's say, for example, there are individuals, let's say 10,000 people, who are Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis. They're illegal migrants in India. That means there are legal proceedings against them. That means some of them may have been arrested, may have been detained in a detention center. Their case is going on. Foreigners tribunal is deciding whether they are Indians or not. They have to prove that they are Indians or not. If they're not in a position to prove they are Indians, that means they will be deported back to their countries. Let's say, for example, there are 10,000 people against whom cases are going on in these foreigners tribunals where they have to prove that they are the Indian citizens. Now, with the enactment of the CAA, all these cases disappear. That means in one go, they will be declared as the citizens of India. Long story short, CAA 2019. If there is an illegal migrant who has entered India on or before 31st December 2014, and if they have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, and if they belong to either of these 6 religious communities, Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, and Parsis, they shall be given citizenship in India. And all cases against them will be revoked. And they shall be deemed as the citizens of India from the date they entered India. From the date they illegally entered India. That is CAA 2019. But there are some exceptions to CAA. This act does not apply to the tribal areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura, because these tribal areas are specified under 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. When we will discuss schedule and tribal areas, we will discuss schedule 5 and schedule 6 of the Constitution of India. Thereby, I'm going to tell you that there are some specific and special protections available to the tribals in India, available to those who are inhabiting the tribal lands in India. So there was a demand from these tribal communities, from these communities who are inhabiting the tribal lands, that if those people who have illegally entered India, if you are giving them citizenship and they will migrate and they will reside in these tribal areas, our culture would be affected, our demography would change, our uniqueness, our distinctiveness will be under attack. So basically, Constitution has provided for some safeguards, for some protections, for those who are the tribals in India. They have the right to protect, preserve their own culture. And if the people who are to be provided citizenship, if they are allowed to reside in these tribal areas, these tribal people would not be in a position to protect their identity, to protect their distinctiveness, to protect their tribal culture. That is why CAA 2019 says there is an exception. The exception is all these illegal migrants whom we are going to confer citizenship, even if we provide them Indian citizenship, but they will not reside in the tribal areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. That means all these tribal areas which come under 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution, all these illegal migrants who have now been provided or who will be provided citizenship, they will not be made to reside in these tribal areas. Also, CAA 2019 would not be applicable to those areas which come under inner line permit. And this inner line permit was started by Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873. Basically, there are areas in Northeast, for example, Nagaland, for example, Arunachal Pradesh, for example, Mizoram. What happens there? If an outsider wants to enter these areas, they have to seek the permit. Without the permit, an outsider, even if he or she is an Indian, cannot enter these areas which are under inner line permit. Which basically means now those people, those illegal migrants, who will be provided citizenship under CAA 2019, all these illegal migrants, number one, they will not be made to settle in the 6th schedule areas. Also, they will not be made to settle in Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, and Nagaland because they come under the inner line permit. And now, inner line permit is going to be extended to Manipur as well. That means they won't be made to settle and reside even in Manipur. That means some areas in Northeast, they are kept out of CAA 2019. That means if these illegal migrants from 3 countries belonging to 6 religious communities, if they are to be provided citizenship, please go ahead, do that. But they will be made to reside, they will be made to settle in other areas of the country, not in the tribal areas. That's the exception. This law, Citizenship Amendment Act, it further reduces the naturalization period for such groups from 11 to 5 years. How? I told you when we discussed citizenship by naturalization that if you want to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization, that means you must have stayed in India for 14 years. But that doesn't mean you should have stayed in India continuously for 14 years. You should have ordinarily resided in India for 12 years. But not just that. Out of these 12 years, when you are making the application that you want to apply for Indian citizenship by naturalization, 1 year before the application, you should have never left this country. So what are we left with? We are left with 11 years. CAA 2019, for illegal migrants from 3 Islamic countries belonging to 6 religious communities, for them only, this period of naturalization has been reduced from 11 to 5 years. How? All those who have entered India illegally on or before 31st December 2014. When did CAA enter into force? Or when was this act passed? In 2019. How many years are left? 5 years. Difference? 5 years is the period of naturalization. That means these individuals, they don't have to wait for citizenship. They can quickly apply for citizenship and they will be granted citizenship because they have stayed in India for 5 years. But why this date? That may be a question on your mind. 31st December 2014. Why is this a cutoff date? There's no answer. And there is no clarification given as such. Is this an arbitrary date? We don't know. But one explanation was provided by Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the finance minister of Assam government, who is the BJP's pointsman in the northeast. What did he say? He said prior to 2014, when we did not have the Modi government, prior to 2014, illegal migration in India was at its top level. That means we were allowing illegal migration into India. And through this illegal migration, the demography of this country was sought to be changed. But he says after 2014, we have ensured that there is no illegal migration into India, which basically means all those who have entered before, now barring few communities, for other communities, we should give citizenship. And since after 2014, there is no illegal migration, so we should not be even talking about those who illegally entered India after 31st December 2014. Long story short, why is this a cutoff date? 31st December 2014, we don't know. We may take the answer given by Himanta Biswa Sarma, who says prior to 2014, there was massive illegal migration into India, which the Modi government stopped in 2014. So after 2014, there is no illegal migration. So why should we talk about this cutoff date after 2014? But since prior to 2014, there has been illegal migration. But we are going to provide citizenship to only those who are either Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Jains, Parsis or Buddhists, because they are facing persecution in 3 Islamic countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. That is why they have fled these countries. They have taken refuge in India, and we are going to safeguard them, protect them, and protect their interests and their lives. That is why CAA 2019 was born. CAA 2019 also talks about grounds for cancellation of OCI registration. Can be an important statement for your prelims examination. Once Overseas Citizen of India card is given to somebody, prior to 2019, there were 5 grounds on the basis of which this OCI card could be cancelled. One ground, if the registration was done through fraud. How? Let me give you the example of Atish Tasir. Atish Tasir, a journalist, the son of noted Indian journalist Tavleen Singh. Tavleen Singh was previously married to Salman Tasir. Salman Tasir was the governor of Punjab, the Pakistani side of Punjab. Salman Tasir was later on assassinated by his bodyguard as well, but that is not our point of discussion. But Salman Tasir and Tavleen Singh, they got separated very soon, and Atish Tasir was raised by his mother and his grandmother. Since Atish Tasir's mother was an Indian, Tavleen Singh remained in India. She regularly writes a column for the Indian Express. Just before 2019 Lok Sabha election, he wrote a cover page article for Time magazine where he was heavily critical of Prime Minister Modi. And the title of the story was India's Divider in Chief. Maybe the government didn't like that column, and ultimately after 2019 elections, Atish Tasir's OCI card was cancelled. Why? Because your father was a Pakistani, and if you are from Pakistani or Bangladeshi origin, you cannot apply for OCI card. It was argued that Atish Tasir got OCI card through fraud. That is why his OCI card was cancelled, which basically means Citizenship Amendment Act. Prior to CAA 2019, there were 5 grounds on the basis of which your OCI card, once given, could be cancelled. One ground was registration through fraud. Second ground, if you are showing disaffection to the Constitution of India. Third ground, if you are engaging with the enemy country during the war, whether politically, whether economically, whether through business dealings, if you are engaging with an enemy country during the war, your OCI card can be cancelled. Number 4, if it is in the interests of the sovereignty of India, security of the state, or public interest, your OCI card could be cancelled. Maybe, for example, there is an individual who has an OCI card. He has made provocative statements against Indians, or against a group of Indians, against a particular religion, or against a particular caste, and if this individual enters India, there may be law and order problem in India. To prevent that from happening, OCI card of this individual can be cancelled. And fifth one, if within 5 years of your registration, if you apply for OCI card, if within 5 years of this registration, this individual has been sentenced to imprisonment for 2 or more years, even then, your OCI card could be cancelled. That means there were 5 grounds prior to 2019, which said that on the basis of these 5 grounds, an individual's OCI card could be cancelled. These are the 5 grounds. But CAA 2019, it introduced a 6th ground. A 6th ground on the basis of which someone's OCI card could be cancelled. What was that 6th ground? If the OCI, which is the Overseas Citizen of India, has violated any law that is enforced in the country. That means all these 5 grounds, but basically specific grounds. If you have acquired OCI card because of fraud, if you are showing disaffection towards the Constitution, if you have been sentenced to 2 years in jail or more within 5 years of your OCI registration, if it is in the public interest, sovereignty of India, security of the state to cancel your OCI registration, clearly these are specific grounds. But now a very vague ground has been added. If you have violated any law that is in force in this country, your OCI card can be cancelled. Which basically means if an OCI card has entered India, now he's driving a car without a driving license, even on that basis, your OCI card could be cancelled. That is very vague ground has been mentioned, has been provided for by the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019, on the basis of which your OCI card can be cancelled. This can be important statement for your prelims examination, which was the sixth ground added by CAA 2019, on the basis of which someone's OCI card could be cancelled. But now, let's look at the arguments in favor of CAA. Then we will look at what the critics have to say regarding the CAA, and then we will look at the combine of CAA, NRC, and the National Population Register. First up, the CAA is a law to confer citizenship. It is not a law to deprive citizenship. There are many people in this country. That is why there have been protests against CAA, large, massive protests. There was a Shaheen Bagh in Delhi where large number of protests took place against CAA. There have been protests in different parts of this country that CAA is against Indian Muslims. But one argument in favor of CAA is that this law has got nothing to do with Indian Muslims. This law only talks about that if there are illegal migrants from 3 countries belonging to 6 religious communities, and if they want to enter India, or they have entered India because they faced religious persecution in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, we are only providing them citizenship. We are not depriving any Indian of his citizenship. Why should Indian Muslims have a problem with CAA? Because CAA does not deal with Indian citizens. CAA deals with illegal migrants who may be provided Indian citizenship, who can be provided Indian citizenship. That's all. So what is the problem with CAA? Argument number 2. There are people who say that Article 14, right to equality, is getting violated by Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019. I know you have not read Article 14. After the citizenship chapter, we will start fundamental rights, where I will explain all these fundamental rights one by one. But very briefly here, Article 14 talks about right to equality. Article 14 talks about equality before law. That means law cannot treat people differently. If I am the law, I have to treat you equally. I have to treat another citizen equally as well. The law cannot discriminate. So since you are discriminating, because you are only talking about Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, and Parsis, you're not talking about Muslims. You're not talking about Jews. That means you are discriminating. That means you're violating equality before law, and that is why CAA is bad. Article 14, yes, is applicable both to citizens of India as well. It is applicable to foreigners as well. That means even this fundamental right is applicable to foreigners. In fact, majority of the fundamental rights are applicable both to citizens as well as to foreigners. It's only Article 15, Article 16, Article 19, Article 29, and Article 30. These 5 fundamental rights are exclusively available only to the Indian citizens. Article 14 is applicable to citizens as well as foreigners. So if there are these foreigners, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Parsis, Buddhists, Jains, from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, you have to treat all of them equally. Why? Because you can't say we are providing citizenship to all other communities except Muslims and Jews. You are violating equality before law. Maybe right, but Article 14 does not only talk about equality before law. Article 14 also talks about equal protection of the laws. And equal protection of the laws basically means like should be treated alike. Those who are in similar situation, they should be treated similarly. Those who are in dissimilar situation, they cannot be treated similarly. They cannot be treated equally. How? There is Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. In these 3 countries, Muslims are a majority. Clear? In these countries, Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis, Buddhists, they are minorities. So what we have done, we have differentiated between the 2 groups. That is what we call intelligible differentia. That means when we look at all the people in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, we have classified them into 2 classes. Majority community, Islam, minorities, Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, and Parsis. How can we treat majority similarly to minority? That means equal protection of the laws only means that likes are to be treated alike. Unlikes cannot be treated alike. How can Muslims be equated with the minorities in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh? That is why we have created an intelligible differentia. Muslims separately, all other minorities separately. How is Article 14 getting violated? Yes, Article 14 may have been violated if we would have said out of all these religious minorities, only Hindus will be provided citizenship. Then Article 14 would be violated. That means because we are choosing only one minority from a group of minority. On what basis are we choosing only Hindus and not Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, Parsis, and Jains? That is something which is against Article 14. Long story short, what is the argument in favor of CAA? CAA is a law to confer citizenship. It is not a law to deprive citizenship. We are only talking about granting citizenship to foreigners, to illegal migrants. How are Indian citizens affected by this? How are Indian Muslims affected by this? Clearly, there is no problem with CAA. That's argument number 1. Argument number 2 is critics say that Article 14 is getting violated. Why? Because Article 14 talks about equality before law. Law should treat everybody equally. Clear? Article 14 applies to foreigners as well, which means Article 14 is applicable to illegal migrants as well. For example, if you are treating Muslims separately, Jews separately, and Buddhists, Christians, Jains, Parsis, Hindus separately, you're violating equality before law. But the argument in favor of CAA believes in Article 14. It does not violate Article 14. Because Article 14 also talks about equal protection of the laws. Like should be treated alike. If out of these 6 religious minorities, if the law would have chosen only one community and neglected others, then Article 14 would have been violated. Here we have not violated any Article 14. On top of that, that means what Article 14 does, it talks about something called intelligible differentia, which basically distinguishes groups or things that are clubbed together or that are grouped together from the group of people who have been left out. Groups or things that are clubbed together or that are grouped together from the group of people who have been left out. Who has been left out? Muslims, for example. Who has been grouped together? All the other religious minorities, Hindus, Christians, Jains, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Parsis. So we have grouped them separately, but what is the objective? The objective is to provide citizenship. That means the objective is to provide citizenship. For that reason, we are making a classification. We are clubbing some groups together. We are excluding the This differentiation is based on intelligible criteria. This difference is based on legitimate basis. This difference is rational. This difference is reasonable. That is why Article 14 is not getting violated. Because classifying all the religious minorities together and leaving out the majority, it is a reasonable classification, which means Article 14 is not getting violated. Then there are critics who say, what about Sri Lankan Tamil refugees? Why are they not included in CAA? Why are Tibetan refugees not included in the CAA? There's a difference. There's a difference between religious persecution and there's a difference between ethnic persecution or between linguistic persecution. What do we mean by that? Yes, Sri Lankan Tamils in Sri Lanka, they have been discriminated against, but not because of their religion, but because of their language, because of their ethnicity. Yes, Tibetans have also been discriminated by China, but not because of their religion, but primarily because of their ethnicity. Right now, CAA only talks about religious persecution. That is why we have included only those communities who have been religiously persecuted, and we have left out ethnic persecution or linguistic persecution. So how are we violating the Constitution of India? There are also others who say Article 15 is getting violated. How? Article 15 talks about there shall be no discrimination only on the grounds of religion. Since you are making religion as the criteria for citizenship, few religious communities are given citizenship, other religious community is not given citizenship. That means Article 15 is getting violated. That is why CAA is bad. But let me take you back to the slide. Article 15 is exclusively available to Indian citizens. We are not discriminating Indian citizens. We are only discriminating illegal migrants coming from abroad, coming from foreign countries. They cannot be subjected to Article 15 because Article 15 does not apply to them. Article 15 only applies to Indian citizens. So how is Article 15 violated? And there is another argument in favor of CAA. It protects tribal interests. All those who will be provided citizenship by CAA 2019, they will not be made to settle in the 6th schedule of the Constitution areas. They will not be made to settle in the tribal areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. They will not be made to settle and reside in the inner line permit areas of Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, and Nagaland, to which now Manipur has also been added. So this law protects and safeguards tribal interests. Let's look at something else. When the CAB, Citizenship Amendment Bill, when it was being debated by the Parliament, when it was being debated in the television studios as well, one argument that was put forward was by Kapil Sibal, a noted Indian lawyer, a member of the Congress party as well. He said Parliament should not even discuss CAB 2019. Why? Because this bill is blatantly unconstitutional. This bill is blatantly against the spirit of the Constitution, which is secularism. But this is where Mr. Kapil Sibal is wrong. And for that, let me quote the architect of the Constitution of India, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. B.R. Ambedkar said, it is not for the purpose of this part. What are we discussing? Part 2 of the Constitution, which deals with citizenship. B.R. Ambedkar said, it is not the purpose of this part to lay down general rules of citizenship. No, it is for the Parliament to decide. And Parliament has been provided unfractured power under Article 11 that to regulate all matters related to the citizenship. Parliament is using its power under Article 11 to pass Citizenship Amendment Act. This is not a law passed by the executive. This is not a law passed by the BJP. This is the law which is passed by the Indian Parliament. And Indian Parliament is well within its right under Article 11 to regulate all matters related to citizenship. And Parliament exercised this power. Both Lok Sabha as well as the Rajya Sabha passed this bill, and ultimately this bill became a law. So this argument that Parliament should not have even discussed this bill, this argument is not valid. But now let's look at the arguments against CAA or CAB, Citizenship Amendment Bill, which is now Citizenship Amendment Act. Let's look at the arguments against CAA. Argument number 1. In Anwar Ali Sarkar 1952, a very important judgment of the Supreme Court. What Supreme Court said? Article 14 requires something. What does it require? It requires that when you are classifying groups, which means you are excluding Muslims, for example, and you are including Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, and Parsis. When you are making this classification should be intelligible. This classification should be reasonable. One. Second, there should be a nexus, or what we call reasonable nexus, with the legislative object. What is the object of CAA? To grant citizenship. This is the objective of the CAA, to grant citizenship to illegal migrants from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, who belong to 6 religious minorities. That's the objective of the CAA. Article 14 states that when you are classifying groups, classify them on a reasonable basis. And when you classify them, it must have a nexus with the objective. What is the objective? CAA tries to give citizenship. Okay, this is the objective, to give citizenship. For that, what you are doing, you are separating Muslims, you are including all the other religious communities. Okay. But in Anwar Ali Sarkar 1952, Supreme Court said, why you are classifying two groups? There has to be a yardstick on the basis of which you are discriminating the group. You are dividing a group. You are creating a group. You are classifying two groups. There has to be a yardstick. And even this yardstick should be reasonable. To make it even simpler for you, Article 14, on one hand, talks about equality before law. But at the same time, it talks about equal protection of the laws. Clear? Article 14 requires that when you are making a classification, when you are talking about a group and another group, that means you are creating two different groups. This classification should be reasonable. Whom to include, whom to exclude should be reasonable. But at the same time, how you are including some people in the group, how you are excluding some people from the group, there has to be a yardstick for that. And even this yardstick should be reasonable. Article 14 talks about right against arbitrariness as well. How? What is right against arbitrariness? Or what is arbitrary decision? Let's say, for example, I'm a teacher here. I'll say from now onwards, you, and you, 3 people. Only you have the right to ask me questions. All the 30,000 other students that we have, they don't have the right to ask me questions. On what basis am I saying this? Am I saying this on the basis of the fact that only these 3 students are working hard and others are not working hard? If yes, then this is valid. Or I'm saying that these 3 are men All others are women. That is why only these three men should have the right to ask me questions. This is illogical. This is irrational. This is arbitrary decision. Without any basis, without any logic. If you are discriminating against someone, that is arbitrariness. And Article 14 talks about right against arbitrary decisions as well. So one argument is, if you are including all these six religious communities, excluding Muslims, it is arbitrary. Because even the Pakistani Muslims have been discriminated against. Even the Pakistani Muslims have been religiously persecuted. Look at Ahmadis in Pakistan, Shias in Pakistan, the Hazaras of Afghanistan. They are also being religiously persecuted despite the fact that they are Muslims. So if you are excluding Muslims, you are including all the six other religious minorities. This is arbitrary. Right against arbitrariness is also a fundamental right under Article 14. That means Article 14 is clearly getting violated. Not just that. Why are Jews excluded? We can understand if you're excluding Muslims. Let's say for the sake of the argument, we can understand that Muslims are excluded because in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Muslims are a majority. They have been religiously persecuting Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists and Parsis. What about Jews? Why are you excluding them? This is arbitrary and Article 14 is getting violated. One important point. That means when we look at the arguments against CAA, one is Article 14 clearly is getting violated because this classification of six religious communities on one hand, excluding Muslims and Jews on the other hand, is arbitrary. Second, you're saying that Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh, there they have a particular state religion, which is Islam, and they have been religiously persecuting Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists and Parsis. That is why they have migrated to India and we will give them shelter, we will give them Indian citizenship. Clear? Nowhere is it mentioned in the law, in the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, that Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists and Parsis, they are religiously persecuted. If because they are religiously persecuted, that is why you want to give them citizenship, mention in the law that they are religiously persecuted. Why are you not mentioning in the law that they are religiously persecuted? There is no mention of this word religious persecution in the law, in the text of CAA 2019. That means this entire decision of granting citizenship to these six religious communities, it is arbitrary and it violates Article 14 of the Constitution of India. Another important argument against CAA is that for the first time, religion has become a qualification for getting citizenship. The proponents of this law, the advocates of this law, the supporters of this law state that India and Pakistan were created in 1947 on the basis of religion. That is why if all those who migrated to Pakistan, all those non-Muslims who stayed in (1947) on the basis of religion. That is why if all those who migrated to Pakistan, all those non-Muslims who stayed (1947) on the basis of religion. That is why if all those who migrated to Pakistan, all those non-Muslims who stayed in Pakistan who could not come back to India, now if they want to come back, we are going to give them citizenship. That's wrong. Because yes, the country was partitioned, unfortunately on the grounds of religion. But it was Pakistan which was created in the name of religion. India was not created in the name of religion. Pakistan proclaimed itself as an Islamic state. India continued to remain secular. India did not say at any point in time that our doors are closed for any religious community. We were always open to all, regardless of religion. And for the first time, religion has now been prescribed as a qualification to become the citizen of this country, which violates secularism of the Constitution. And Supreme Court has said secularism is part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution. And this nature of Indian Constitution, secularism, can never be violated. Now let's look at something else. This matter is before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is deciding the constitutionality of CAA 2019, whether it is constitutional or not. But when the arguments will be made before the Supreme Court by the government and by those who are against this law, the Supreme Court is going to ask the government on what basis, on what grounds have you made this classification? On what grounds have you only included Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and left out Nepal, left out Myanmar, left out Tibet, left out Sri Lanka? The Supreme Court is going to ask them. The Supreme Court is also going to ask them, why have you included only Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists and Parsis? Why not Jews? Why not Muslims? Or why prescribe religion? You could have only said religiously persecuted people from these countries, if they want to come, we are going to provide them citizenship, without mentioning the names of the religious communities. This is what the argument may be given by the government. Principle number one, on the basis of which this classification was made, the government may tell the Supreme Court that we have taken Pakistan and Bangladesh because they were part of the British India. That is why we have taken these two countries. But what about Afghanistan? Why have you included Afghanistan? Afghanistan was not part of British India. Myanmar once was part of British India. You should have included them. So why did you not include Myanmar? So since you are making an arbitrary classification without any sense, without any logic, CAA is unconstitutional. Or another principle can be put forward by the government. What is that principle? That Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh, they have a state religion, which is Islam. That is why we have taken these three Islamic countries. But what about Sri Lanka? What about Myanmar? They also have a state religion. Why have you not included them? Which means your action is arbitrary. Article 14 is violated. CAA is unconstitutional. Principle number third, degrees of harm. Supreme Court may be communicated by the government that look at the condition of minorities in Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. They have been discriminated against a lot. They are the worst victims of state violence. That is why we have included them. But here also the government will be told and asked by the Supreme Court, why not Myanmar? Myanmar in the sense that in Myanmar we have Rohingyas are the ethnic group in Myanmar. Predominantly they're Muslims. And these Rohingya Muslims are not treated as citizens of Myanmar by the Myanmar government. And they have been persecuted. In fact, United Nations Human Rights Commission says the worst atrocities have been committed against the Rohingya Muslims by the Myanmar government. In fact, Myanmar government was dragged to International Court of Justice as well. So based on degrees of harm, which community was more harmed by the state? In that sense, Myanmar's Rohingyas should have been given the first place. And since you have not included the Rohingya Muslims, you have violated Article 14 because you have taken an arbitrary decision of only including Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Jains, Buddhists and Parsis. That too from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh alone. That is why CAA is unconstitutional. Or the fourth principle that may be put forward by the government before the Supreme Court is that we are only looking at those who have been religiously persecuted. We are not looking at those who have been politically persecuted, ethnically persecuted, linguistically persecuted. We are only looking at religious persecution. Even here the court may say, why only religious persecution? Why not ethnic persecution? Why not linguistic persecution? You are making an arbitrary classification. Right against arbitrariness is a fundamental right under Article 14. Article 14 is equally applicable to both the citizens as well as foreigners. Since you have violated Article 14, CAA is unconstitutional. Let's look at another argument. And this argument is put forward by Professor Faizan Mustafa. Professor Faizan Mustafa is the Vice Chancellor of Nalsar University, Hyderabad. What he says Citizenship Amendment Act is more in tune with Israeli law of return that treats Israel as the natural home of all Jews, which basically means Israel as a law. Jews, wherever you are, your natural home is Israel. If you want to come, we will give you citizenship. So here under Citizenship Amendment Act, according to Faizan Mustafa, you are saying India is a Hindu Rashtra. Hindus, wherever you are, you can come and be part of India. We will give you citizenship. According to Faizan Mustafa, he writes, ideally we should say anyone persecuted anywhere in the world on the ground of religion or political opinion would be welcome in India. There are some who say, why are we providing citizenship to these illegal migrants when we cannot afford good healthcare, good education for our existing population? The population is already very huge. So why overburden the minimal resources that we have? There are others with a liberal mind. They say, ideally, we should welcome anyone who wants to become the citizen of India. Ideally, we should welcome anyone who has been religiously persecuted or persecuted because of his or her political viewpoint, political opinion. And Faizan Mustafa also writes that CAA is unconstitutional because it excludes Jews, it ignores atheists as well. Forget about Muslims. It excludes Jews and ignores atheists as well who do not believe in any religion. Let's look at the another argument. And this is a hilarious law and the lie argument. What is this argument? For that, let's look at what is NRC, National Register of Citizens. NRC, it contains the list of all the Indian citizens. This NRC exercise was carried out in the year 1951. Clear? And then let's look at Assam. In Assam, there was always a trouble of illegal migration. There were always complaints of illegal migration into Assam. And ultimately, people in Assam fear that their demography will change, their culture will be swamped, they want to protect their identity, their culture. That is why they wanted illegal migration to stop. They wanted all those illegal migrants to be identified and deported. Ultimately, what happened? There was a massive movement in Assam led by All Assam Students Union. All Assam Students Union, various other political outfits, they launched a movement. Their single point agenda was Assam should be rid of illegal migration. This movement ran for 6 years and ultimately there was a pause. In the year 1985, an agreement was signed called Assam Accord. This Assam Accord was signed between the government of India, the state government of Assam, and the representatives of the All Assam Students Union. Ultimately, what happened? Assam Accord said, whoever has entered Assam before 1966 is an Indian citizen, is an Assam resident. We have no problem with such individuals. But those who have entered Assam between 1966 and 25th March 1971, those are also Indian citizens. Those may also be Assam residents. They can continue, but for 10 years, they should not have a political right. They cannot vote, they cannot contest elections. And all those who have entered Assam on or after 25th March 1971, they are to be identified, they are to be detained, and they are to be deported. Why? What happened on 25th March 1971? It was on this date that Operation Searchlight was launched by the Pakistani army. What happened? When the country was divided in 1947, East Pakistan and West Pakistan, Muslim majority areas, they became Pakistan. But in East Pakistan, the Bengali speaking population, despite being Muslims, were discriminated against. There came a time when Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who was a Bengali leader in East Pakistan, he was all set to become the Prime Minister of Pakistan. But then the Western Pakistan people, the political class in Western Pakistan, they thought, how can a Bengali rule over us? And ultimately, he was prevented from taking over as the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He was ultimately arrested as well. A massive movement was launched in East Pakistan. They said, enough is enough. Now we need an independent country. India, the Research and Analysis Wing, the External Intelligence Agency of India, RAW, played a very important role and helped these individuals who wanted to break out from Pakistani Union. And ultimately, they wanted a separate country to be formed called Bangladesh. Now, all these individuals who were protesting Pakistani Union. And ultimately, they wanted a separate country to be formed called Bangladesh. Now, all these individuals who were protesting against the brutality of West Pakistan, they were identified by the Pakistani army and they were killed. And a massive operation was launched on 25th March 1971 by the Pakistani army, known as Operation Searchlight, wherein they wanted to identify, kill, rape, maim all those who are against the United Pakistan, all those who wanted an independent East Pakistan, who wanted a Bangladesh. And it is because of this Operation Searchlight that there was a massive migration of people from East Pakistan into India, massive migration of people into Assam as well. So Assam Accord basically said, let's identify all these illegal migrants, detain them, and deport them back to their respective countries. But this Assam Accord could not be fully implemented. Then a petition was filed in the Supreme Court by Sarbananda Sonowal, who is now the Chief Minister of Assam. He filed a petition that NRC should be implemented in Assam. Because what is NRC? NRC is a list of all those who are the Indian citizens. Let's implement NRC in Assam so that we can ask for documents from all those who are residing in Assam. If they can prove that they are Indian citizens, they can continue. If they cannot prove that they are the Indian citizens, they should be identified, detained, and deported. Not just that. We need to identify who came to Assam before 1966, between 1966 and 1971, who entered Assam after 1971. So that all those who entered Assam after 1971 should be identified, detained, and deported. NRC exercised. This petition was accepted by the Supreme Court, and under the auspices, under the supervision of the Supreme Court of India, a National Register of Citizens, NRC exercise, was carried out specifically in Assam to identify who are the Assamese residents. And ultimately, when the results were published, when the NRC list was updated for Assam, there were 1.9 million people who could not prove that they are the Indian citizens, who could not prove that they are the Assam residents. And ultimately, what happened? Initially, critics say that majority of these 1.9 million people, they are non-Muslims. So when they were submitting applications, when they were submitting documents, they were claiming that we are the Indian citizens. But since they could not prove that they are the Indian citizens, that is why their name is not mentioned in the NRC. And ultimately, majority of these 1.9 million people are non-Muslims. Now, CAA of 2019 is telling all these non-Muslims that don't worry. Previously, you said we are Indians and give us citizenship. Now, all that you have to say is that we are illegal migrants who have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and we belong to either Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, and Parsis. Give us citizenship. So the law, CAA 2019, is telling these individuals to lie. Lie and we will give you Indian citizenship. That is the hilarious part of this argument called law and the lie. This Citizenship Amendment Act, it has also foreign policy implications. What is the CAB? CAB is basically Citizenship Amendment Bill. This CAB later on became Citizenship Amendment Act. So don't confuse yourself with CAB and CAA. This CAA also has foreign policy implications, which you will discuss in detail in international relations subject in those topics, but very briefly here. While presenting Citizenship Amendment Bill before the Parliament, the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, said, we could have provided citizenship to Muslims as well. If you are saying, why are you excluding Muslims? But first prove to me that in these three Islamic countries, Muslims are being persecuted. If you can prove to me that because they are Muslims, that is why in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, they have been religiously persecuted, I will be more than happy in giving them citizenship. But this goes counter. This runs counter to the arguments that we have on international fora. We repeatedly tell the international community that in Balochistan, the Baloch people are being persecuted by Pakistan. So Pakistan is persecuting its own Muslim citizens as well. So Pakistan is a rogue state. It is committing atrocities against Balochs. It is committing atrocities against Ahmadis. It is committing atrocities against the Shias. So Pakistan is a rogue state. Tomorrow, when we are going to raise this topic again at an international fora, those individuals, those countries will tell us, look at what your Home Minister is saying on the floor of the Parliament. He is clearly saying that Pakistan is not discriminating against its Muslim citizens. Now you are saying Pakistan is a rogue state because it is discriminating against Pakistani Muslims as well. So which one is the correct statement? So that is one foreign policy implication. On top of that, the Hazaras of Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, because of the peace talks between United States and Taliban, in all likelihood, Taliban will come to power in Afghanistan. Taliban and Pakistan, very close to each other. So in our neighborhood, now we have to deal with a twin combine of Taliban and Pakistan. The only buffer we could have, the only way in which we could have had some kind of influence in Afghanistan, if Hazaras would have been on our side. Hazaras have been discriminated against, persecuted, butchered by Taliban. So against Taliban, we had one buffer, Hazaras. But now even these Hazaras may not side with India because they will say, you are telling us that we are persecuting Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, and Parsis as well. So why should we side with you? On top of that, the impact on India-Bangladesh relationship. We have had some problems in our neighborhood. We have never had friendly relations with Pakistan. Even when Taliban was ruling Afghanistan, we were not in the good books of Taliban. In Nepal, we are having problems because of the maps being published by Nepal, wherein they have included some Indian territories in their maps as well. We have always had problems with China right from 1962. We have had problems with Maldives as well when Abdullah Yamin was the president of Maldives. We have had problems with Sri Lanka as well during the term of Mahinda Rajapaksa because he was very close to China. We have had problems with other countries as well. But One country which shared very good relationship with India was Bangladesh. In 2014, we had India-Bangladesh land boundary agreement as well. And we have had many terrorists who were operating from the soil of Bangladesh who were deported by Bangladesh to India. So we shared good relations with India. But now we are telling them through this law that you are not good to your minorities. You have been religiously persecuting Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, and Parsis. Although some damage control has been done, we tell them that under the Prime Ministership of Sheikh Hasina, Bangladeshi minorities have been taken care of. But it was only when Begum Khalida Zia was the Prime Minister that minorities were discriminated against. But the damage was done. And that was reflected by the cancelling of various ministers of Bangladesh who cancelled their visits to India after the CAA was passed by the Indian Parliament. So there are some foreign policy implications of CAA as well.
Now let's look at this combine of CAA plus the NRC and the National Population Register, NPR.
Now what is CAA? CAA is basically illegal migrants from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. If you are either Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, and Parsis, and if you have entered India illegally, we are going to provide you with citizenship. Clear? That's what CAA is. What is NRC? NRC, I've told you, is the list of all those who are the citizens of India. Clear? Now, what is NPR or National Population Register? NPR is the list which contains the details of all the usual residents of India. Now, who are the usual residents? All those who are staying in India for 6 or more months, or those who want to stay in India for 6 or more months. They are what we call usual residents, which basically means usual residents can be citizens, usual residents can be foreigners as well, aliens as well. That means all those who are residing within the territory of India for 6 or more months, or who want to stay in India within the territory of India for 6 or more months. Those are whom we call usual residents, and the details of all these usual residents are mentioned in the National Population Register. What is census? Census is population enumeration. Every decade, every 10 years, we enumerate the population. Then what is the use of NPR? NPR was conducted for the first time in the year 2010. It was updated in the year 2015. It was to be done again in the year 2020. But the form in which it was to happen in 2020 was different from the form it happened in the year 2010. But what was the purpose of NPR? What was the purpose when NPR was carried out in the year 2010 for the first time? The government said, it was then the UPA government, the then minister, Mr. P. Chidambaram, said that census tells us what is the population of India. NPR will tell us about internal migration in India. In a sense that if we are conducting NPR exercise in India, which basically means government employees, workers will go door to door, will ask questions to these individuals, will ask questions to those who are residing within the territory of India. Questions such as, for how long have you been staying in this particular place? Are you going to stay in this particular place for 6 or more months? Are you going to stay in India for 6 or more months? But not just that. It also tells us, let's say, internal migration, in a sense, Marathis who are migrating to Karnataka, for example. So if tomorrow we need schemes specifically for the Marathi-speaking population in Karnataka, for that we should know how many Marathi-speaking population are there in Karnataka. For that, we conduct this NPR exercise so that we can provide benefits to the people in the best possible manner, so that we can create schemes for different sections of the society in the best possible manner. That is why we have National Population Register. Whether you are going to stay here for 6 or more months or not, that's what NPR is. That means CAA is 6 religious communities from 3 countries, give them citizenship. NRC is the list of all the citizens of India. NPR is the list of usual residents, which includes citizens as well as foreigners, those who are staying within the territory of India for 6 months or more, or those who want to stay in India for 6 or more months. The 2020 NPR, for the first time, when the details were known, for the first time, 2020 NPR, it also asked for details such as, what is the place and date of the birth of your parents? This was the question which was asked for the first time. That means this detail also you had to provide to that individual who is coming, knocking at your door, carrying out NPR exercise. Critics said that this is the backdoor entry to NRC. How is it a backdoor entry to NRC? When CAA was being discussed, the Home Minister of India at multiple forums, he said that it's not going to end with the CAA. We are going to bring out and roll out a nationwide National Register of Citizens. So we are going to identify all these illegal migrants and we are going to detain them and deport them. But these communities will be provided citizenship. So basically, which community is being left out? The Muslims. So it was argued that NRC is nothing but an exercise to disenfranchise Muslims. It is an exercise to make Muslims stateless persons in India. That is why there were series of protests, large-scale protests in different parts of this country. And ultimately, Prime Minister had to step in, douse the fire. He said, nowhere since 2014 have we even discussed NRC. So NRC was put on a back burner. But then critics thought that NPR of 2020, which is different from NPR of 2020, it is nothing but NRC in disguise. How NRC in disguise? Because for the first time, we are going to ask place and date of birth of your parents. So what would it tell us? Prior to 1987, whoever was born on the soil of India is an Indian citizen. But after 1987, a child is an Indian if the child is born on the soil of India and either of the two parents is an Indian. And after 2003, a child born on the soil of India is an Indian, provided one of the parents is an Indian and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of the birth. This is how you can identify illegal migrants, where you say the place of birth, whether you were born in India or outside India, date of birth, whether it is 1987 or it is 2003 or afterwards. So when all these details will be provided, NPR list will feed into NRC. So when this NPR exercise would be carried out, this NPR exercise would have all the details and this data would be fed into NRC, which basically means NPR would be the first stage of an NRC. NPR would identify you are the illegal migrants, you are the citizens of India, and ultimately when NRC exercise is carried out, the data collected from NPR will be used. That means NPR is basically NRC in disguise. That is why there were many protests against NPR of 2020 as well. Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, Chief Minister of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Kerala, they were strongly opposed to this new 2020 NPR. But because of the COVID-19 lockdown pandemic, this 2020 NPR had to be postponed. That is all that you need to know about this chapter, citizenship. But one last point, Aadhaar. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. Aadhaar is only a proof of identity. Aadhaar only proves A is A, nothing more, nothing less. It is not a proof of citizenship, and any resident is eligible to apply for Aadhaar. Any resident, that means somebody who has stayed in India for 182 days or more in a financial year, is eligible to enroll for Aadhaar. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. That is it from this chapter, part 2 of the Constitution of India, citizenship.
In this lecture, we shall discuss part 3 of the Indian
Constitution that deals with fundamental rights. So we will be discussing 6 sets of fundamental rights in this lecture. Right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to religious freedom, cultural and educational rights, right to constitutional remedies, so on and so forth. So all these 6 sets of fundamental rights we are going to cover in this lecture. But this is one of the most important topics in your syllabus. Not only because it is hugely relevant for your examination, but also as responsible citizens of this country, you should be aware about the rights that you are entitled to. As responsible citizens of this country, you should have an idea about what are these constitutional guarantees that are enshrined in our constitution, and these guarantees are available to the people of this country. That is why this is one of the most important topics in your syllabus. So let's get started, beginning with preamble. When we discuss preamble, I told you that preamble to an Indian constitution talks about 4 things. Number 1, what is the source of Indian constitution? We the people. Number 2, what is the nature of the Indian state? So what is the nature of the Indian state? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Preamble tells us about the 3rd thing. And what is that? The date of adoption. 26 November 1949 is the date on which the Constitution of our country was adopted. But preamble tells us about the 4th important thing, and that is the goal of the Constitution. And what is the goal of the Constitution of this country? Justice, social, economic, political, equality, liberty, fraternity, dignity of an individual, unity and integrity of this country. All these are the lofty goals that are mentioned in the preamble of an Indian Constitution. But when we discuss preamble, I told you that preamble is not justiciable. That means preamble is something which is not implementable in the court of the law. When preamble is not implementable in the court of law, how can we implement the goals that are enshrined in the preamble? And these are the goals of the Constitution of this country. For that we have part 3, part 4, part 4A of the Indian Constitution. Part 3 deals with fundamental rights. Part 4 deals with directive principles of state policy. Part 4A deals with fundamental duties. Although these 3 parts, these are separate parts, but all these 3 separate parts, they concretize the lofty goals that are mentioned in the preamble of an Indian Constitution. That means if we have to impart justice to the people of this country, if we have to provide liberty, equality, fraternity, unity and integrity to the people of this country, for that there are 3 different sets in our Constitution: fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, and fundamental duties. Let's briefly look at what is a fundamental right, directive principles of state policy, and fundamental duties, so that after that we will focus completely on fundamental rights in this chapter, and in the subsequent chapters we will talk about directive principles of state policy and fundamental duties. If you look at fundamental rights, we say that these are negative obligations on the state. We say that these fundamental rights are negatively worded, because if you look at these fundamental rights mentioned under part 3 of the Indian Constitution, you look at their wording, they are negatively worded. For example, the state shall not deny equality. The state shall not discriminate. The state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. The state shall not do this. The state shall not do that. That means, what is it that the state cannot do? These are negative obligations. And these negative obligations are fundamental rights. This is where we come across a doctrine called doctrine of limited government. What is this doctrine of limited government? That means the powers available with the state, they are not unlimited. There is a limitation imposed by the Constitution on the powers of the state. And what are these limitations? These limitations are negative obligations. And what are these negative obligations? Fundamental rights. That means fundamental rights are nothing but negative obligations on part of the state, wherein the Constitution says that state, you should not interfere with the liberty of an individual, with the political rights of the people of this country. Don't interfere. But if you look at directive principles of state policy, under part 4 of the Indian Constitution, we call them positive obligations. Because if you look at all these articles under part 4 of the Indian Constitution, they are positively worded. The state shall take steps to organize panchayats at every village level and empower these panchayats so that these panchayats become agents of rural self-government. That is what we call directive principle of state policy. That means here Constitution is imposing positive obligation on the state that please interfere so that you can set up Panchayati Raj institutions at every single village in this country. Please interfere so that the state shall enact a uniform civil code for every single section of the people of this country. Please interfere so that the state shall take steps to prevent the concentration of wealth to a common detriment. That means the state shall take steps to ensure that our economic system is not such where concentration of wealth in favor individuals take place. Our economic system should be such that wealth should be distributed. Our economic system should be such wherein the rich are not becoming richer and the poor remain poorer. Our economic system should be such that this gulf, this wedge between the rich and the poor should be minimized. That means what is fundamental rights? When we look at fundamental rights, the Constitution tells the state don't interfere. When we look at directive principles of the state policy, the Constitution tells the state please interfere so that the gulf between the rich and the poor is minimized. Please interfere so that there is a ban on intoxicating drinks such as liquor. Please interfere so that we can have uniform civil code in this country. Please interfere so that executive and judiciary is separated from each other. That means when we look at fundamental rights, these are negative obligations on the state. But when we look at directive principles of state policy, these are positive obligations on part of the state. But what is the primary objective of fundamental rights? The primary objective of fundamental rights is to implement political democracy in this country. And what is the objective, the prime motive of directive principles of state policy? To implement social and economic democracy in this country. What does that mean? That means if you look at fundamental rights, all these fundamental rights, they ensure political democracy in this country. They ensure that in this country there is a rule by law, not a rule by men. When we look at directive principles of state policy, they ensure social and economic democracy in this country. And when we will discuss directive principles, I will explain to you what do we mean by this social and economic democracy and how directive principles, they implement social and economic democracy in this country. And then we have duties. What are these duties? These duties were not originally part of the Constitution. These duties were added to the Indian Constitution by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. The year was 1976. The Prime Minister was Shrimati Indira Gandhi. Mrs. Indira Gandhi was asked, why is there a need to add a chapter, Part 4A to the Constitution of this country, which deals with fundamental duties? She remarked that if people are aware about their rights, I want them to be aware about their duties as well. So what are these three different separate parts of the Constitution? Fundamental rights, directive principles, fundamental duties. Although these are separate parts, but if we look at all these three parts one by one, we can safely assume and tell you that all these three parts, they are there in the Constitution to implement the lofty goals that are mentioned in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. So if preamble talks about justice, social, economic, political, equality of kind and of opportunity, liberty, equality, fraternity, justice, unity, integrity of this country, all these are possible because of three important parts of the Constitution of this country. And now let's look at fundamental rights to begin with, and in the subsequent chapters, we will talk about directive principles and fundamental duties. If you look at what are these fundamental rights, let's recap what we have understood as of now. These fundamental rights are there for promoting the ideal of political democracy in this country. And these fundamental rights protect us, protect the people of this country against the tyranny of executive and legislature. That means if the executive is violating your rights, political democracy will wither away. If the legislature is violating your fundamental rights, political democracy will be dead. But these fundamental rights are mentioned in the Constitution of this country to ensure that there is political democracy in this country, to ensure that the executive and the legislature cannot deny the people of this country their rights. And if these rights are denied to them, the political democracy is dead. To ensure political democracy, we have fundamental rights. That means fundamental rights ensure that in this country, there is a government of the laws, not government of the men. So laws are more important than the men who administer these laws. But now let's look at the slide. First, I'm going to tell you what is a right. Then we will divide or categorize rights into constitutional rights and statutory rights. What is a right? Right is an entitlement. For example, you are entitled to something. Let's assume for a while that this is a classroom. I'm your teacher, you are my student. You're entitled to one thing. That if at any point in time you do not agree with what I'm saying, you have doubts with what I'm saying, you're not able to understand what I'm teaching you, you are entitled to ask me questions. And it is my obligation to answer your questions. That means rights are something that you are entitled to. And these rights can be classified into two groups. Either these rights or these entitlements are given to you by the Constitution, or these entitlements are given to you, these rights are given to you by the laws of the Parliament. All those rights which are mentioned under the Constitution of this country, those are constitutional rights. All those rights which are not mentioned under the Constitution of this country, but are provided to you by the laws made by the Parliament, those are what we call the statutory rights. For example, let me give you some statutory rights. Maganrega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. If you are from a rural area, you are entitled to something. That's your right. And what is your right? 100 days of employment in a particular year. And if the state is not in a position to give you employment for 100 days, what the state will give you? Unemployment allowance. That means allowance will be provided to you. This is your right. This is what you are entitled to. But this right is not provided to you by the Constitution of this country because Maganrega is not mentioned in the Constitution. Where is it mentioned? It is mentioned in the statute. It is mentioned in the laws passed by the Parliament. That means Maganrega is your statutory right. Similarly, right to information. What is right to information? If you want any sort of information from a government body, all you have to do, you have to file an RTI application. And if you file this RTI application, let's say within a period of 30 days, this information will be furnished to you. And this is your right. That means this government body will furnish the information that you want to seek, and that is your right. But who has given you this right? Not the Constitution of this country, but the law of the Parliament, when Right to Information Act was passed in the year 2005. Similarly, right to marry, right to divorce, that is provided by the laws of the legislature. That means all those rights, all your entitlements, but these rights are not mentioned in the Constitution, but these rights are mentioned in the laws passed by the Parliament or the state legislature. All such rights are what we call statutory rights. But now if we look at all those rights which are provided by the Constitution of this country, we can break these rights into two. We can classify these rights into two. We can categorize these rights into two. Number one, either these rights are fundamental rights or these are other constitutional rights. That means all those rights mentioned under the Constitution of this country, they can be classified into either fundamental rights or other constitutional rights. What are these fundamental rights? All those rights that are mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, those are fundamental rights. What are these fundamental rights? Right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to religious freedom, cultural and educational rights, right to constitutional remedies. All these rights which are mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, these rights are fundamental rights. But those rights which are mentioned in the Constitution but not under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, those rights are what we call other constitutional rights. For example, a right to property mentioned under Article 300 capital A. Till the year 1978, a right to property was a fundamental right. But this right to property, which was a fundamental right under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, it was deleted from Part 3 and it was made into other constitutional right under Article 300 capital A. Right to interstate business, that is your right. But this right is given by whom? By the Constitution. But this right is not mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. That means it is not a fundamental right. Then what is it? It is other constitutional right. Similarly, a right to vote, provided under Article 326 of the Indian Constitution. That is also a constitutional right mentioned under the Constitution of this country. But there is a lot of debate on this Article 326, a right to vote. Initially, the Supreme Court said, right to vote is not a constitutional right. Right to vote is a statutory right because this right to vote is provided by a Representation of the People Act 1951. That means right to vote is a statutory right. Then this position of the Supreme Court got changed. When later on Supreme Court said, no, right to vote is basically a fundamental right which comes under freedom of speech and expression, Article 19 of the Indian Constitution. So initially statutory right, then later on fundamental right. But now the situation is, the current position is that right to vote is a constitutional right. That means it is neither a fundamental right nor a statutory right provided by the law, but what it is a constitutional right provided by Article 326 of the Indian Constitution. That means if we look at rights, we can classify rights into either these are constitutional or statutory. Constitutional rights can be further classified into fundamental rights and other constitutional rights. That is how you have to look at different rights that are available to the people of this country. Now, quick points. Why are these fundamental rights called fundamental? What is so unique about these rights that they are called fundamental? These rights are called fundamental because they are fundamental, necessary to the growth of an individual. That means if an individual has to grow, if an individual has to explore his potential, if an individual has to ensure that my potential is to be maximized, my potential is to be exploited to its maximum potential, that means we should have a set of rights available to the people of this country. That means unless and until there is equality, you cannot maximize your potential because you always will be discriminated. Unless and until there is a freedom to explore your resources, to explore your talent, to explore the potential that you have, you cannot grow as an individual. Unless and until you are provided with right to life and dignity, you cannot explore your possibilities, you cannot explore your potentials. That means why are these rights called fundamental? These rights are called fundamental because they are fundamental, necessary to the growth of an individual. And without these fundamental rights, an individual cannot explore his potential. An individual, in order to explore his potential, must need equality so that he is not discriminated, must need freedom, must need right to life and personal liberty. That is why we call these rights fundamental rights. But all these fundamental rights are basically legal rights. This is where most of the aspirants confuse themselves. Are fundamental rights legal rights? I don't know. Are legal rights also fundamental rights? This is too confusing. Let me make it simple for you. What is a legal right? As the name suggests, any right which is provided by a law. Any right which is provided by a law is a legal right. Clear? Now this law can be supreme law of land. And what is the supreme law of land? Constitution. That means the rights provided by the Constitution, which is the supreme law of land, all these constitutional rights are also legal rights. That means these constitutional rights can be fundamental rights and other constitutional rights. That means even fundamental rights, other constitutional rights, these are legal rights provided by the law, and this law is the supreme law of land, which is the Constitution. Now what about this right, which is provided by a law? It can be provided by not the supreme law of land, but the ordinary law of land. And what is the ordinary law of land? A law passed by the legislature, a law passed by the parliament. That means all those rights which are provided by law, whether the law is the supreme law of land, which is Constitution, or whether the law is the ordinary law of land, which is a normal law passed by the parliament or the state legislature, all these rights are legal rights. That means all fundamental rights are legal rights. But does that mean all legal rights are fundamental rights? No, because in legal rights we will have other constitutional rights as well, and these other constitutional rights are not fundamental rights. Under these legal rights we will have statutory rights as well, and these statutory rights are not fundamental rights. That means all fundamental rights are legal rights, but converse is not the same. That means all legal rights are not fundamental rights. What is the other difference? If your statutory right is violated, let's say for example your right to marriage is violated, first you have to approach a local court, a district court for example. Then if you are not satisfied with the verdict of the local court, you approach the high court. If you're not satisfied with the verdict given by the high court, then you can approach the Supreme Court. That means there is a hierarchy of judicial structure in this country. First approach a local court, then the high court, then the Supreme Court. But if your fundamental rights are violated, you can directly approach the Supreme Court. That means fundamental rights are so important for the growth of an individual that we have to provide quick justice in case these fundamental rights are violated. That means directly you can approach the Supreme Court because Constitution says Supreme Court is the guardian of the Constitution. Supreme Court is the protector of your fundamental rights. So as of now, what is it that we have understood? We have understood what are these fundamental rights, and we have briefly understood what is the difference between a fundamental right and other constitutional rights or statutory rights. But now let's look at the global picture. Let's look at the status of fundamental rights in England, in United States, and then in India. Let's look at England for that matter. In England, there is no code of fundamental rights. What does that mean? That means the foundation of individual rights in England may be said to be negative. What does that mean? In England, there is no code of fundamental rights. Then what are the rights available to the people in England? You can do everything except those things which are prohibited by law. That means if you look at England, what are the rights available to the people? You can do all that you want to do except those which are prohibited by law. That means all these things which you can do which are not prohibited by law, these become your rights. But there is no distinction whether this right is a fundamental right or other constitutional right or statutory right. There is no difference between a fundamental right, a constitutional right, a statutory right. All these rights are the same. Let me give you an example how. Let's say for example, there are two individuals who want to go for same-sex marriage. Let's assume for a while, because in London, Scotland, Wales, same-sex marriage is allowed. But in Northern Ireland, for example, same-sex marriage is not allowed. Let's assume for a while that there are two individuals who want to go for same-sex marriage. Can you do that? if it is not explicitly and expressly prohibited by the law passed by the England Parliament, then you can go ahead with same-sex marriage. That means, in fact, you can do anything and everything unless and until these things are prohibited by the law. That is the status of rights in England. That is what we call the foundation of individual freedom in England is said to be negative, in the sense that an individual has the right and freedom to take whatever action he likes, as long as he does not violate any rule of the ordinary law of land so far as England is concerned. But let me tell you one more thing. Let's say, for example, this is a couple who want to go for same-sex marriage. And in England, it is not explicitly prohibited that you cannot go for same-sex marriage. If it is not explicitly prohibited, that means this is your right, you can go ahead. What if two individuals who are about to marry, belonging to the same sexes, they are arrested by the executive? That means they are arrested by the police. In this case, these two individuals can approach the courts in England, and courts will prohibit, and courts will protect your right. That means, so far as England is concerned, if your rights are violated by the executive, if your rights are violated by the arbitrary action of the executive, because executive had no role to play here, executive had no right, no power, no authority to arrest these two individuals on the grounds that they are doing same-sex marriage or they are performing same-sex marriage, because performing same-sex marriage is not explicitly prohibited by any law in England. And if the executive has violated your rights, you can approach the courts and courts will protect your rights. That means courts will have the power to protect your rights in case the executive is violating your rights. But what about legislature? What if tomorrow legislature passes a law and states that using this law, same-sex marriage in England, Wales, Scotland is declared illegal? Can you approach the court? Court cannot protect you your right. Why? Because the system of rights in England is such that the courts can enter into picture, come into play if the executive has violated your rights and liberties. But if legislature violates your rights and liberties, the courts cannot come to your rescue. That means the courts in England can protect the citizens only against the arbitrary action of the executive, not the arbitrary action of the legislature. That means if you are protesting before the court of law that this legislature has enacted this law, but this law is immoral, this law is illegal, this law is unfair, unjust, unreasonable, even then no protection is available to you by the courts, because the courts can protect you only against the arbitrary action of the executive, not the arbitrary action of the legislature. This is what led to a famous British constitutional expert, D. Lolme, to remark that in England, the British Parliament can do anything except convert a man into a woman and a woman into a man. That means if we look at the system or the status of fundamental rights in England, we can safely say that there is no code of fundamental rights in England. There is no distinction that these are fundamental rights, statutory rights, other constitutional rights, constitutional rights. There is no such distinction. That means people in England, they can do anything and everything unless and until this activity is prohibited by law. That means don't violate the law. Apart from that, whatever it is that you want to do, please do it. But the courts in England can protect the citizens only against the arbitrary action of the executive, not against the arbitrary action of the legislature. That is the status of rights so far as England is concerned. That means two more things, if we can recap. There is no law in England which the Parliament cannot change. And two, in short, there is no right which may be said to be fundamental in the strictest sense of the term so far as England is concerned. But so far as United States is concerned, the makers of the Constitution of the United States, they knew for sure that if we have to provide rights to the people of this country, we have to protect the people of this country, not against the arbitrary action of the executive alone, but also against the arbitrary action of the legislature as well. That means explicitly, there is something called Bill of Rights, the list of rights available to the citizens of United States of America. And this Bill of Rights is equally binding on legislature as well as the executive. That means these sets of rights can neither be violated by the executive nor can be violated by the legislature. And in the United States, unlike United Kingdom, we have a concept of judicial supremacy and not parliamentary supremacy. What is parliamentary supremacy? British Parliament can do anything except convert a man into a woman and a woman into a man. That means so far as England is concerned, there is parliamentary supremacy. But so far as United States is concerned, there is judicial supremacy. That means if the US Parliament, the legislature, would pass a law and this law would violate Bill of Rights, in this case, what the US judiciary will do? It will strike down this law. It will say that this law is unconstitutional because you're violating Bill of Rights. Not just that. If the legislature of United States pass any law, but this law is unjustified, unreasonable, unjust, so on and so forth, even then, this law will be declared unconstitutional, null and void by the judiciary. That means in the United States, we have a concept called judicial supremacy and not parliamentary supremacy, which we see in United Kingdom. What about India? In India, we follow the US model of judicial supremacy and not parliamentary supremacy. That means our fundamental rights are aligned with the US concept of fundamental rights, not with the UK concept of rights. That means let's recap one by one. What is a fundamental right? Fundamental rights are those rights which are mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. Fundamental rights are called fundamental because they are very important for the growth and development of the potential of an individual. Fundamental rights are negative obligations on part of the state. Fundamental rights are negatively worded. Fundamental rights are mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. Fundamental rights in United Kingdom, in short, we can say that there are no rights which can be called fundamental in the strictest sense of the term. That means in England, the people can do anything and everything unless and until it is prohibited by law. But in England, there is a concept of parliamentary supremacy. So far as United States is concerned, in United States, the courts will protect the people, not only against the arbitrary action of the executive, but also against the arbitrary action of the legislature. That means in United States, what we follow? We follow a system of judicial supremacy and not parliamentary supremacy. And in India also, we have a list of fundamental rights. And this list of fundamental rights is binding on executive as well as legislature. Neither the executive can violate these fundamental rights, nor the legislature can violate these fundamental rights. And if the legislature or the executive is violating the fundamental rights of the people of this country, then as a citizen, you can directly approach the Supreme Court. Why? Because Supreme Court is the protector of your fundamental rights. And the objective of fundamental rights is to implement political democracy in a state. That is the introduction to fundamental rights. Now let us understand all these fundamental rights one by one. And Articles 12 to 35 we are going to cover in great detail. But first up, we need to understand two important articles, Article 12 and Article 13. What is Article 12? When you look at all these fundamental rights from Articles 14 onwards, you will come across a term called state. The state shall not deny equality, the state shall not discriminate, the state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty, the state shall not do this, the state shall not do that. What is the state? And who is the state? And what is the definition of the state? Because all fundamental rights mention this term called state. What is the state? The definition of the state is mentioned under Article 12 of the Indian Constitution. That means all these fundamental rights that are mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, they apply to the state. And this state cannot violate these fundamental rights. That means when we say the state cannot do this, the state shall not do that, who is the state? The state, definition of the state is mentioned under Article 12 of the Indian Constitution, and this state cannot violate any of the fundamental rights mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. And what is the definition of the state? Under Article 12, the state is the Parliament of India and the central government of India, headed by Prime Minister Modi or headed by President Ramnath Kovind, the head of the state. State means the state government and the state legislature. State means local government institutions, public authorities. State means those companies wherein the majority shareholder is the government of India. State means Indian embassies or consulates outside India. That means all those entities which are controlled by the government of India, which are owned by the government of India, for example, State Bank of India, Life Insurance Corporation of India, all those institutions which are created by the state, which are created by the government, which are created by the legislature in this country, all those are the state within the meaning of Article 12 of the Indian Constitution. And all these institutions cannot violate the fundamental rights that are available under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. That means what is Article 12? Throughout the discussion on fundamental rights, we will encounter a term called state. That means all these fundamental rights are enforceable against the state. If the state violates some of these fundamental rights, you can directly approach the Supreme Court. And what is the definition of the state? Mentioned under Article 12 of the Indian Constitution. State means government of India, Parliament of India. Government of a state, state legislature. Panchayati Raj and municipalities in every state in this country. Indian embassies outside India. All those organizations which are sufficiently funded by the government of India, controlled by the government of India, owned by the government of India. For example, State Bank of India, Life Insurance Corporation of India. All these are state. And if any of these institutions violate your fundamental rights, drag them to the Supreme Court. That's Article 12. Now let's look at Article 13 of the Indian Constitution. Laws inconsistent with or in derogation of the fundamental rights. What does that mean? Number one, this Article 13 talks about 4 clauses. Clause number 1, all laws in force in the territory of India before the commencement of the Constitution. Let's say, for example, this is 26th January 1950, and it was on this date that the Constitution of this country was enacted. What about laws which were in force in this country, in the territory of this country, prior to the commencement of the Constitution? For example, we were also governed by laws previously. The laws enacted in 1858, 1861, 1892, 1909, 1919, 1937, so on and so forth, 1947. That means all those laws which were in operation in the territory of this country prior to the commencement of the Constitution. Will these laws continue after the Constitution as well? Yes. But all those laws, if they violate the rights provided by Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, which is fundamental rights, all such laws will be declared null and void. That means these laws will not continue in this country. That means all the laws which were in operation prior to the commencement of the Constitution, now here the Constitution got enacted. Will these laws continue afterwards as well? These laws, if they agree with the fundamental rights mentioned under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, these laws will continue. Then those laws or the portion of those laws which violate fundamental rights, they will be declared null and void. That means they will not continue to be in operation. That's Clause 1 of Article 13. Now there is Clause 2. The state shall not. What the state cannot do? The state cannot make any law. And because of this law, what the state cannot do? The state cannot take away a fundamental right. The state cannot abridge a fundamental right. That means, let's say, for example, legislature, the parliament. Parliament cannot make a law. That's what Article 2 says. Which kind of law? Parliament cannot make a law if this law tries to snatch a fundamental right, or if this law tries to modify a fundamental right. That is not the power available with the state, because Article 13, Clause 2 bars the state from making a law which abridges a fundamental right or takes away a fundamental right. But what is this law? Law can be of various types. What is this law? And what is this law is mentioned under Article 13, Clause 3 of the Indian Constitution. Law is explained, defined under Article 13, Clause 3. Constitution says law is the act passed by the Parliament, rules, regulations, notifications, customs, bylaws, all these things, ordinances, for example, issued by the President or the Governor, all these are within the definition of the law, and if you do all these things, you cannot snatch a fundamental right or abridge a fundamental right. But then you will say, how right to property was deleted in 1978? You would ask a question, how is it that Article 15, Article 16 has been amended many number of times? Article 31 has been amended many number of times. How is it that very recently the Parliament of this country enacted a Constitutional Amendment Act, and this act, what it provided for? It provided for 10% reservation for economically weaker sections of the society. How is it that Article 15 and 16 was abridged, was modified? Because for that you need to understand that there is a difference between an ordinary law and a Constitutional Amendment Act. That means, yes, even a fundamental right can be taken away. Even a fundamental right can be modified, but not by an ordinary law such as ordinance, order, bylaw, rule, regulation, notification, custom, usage, so on and so forth. By enacting these ordinary laws, you cannot snatch a fundamental right, you cannot modify, abridge a fundamental right. But if you can do that, how you can do that? By passing a Constitutional Amendment Act. Because a normal act and a Constitutional Amendment Act is not the same. There is a difference. So when Article 13, Clause 2 says that the Parliament shall not make a law, this law, we are talking about ordinary law. This is not the Constitutional Amendment law. But then you will ask me, how do you know that law does not include a Constitutional Amendment Act? That is Article 13, Clause 4. This Article 13, Clause 4 was added to the Constitution by 24th Amendment Act of 1971. This Article 13, Clause 4 provided an explanation that yes, the Parliament can make a law because of which a fundamental right can be snatched or a fundamental right can be abridged, but it cannot be an ordinary law. It has to be a Constitutional Amendment Act made under Article 368 of the Indian Constitution. Constitution. After we discuss the introduction to fundamental rights, and before we can explain all these fundamental rights one by one, there are two things that we have to understand. Number one, definition of state under Article 12. Throughout the course of these fundamental rights, we will come across a phrase state. What is the state? Definition is provided by Article 12. Then, all those laws which were in operation prior to the commencement of the Constitution. Now, Constitution has been enacted. Will these laws continue afterwards or not? If these laws are in agreement with fundamental rights, these laws will continue. If these laws violate fundamental rights, then these laws shall not continue, will be declared null and void. That's number one. Number two, and through this law, the Parliament does not have the power to snatch a fundamental right, to take away a fundamental right, to snatch a fundamental right. And through this law, the Parliament does not have the power to take away a fundamental right or abridge a fundamental right, modify a fundamental right. But this law is an ordinary law. Through an ordinary law, you cannot make any changes to Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. If you have to make any changes to Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, for that you have to enact a Constitutional Amendment Act under Article 368 of the Indian Constitution, using Article 368 of the Indian Constitution, because it is using Article 368 that Constitution of this country can be amended. That is Article 13 of the Indian Constitution.
Now let us take up one by one these 6 sets of fundamental rights. We will begin with right to equality, and here we will have to cover Articles 14 to 18. But please remember one thing, you should not be wasting your time ensuring that you remember and memorize these articles by heart. No. But over a period of time, once you have revised these lectures 4, 5, 6 times, then automatically you will remember these article numbers. So far as fundamental rights is concerned, you should remember the article numbers. But so far as other articles of the Constitution are concerned, you don't bother remembering and memorizing these articles. There are some very important articles mentioned in the Constitution for which you should remember their article numbers. Others, you just have to understand the concept. But so far as fundamental rights are concerned, you should remember Article 14, 15, 16, what do they talk about? So let's get started, beginning with Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. Article 14 says, the state shall not deny to any person equality before law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. Two important things if you notice. Number one, it talks about state. And who is the state who cannot deny equality before law and equal protection of the laws? For that we have Article 12 of the Indian Constitution. Second important thing, the state shall not deny to any person. That means this article is not saying the state shall not deny to any citizen. That means this fundamental right, Article 14, is available not just to the citizens of this country, but even to foreigners as well. That means this misconception that some people have that fundamental rights are available only to the citizens of this country, that is wrong. There are maximum number of fundamental rights that are available to citizens as well as foreigners. In fact, Article 15, 16, 19, 29, and 30. Only these sets of fundamental rights are available to citizens alone, exclusively to citizens. Apart from these 5 fundamental rights, every other fundamental right is available to citizen as well as a foreigner. So what Article 14 talks about, number one, the state, and for that we have Article 12. Second, any person. That means the state shall not deny to any person. That means this fundamental right is available to citizens as well as foreigners. But it talks about 2 phrases. The state shall not deny to any person equality before law and equal protection of the laws. Equality before law and equal protection of the laws, they might sound similar, but they are not. They are different in their ideology, they are different in their outlook. If you look at equality before law, it is a negative concept. And this negative concept we have borrowed from United Kingdom. If you look at equal protection of the laws, it's a positive concept. And this positive concept we have borrowed from the Constitution of United States of America. That means equality before law is something else, equal protection of the laws is something else. First, let's look at what is this equality before law. If we look at A.V. Dicey, one of the most important, famous British constitutional experts, that means A.V. Dicey had crystallized a concept called rule of law. And if we look at equality before law, it is nothing but the corollary of the same rule of law. What is corollary? English term or maths term, for example. If this is a statement, by looking at this statement, what is the immediate conclusion that you can draw? What is the immediate inference that you can draw? What is the immediate inference that you can draw? That is what we call corollary. That means if this is rule of law, by looking at rule of law, what is the immediate conclusion that we can draw from the rule of law? That is what we call equality before law. That means equality before law is nothing but the corollary of A.V. Dicey's concept of rule of law. But then you will ask, what is rule of law? We can break down rule of law into 3 very important principles. Principle number 1, no person shall be sentenced or shall be made to suffer in body or goods except for a breach of law. That means I cannot be made to suffer in body. That means I cannot be hanged. That means I cannot be imprisoned. I cannot be sent to jail. That means I cannot be made to suffer in body unless and until I have violated a law. Only if I have violated a law, I can be hanged, I can be put behind the bars. Number 2, no person shall be made to suffer in body or goods. That means my property cannot be confiscated. That means my land cannot be confiscated. My goods cannot be confiscated unless and until I have violated a law. That means if you are a law-abiding citizen, you should not fear anybody. If you are a law-abiding citizen, you have not violated any law. That means no person shall be made to suffer in body or goods except for a breach of law, except if you have violated a law. Before rule of law came into picture, anybody could have been murdered. Anybody could have been hanged by the state. Anybody's private property could have been confiscated by the state or the king. That means before rule of law, there was lawlessness. Anybody could have been hanged. Anybody could have been imprisoned. No rights available to the people. Anybody's private property could have been destroyed. But after rule of law came into picture. A.V. Dicey says rule of law means nobody shall be made to suffer in body or goods except when this individual has breached a law, violated a law. That is rule of law. Second rule of law concept, anybody can sue or be sued. That means I can file a case against you, you can file a case against me. It is not that only upper caste Brahmins can file a case or upper classes can file a case. No, anybody can file a case against anybody. Before rule of law, what was the position? Only few elites would have access to justice. The poor, marginalized, disprivileged sections of the society had no means of accessing justices in the courts of law. That means if you look at rule of law means number one, nobody shall be made to suffer in body or goods except for a breach of law. Number two, anybody can sue or be sued. And number three, constitution is the result of the ordinary law of land. But is constitution the result of the ordinary law of land, or is constitution the supreme law of land? In India, constitution is the supreme law of land, but in England, constitution is the ordinary law of land. And since A.V. Dicey is a British constitutional expert, he speaks in the context of Britain, and that is why he says constitution is the result of the ordinary law of land, and these are the three principles of the rule of law. But in India, we have modified this third principle. We say constitution is the supreme law of land. Article 14. The state shall not deny to any person what? Equality before law. And what is equality before law? Equality before law is nothing but the corollary of rule of law. And what is rule of law? Nobody shall be made to suffer in body or goods except for a breach of law. Any person can sue or be sued. And constitution, so far as India is concerned, is the result of the supreme law of land. Before rule of law, what was the procedure in the world? Rex lex. After rule of law, this maxim of rex lex changed to lex rex. What is the difference? That means before rule of law, the maxim was, the position was, king is the law. That means the king is the judge, jury, and the executioner. Whatever the king says, that becomes the law. That is rex lex. But after rule of law, it changed into lex rex. Law is the king. And this rule of law or equality before law, we have borrowed from the English Constitution, and we say that this equality before law is a negative concept. Nobody shall be made to suffer in body or goods. Anybody can sue or be sued. These are negatively worded terms. That is why we call equality before law as a negative concept. But you will understand this negative concept slightly later when we will talk about equal protection of the laws. Let's briefly summarize what is equality before law. If somebody is going to ask you tomorrow, summarize what is equality before law, tell him or her three things. That equality before law, number one, to put it simply, means no special privileges in favor of any person. No matter who you are, no special privileges will be provided to you. Number two, equal subjection of all persons to the ordinary law of land. I committed murder, I will be booked under section 302 of Indian Penal Code. You committed a murder, you will be booked under section 302 of Indian Penal Code. Equal subjection of all persons to the ordinary law of land. Similarly, for example, there is an upper caste who commits rape. There is a lower caste or so-called lower caste who has committed a rape. Both will be subjected equally to the same law, which is section 376 of Indian Penal Code. That is equality before law. And the third important concept, no person is above the law. The law treats everybody equally. That is equality before law. That means if we have to summarize what is equality before law, we can say three things. No special privileges, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from. Number two, we will subject all persons in this country equally to the ordinary law of land. And third, nobody is above the law. But when we say nobody is above the law, when we say no special privileges no matter who you are, there are some people who are above the law. There are some institutions or there are some individuals who have special privileges. That is why we say this concept of equality before law is not absolute. What is an absolute fundamental right? An absolute fundamental right is a fundamental right which comes with no exceptions whatsoever. That means this is a fundamental right. This fundamental right is equally applicable to every single individual in this country. Absolute fundamental right. No exceptions whatsoever. But when we look at equality before law, there are exceptions. There are exceptions where some people have special privileges. There are exceptions when some people might be viewed as above the law. That means this concept of equality before law is not absolute. There are exceptions. And what are these exceptions? Number one, the president or the governor. While the president or the governor is discharging his official duties, with regard to the discharge of his official duties, he is not answerable to any court of law. This is because from UK we have borrowed that king or queen, we have to maintain the sanctity of their office. And how can we maintain the sanctity of their office? Whatever actions they are taking, whatever decisions they are taking, while they are discharging their official duties, they are not answerable to any court of law. For example, President Kovind has appointed Smriti Zubin Irani as the minister in the Narendra Modi cabinet. President Kovind is not answerable in any court of law. Why did you appoint her? President has appointed a chief election commissioner. President has asked Prime Minister Modi to be sworn in as the next Prime Minister of this country. While the president is discharging his official duties, he cannot be held accountable in any court of law. The governor of Andhra Pradesh appointed YSR Congress head Jagan Mohan Reddy as the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh. While he is discharging his official duty, the governor of Andhra Pradesh, he cannot be held answerable in any court of law in this country. This is because in England, we have a maxim that we have to protect the sanctity of the office of the king or the queen. That means when we say no special privileges, no matter who you are, that's what equality before law is. There is a special privilege for president or the governor. That means there is an exception to Article 14. Second exception, no criminal action can be taken against the president or the governor whatsoever, so long as they remain in office. That means if I'm the president or the governor of a state, can I commit rape? Can I commit murder? Can I commit dacoity? Yes. Can any criminal case be filed against me? No. Why? Because in England, there is a maxim called king does no wrong. When king does no wrong, that means no criminal action can be taken against the president or the governor while they are in office. For example, there was a time when in United Andhra Pradesh, there was a governor of the state of Andhra Pradesh. His name was N.D. Tiwari. N.D. Tiwari, what he did, he used to bring prostitutes or sex workers to Raj Bhavan, and ultimately he would, some people allege, sexually abuse and violate as well in Raj Bhavan. No criminal action was taken against N.D. Tiwari because he was the governor of Andhra Pradesh. And as governor of the Andhra Pradesh, you have immunity. No criminal action can be taken against the president or the governor while they are in their office. But once your term is over, then a criminal case can be filed against you. And in such instances, what happens? The president or the governor would be asked to tender resignation, and once they tender the resignation, then criminal action can be initiated against them. But while they are in office, no criminal action can be taken against the president or the governor while they are in office. But this is about criminal action. What about civil proceedings? Can a civil case be filed against the president or the governor while they are in office? For example, the president of India owes me 1 lakh rupees. Just an example, he does not owe me anything. But let's say, for example, he owes me 1 lakh rupees. I'm repeatedly asking him, please give me my money back. Please return my money. He is dilly-dallying, not returning my money. Now, what is the option that I have? I have to file a case. That means this case is a civil case because it's not a crime that he has committed, but it's a civil case. It's a violation of the trust. Can I file a civil case against the president because he owes me 1 lakh rupees? I can, but first I have to give a 2-month notice period to the president. Dear president, now you are the president of India, your salary has increased. Please return me my 1 lakh rupees. If not, then after the expiry of this 2-month notice, civil proceedings can be initiated against you. That means there are some exceptions to equality before law. When we say equality before law says no special privileges no matter who you are, equal subjection of all persons to the ordinary law of land, nobody is above the law. This fundamental right is not absolute because there are some exceptions. What are these exceptions? Exception number 1, while the president and the governor, they're discharging their official duties, they're not answerable to any court of law while they are discharging their official duties. Number 2, no criminal case whatsoever can be filed against the president and the governor while they are in office. Number 3, no civil proceedings can be initiated against the president or the governor. If through these civil proceedings you want to seek compensation from the president or the governor, you cannot file the civil case, you cannot initiate civil proceedings unless and until 2-month notice period is served to president or the governor. Similarly, the visiting heads of foreign countries, the dignitaries that we have in India, for example, the ambassadors or high commissioners of the foreign countries in India, they can also not be arrested no matter what crime they commit in this country. For example, a few years ago, there was an allegation that a foreign diplomat of Saudi Arabia, he had abused 2 Nepali maids at his residence in Gurgaon. Ultimately, what happened? No action was taken against this foreign diplomat and he left this country. This protection is available to foreign diplomats, also under Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. What is this Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations? It is an international treaty that defines the framework for diplomatic relations between independent nations. For example, India sends a diplomat to Pakistan. Pakistan sends a diplomat to India to ensure that these diplomats are in a position to carry on with their work without any threat, without any coercion. For that, there is a concept of diplomatic immunity under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. That means it specifies the privileges of a diplomatic mission that enable diplomats to perform their functions without fear of coercion or harassment by the host country. If you look at this Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, there are close to 53 articles in this treaty. If you look at Article 9 of this treaty, what does it talk about? Let's say, for example, there is an Italian diplomat in India, and this Italian diplomat in India, he commits rape, or he commits murder, or he commits dacoity. Does that mean if all these crimes are committed by these foreign diplomats in India, no action can be taken against them by the Indian government? Yes. No action can be taken against them. But Article 19 says, host country, which in this case is India, what India can do, India can declare this Italian diplomat as persona non grata. And when you are declared as persona non grata, you are given a specific time period. That means, let's say 12 hours, or 24 hours, or 48 hours. Within this period, you have to leave this country. If you don't leave this country within this specific period, then you can be arrested and charged in this country. That means what is Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations? You need to understand there are 2 basic offices of a foreign country in India. 2 basic offices or 2 basic types of offices. For example, if this is United States, with United States, we share diplomatic relations. United States will have 2 broad categories of offices in India. One is embassy, the other is consulate. Clear? Embassy is only one at Chanakyapuri. Italian embassy 1, German embassy only 1, Pakistan embassy only 1. But United States might have consular offices or consulates in different parts of this country, so as to enable the citizens of India in these different parts of the country to apply for US visa or to provide consular access to the US citizens in these states. For example, US consular offices are there in Hyderabad, in Chennai, in West Bengal, for example. These consulates, they do not enjoy complete immunity. They do not enjoy complete protection. That means the officers who are posted at these consulates, they do not enjoy complete immunity under Vienna Convention. But those who are posted at embassies, they enjoy complete immunity. Those who are posted at United Nations organizations, they also enjoy complete immunity. That means if there is an embassy official in this US embassy, and this individual, this diplomat commits murder, rape, dacoity, or other crimes, no action can be taken against this individual. But then what India can do under Article 9, declare this diplomat as persona non grata, and within the specified time period, this diplomat has to exit India. If he does not, then he can be arrested and charged for the crimes he has committed. Now let's look at Article 22 of this Vienna Convention. And let's say, for example, this is an Ecuador embassy. In this embassy, there used to live an individual named Julian Assange. Julian Assange, the head of the WikiLeaks, he was accused of sexual assault, he was accused of various crimes by different countries in the world, by Switzerland, by United States, for example. And Julian Assange was all set to be arrested by the police in United Kingdom, so that the Scotland Yard, the police of United Kingdom, would arrest Julian Assange, and maybe Julian Assange would have been extradited to United States. What Julian Assange did? Julian Assange got in touch with Ecuador embassy. Ecuador government provided citizenship to Julian Assange, and Julian Assange made this Ecuador embassy as his home. But where was this Ecuador embassy? In United Kingdom. United Kingdom police is looking for Julian Assange, but Julian Assange cannot be arrested because he is in Ecuador embassy. Why? Because of Article 22. Article 22 says this embassy or this diplomatic mission or this diplomatic enclave is inviolate. That means the host country cannot enter into this diplomatic mission without the permission of the head of the mission. And for many, many, many years, Julian Assange stayed at this Ecuador embassy, but then in 2019, the head of the Ecuador embassy allowed the UK police to enter into this embassy and arrest Julian Assange. Article 30 extends this provision to the private residence of the diplomats as well. That means tomorrow, if you clear this examination, you are given Indian Foreign Service, then you are given a cadre, you are sent to Germany. Even your private residence in Germany, if you are working at the embassy, Indian embassy in Germany, even your private residence cannot be entered into by the police without your permission. This is to ensure diplomatic immunity. This is to ensure that the diplomats are in a position to perform, are in a position to work in the host country without any harassment, without any coercion. That means Article 14, wherein it talks about equality before law, wherein it says no special privileges no matter who you are. Everybody is equal in the eyes of the law. Nobody is above the law. Equal subjection to all laws. So far as the people in this country are concerned, there are some exceptions to equality before law. And what are these exceptions? President and the governor. Similarly, the heads or the foreign diplomats of the foreign countries in India. That is what you need to understand regarding equality before law. But now let's look at equal protection of the law, originated under the US Constitution, and it is viewed as a positive concept. Let me give you one example. Let's say, for example, this is a wall, and this is a wall to a sports stadium, to a soccer stadium, for example, and there are people who are watching the soccer match. There is one individual who is very tall, and he is in a position to watch the soccer match very clearly because this wall does not block his vision. There is another man, B. He is in a position to watch this match, but with great difficulty. Then there is a dwarf, C. He is not in a position to watch the soccer match at all because this wall is blocking his vision. Is this equality? Yes. This is complete equality. What is complete equality? No special privilege, no matter who you are. That means everybody is treated equally here. That is equality. But is this justice? No. Justice would be that all these three individuals are in a position to watch the soccer match. Equality plus justice is what equal protection of the law means. That means this person will be given a stool on which he can stand and watch this match clearly. This dwarf will be given a stool on which he can watch the match so that he can watch the match clearly. And now everybody is treated equally. That means if you look at A is not provided with anything. A is the way he was. That means the position he was at the start of our conversation, he is still at the same position at the end of this conversation. B is provided little thing. That means a small tool on which he can stand and watch the match. C is provided with a lot, a big tool on which he can stand and watch the match. After he's provided with something, after he's provided with a lot of things, then this is equality. And this is equality plus justice, and this equality plus justice is what we call equal protection of the law. That means equal protection of the law says likes should be treated alike. If everybody was of the same height, then nobody would have been discriminated. But here B has been discriminated, C has been discriminated, even A has been discriminated. A has been discriminated because he's not provided with anything. B has been discriminated because he has been provided but only less than what C has been provided. C has been provided with a lot. That means all A, B and C have been discriminated, but this is positive discrimination. Positive discrimination so that justice can be served in this country. And it is this positive discrimination that lies at the heart of equal protection by the law. That is what we say, equal protection of the law is a positive concept, positive discrimination. Discriminate so that justice is served in this country. Equal protection by the law states like should be treated alike. People in similar situations should be treated similarly. People in different situations should be treated not similarly but differently. Let me give you another example, very simple example. Let's assume for a while that you did not like my lecture. You take out a knife and you stab me in my stomach and I'm dead. Now my dad will file a case against you. In the court of law, you can plead before the judge that dear judge, don't violate Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. And what is this Article 14? Equality before law. Equality before law would mean that the manner in which you treat this dad, my dad, the same manner the law should treat you as well. Because no special privileges no matter who you are. Equal subjection to all laws. Nobody is above the law. That means here the victim and the aggressor are to be treated equally. But is this justice? No. You are a criminal. My dad is seeking justice for his son. That means here the law has to treat you and him differently. Because likes are to be treated alike. People in similar situations are to be treated similarly. People in dissimilar situation are to be treated differently. Here you will be sentenced to death. Here my father might be provided with compensation. That is equal protection by the law. To make it even simpler for you, I committed murder, you committed murder. Then what happened? I was booked for assault. You were booked for murder. But we are in similar conditions, similar situations. We both committed murder. How is it that you are booked for murder and I'm booked only for assault? This is something that cannot happen because you are violating equal protection by the law. That means equal protection by the law talks about positive discrimination. Equal protection by the law talks about equality plus justice. Equal protection of the law talks about reservation as well. That means if there are people from general category, if there are people from OBCs, if there are people from SCs and STs, they cannot be treated equally. They have to be treated differently because they are in different conditions, they are in different situations altogether. That is what we call equal protection by the law. That means the reservation system in this country is justified under Article 14 of Indian Constitution as well. To put it simply, equal protection of the law states that among the equals, law should be treated equally and equally administered, that likes should be treated alike. It requires affirmative action by the state towards unequals by providing facilities and opportunities. What is this affirmative action? Provide him with a stool, but of a smaller size. Provide him with a stool, but of a larger size. That is what we call affirmative action policy. And that is what Article 14 says, substantive justice. And what is the substantive justice? Equality, but at the same time, justice. That is Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. So when Article 14 says that the state shall not deny to any person, what? Two things. Equality before law and equal protection by the laws. Equality before law and equal protection by the laws, they might sound similar, but they are different in their ideology and outlook. And Article 14 is not absolute, because Article 14 does come up with exceptions. There are exceptions to right to equality under the Constitution of this country. Now let us look at Article 15 of the Indian Constitution. Article 15 talks about prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Let's look at Article 15 in great detail. Article 15 has 6 clauses. 15 clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, clause 4, clause 5, clause 6, so on and so forth. But you don't have to memorize clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, so on and so forth. Just understand the concept. Just assume that Article 15 talks about 6 things. You don't have to remember what Article 15 clause 1 is or 15 clause 2 is. Just understand the concept behind Article 15 of Indian Constitution. But I'm going to explain to you clause by clause so that it becomes easier for me. Article 15 clause 1 states, the state shall not discriminate against any citizen. That is why I told you, there are some fundamental rights which are available only to the citizens of this country. One such fundamental right is Article 15, available only to the citizens of this country and not to foreigners. Number 1. Number 2, the state shall not discriminate. And what is the state? Article 12 of Indian Constitution. Number 3, the state shall not discriminate. What is this discrimination? That means the state should not treat some favorably against others. That means the state should not favor me as against someone else. The state should not provide me more benefits as against the other. That means there should be no discrimination. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. What is this only? That means the state shall not discriminate against its citizens only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. That means only because you're from a particular religion, you're from a particular race, you're from a particular caste, or sex, or place of birth, you should not be discriminated. Does that mean you cannot be discriminated at all? Yes, you can be discriminated. But for that, there must exist a 6th valid ground on which this discrimination can be made. That means the state cannot discriminate only on 5 grounds. Religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Can the state discriminate on any other ground? Yes. On 6th ground, 7th ground, 8th ground, 9th ground, on which the valid discrimination can be made. To give you an example, tomorrow you're filing a case against Union Public Service Commission. Clear? Union Public Service Commission is an organ of the state. That means under Article 12, UPSC is a state. UPSC cannot violate your fundamental right. You approach directly to Supreme Court because Supreme Court is the protector of your fundamental rights. That dear Supreme Court, please protect my fundamental rights. There is Union Public Service Commission which has violated my fundamental rights. Since you are the protector of my fundamental rights, please save me. The Supreme Court will ask the UPSC, what have you done? Why have you violated the fundamental right of the citizen? UPSC will ask you, how have I violated your fundamental right? You will respond that you did not allow me to appear in the civil services examination. You did not allow me to appear in the civil services examination. I wanted to become an IAS officer, but you discriminated me because I am a Sikh. You discriminated me because I come from a different caste. You discriminated me because of my sex. You discriminated me because I come from South India. So on and so forth. The UPSC will say, dear Supreme Court, yes, I have discriminated against this individual. But not only on these 5 grounds. Not only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. But I discriminated against him on 6th ground. And what is that 6th ground? Age. UPSC notification tells explicitly that you must have completed 21 years of age. And then you can appear in the civil services examination. He is just 10. That's number 1. Second, degree or qualification. UPSC notification tells us that you should be a graduate. Only then you can apply, you can appear in the civil services examination. This individual, despite the fact that he is 27 years old, he has not yet completed his graduation. He is still in the first year of his graduation. That means, is the state discriminating against its citizens? Yes. But not only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. That means if the state has to discriminate, there must exist a 6th ground, 7th ground, 10th ground on which the valid discrimination can be made. That means tomorrow, a Hindu, 27-year-old, can file a case against the UPSC that since I belong to the Hindu religion, that is why I have been discriminated by the UPSC, despite the fact that I'm meeting age requirement, but UPSC is denying me to appear in the civil services examination. UPSC is biased against me because I come from a particular religion. Now the UPSC will inform the court that yes, we are discriminating, but not because he comes from a Hindu religion, but discriminating because he does not possess the educational qualification. That means all these people who are discriminated, they may come from a particular religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Yes, but you are discriminating not because of these 5 grounds, but on 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th ground on which valid discrimination can be made. This is Article 15 clause 1. The state shall not discriminate against its citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. And this right is enforceable only against the state, not on other individuals. That means individuals, even if they violate this fundamental right, no action can be taken against them because this is enforceable only against the state, not against the individuals. But now let's look at Article 15 clause 2. Article 15 clause 2 says, no citizen shall be discriminated on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or be subject to any disability, liability, restriction, or condition. With regard to, number 1, access to shops. That means I want to access the shop. I want to access public restaurants. I want to access hotels or places of public entertainment. I cannot be discriminated only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. But one important thing here. Article 15, Clause 2 states, no citizen shall be discriminated. It does not say that the state shall not discriminate. It states no citizen shall be discriminated. That means even private individuals cannot discriminate other individuals, other citizens, only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Where, if I want to access public property, if I want to access wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, places of public resort, which are maintained wholly or partly out of the state funds or are dedicated to the general public. Sounds confusing? Let me make it very simple for you. Let's assume I am Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I faced untouchability in my school. For days, I could not drink water because the well from which I was authorized to drink water was dry. For many days, I could not access water because only a Dalit could have served me water. Since the Dalit peon was absent for many, many days, I could not drink water. That means here the state is not denying you public well. Here the government, legislature, executive is not stopping you from accessing the well. Here other individuals are stopping you, other citizens are stopping you from accessing this public property, from accessing this public well. This is the classic case of untouchability. And when Article 15, Clause 1 states that the state shall not discriminate against its citizens only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, that was very broad. But now Article 15, Clause 2 is making a very restricted case. Restricted case that if citizens of this country, they want to access public property, they want to access public wells, bathing ghats, burial grounds, so on and so forth, no discrimination can take place here. And no citizen can discriminate against any other citizen only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. But then, can citizens discriminate against you? Yes. But for that, there must exist a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th ground on which valid discrimination can be made. And what are these grounds? Confusing? Let me make it even simpler for you by giving you simple examples. Let's say, for example, there's an individual. He wants to access a public well. He wants to access water. He can be stopped by others. Now, this individual can approach the court that because I come from a particular religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, I was denied access to a public property, I was denied access to a public well. This is discrimination. This is violation of Article 15, Clause 2. Case will be filed against these individuals. These individuals can defend themselves. Yes, their Supreme Court. Yes, their High Court. We stopped him from accessing public property, but because of his medical condition, he is suffering from a communicable disease. He is suffering from HIV/AIDS, and it is for the protection of the interest of other sections of the society that we stopped him from accessing public property. The court will say, yes, you have discriminated, but not only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, but on 6th valid ground, and which is the medical condition of this individual. That means this Article 15, Clause 2 is enforceable against the state as well as individuals and helps in our fight against the menace of untouchability as well. That's Article 15, Clause 1 and 15, Clause 2. But now you will say, if there can be no discrimination only on the grounds of sex, then why is it that not less than 33% seats in our Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities are reserved for women? How can various political parties today demand a women's reservation bill in parliament as well as state legislatures? Why is it that there are some special schemes provided only for women in this country? Why are there some special schemes, for example, ICDS schemes, only for the children in this country? How can you discriminate only on the grounds of sex? Because yes, women's reservation is only on the grounds of sex. There are some schemes available for the women, for the pregnant women, lactating women, only because of their sex. There are some schemes in this country only for the children of this country. How can the state discriminate only on the grounds of sex? Valid question. But this is where we come across absolute fundamental right and not an absolute fundamental right. When we said Article 14, equality before law, no special privileges, equal subjection of all laws, nobody is above the law. This Article 14 is not absolute because there are some exceptions. And what are these exceptions? President, governor, foreign diplomats. When we say Article 15 says there can be no discrimination by the state only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, this Article 15 is not absolute because there are exceptions. What are these exceptions? Number one, nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. That means one exception is women and children. Nothing in this article. This article says there shall be no discrimination. But this discrimination can be made only on the grounds of sex for women and children. That means one exception is women and children. Another exception. 1951, immediately after the commencement of the Constitution, the Madras government, as it was then called, today's Tamil Nadu, it was called Madras. Madras government issued an order that there should be a reservation in government, engineering and medical colleges for those who are SC and STs. That means reservation in government educational institutions, in government engineering and medical colleges are to be provided in the state of Madras for those who belong to SC and ST community. But Article 15 explicitly states that the state shall not discriminate only on the grounds of caste. When only on the grounds of caste the state shall not discriminate, how is it that you are reserving seats in medical and engineering colleges only on the grounds of caste? Matter went to the court. Champak Dorairajan versus State of Madras, 1951. In this case, the Supreme Court was asked by the petitioner, how can the state, which is the Madras government, which comes under the definition of Article 12, how can this Madras government create a policy and discriminate citizens who belong to other castes? And how can the state discriminate in favor of SCs and STs primarily because of their caste? Supreme Court said, yes, you're absolutely right. This reservation policy is unconstitutional. There can be no reservation on the grounds of caste because Article 15 explicitly says that only on the grounds of caste there can be no discrimination. But then how the Parliament responded? Constitution was amended for the first time. First Constitutional Amendment Act 1951, Article 15, Clause 4 was added. When Article
15 clause 4 was added. That means an exception was made to Article 15. One exception was that the state will make special provision for women and children. Now there is another exception. This Article 15 clause 4 does not bar the state from making any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. That means another exception was made. Another exception was made that apart from women and children, now there can be an exception for the state can discriminate in favor of those who are socially and educationally backward, including SCs and STs. And that is the origin of the reservation policy in favor of SCs and STs in this country. Now, this Article 15 Clause 4 was used by various state governments to provide reservation in educational institutions, but only in government educational institutions. That means those government institutions which are owned by the government, controlled by the government, purely funded by the government. Then there was a demand from different sections of the society that this reservation policy should extend beyond government educational institutions, should extend to private educational institutions as well. And that is how the Constitution was amended for another time. Added 93rd Constitutional Amendment Act of 2005. This Amendment Act added Article 15 Clause 5. This Article 15 Clause 5 provided for reservation in favor of those who are socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, including SCs and STs, in all educational institutions. Whether these are government institutions, whether these are private institutions, whether these private institutions are aided, whether these private institutions are unaided. No matter which private institution we are talking about, there is a reservation for SCs and STs. What are we talking about? Article 15. What is Article 15? Article 15, one provision says, the state shall not discriminate against its citizens only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. The second clause of Article 15 is also a fight against untouchability. No citizen can discriminate against another citizen only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, if the citizen is accessing public property, if the citizen is accessing public guards, burial grounds, public restaurants, wells, so on and so forth. But if there is no discrimination on the grounds of caste or sex under Article 15, this fundamental right is not absolute because there are some exceptions. What are these exceptions? Number one, the state can make special provisions for the advancement of women and children. That's one exception. Second, Article 15 Clause 4 was added. Reservation in government educational institutions was provided to SCs and STs primarily on the grounds of their caste, because Constitution said that these are socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. Now the demand came that there should be reservation in educational institutions, but not only those educational institutions which are run by the government, but also those which are privately owned. Even within these private educational institutions, there are two broad groups of private educational institutions. One set of private educational institutions, they are aided. That means funds are provided by the government. That means although this is a private educational institution, but funds are available, funds are made available by the government. There are some private educational institutions which are unaided. That means government does not aid these private educational institutions. 93rd Constitutional Amendment Act said that Article 15 Clause 5 is to be added. That means reservation should be provided in educational institutions to SCs and STs because these are socially and educationally backward classes of citizens in all educational institutions, whether it is government or private, aided or unaided, doesn't matter. But there is only one set of educational institution which has been left out, and that is a minority educational institution. That means there is a reservation in all educational institutions in this country, government or private, aided or unaided, doesn't matter, except those educational institutions which are run, owned, controlled by minorities or minority educational institutions. And in Article 30 of Indian Constitution, we will discuss which are these minority educational institutions. This was the year 2005. Then in the year 2007, an act was passed. Central Educational Institutions Reservation of Seats Act 2007. According to this act, not more than 27% of the seats were in central educational institutions. Which are these central educational institutions? IITs, IIMs, NITs. These seats shall be reserved for OBCs. That means now we have reservation for SCs, now we have reservation for STs, now we have reservation for OBCs, and for OBCs, not more than 27% seats shall be reserved. For SCs, 15% seats shall be reserved. For STs, 7.5% seats shall be reserved. That means total reservation in this country is 49.5% for caste-based reservation for SCs, STs, and OBCs. Now what happened? In the year 2019, another Constitutional Amendment Act was passed by the Parliament, which added Article 15 Clause 6 to the Indian Constitution, and this Article 15 Clause 6 provided for 10% reservation to those who are economically poor or who belong to economically weaker sections of the society. But we will discuss Article 15 Clause 6 when we will talk about Article 16 of the Indian Constitution, because there is some background that I have to provide you. That background I will provide under Article 16. Then in Article 16, we will also have a broad understanding of Article 15 Clause 6 of the Indian Constitution.
Now let us look at Article 16 of the Indian Constitution.
It talks about equality of opportunity in the matters of public employment, government jobs. There are 6 important clauses under Article 16. 16 Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3, Clause 4, Clause 4A, 4B. Now we have 16 Clause 5, 16 Clause 6. But you don't have to remember these clause by clause, but you just have to understand the concept behind them. The concept of Article 16 of the Indian Constitution, which talks about equality of opportunity in public employment.
But again, I will go clause by clause so that you have a great clarity about Article 16. Article 16, clause 1 states, there shall be equality of opportunity for all citizens in matters related to employment or appointment to any office under the state. What Article 16, clause 1 states? That there shall be equality. That means there shall be no discrimination when it comes to certain opportunities. Which are these opportunities? Government jobs. Which government jobs? Whether it is the jobs at the central level or the state level or the local level. Because what is the definition of the state? Article 12. This can be equality of opportunity in government jobs in LIC as well, in State Bank of India as well. That means so far as employment opportunities are concerned, appointment letters are concerned, there shall be no discrimination, there shall be equality of opportunity in public employment. But for whom? For the citizens of this country. That means just like Article 15, Article 16 is also applicable only to the citizens of this country. Now let's look at 16 clause 2. 16 clause 2 states, no citizen shall, on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, residence, descent, only on these grounds there should be no discrimination when a citizen wants to apply for a government job, when the citizen wants to apply for public opportunity, public employment opportunity. But can there be a discrimination? Yes. But for that there must be an 8th ground, 9th ground, 10th ground on which the valid discrimination can be made. That means this article is similar to Article 15 clause 2. But there were 5 conditions: religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. There, if discrimination was to be made, there must have existed 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th ground on which valid discrimination could have been made. Article 16 clause 2 talks about 7 conditions on which no discrimination can be made: religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, 2 more things: residence and descent. On these 7 grounds alone there can be no discrimination. If there has to be a discrimination, there must exist an 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, nth ground on which valid discrimination can be made. For example, you appeared in the civil services examination, you cleared the prelims, you cleared the mains examination as well, you did very well at the interview as well, but even then you were not recommended in the final list. You will file an appeal before the Supreme Court calling for the violation of fundamental rights under Article 16. You will accuse UPSC of discriminating against you only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence. But then the UPSC will tell you, no, we have not discriminated you only on these grounds. We have discriminated you on the 8th ground, and that is medical ground. You could not clear the medical test, and that is why we could not recruit you, we could not recommend you in the final list. That does not mean we are discriminating against you only on these grounds. We are discriminating you on another ground on which valid discrimination can be made. Similarly, on the basis of cutoff. Similarly, on the basis of educational qualification. Similarly, on the basis of experience in some cases. Similarly, on the basis of skills in some cases, you can be discriminated. But no citizen can be discriminated only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, or residence. That is unconstitutional under Article 16 of the Indian Constitution. But then you will say, if residence is not a ground for discrimination, then why is it that in state-level examinations, in state-level posts, what happens? Some seats are reserved for localites. In Karnataka, the seats are localized in State Public Service Commission for those who are the residents of Karnataka. In Tamil Nadu, those who are the residents of Tamil Nadu. Is it not the case? No. Because in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and many other states where local reservation exists, where reservation for the localites exists, that is not on the grounds of residence, but that is on the grounds of domicile. And there can be a reservation on the grounds of domicility in this country. There can be discrimination on the grounds of domicile in this country. But what is the difference between residence and domicile? Because they sound similar, and that is something that can be a question on your mind. Domicile is about 2 things: domicile of origin, domicile of choice. Let's say, for example, I was born in Delhi. Clear? Delhi becomes my place of birth. On this place of birth, there can be no discrimination. If I stay in Delhi continuously, forever and ever, this Delhi becomes my place of residence as well. That means on residence also there can be no discrimination. But if I was born and brought up in Delhi, then I migrated to, let's say, Bengaluru. That means what was my place of origin or domicile of origin? Delhi. But now my state of mind has changed. My choice has changed. That is what we call NMS Menandi. That means my state of mind has changed and I have decided to migrate from Delhi to Bengaluru. And now Bengaluru becomes my domicile of choice. I stay in Bengaluru, I do my matriculation, the 10th standard from Bengaluru, my 12th, my graduation, so on and so forth. That means I have made my intention clear that I'm going to stay in Bengaluru permanently. Some states have domicile clauses that if you have stayed in this part for 15 years, then you will be provided with a domicile certificate. That means the difference between domicile and residence is that residence can be temporary. But residence plus permanence is what we call domicile. That means residence can be, I may be a resident of Chennai, but I'm not staying there permanently. I go there on and off. That is my place of residence. But place of residence plus place of permanence is Bengaluru for me. That means I have made my intention clear to stay in Bengaluru till my life. I did my graduation, master's, postgraduate, doctorate. I stayed here for many, many years and I followed the rules of domicility in Bengaluru, which states that you should be a domicile in this state for 15 years. Then you can get this domicile certificate. And it is for this reason that there can be a discrimination on the grounds of domicile, but there can be no discrimination on the grounds of residence. Residence can be temporary, but domicile is permanent. That is why we say when Article 16 Clause 2 states, no citizen shall be discriminated only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent and residence. There can be a discrimination on 8th ground, 9th ground, 10th ground. And which are these grounds? There can be a discrimination on medical grounds. There can be a discrimination on cutoff, educational qualification, experience, skills, as well as domicile. This is Article 16 Clause 2 for you. But then if there is no discrimination on the grounds of residence, even this fundamental right is not absolute. Article 14, equality before law, not absolute, there are some exceptions. Article 15, there can be no discrimination only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, but even this article is not absolute because there are special provisions for women, children, SCs, STs, OBCs, that means on the basis of caste as well. But if Article 16 says, so far as public employment is concerned, there can be no discrimination only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, residence, even this fundamental right is not absolute, because residence can be a ground of discrimination, and residence can be a qualification in case of certain classes of employment under the state. For example, Article 371, Clause J. 6 backward districts of Hyderabad, Karnataka region, Bidar, Gulbarga, Bellary, so on and so forth. These 6 backward districts of Hyderabad, Karnataka region. If you are a resident of these 6 backward districts, there will be reservation for you in state jobs in Karnataka. That means Article 16, when we say there can be no discrimination on these grounds, even this fundamental right is not absolute, because there can be an exception, number one, so far as residence is concerned. And that is how in some areas, residence can be prescribed as a qualification. There can be a discrimination on the grounds of residence as well. But for this, please understand two things very carefully. Number one, such a qualification that on the grounds of residence there can be discrimination, there can be reservation, such a qualification can be prescribed only by Parliament. That means, for example, in Article 371, capital J, where 6 districts of Hyderabad, Karnataka region, if you are a resident of these areas, you are qualified to apply for post in these areas. That means residence has been prescribed as a qualification for these posts in Hyderabad, Karnataka region. But who can prescribe residence as a qualification? Parliament, not state legislature. That is why Article 371, capital J, was inserted into the Constitution by a Constitutional Amendment Act, which was done by Parliament. And when reservation on the grounds of residence is prescribed, that is prescribed for only state appointments, not for union posts. That means if you are from Hyderabad, Karnataka region, you may be qualified, you may have this qualification so far as state posts are concerned, Karnataka Public Service Commission posts are concerned. But this reservation, this qualification, you cannot use so far as UPSC is concerned. That means residence can be prescribed as a ground for discrimination, as a qualification for certain posts, but two things you will have to bear in mind. Number one, only Parliament can prescribe such qualification, and number two, this qualification you can use only for state posts, not for union posts. Now let's look at Article 16, Clause 4. What 16 Clause 4 provided for? It empowers the state to reserve seats in government jobs, in public employment. For whom? Those who are backward classes. Who are these backward classes? SC and ST included. And these backward classes must be socially and educationally backward, and who in the eyes of the state are not adequately represented in the services under the state. How? If there is no discrimination so far as public employment is concerned on the grounds of caste. But there can be an exception. And there is an exception because Article 16 is not an absolute fundamental right. Even on the grounds of caste, there can be reservation in government jobs, in public employment, those belonging to SC and ST community. Because SC and ST community, they are socially and educationally backward. And in the eyes of the state, SC and ST community, they are not adequately represented in the administration. What do we mean by adequately represented in the administration? That means if the SC population in this country is, for example, 25%, but their representation in the government jobs is only 10%. For example, that means they are not adequately represented in proportion to their population in this country. And that is why the state is empowered. It's an exception to Article 16 that you should reserve seats in favor of SCs and STs. And right since 1950, there was an SC-ST reservation in this country. But then what happened? 1975, emergency was imposed in this country by Mrs. Gandhi. Then in 1977, Lok Sabha elections were conducted. And in these Lok Sabha elections, the Janata Party was in a position to form the government, and Mr. Morarji Desai became the Prime Minister of this country. The Janata Party government in 1977 asked a Bihar politician, BP Mandal, that Mr. Mandal, look at our population. We have a reservation in this country for SCs, and that is up to 15%. For STs, that is up to 7.5%. And SCs and STs, they are socially and educationally backward. But your job is identify those caste groups which are also socially and educationally backward, but they do not belong to SCs and STs. That means in 1977, when Janata Party came to power, Janata Party was headed by, the government was headed by Morarji Desai. The government asked a Bihar politician, BP Mandal, that we will set up a committee headed by you, which will be called as Mandal Commission or Mandal Committee. Your job is very simple. Your task is that we have SC, STs in this country who are socially and educationally backward. But apart from SCs and STs, there will be many sections of our society who are also socially and educationally backward. Please identify them and tell us how should we uplift these socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. BP Mandal came up with a report called Mandal Report. And this Mandal report said that apart from SCs and STs, there is 52% of our population which is also socially and educationally backward. And these are what we should call OBCs, other backward classes. And these other backward classes should be provided 27% reservation in government jobs and educational institutions. This report was presented to the government of the day, but ultimately the government of the day fell, fresh elections were conducted, and in 1980, Mrs. Indira Gandhi was again sworn in as the Prime Minister of this country. She sat on this report, she did not act on this report. 1984, Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated by her bodyguards, she got assassinated, in came Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi was appointed as the Prime Minister of this country. He also sat on this report, he did not act on this report. Then Rajiv Gandhi government, it got embroiled in a controversy, in a scam called Bofors scam. And this Bofors scam dented the credibility of the Rajiv Gandhi government. Rajiv Gandhi's defense minister was Vishwanath Pratap Singh, VP Singh. VP Singh as the defense minister, he was very critical of Rajiv Gandhi. He quit the Rajiv Gandhi's cabinet, exposed the government on this Bofors scam, and came to be known as the anti-corruption crusader in India, and was very popular at the peak of this Bofors uprising, of this Bofors scam. Ultimately, what happened? In 1989, when the elections were conducted, no political party was in a position to form the government, but VP Singh was supported by BJP on one hand, and the left parties on the other hand, and VP Singh was in a position to form the government. VP Singh was sworn in as the Prime Minister of this country. But look at the ideological crisis in this government. We have VP Singh as the head of the government, the Prime Minister, and this government is supported by a right-wing organization, BJP. This government is supported by a complete left-wing organization, the left parties. Even the economic agenda or the outlook of the parties supporting VP Singh government is completely different. BJP is famous for liberalization, privatization, globalization. They are the supporters of economic reforms. Left parties, they are against liberalization, privatization, globalization. They want to look at this country inwardly. They do not want to go for globalization. That means when VP Singh government was in power, VP Singh realized after a certain point that my government may fall at any point in time because there are two ideological opposites who are supporting my government. And at any point in time, the government might fall. So VP Singh wanted to leave his mark. He wanted to leave a legacy behind. behind. And what he did, he implemented this Mandal report and he implemented 27% reservation for OBCs in this country. Suddenly there was a turmoil, there was a chaos in this country. BJP was in a fix. BJP, the political party, at that point in time, it was alleged that BJP is the party of the upper castes. But who is the beneficiary of this Mandal report? Lower castes, OBCs, for example. So BJP was in a fix. It was in a fix between two M's. Should we support Mandal report or should we proceed with our Mandir, the Ram temple at Ayodhya? Now what BJP did, BJP withdrew support from the VP Singh government and called for a nationwide agitation on Ram temple. That is when Lal Krishna Advani went on a Rath Yatra. When he entered into Bihar, the then Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav arrested Lal Krishna Advani. And then what happened? The BJP withdrew support to this VP Singh government. VP Singh government fell and then the fresh elections were conducted after some time. When the fresh elections were conducted, PV Narasimha Rao of the Congress party was in a position to form the government, although the Congress party did not get the majority on its own. But with the help of the allies, they were in a position to cobble up a coalition and PV Narasimha Rao became the Prime Minister. PV Narasimha Rao expanded this report, or PV Narasimha Rao expanded this reservation policy. PV Narasimha Rao said, since SC reservation is 15%, ST reservation is 7.5%, OBC reservation is 27%, what will happen to those who are economically poor? If we have reservation on the grounds of caste, if we have reservation on the grounds of social and educational backwardness, then we should have reservation on the grounds of economic backwardness as well. And 10% reservation was provided by PV Narasimha Rao government for economically poor and weaker sections of the society. There were protests in many parts of this country. There was one Delhi University student, Goswami, who self-immolated himself, burnt himself alive. There were a series of protests, particularly in North India. This was when one lady lawyer, Indra Sani, she was in her car towards the Supreme Court. She saw these protests, and what she did, she filed a public interest litigation against this reservation policy of the government. This public interest litigation was accepted by the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court had to decide the constitutional validity of this 27% OBC reservation. And this case came to be known as Indra Sani versus Union of India, 1992-1993. Now, let us look at what the Supreme Court said in Mandal case, or Indra Sani versus Union of India, because this case is also referred to as the Mandal case. In this case, the constitutional validity of OBC reservations was challenged because SC/ST reservations were already in place. So in this judgment, the validity of OBC reservations of 27% was challenged in the court of law. And what Supreme Court said? Supreme Court said this 27% reservation in favor of OBCs is constitutional. Supreme Court said Article 16 Clause 4 is an enabling clause. And this Article 16 Clause 4 enables reservation in this country. So if it enables reservation for SC and ST community, it enables reservation for all who are socially and educationally backward classes in this country. But Supreme Court said so far as OBC reservation is concerned, this reservation policy, which provides reservation for OBCs up to 27%, must meet 5 requirements. So there are 5 requirements for OBC reservation. Number 1, Supreme Court said, prove to us that these communities for whom you are providing 27% reservation, these communities are socially and educationally backward. That means if Constitution under Article 16 Clause 4 explicitly talks about that the state can take steps to reserve seats in employment opportunities for those who are socially and educationally backward. Now we know SC and ST are socially and educationally backward. Now prove to us that this 27% reservation that you have provided for OBCs, these OBCs should be socially and educationally backward. Prove to us. Second, the backward classes, in the opinion of the state, are not adequately represented in public employment. If you're saying that OBCs are 52% of our population, that means if not 52%, but at least 40-30% of employees under the sector of the government or the state should be OBCs. If they are less than 20%, that means although their population is 52%, but they are less than 20%. I'm just giving you an example to explain to you what is this adequately represented in the public employment phrase. Supreme Court said OBC reservation is challenged in our court. This OBC reservation is constitutional. But even then, you have to satisfy 5 requirements. Number 1, prove to us that for these OBC groups for whom you are providing 27% reservation, they are socially and educationally backward. Prove to us that they are not adequately represented in the administration. What does that mean? Let me give you a small, brief, quick example to tell you what is the meaning of this phrase. If the Mandal Commission said that there is 52% of our population who are also socially and educationally backward, but they are not adequately represented in the administration, for them we should provide reservation. That means if 52% of our population belong to OBCs, but in public employment, in government jobs, their representation is way below their population. That means they are not adequately represented in the administration. That means they are liable for reservation. That means 2 conditions. Number 1, prove to us that these OBC groups are socially and educationally backward. Number 2, prove to us with numbers, with quantifiable data, that these OBCs are not adequately represented in the administration. And third, creamy layer shall apply to OBCs. This creamy layer shall not apply to SCs and STs because in this judgment, Supreme Court is looking at OBC reservations. Supreme Court said creamy layer shall apply. That means if there are OBCs, some of these OBCs may be or may belong to creamy layer, others may belong to non-creamy layer. Who are part of this creamy layer? If you have annual income of 8 lakhs or more. If you have agricultural land beyond a certain limit, for example, 5 acres. If you hold property which is more than 1,000 square feet, for example. All these conditions are there. If you meet all these conditions, that means you belong to creamy layer. And if you belong to creamy layer, no OBC reservation for you. That means the reservation for OBCs will only be for those OBCs who are from non-creamy background. This is the third condition. That means apply creamy layer for OBCs. Fourth, reservation cannot at any point exceed 50%. That means if there is 15% reservation for SCs, 7.5% reservation for STs, 27% reservation of OBCs, that means the total reservation is 49.5%. All these reservations put together cannot exceed at any point in time 50%. That means if there are 1,000 posts advertised by the government, 500 should be unreserved. Only 500 or less than 500 should be reserved for SCs, STs and OBCs. That means 50% cap is there on reservation system in this country. But now you can ask me a question. Why is it there that in Tamil Nadu, the reservation is 69%? Reservation for SCs, STs, OBCs is 69%. That means violating this 50% cap. Let me give you an explanation for that. Even this Tamil Nadu reservation policy is being challenged to the Supreme Court. The case is pending in the Supreme Court. But Tamil Nadu has been in a position to convince the judiciary that look at our population. Our population is dominated by these socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. If we have to provide them affirmative action policy, if we have to provide them benefits under SC, ST, OBC reservation, we cannot exclude some and provide reservation only to some members of these communities. That means if our majority of population belong to these socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, so we have to provide them reservation benefit, and this reservation benefit should be up to 69%, then we can provide justice to all these communities. And at the same time, the Tamil Nadu reservation policy, which provides for 69% reservation, this law has been placed in 9th schedule. And all those laws which are placed in 9th schedule, there is a protection available to these laws. That is why Tamil Nadu continues to have 69% reservation in this country. Then you might ask another question. If protection is available to those laws which are under 9th schedule, then why is Supreme Court hearing this case which challenges the 69% reservation in Tamil Nadu? For that, we need to understand what this 9th schedule is. 9th schedule, any law placed in 9th schedule will have a protection. What is the protection? The protection is that this law which is placed in 9th schedule, it can violate any provision of the constitution except basic structure. That means tomorrow the courts will have to decide whether this 69% law, which provides for a reservation up to 69% for socially and educationally backward classes of citizens in Tamil Nadu, can this law violate any provision of the constitution? Yes. But can this law violate basic structure of Indian constitution? No. That means tomorrow the court only has to decide if this reservation law violates basic structure or not. That means tomorrow the Supreme Court will have to say that this 50% cap on reservation is also part of the basic structure. If it is not part of the basic structure, then any state can violate this 50% cap by getting their reservation laws included under 9th schedule. That means Supreme Court, while hearing this OBC reservation, said that OBC reservation in this country is constitutional. But for that, you have to meet 5 requirements. Number 1, prove to us that these communities for which you are providing 27% reservation, they belong to socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. Prove to us, number 2, that they are not adequately represented in the administration. Prove to us, number 3, that creamy layer you will apply, because reservation for OBCs will only be for non-creamy layer OBCs, not for creamy layer OBCs. Number 4, reservation can never extend at any point in time beyond 50%. And number 5, Supreme Court said, all these things we will allow you to do, provided Article 335 is respected. That means all these reservation policies are subject to Article 335. And what is Article 335? Efficiency should never be affected as required under Article 335. That means reservation for OBCs, non-creamy layer OBCs, is constitutional, provided you maintain the efficiency in administration, provided you don't flirt with the efficiency in administration in this country. That means even then, even if you are providing OBC reservation, merit should never be sacrificed. Merit is something that is of paramount significance. That means all these things are allowed subject to Article 335. That means now the Supreme Court's position is clear that till 1992, if there was SC, ST reservation, now there is OBC reservation. All these reservations are constitutional. Supreme Court said 2 more things. The power conferred by Article 16, Clause 4, which enables reservation in this country, this reservation can only be at the time of recruitment, not at the time of the promotion. That means the reservation can only be at the time of the recruitment, reservation cannot be at the time of the promotion. That means if today I have been recruited to a government job under SC, ST, OBC reservation, that is the end of my reservation. That means I cannot continuously reap the benefit of reservation, even at the level of seniority, even at the level of promotion. That is not possible. Who said this? Indira Sani, Mandal case, 1992-93. Supreme Court further said that Narasimha Rao government tried to provide 10% reservation for those who are economically poor. This policy is unconstitutional. That means 10% reservation for poor in this country is unconstitutional because Constitution recognizes only 2 kinds of backwardness: social backwardness and educational backwardness. Economic backwardness is no ground on which reservation is possible in this country. That is Indira Sani versus Union of India, 1992-93. When Supreme Court in Indira Sani judgment said reservation can only be at the time of the recruitment, not at the time of the promotion, Parliament got together, amended the Constitution again, added Article 16, Clause 4A. This Article 16, 4 capital A provided for a reservation in promotion. For whom? Those who are SCs and STs in public employment. That means in 1992-1993 judgment, Supreme Court made it absolutely clear that reservation can be only at the time of the entry. Reservation cannot be at the time of the promotion. Parliament got together, amended the article, amended the Constitution, added Article 16, 4 capital A in the year 1995. This was 77th Constitutional Amendment Act, and this 77th Constitutional Amendment Act provided for reservation and promotion for SCs and STs. Not for OBCs, but only for SCs and STs. That means now we have reservation and promotion also, but only for SCs and STs, not for OBCs. Even this constitutional amendment was challenged in the Supreme Court. M. Nagaraj versus Union of India, the final judgment came in the year 2006. The petitioner argued that if in 1992-1993 the Supreme Court made it clear that reservation can only be at the time of the entry, only at the time of the recruitment, there can be no reservation at the time of the promotion. That means this 77th Constitutional Amendment Act, which provides for reservation in promotion for SCs and STs, it is also unconstitutional. In M. Nagaraj versus Union of India, Supreme Court said reservation in promotions for SCs and STs is constitutional, but you have to meet these 3 constitutional requirements. What are these 3 constitutional requirements? Prove to us that SCs and ST communities are socially and educationally backward. Now you will say that this was something that we proved in Indira Sani judgment, but Indira Sani judgment was specific to OBC reservation. Here we are talking about reservation in promotion for SC and ST. Now Supreme Court is saying yes, reservation in promotion for SCs and STs is constitutional, but for that 3 constitutional requirements are there. Number 1, prove to us that SC and ST community are constitutionally backward, socially and educationally backward. Second, these SCs and STs, they are not adequately represented in public employment. What does that mean? That means although SCs and STs, they are recruited under the reservation policy, but then there's a bias. That means these SCs and STs, once they are recruited, they remain at the same level. That means there is an institutional bias against SCs and STs. They are not promoted up the ladder. That means this bias is preventing these SCs and STs from moving up the hierarchy, moving up the ladder. That is why we should have reservation in promotion as well. Supreme Court said, prove to us, give us the data, give us the quantifiable number. And at the same time, a reservation in promotion does not affect the efficiency in administration, which is Article 335 of the Indian Constitution. If any reservation policy in promotion for SCs and STs will take into account these three requirements, Supreme Court says we don't have a problem with providing a reservation in promotion for SCs and STs. But we need to understand that there is a reservation in promotion only for SCs and STs, not for OBCs, because OBC groups even today are demanding for a reservation in promotion. Let me tell you very briefly about UP State Power Development Corporation Limited versus Rajesh Kumar 2012. In this judgment, the Supreme Court struck down the reservation and promotion policy of the UP government. Mayawati's government provided reservation and promotion for SCs and STs. It was struck down by the Supreme Court. Mayawati government's lawyer asked the Supreme Court, how can you do that? Because there is M. Nagaraj versus Union of India judgment which made it clear that there is reservation and promotion for SCs and STs. How can you strike down our reservation policy in promotion? The Supreme Court said, look at the three requirements. Three requirements as laid down by the Supreme Court in 2006. M. Nagaraj judgment made it clear that you have to provide the courts quantifiable data. Whenever you provide reservation and promotion for SCs and STs, prove to us with data these three requirements. Since when you provided reservation policy in Uttar Pradesh, you did not provide quantifiable data. That is why we are striking it down. Later on, the next government was in a position to provide quantifiable data so far as SC/ST promotion is concerned, and Supreme Court said we don't have a problem with this policy. Please go ahead with this policy. But then government, various political parties, parliament got together, and they decided that every time we have to prove with data to the Supreme Court whether SCs and STs are backward or not. They decided, let's amend the constitution again. A constitutional amendment bill was introduced in Lok Sabha. This constitutional amendment bill stated that SCs and STs shall be deemed to be backward. And once SCs and STs are deemed as backward, that means you don't have to prove their backwardness. When you don't have to prove their backwardness, that means all these requirements are not necessary. All these requirements, Supreme Court said you have to provide us. Why? Because we have to ensure that these communities are socially and educationally backward. But once the Constitution itself says SCs and STs are backward, that means this quantifiable data is not to be provided to the courts. But then what happened? The term of the legislature, the term of the Lok Sabha got over, the Lok Sabha was dissolved, and this bill, which tried to provide that SCs and STs shall be deemed as backward, this bill lapsed upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. So what is the current status? We have reservation for SCs and STs and OBCs in government jobs as well as in educational institutions. But so far as minority educational institutions are concerned, reservation policy does not apply there. Now let's look at another concept called horizontal reservation. What is horizontal reservation? Let's say, for example, 27% reservation is to be provided to OBCs. But when we talk about other backward classes, this OBC group is not a homogeneous group. Within this OBC group, there will be various castes. Let's say caste A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. Now this 27% reservation is to be distributed amongst these various caste groups. Let's say for caste group A, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1.9%, so on and so forth. That means dividing this 27% reservation into various subgroups within this group OBC, that is what we call horizontal reservation. Supreme Court said this horizontal reservation is constitutional, provided this distribution is done on a reasonable basis. But then what happened? In Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, in West Bengal, in Tamil Nadu. In West Bengal, let's say for example, 10% reservation was provided to Muslims within this OBC group. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu, 4% reservation was provided to Muslims within this 27% quota. Similarly, in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, 10%, 12% reservation was provided to Muslims under this 27% quota. Matter went to the court. The Supreme Court was asked that if Article 16 explicitly talks about that there can be no discrimination on the grounds of religion, how can then Muslims be provided reservation up to these percentages in public employment? The Andhra Pradesh government was asked by the Supreme Court, please justify your reservation policy. The case was T. Muralidhar Rao versus State of Andhra. Andhra Pradesh government said, we are not providing reservation to Muslims. We are providing reservation to socially and educationally backward classes of citizens within the Muslim community. That means if we were providing reservation to Muslims, then all Muslims would have been entitled to reservation. But that's not the case. Only those Muslims who are socially and educationally backward, we are providing reservation to them. And dear Supreme Court, if you won't allow us to provide reservation to socially and educationally backward classes within the Muslim community, then the entire reservation policy is communal. Why entire reservation policy is communal? Because SCs are only Hindus, with some exceptions here and there. So predominantly SCs and STs are Hindus. So if SC/ST communities, which belong to the Hindu and the Christian community, they are provided reservation, but Muslims are not provided reservation despite the fact that they are socially and educationally backward. This reservation policy then is communal. In this judgment, the Supreme Court said this horizontal reservation policy is constitutional. A reservation for socially and educationally backward classes of Muslims is possible, and ultimately this is constitutional. Then let's look at Article 16 4B, and this is what we call carry forward policy. Let's say, for example, 100 posts are announced by UPSC, out of which 50 are unreserved and 50 are reserved. Out of these 50 seats which are reserved, let's say 10 remained vacant. What will happen to these 10 seats? Will these 10 seats be merged with the general category, or will these 10 seats be carry forwarded to the next year? What will happen to these 10 seats? Now you will say, how on earth will seats remain vacant in UPSC? But this happens almost in every state public service commission, almost in every government job. If 100 seats are there, 50 seats are reserved, but for 10 seats, we don't get the required qualified persons. That is why these 10 seats remain vacant. They are carried forwarded to the next year. Then they are carried forwarded to the next year. Then to the next year as well. Original position was that these seats will never be merged with the general category. They will be carried forwarded to the next and subsequent years. But then came the Supreme Court ruling. Supreme Court said these seats will remain vacant only for a period of 3 years. After that, these seats will be merged with the general quota. That's what the Supreme Court said. But then to counter the Supreme Court ruling, Article 16, 4 capital B was added to the Indian Constitution, and this was added in the year 2000, this 81st Constitutional Amendment Act. What does it say? It says that if these seats remain vacant, these will be carried forwarded to the next year, and what is the upper limit? N number of years. That means this 3-year limit imposed by the Supreme Court, to do away with this 3-year limit, Constitution was amended, and now Constitution says these seats will be carried forwarded to N years without any upper limit. But now let me confuse you a bit. If there are 1,000 seats announced by the government, 500 are unreserved, 500 are reserved. Out of these 500 reserved seats, we could fill only 400. 100 seats are vacant. Now these 100 seats will be carried forwarded to the next year. Next year again, 1,000 posts are announced. 500 vacant or 500 for the unreserved category, 500 for the reserved category. When we will add these carry forwarded seats, that means the total seats in favor of the reserved community would be 600. That means out of 1,000 seats, 600 are for the reserved category, 500 for unreserved category. Does it not violate Indira Sahni judgment which said the reserved seats can never exceed 50%? But this is what Article 16, 4 capital B addresses. Constitutional amendment says that next year when the seats are announced and these carry forwarded seats are added, you have to calculate 50%, not on the basis of these seats added, but on the basis of the new vacancies. What is the new vacancy? 1,000. So 500 reserved, 500 unreserved. That is the carry forward policy. So what have we understood as of now? We are talking about Article 16. Article 16, there can be no discrimination when it comes to public employment, when it comes to government jobs, only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, residence. But then this fundamental right is not absolute. There can be exceptions to this fundamental right. What are these exceptions? Parliament can prescribe residence as a qualification for certain posts. That's what we discussed, Article 16, Clause 3. Reservation for SCs, STs, and then OBCs in public employment. Reservation in promotion for SCs and STs. Horizontal reservation. Then we talked about carry forward policy, or this is what we call vertical reservation as well. Now let's look at Article 16, Clause 5. Article 16, Clause 5 is another exception. For example, the Constitution says under Article 16, there can be no reservation of government jobs or posts on the grounds of religion. But there are some temples, or there may be some mosques, or there may be religious institutions which will be under the control of the government, and now the government has to recruit individuals to these religious institutions. While the government is making appointments to these religious institutions, religion can be a qualification. That means if individuals to Waqf boards are to be appointed, religion can be a qualification. That means there is another exception where religion can be prescribed as a qualification if the government is making appointments to religious institutions. That is what Article 16, Clause 5 is all about. But now let's look at Article 16, Clause 6. 2019, Parliament amended the Constitution again. Added Article 16, Clause 6 to the Constitution. Added Article 15, Clause 6 to the Constitution as well. And this Constitutional Amendment Act provided for 10% reservation in educational institutions and in government jobs to those who are economically poor. This is what is popularly referred to as in current day India as reservation for upper castes. That means all those caste groups which are not covered under existing reservation. That means if we exclude SCs, exclude STs, exclude OBCs, whatever is left, out of them if they are poor, 10% jobs will be reserved for them. That is what we call 10% quota for the upper caste poor. That means all the poor belonging to the upper castes who are not covered under the existing reservation of SCs, STs and OBCs, they shall be provided reservation in government jobs and educational institutions. But now let's look at this reservation policy in great detail, and we will also critically analyze this 10% quota. But first up, the question that will be on everyone's mind. If in 1992-1993 judgment in Indira Sahni versus Union of India, the Supreme Court made it absolutely clear that our constitution recognizes only two types of backwardness, social and educational backwardness. How can 10% seats in educational institutions and in government jobs be reserved to those who are economically poor? We need to understand that when Narasimha Rao government enacted a policy wherein 10% seats shall be reserved for economically poor, that was only a decision taken by the government, so we call it a government resolution. That means that 10% quota was provided to poor, not by any law passed by the parliament or not by any amendment to the Indian Constitution. A government resolution was issued, and this government resolution said 10% quota shall be available for those who are economically poor. But in 2019, when this 10% reservation was provided for the economically poor, for that Constitution was amended. A Constitutional Amendment Act was passed by both houses of the Indian Parliament, and it is this Constitutional Amendment Act which provided for 10% reservation for those who are economically poor. That means in 1990s, a government resolution provided for 10% quota, and this 10% quota was struck down by the judiciary. Now in 2019, it is not a government resolution providing for 10% quota, it is a Constitutional Amendment Act. That means now the Constitution has been amended. Now the Constitution says social, educational and economic backwardness is a criteria for reservation in this country. Now even this 10% quota has been challenged in the court of law. We still do not know how the judiciary will respond to this constitutional amendment, but as of now, this 10% quota has been implemented by the government. What the constitutional amendment says, that all those who are poor and they belong to any community, that means this reservation policy is religion neutral. From any community, if you are poor, but you do not enjoy the benefits of the existing reservation system, that means if you are from poor background, belonging to any community, but as of now, you are not reaping the benefits of the existing reservation policy. That means all those people who are not SCs, STs and OBCs, but they are poor, they shall be provided reservation. And what is the definition of this poor? If the annual income of the family is less than 8 lakh rupees, if you are owning agricultural piece of land which is less than 5 acres, if you are owning a property which is less than 1,000 square feet in dimension, these are the criteria for determining who is economically poor, and these people will get 10% reservation. But now let's look at the arguments in favor of this 10% reservation and arguments against. The first argument says that if Constitution recognizes social and educational backwardness, what about economic backwardness? Economic backwardness in the current scenario should be the ideal way for providing reservation to the people of this country, because it is those who are facing economic hardships that they better need the reservation system. But all those people who are giving this argument, they miss on a very fundamental point. The fundamental point being, what was the objective of reservation? The objective of reservation was to uplift those who are socially and educationally backward. That means I belong to the Dalit community. I was forced not to enter a school. I was denied admission to the schools. Even if I was admitted to a school, their caste atrocities were so huge that I would exit the school. That means I was provided with an environment, and this environment was so exploitative that I could not reap the benefits of education in this country. That means systematically, the members of the upper caste, they were discriminating the lower caste, they were denying them educational opportunities, they were denying them access to public property, they were denying them access to government benefits. And if we have to uplift these people, for that we have to provide reservation. And that is what we call substantive justice. That is what we call affirmative action policy. But poor people, they have not been discriminated against neither socially nor educationally. But even if they do not have access to education, there are other ways of uplifting them. We can provide them more scholarships, which we do. We can provide them LPG cylinders, which we do. We can provide them other benefits of the state except reservation, because the objective of the reservation was to uplift those people who are socially and educationally backward. To tackle economic backwardness, we have various other mechanisms to achieve a society which is egalitarian, to achieve a society where the gulf between the rich and the poor is minimized. A reservation is not a solution for that. Let's look at another argument. There is unintended consequence in this entire reservation policy. What is this unintended consequence? Or maybe this is the consequence that the policy makers intended, that we will provide 10% quota, and for that, this consequence will result. What is this consequence? We have upper castes, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, for example. They are in schools, they are in colleges, they are in premier educational institutes in this country. They're also in prominent government positions. And now there are people belonging to lower castes, or so-called lower castes, Dalits, SCs, STs, OBCs, so on and so forth. But what these upper castes would do in an educational institution, at a government location, inside the government offices, these upper castes would treat these lower castes with disdain, with contempt. Why? Because an upper caste would feel threatened by a lower caste. It is this lower caste individual who has snatched my livelihood, who has snatched my job, who has snatched the job and livelihood of the people of my community. So these upper castes would look at the people from the lower caste who were given the benefit of reservation with contempt, with disdain. Ultimately, there used to be many clashes in educational institutions, inside government offices, between those who were provided reservation and those who were denied reservation because they were socially and educationally forward. But now, if poor people belonging to the upper castes are also provided reservation, the stigma which is attached to reservation will wither away, will disappear. That means if poor belonging to the upper caste, they are also provided reservation. SC, ST, OBCs, they're also provided reservation. Now these people will not attack those who earlier had reservation, because now everybody is eligible for reservation provided you're poor. That means the stigma which was attached to reservation policy in this country, that stigma will disappear now. That's an unintended consequence of this 10% quota. But then there are people who are saying that it is very wrong on part of the state, on part of the parliament, to provide 10% quota for economically poor in government jobs and educational institutions. They point out to certain inconsistencies. What is inconsistent in this reservation policy? Number one, poor people belonging to the economically weaker sections of the society, from those communities which are neither SCs, STs, OBCs, they are provided reservation. Clear? Let's say, for example, I'm a poor, I belong to an upper caste, but I'm a farmer. If I'm a farmer, today I'm witnessing a bumper crop. The monsoon is successful. So when I'm reaping the benefit of this good monsoon, I'm witnessing a bumper crop and my annual income exceeds 8 lakh rupees. But next year, the crops failed, monsoon failed. My annual income reduces from 8 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. Does that mean next year my family would be deprived of the reservation policy? There is inconsistency in income. For those who are not salaried, but they belong to the upper caste, that means there is something called inconsistency in income. In a particular year, my income may be beyond 8 lakh rupees. Next year or after 2 to 3 years, my income may fall down because I may enter into a debt trap. Monsoon might fail. In such a scenario, will I be denied reservation policy, reservation benefit after 2 to 3 years? It is this inconsistency that should be tackled by law, or that should have been tackled by the law. There's another problem. We talked about equal protection by the laws. What is equal protection by the laws? That like should be treated alike. Those who are in dissimilar situation cannot be treated equally. They have to be treated differently. Let's say, for example, there is an OBC guy, a member belonging to OBC. He was subjected to social backwardness as well as educational backwardness. But in OBCs, there is a concept called creamy layer. That means if your annual income is more than 8 lakh rupees, you fall under creamy layer. That means no reservation benefit is available to you. But if your annual income is less than 8 lakh, you belong to non-creamy layer and reservation policy will be extended to you. At the same time, there is a Brahmin. If a Brahmin's annual income is less than 8 lakh, agricultural land less than 5 acres, a property less than 1,000 square feet, for example, that means a Brahmin is also eligible for reservation and OBC is also eligible for reservation. That means this reservation policy treats an OBC and a Brahmin alike. But OBCs have been subjected to social and educational backwardness. Brahmins have never been subjected to social and educational backwardness. So is it not violative of Article 14, wherein Article 14 says equal protection by the laws? Like should be treated alike. Those who are in dissimilar situation cannot be treated equally. But here a Brahmin and an OBC individual is treated alike. How is that possible? Is it not violative of Article 14? There is one last criticism that I will point your attention to. Let's say, for example, you are working somewhere and your salary is, let's say, 5 lakh rupees. You are not considered poor by the state because whatever income you have after 2.5 lakh, there will be a tax on that. And that tax percentage is 5%. If your salary is 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, then within this 5 to 10 lakh, 20% tax you will have to pay. That means let's say an individual earns 7.99 lakhs a year. This individual is not considered poor by the state because he has to pay something called income tax. But he is considered so poor by the state that he will have 10% reservation in government jobs and in educational institutions. It is this inconsistency that has not been dealt seriously with by the parliament. That is what you need to understand from Article 16. That means what is Article 16? Article 16 says there shall be equality of opportunity in public employment, in government jobs. And there shall be no discrimination, only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, residence. But if there has to be a discrimination, there must exist an 8th, 9th, 10th, nth ground on which valid discrimination can be made. But even Article 16 is not an absolute fundamental right. Why? Because there are exceptions. Residence can be imposed as a qualification for certain posts. That means even on residence, there can be discrimination. There is discrimination, positive discrimination, affirmative action policy, wherein government jobs are reserved for SCs, STs, and OBCs, because all these three groups put together, they are socially and educationally backward. There is reservation and promotion only for SCs and STs. There is something called carry forward policy. That means seats in a particular year from the unreserved quota, if they remain vacant, then these seats shall be carried then to the next year, and there is no upper limit for that. We had a look at what is horizontal reservation, wherein within this horizontal reservation, some states in India provided reservation for Muslims, but only those Muslims who are socially and educationally backward. And then the 2009 amendment to Indian Constitution, where constitutional amendment provided for the 10% seats in government jobs, 10% seats in educational institutions shall be reserved for those who are economically poor. But these poor should not come from those communities which already are beneficiaries of the reservation system. That means apart from SCs, STs, OBCs, whichever community is left, that means this reservation policy is religion neutral. Whichever community is left, if there are poor people from this community, reservation will be extended to them. And what is the definition of poor? We have discussed that. Then we discussed the arguments in favor of reservation policy. But there are many arguments which are against this reservation policy. Reservation is an affirmative action policy, and the task of the reservation is to tackle social backwardness and educational backwardness. If there is economic backwardness in our society, there are various other ways of tackling this economic backwardness. A reservation cannot be a one-stop solution to all the problems in this country. And on top of that, if you look at anybody who earns less than 8 lakh rupees is eligible for reservation in government jobs and educational institutions. That basically renders 95% of our population eligible for reservation. So if there is a reservation policy which covers 95% of our population, then it means it is no reservation at all. That is what you need to understand from Article 16 of the Indian Constitution. Now let us discuss Article 17 of the Constitution of India, abolition of untouchability. What are we discussing? We are discussing the chapter of fundamental rights. And we have discussed the definition of the state under Article 12 of the Constitution of India. Then we looked at the 4 important clauses under Article 13 of the Constitution of India. Then we jumped to right to equality. We discussed what is equality before law and equal protection of the laws under Article 14 of the Constitution. Then we looked at Article 15, which basically means that the state shall not discriminate only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, or any of them. Then we looked at Article 16, which basically means there shall be equality of opportunity in public employment. When the government is advertising jobs, there shall be no discrimination only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, or residence. That's something that we discussed. Now let's look at Article 17 of the Constitution of India, which talks about abolition of untouchability. But if you look at the text of Article 17, it says untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden. But if you look at the text of Article 17 clearly, the word untouchability is in quotes. Now what do we mean by that? That means we are not referring to the literal meaning of this word untouchability. We are referring to something else. What is that something else? Let's say, for example, COVID-19 pandemic. Here is an individual who has tested positive for COVID-19. Here, how are we going to deal with this individual? We will isolate that individual. We will ensure that this individual does not come in touch with other individuals because he is going to infect the others as well. So are we discriminating against this individual? Yes. But is this untouchability? No. Let me give you another example. Let's say, for example, there is an individual who is a leprosy patient. Again, we will isolate this individual. There is an individual who has tested positive for HIV/AIDS. We are going to isolate that individual. We are going to discriminate that individual in the sense that we will ensure that he does not come in touch with others. We will ensure that if there is a well from which water is to be drawn out, leprosy patient should not be allowed to do so. Why? Because he has the potential of infecting others. That means, are we discriminating against those who are COVID positive? Are we discriminating against those who are leprosy patients? Are we discriminating against those who are suffering from communicable diseases? Yes. But is this untouchability? No. Why? Because Article 17, when it says untouchability is abolished, this word untouchability is in quotes. That means we are not referring to the literal meaning of this word untouchability. We are referring to something else. We are referring to the historic practice of untouchability in this country. Untouchability practiced in the name of caste. Now, what is this caste system? Very simply, in layman's terms, the mind is making a binary of purity and pollution. There was no caste system in the ancient India or in the early Vedic period. Analysts say, sociologists say, it was only during the later Vedic period that caste system degenerated in this country. Originally, there was something called a Varna system, where Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, they had their own areas of influence. They had their own jobs. They had their own labor. So it was basically division of labor. Those who will give out education,
those who will give out their knowledge, those who will teach, that is their labor, we will call them Brahmins. Those who will participate in the wars, the warrior caste, they would be called Kshatriyas. Those who would carry out business activities, who will carry out trade activities, we will call them Vaishyas. And those who will serve others, we are going to call them Shudras. So basically, this Varna system, it was basically division of labor. Those who will give out education, teach, they would be called Brahmins. Those who would participate in the wars or the defense of the country, they would be called Kshatriyas, so on and so forth. But later on, your birth determines your caste. That means whoever is born to a Brahmin would be called a Brahmin. Whoever is born to a Kshatriya would be called Kshatriya. And ultimately, this caste system degenerated to such a level that if somebody is born to a Dalit, he was not allowed to do anything else except he would serve the other castes. So this Varna system, which was basically division of labor, it degenerated into an oppressive caste system. That is why if you read modern history, if you read the history regarding Mahatma Gandhi and B.R. Ambedkar, the clash between Gandhi and Ambedkar was on this system. In a sense, Mahatma Gandhi was a believer of the Varna system. He said that there is no discrimination. Even if somebody is born to a Dalit, if over a period of time he acquires knowledge, he will be in a position to give out information. He will be in a position to teach. He will be in a position to educate the masses. But ultimately, caste system, as I said, degenerated towards the end of the later Vedic period, and afterwards, it was an oppressive system. Oppressive system in the sense, if I was a Dalit, I was moving along the road, and I saw an upper caste coming from the other side, I would jump in the mud. Why? Because my stench is causing pollution to the member of the upper caste. If I was walking along the road, I would carry a pot around my neck, and I can't spit on the road, I have to spit in this pot. Similarly, my shadow is causing pollution to the member of the upper caste. If there was a well, a member of the Dalit could not fetch water from this well, because this well is dedicated for the members of the upper castes. There used to be separate wells for the Dalit community. Dalits, they would participate in the construction of temples, but they cannot enter inside the temples. They cannot pay obeisance to the deity inside the temple. They could only sweep the stairs of this temple. So there was discrimination on the basis of your birth, on the basis of the accident of birth. So basically, if you look at this caste system, the mind is making a binary of purity and pollution. And what is this binary? That the food habits, the dress of the upper caste is pure. The dress, drinking habits, food habits of the members of the Dalit community, they are impure. So the mind was making a binary of purity and pollution. And this led to oppression of the members of the Dalit community, the members of the SC community, as well as the ST community in this country. This oppression had to end. Why? Because when we gave ourselves a constitution, and this constitution talks about right to equality, why should there be discrimination on the grounds of caste? Why should your birth be the basis of your discrimination? And ultimately, Constitution said under Article 17 that untouchability is abolished, and its practice in all its forms is forbidden. Now, this historic practice of untouchability, which is prevalent in this country right since the time of the later Vedic period, this untouchability is abolished. Now, whichever form, now all the forms through which we practice this untouchability, all those forms are also forbidden. And I'll tell you which are these forms. And then what happened? A law was passed in the year 1955, Protection of Civil Rights Act. But it was not so severe, it was not so strict. That is why there was a need for another law. And that law was Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act. This act was passed in the 1980s. This act has been amended multiple times. In 2005, it was amended. It was amended in the year 2018 as well. And let's discuss this act in great detail, and then everything related to the practice of untouchability would become clear to you. But before we do that, let's have a recap. Untouchability. This term untouchability has not been defined in the Constitution. But this word untouchability is in quotes. That means we are not talking about the literal meaning of this word untouchability. We are referring to the historic practice of untouchability in this country. The Chaturvarna system that we had, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and the Shudras, it degenerated into an oppressive caste system towards the end of the later Vedic period, and it continued as well. This oppressive caste system, this oppressive practice of untouchability had to be abolished. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of our Constitution, himself a Dalit, he also faced untouchability when he was a student, and even later towards his life. And then in the 1950s, he embraced Buddhism. He said that caste system is ingrained in Hinduism, and that is why I want to come out of this religion and I will embrace Buddhism. And he, along with lakhs of his followers, embraced Buddhism in the 1950s. For days together, B.R. Ambedkar could not drink water when he was in school. Why? Because the well from which he was authorized to drink the water, this well was dry. Similarly, for days together, he could not drink water because he could have been provided water only by a Dalit. An upper caste or so-called upper caste could not get in touch and give food or water to a member of the Dalit community. So if Constitution talks about equality, this oppressive practice of untouchability also had to end. And at the same time, Article 17 is an absolute fundamental right. What do we mean by an absolute fundamental right? Let's look at Article 14 of the Constitution of India, equality before law, which basically means that in the eyes of the law, everybody is equal. But when we say everybody is equal, there are also exceptions. President, governor, members of the diplomatic community who are working in India, equality before law has exceptions as well. When we looked at Article 15, that there shall be no discrimination, only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. But we saw exceptions as well. For SCs and STs, there can be special provisions for their upliftment. Those who are socially and educationally backward, there can be special provisions for them. There is reservation for SCs, STs, OBCs in educational institutions, in government jobs as well. There are special provisions for women and children as well. That means Article 14, 15, 16, yes, they are fundamental rights. But these fundamental rights are not absolute. There are restrictions. There are exceptions as well. But Article 17 comes with no exceptions. When we say untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden, that does not mean president alone can practice it. Governor can practice it. A Chief Justice of India can practice this. No, untouchability is abolished. Its practice in all its forms is forbidden. This is an absolute fundamental right which comes under no exceptions. But now, what do we mean by untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden? Which are these forms? One example is if you refuse admission to any person to public institutions such as hospitals, dispensary, educational institutions just because of their caste. That means members of this caste cannot get admission in the school. Members of the Dalit community cannot be treated in this hospital, which basically means you are discriminating against these individuals. Why? On the basis of their caste. Why? Because of the historic practice of untouchability. And if you want that historic oppressive practice of untouchability should continue, which means you are violating Article 17 of the Constitution of India, and you are not allowed to do so. That means when we look at what are these all forms in which you are practicing untouchability, all these forms are forbidden. Which are these forms? If you refuse admission to an SC or ST community, to a public institution, to a government hospital, to a dispensary, to an educational institution, that is untouchability and you will be penalized. Similarly, preventing any person from worshipping or offering prayers in any place of public worship. As I told you, that there used to be members of the Dalit community. They would participate in the construction of a temple. But ultimately, they cannot enter inside the temple and pay obeisance to the deity inside the temple because they were not allowed entry inside the temples. They could only sweep the stairs of the temple, but they were not allowed entry inside the temple. This is something which is untouchability because you are saying that you are impure and that is why you cannot enter inside a temple. You are impure, that is why you cannot enter inside an educational institution. You are impure, that is why you cannot be allowed to fetch water from a well, which is a public well, which means you are practicing untouchability. Since it is prohibited, since it has been abolished, you are committing a crime. Let's understand untouchability in great detail. There are three things that you have to keep in mind. Somebody is practicing untouchability, it is a crime. Somebody is preaching untouchability, it is a crime. Somebody is justifying untouchability, it is also a crime. How? Let's say, for example, there is an individual who is practicing untouchability. He is refusing admission to an individual because he is a Dalit. That means you are practicing untouchability, it is a crime. There is another individual who is not practicing untouchability, who is not disallowing a member of the Dalit community entry inside the temple, but he's saying that yes, untouchability is mentioned in our scriptures, in our religious text. Mind has made a binary of purity and pollution. Our religion tells us that you should discriminate against these individuals because they are impure. So you are justifying this practice of untouchability, this evil practice of untouchability, despite the fact that you're not practicing it yourself, but you're justifying it. Even then it is a crime. And if you're preaching it, you are preaching that we should not allow the members of the Dalit community stay in this village. That means you want to banish the members of the Dalit community from this village. That means you are preaching untouchability. You're asking people to boycott the members of the Dalit community. You are preaching it. This is also a crime. That means untouchability is not only that if you practice it, then it is a crime. Even if you are not practicing, but you are justifying it, it's a crime. Even if you are not practicing or justifying, but you are preaching it. Let members of the Dalit community be banished from the village. They should not be provided treatment in the hospitals. They should not be allowed admission in institutions of education. They should not be allowed entry inside the temples. You are preaching it. It is also a crime. And if you look at these two laws, Protection of Civil Rights Act of 1955, later on in the 1980s, SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act was passed by the Parliament, was amended multiple times. In 2015, it was amended. In 2018 also it was amended. What is the effect of these laws? I'll tell you very simply what is the effect of these laws. Let's say, for example, I am a Dalit and you are a member of an upper caste or you are a non-Dalit. Now you and me have a fight. You beat me, I beat you. Ultimately, the police entered into the picture. They have arrested us. You will be booked under SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act, or in layman's language, we call it Atrocities Act. I, on the other hand, would be booked under the Indian Penal Code. Indian Penal Code talks about assault. So I have assaulted you. I will be booked under IPC. But you have assaulted me. Since I'm a Dalit, you will be booked under the Atrocities Act. And the courts will assume that you fought against me. You assaulted me because of my caste. It is for you to prove before the court of law. No, yes, I assaulted this individual, but not because of his caste, but because of the fact that he owes me the money and he's not paying it back. Because of the fact that he assaulted me first. Because of the fact that he is trespassing into my own territory. That means regardless of what happened between you and me, if I am a Dalit, you are a non-Dalit, we enter into a fist fight. Ultimately, I assaulted you, you assaulted me. I will be booked under IPC, but you will be booked under very stringent Atrocities Act. And it will be assumed that you assaulted me because of the caste. You assaulted me because you are practicing untouchability. You assaulted me because of the historic practice of untouchability in this country. And it is for you to prove before the court of law that I assaulted him. Yes, we had a fight, but it was not based on the fact that he is a Dalit, but because of other reasons. Which basically means if a member of a scheduled caste is subject to any such disability or any discrimination, the court shall presume, unless the contrary is proved, unless you are proving it otherwise, that such an act was committed on the ground of untouchability. And the maximum punishment under the Atrocities Act is the punishment of death. Because of this Atrocities Act, what was happening? Let's say, for example, I am a Dalit, you are a non-Dalit. We had a fight. Ultimately, you will be booked and there is no anticipatory bail here. That means you cannot approach a magistrate and ask for the grant of an anticipatory bail because even anticipatory bail under the Atrocities Act is not allowed. But why? If you look at the practice of untouchability for centuries in this country, this centuries-old practice of untouchability, it required a tough law, a strict law, and only a strict law could have abolished untouchability in this country. That is why if you are practicing untouchability, you will be booked by the police. There is no anticipatory bail, which means if you are booked under the Atrocities Act, there is no anticipatory bail. Later on, you may not be even released on bail. So this is a tough law, and this tough, strict law was needed, is required, so that we can abolish untouchability in this country, eradicate this inhuman practice. And in the year 2015, this Atrocities Act was amended again, and various actions were included in this Atrocities Act, so that if somebody is performing these actions, it will also be treated as you are practicing untouchability. Which are these new actions? Let's say, for example, tonsuring of head. You are shaving the head of an individual, because earlier the members of the Dalit community, their head would be shaved, so that you can distinguish a Dalit from an upper caste. Similarly, if there is a Dalit groom, he rides a horse. He was attacked because a Dalit cannot ride a horse, because that is how the members of the upper caste, they were discriminating against the Dalit. Similarly, if Dalit wanted to change his occupation, he was a manual scavenger, which basically means if there is a drain, you have to clean this drain. The Dalit member would get inside the drain and manually clean it. Now, if he wants to change his occupation, he wants to become a farmer, he wants to become an agriculturist, he was discriminated against by the members of his village. Why? Because how dare you change your occupation? For your entire life, you have to clean our latrines, our drains. Even the children that will be born, they will also have to clean our latrines and drains, because you are there to serve us. You are there to serve the members of the other castes. That means now more actions were added to this Atrocities Act. If you are tonsuring, cleaning the head of a member of the Dalit community, you are practicing untouchability. If you are shaving the mustache of a Dalit, you are practicing untouchability. Because in many Indian villages, even now, a Dalit cannot sport a mustache, because that is viewed as a characteristic of a member of the upper caste. How can a Dalit sport a mustache? And if you are sporting a mustache, we are going to shave it off. And if now somebody shaves the mustache of a member of the Dalit community, that is also untouchability. Similarly, if you are denying access to irrigation facilities just because of the fact that this particular individual is from SC or ST community, this is untouchability. Just because if you are garlanding this Dalit member with shoes, with chappals, that's also untouchability. If you are forcing the members of the Dalit community to carry the dead carcasses of animals, that's also untouchability. If you are calling names for these individuals because of their caste identity, that's also untouchability. If you are dedicating an SC or ST woman as a Devadasi, what is this Devadasi system? Which basically originated in the temples of southern India, where a woman or a girl child, she was married off to the deity, and ultimately for her entire life, she would dedicate her life to this deity. There she was also sexually exploited. Not in all the temples, but there was this practice in some of the temples where these Devadasis, these children, women children, these girl children who were married off to the deity, they were discriminated against, sexually abused as well. And if you are dedicating a woman, if you're dedicating an SC, ST woman as a Devadasi in a temple, you are practicing untouchability, which is a crime. If you're imposing a social or economic boycott on the members of SC, ST community, which basically means from now onwards, we are not going to buy anything from the shopkeeper who is an SC or an ST. We are going to impose a social boycott. Nobody would talk to these individuals. They will not be allowed to mingle with members of the other community. They will not be allowed to speak to the members of the other community. That means you're imposing a social boycott or an economic boycott. It is also untouchability. Long story short, although you don't have to remember all these actions, all these instances, it is just to give you a picture what exactly untouchability is. Because when Constitution says untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden. Number one, this phrase untouchability is not defined in the Constitution. So we don't know what sort of untouchability is Article 17 talking about. But this word untouchability is in quotes. That means we are not talking about the literal meaning of this word untouchability. We are referring to something. Something is the historic practice of untouchability in this country. And it is that untouchability which has been abolished, and its practice in all its forms is forbidden. And for that, we have a very important strict law, SC/ST, Prevention of Atrocities Act, or what we call the Atrocities Act. Such a strict law that if you and me fight, if you have assaulted me, it will be assumed by the court that you assaulted me because of my caste, because of my Dalit identity, because I come from SC or ST community. It is for you to prove in the court of law that you assaulted me not because of my caste, but because of some other reasons. And the maximum punishment under this act is the punishment of death. No anticipatory bail whatsoever. And these were the amendments in the year 2015, which made this Atrocities Act even more stricter. But then in March 2018, there was a petition before the Supreme Court that this Atrocities Act is being misused. This Atrocities Act is used as a form of blackmail, which basically means this. Let's say, for example, I owe you money. I am from SC/ST community. You are from non-SC/ST background. I owe you money. You are legitimately asking me, where is my money? When are you going to repay the amount that you owe me? I'm filing a case before the police and saying, this particular individual garlanded me with chappals and shoes. This particular individual abused me because of my caste. Ultimately, the police will arrest you. Ultimately, you have no bail. And ultimately, you will be booked under Atrocities Act, which basically means then before the court of law, you have to prove yourself. The burden of proof is on you. You have to prove that you did not assault me, you did not abuse me because of my caste, but you were legitimately asking for your money back. And in a country where the cases drag on for multiple years, this process becomes a punishment. That means after 5 years, 10 years, you may be set free by the court. But for all these 5 to 10 years, where you have to regularly appear before the court, where you may not even be granted bail, this process becomes a punishment. So a petition was filed in the Supreme Court that if you are denying bail or if you are denying anticipatory bail, it goes against the principles of justice. It goes against right to equality. Why should there be different treatment for different sets of people? This Atrocities Act is very harsh, very strict, and it is liable to be misused. It is used as a tool of blackmail. The court asked, how is this used as a tool of blackmail? How is this law misused? The petitioner told the court that look at the conviction rate. If there are 100 individuals who have been booked under the Atrocities Act, only few people have been convicted by the court, which basically means when this process runs for multiple years, at the end of this process, after 5 years, 10 years, the court sets this individual free, which basically means the complaint was false, which basically means the complaint was used as a blackmail, which basically means the Atrocities Act was misused. And in March 2018, the Supreme Court said, yes, this Atrocities Act has been misused. Now, how are we going to prevent the misuse of this law? How? Number one, there will be anticipatory bail. That means if you have accused me of atrocity, if you have accused me of practicing untouchability, justifying untouchability, preaching untouchability, I can approach the magistrate and I can ask for the grant of anticipatory bail. The Supreme Court said anticipatory bail will be given. Not just that. The Supreme Court said, yes, the law has been misused. You are misusing this law. Members of SC community have been using this law as a tool of blackmail. You have been misusing this law. And ultimately, if somebody is filing a complaint under this Atrocities Act, without the permission of the senior police officer, no FIR can be registered as well. So, which basically means this. 2018, the Supreme Court is diluting the Atrocities Act. If untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden, to implement Article 17 to ensure that untouchability is indeed abolished in this country, for that we have Atrocities Act. Now this Atrocities Act is very strict. Somebody is accused of untouchability, no bail. Somebody is accused of untouchability, immediately an FIR will be filed. Now it was argued that this Atrocities Act has been misused by the members of SC community to settle personal scores, which basically means if there is a piece of land which is owned by you, you are a non-SC individual. Now I have forcefully taken control of this land. Legitimately you will ask that please vacate this land, but instead what I will do, I will file a case under the Atrocities Act against you. And ultimately you will be forced to give up. And ultimately you will be forced to give up your claim on this piece of land, which was legitimately yours. And the court said, yes, Atrocities Act has been misused. And we can look at it from the fact that the conviction rate under Atrocities Act is very less, which proves beyond any reasonable doubt that majority of these complaints are false. That means Atrocities Act has been misused. To settle personal scores, you are misusing this law. And that is why we are diluting this Atrocities Act. There will be a bail, there will be anticipatory bail. On top of that, when somebody would complain under the Atrocities Act, unless and until the senior police officer is satisfied that indeed this is a case of untouchability, only then an FIR can be registered. So basically this entire act was diluted. And there was series of protests in different parts of this country by the members of the SC community. Public property was destroyed. There were a series of law and order problems as well. And ultimately the government took a decision. A bill was introduced in the parliament. And in 2018, this SC Atrocities Act was amended. It was amended. That means the position was restored again. When in March 2018, the Supreme Court said bail will be given. Anticipatory bail is allowed without the permission of the senior police officer. You can't register this case. You can't register and file the FIR, which basically means Atrocities Act was diluted. Now the same position was restored back by this 2018 amendment. The law was amended by the parliament, and the amended law says no anticipatory bail. The amended law says the permission of the senior police officer is not needed, is not required for the filing of the FIR. That means what was the condition, the status of this law before March 2018? That status was restored by the parliament. And even this 2018 amendment was challenged before the Supreme Court, but Supreme Court said parliament is well within its right to amend SC Atrocities Act, and ultimately all these amendments made are valid, legal, and constitutional. But then the Supreme Court did say one thing. Supreme Court said in exceptional circumstances, because the high courts have inherent power of granting bail. In exceptional circumstances, if the high court decides that this particular case merits, warrants anticipatory bail, this anticipatory bail can be granted to someone who is accused of untouchability, practicing untouchability, justifying untouchability, preaching untouchability. But this bail can be granted only in exceptional circumstances. It can only be an exception. It cannot be a norm. It cannot be a rule. That is what we call Article 17 of the Constitution of India. Let's recap. Article 17, which is a fundamental right under the category right to equality. It says untouchability is abolished and its practice in all its forms is forbidden. But this term untouchability is in quotes. It has not been defined in the Constitution, which means we are not referring to the literal meaning of this word untouchability. We are referring to the historic practice of untouchability, where the mind made a binary of purity and pollution, and ultimately on the basis of your birth, on the basis of your caste, the people were discriminated against. And that is why, to abolish untouchability and to prevent the practice of untouchability from continuing, the Parliament enacted a law in 1955, Protection of Civil Rights Act. But it did not have much teeth. That is why we needed a stricter law. And ultimately in 1980s, SC Prevention of Atrocities Act was passed by the Parliament. And this law has been amended multiple times, as recent as 2018. And because of this law, what happens? If you practice untouchability, it is a crime. If you preach untouchability, it is a crime. If you justify untouchability, it is a crime. And we have looked at all these actions, which are termed as untouchability by this law. But then there was a petition in the court that this law is misused. This law is used as a tool for blackmail. And that is why this law should be struck down, or it should be diluted so that we can prevent the misuse of this law. In March 2018, the Supreme Court said, yes, this law has been misused. This law has been misused to such an extent that you are using this Atrocities Act to settle personal scores. But then there was a series of protests, and ultimately the Parliament amended this law again and restored the pre-March 2018 status. That means now the status continues. You can file an FIR immediately when somebody has approached the police under the Atrocities Act. No anticipatory bail, no bail whatsoever, but in exceptional circumstances, the bail can be granted because high courts have an inherent power to give bail in exceptional circumstances. But even then, the practice of untouchability continues unabated. Just pick a newspaper and you will witness that there are multiple articles in a single day which says that on the basis of caste, somebody was killed. On the basis of caste, somebody was thrown out of a job. On the basis of caste, somebody's head was shaved. On the basis of caste, somebody's mustache was shaved. On the basis of caste, somebody was not allowed to ride a horse. On the basis of caste, somebody was not allowed entry inside a temple or an educational institution, which basically means that there is a clash between the reality presented by the Constitution and the reality that we are seeing on the ground. That means there is a clash between the constitutional objective and the empirical reality on the ground. That means despite the fact that we have a strong law, a strict law, we have an absolute fundamental right under the Constitution, Article 70. Despite that, the practice of untouchability continues unabated, which basically means if we want to really abolish untouchability, our mentality has to change. Our approach has to change. The binary that is created in our minds, purity and pollution, that binary has to end. And for that, we require education. Education, as Swami Vivekananda said, overall development of mind, body, and soul. Children should be taught, moral lessons should be taught in the schools, that untouchability is a horrific crime. Children should be taught that on the basis of birth, nobody is pure or impure. It is our actions that make us pure or impure. We need to educate our children that we are all the children of a God. We are all the children of nature. And if nature and God has not discriminated against us, why should we discriminate amongst ourselves on the basis of caste? And only a strong educational system, a strong knowledge base can eradicate this practice of untouchability in this country. That's Article 17 for you.
Now let us look at Article 18 of the Indian Constitution, abolition of titles. We are discussing fundamental rights. In fundamental rights, we discussed what is the meaning of fundamental rights, what is the position of fundamental rights in Britain, in United States, in India. We talked about Article 12 and Article 13. What is the definition of the state? What happens if there is a pre-constitutional law and this pre-constitutional law violates fundamental rights? Then now we are talking about the first set of fundamental rights under right to equality. And I told you that we have to discuss Article 14 to Article 18. Article 14, 15, 16, 17 we discussed. Now there's the last article under this category, right to equality, that we have to discuss, and that is abolition of titles. But what is a title? Title is something that can be given to you regardless of your qualities. That means even if you have not performed well, you can be given a title. And the origin dates back to the British era. If you look at the revolt of 1857, which many people say was the first war of India's independence. When this first war of India's independence broke out, for close to 2 years, the farmers, artisans, people, ordinary people of this country fought heroically and with their sacrifice wrote a glorious chapter in the history of India's struggle for freedom. And many people after that, when they looked at the causes of revolt of 1857 and why this revolt of 1857 failed, British experts tell us that revolt of 1857, it was all set to sweep away the British rule. That means because of this revolt, the British rule would have been swept away. But even then, this revolt of 1857 could not overthrow the British rule. Why? Because there were some who acted as breakwaters. The Rajas and Maharajas of princely states, the capitalists, the educated class in this country, they were all against the revolt of 1857. And it is because of these Maharajas and the rulers of the princely states that British rule continued over India for another 90 years. And how British then rewarded these individuals? By giving them knighthood, by giving them the title of Rai Bahadur, by giving them the title of Sir, for example. In 1885, one institution or one party was set up called the Congress Party. This Congress Party was set up, and many people argued that this party was set up to uplift the cause of the people of this country, to act as the voice of the people of this country, so that this party can help in getting this country liberated from the British rule. But then immediately afterwards, two individuals, one, Syed Ahmad Khan and Raja Shiv Prasad of Banaras. What these two individuals did, together, they set up United Patriotic Association. That means we are patriotic towards the British Empire. And Syed Ahmad Khan was later on knighthood and provided with the title of Sir, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Similarly, for example, there was Raja Digvijay Singh of Balrampur. He was nominated to the Legislative Council by the British Empire, by the governor, and he was illiterate, uneducated. He could not know how to read and write. But then he was part of the Legislative Council, he was part of the lawmaking body. His friends would tell him, how do you know whether you have to raise your hands or not whenever a particular bill is subjected to vote? whenever a particular bill is presented for voting. How do you know whether you have to raise your voice, raise your hands or not? Raja Digvijay Singh of Balrampur said, I look at the Viceroy. If Viceroy is also raising his hand, I also do the same thing. If Viceroy is silent, I also remain the same. And these were the individuals who were promoted by the British Empire so that there can be a wedge created between the society. Some people will be knighthood, some people will be knighted. Sir, Rai Bahadur, so on and so forth. Titles would be given to them so that ultimately the society can be polarized, the society can be divided. Once the constitution was enacted, constitution made it absolutely clear that now all these titles must be abolished. And that is how Article 18 was added to the Indian Constitution. Article 18, number 1 says, no title, which is neither academic nor military, shall be conferred by the state. That means the state cannot award any title except which is academic in nature and military in nature. That means titles such as doctor, engineer, professor, so on and so forth can be given because these titles are based on academic qualifications. Military distinctions can be given. Air Vice Marshal, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of the Command Staff, so on and so forth. Apart from these titles which are given on the basis of academic and military distinctions, no other title shall be awarded by the state. That's one provision. Second, no citizen shall accept any title from any foreign state as well. For example, the Queen of England, over a period of time, announces knighthood, confers knighthood on various individuals who have performed spectacularly well in different fields. For example, Salman Rushdie, one of the most prolific writers in the history of English language, he was also honored with knighthood, and now he is Sir Salman Rushdie. Sir Vivian Richards, one of the most famous West Indies cricketer, another writer from India, V.S. Naipaul, Sir V.S. Naipaul, he was also awarded knighthood by the Queen. Indian cricketer Sunil Gavaskar became the first in the world to score 10,000 test runs, and then he was all set to be knighted by the British Queen. The British Queen announced that we are going to confer knighthood on Sunil Gavaskar. He was all set to be referred to as Sir Sunil Gavaskar. He was all set to fly to England to receive this title, but suddenly somebody told him, please look at Article 18 Clause 2. Article 18 Clause 2 says, no citizen shall accept any title from a foreign state. That means neither a title can be conferred by Indian state on any individual, nor can an Indian citizen accept the title from any foreign state. And ultimately what happened? Sunil Gavaskar could not accept this knighthood, and he could not be called as Sir Sunil Gavaskar. But then you would tell me, what about Prime Minister Modi? He accepts awards and titles from various foreign countries. He got the highest civilian award from Saudi Arabia as well recently. Similarly, Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, Aishwarya Rai, they are conferred awards and titles by different countries of the world. But we need to understand that those are awards. If for your contribution to the cinema you have been conferred award by the French government, it is not a title. It is a recognition of your contribution to the cinema, to the art, to the literature, so on and so forth. These awards can be accepted. But title is something that hangs with you as an appendage. For example, Sir Sunil Gavaskar. If you are conferred with the highest civilian award from Pakistan, for example, Nishane-e-Imtiaz, you can't say my name is Nishane-e-Imtiaz Shah Rukh Khan, because this is something that you cannot use as a prefix or suffix to your name. That is why it is not a title, it is an award. Awards you can accept, but not the titles. Similarly, Article 18 Clause 3, no person who is not a citizen of India, that means there is a foreigner in India, but this foreigner, he holds any office of profit or trust under the state. That means, for example, he is a consultant to the government of India, he is an advisor to a government ministry, so on and so forth. He is an advisor to a government corporation, so on and so forth. Even this person cannot accept any title from any foreign state without the permission of the President of India. That's 18 Clause 3. That is what is Article 18? Article 18 talks about abolition of titles. The state, and we know what is the definition of the state. The state cannot confer titles except which are academic and military in nature. Number 2, no Indian can accept a title from a foreign state. Number 3, if there is a foreigner who is working with the government of India, can he accept a title? Yes, but he cannot accept this title without the permission of the President of India. Clear? And number 4, if there is an Indian, this Indian citizen holds an office of profit or an office of trust under the state. He can accept any award from a foreign country, but he has to seek the permission of the President of India. That means no person holding any office of profit or trust under the state shall, without the consent of the President, accept any present, emolument, or office of any kind from or under any foreign state. That is what Article 18 is all about. But then two things are there. This entire article is only declaratory in nature. What does that mean? That means if Sunil Gavaskar was all set to be knighted by the Queen, he would have been called Sir Sunil Gavaskar. But somebody told him, please read Article 18 Clause 2, you cannot accept the title from any foreign country because you are the citizen of this country. And ultimately he decided not to go, not to accept this title. If he would have asked me, I would have told him, please go. Please go ahead, accept the title, and you will be referred to as Sir Sunil Gavaskar. Why? Because Article 18 is merely declaratory in nature. It does not say, what if somebody accepts the title, what will happen to this individual? It does not say, what if somebody accepts this title, whether he has to give this title back or not. That means there has to be a law to implement this Article 18. There is no such law. That means all these provisions are merely declaratory in nature. So I would have told Sunil Gavaskar that please go ahead, accept the title, and you will be called Sir Sunil Gavaskar. But then what if a law is passed? This law would say an Indian citizen, if he is conferred with a title, this title would be snatched from him. And I would have told him, we still don't know whether this law can be retrospective or prospective. So till that time, please accept this award. Please accept this title. That is Article 18 for you. But that was question number 1. That means this Article 18 is merely declaratory in nature. Question number 2. What about our Padma Awards? What about Bharat Ratna, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri? What about these awards? Or are these awards or are these titles? Because we still refer to people as Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Padma Shri Anupam Kher. That means when title is something which you can use as a prefix or suffix to your name, title is something which hangs as an appendage. These Bharat Ratnas, these Padma Awards can also be used as titles. So are these Padma Awards legal, constitutional or not? For that, first up, let's look at how Bharat Ratna is given. Bharat Ratna is given for exceptional services towards the advancement of art, literature, and science, and in recognition of public service of the highest order. And every year, maximum 3 Bharat Ratnas can be awarded. Clear? Maximum 3 Bharat Ratnas can be awarded, and 1954 was the first year when Bharat Ratnas were constituted in this country. Clear? Then we have others. For example, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri. These are conferred on individuals who have contributed distinguished public service in any field, including service rendered by government servants. That means Padma Awards, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri. It is for distinguished public service. But Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award in this country, is for exceptional service towards the advancement of art, literature, and science. And Bharat Ratnas and Padma Awards can be awarded to citizens as well as non-citizens. For example, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan was awarded Bharat Ratna. For example, Nelson Mandela from South Africa was awarded Bharat Ratna. But then there is this controversy that Bharat Ratnas are used as titles as well. What is the situation? What is the legal position on this matter? Matter went to the court. Balaji Raghavan versus Union of India. The year was 1997. Supreme Court said all these Padma Awards, Bharat Ratna, Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, they are not titles under Article 18. That means even if these awards are given, we should not say that abolition of titles under Article 18 should prevent merit being recognized. That means abolition of titles does not mean that we cannot recognize merit in the society. We cannot recognize contribution of the people of this country towards the advancement of the people of this country. That means even if abolition of titles is a fundamental right under Article 18, that does not mean that merit should not be recognized and merit should not be praised. So all these are awards. They are not titles within the meaning of Article 18. But if somebody uses these awards as prefix or suffix to their names, that means these awards can be snatched from them if they are using these awards as titles to their names. But then there is another set of controversy primarily related to these Padma Awards and more particularly Bharat Ratna. Bharat Ratna, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru recommended himself for Bharat Ratna. Indira Gandhi recommended herself for Bharat Ratna. If you look at the list of recipients who were conferred with Bharat Ratna, majority of them are politicians. If you look at the time when Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar, he retired from the international cricket, on the same day he was conferred with Bharat Ratna, or it was announced that Bharat Ratna will be conferred on Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar. But what about other important individuals who have shaped the destiny of this country, but they have not been conferred with Bharat Ratna? For example, why is it that someone like Sam Manekshaw, one of the best soldiers in India, why is it that Sam Manekshaw was never awarded Bharat Ratna? Why is it that someone like Verghese Kurian, who started milk revolution in this country, white revolution in this country, this individual who started Umul in this country, why is it that Verghese Kurian was never awarded Bharat Ratna? Why is it that MS Swaminathan, who pioneered green revolution in this country, was not awarded with Bharat Ratna, but Rajiv Gandhi was awarded with Bharat Ratna? Politicians dominate this list of the people who have been conferred with Bharat Ratna. There are others who say that these awards are political in nature. That means a political party in power decides who will be conferred with these awards. For example, in 2010, famous Bollywood actor, theatre artist, and personality, Mr. Anupam Kher said, all these Padma Awards have lost their relevance. It does not matter who gets these awards, because these awards are given based on political affiliations rather than real work that people do on the ground. And a few years later, when under Prime Minister Modi, he was awarded Padma Shri, he tweeted that I'm grateful to be accepting this one of the most beautiful awards on the planet. That's one controversy, that these awards have been used as political tools to award those individuals who are in favor of the political party in power. There is another controversy. The controversy is from 1954 onwards, Bharat Ratna used to be awarded to those who died after the independence. That means who died after the independence of this country, those people were awarded Bharat Ratnas. But now in 2015, this convention, unwritten rule was broken. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was awarded Bharat Ratna, but at the same time, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya was awarded Bharat Ratna. Now, no one can deny that Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya was indeed a Bharat Ratna. He was one of the pioneers who set up Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi. He was somebody who was part of the Congress party. He was somebody who was a freedom fighter as well. So indeed, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya was a Bharat Ratna. But he died before the independence of this country. That means before 1947. That means if also those individuals who died before 1947, if now they are eligible for Bharat Ratna, then where do we draw the line? That means we should award Bhagat Singh as well with Bharat Ratna. We should go back and award Akbar the Bharat Ratna. We should award Ashoka the Bharat Ratna as well. That means if 1947 was the line, and those who died after 1947, the convention was that we will award them with the Bharat Ratna. Now you have broken this convention. You have broken this line. We don't know how far in the past we can go and how many individuals or personalities are qualified to be awarded with Bharat Ratna. These are the controversies that should be taken very seriously while awarding Bharat Ratnas and the Padma Awards. And for that, the solution is let there be a committee. Although there is a committee, for example, every state recommends names to the center, then the center filters these names and then recommends these names to the president for conferring these Padma Awards. But there should be a well-defined committee. This well-defined committee should not ask for recommendations from the state. Instead, this committee on its own should look at various promising candidates who should be awarded with Bharat Ratna. For example, there are people who say, despite the fact that he may have scored 100 centuries in international cricket, Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar was not worthy of a Bharat Ratna. Somebody else should have received this Bharat Ratna. So populism should not drive who will receive this Bharat Ratna. And that is why we should have a high-level committee. High-level committee can be headed by Prime Minister, can have leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, and the Speaker of Lok Sabha as well. And these individuals, together with experts in various fields, they should come together and decide upon the names. And then these names should be recommended to the President for conferment of these Bharat Ratna and Padma Awards. That is what you need to understand. time from Article 18. What is Article 18? The last article under the category right to equality. Article 18 says titles are abolished. Now, which are these titles? Titles are those which are given to individuals not necessarily because of your contribution or your potential or your caliber. Titles can be given for sycophancy as well. That means there is a difference between award and a title. Award is for your contribution. Title may be because of your sycophancy. That is why titles are abolished, but awards are not abolished. Even if titles are to be abolished, that doesn't mean the merit should not be recognized in this country. That is why national awards, Padma awards, Bharat Ratnas, they are all valid, but you should not use these awards as the prefix or suffix to your names. If you do that, your Bharat Ratna and Padma awards can be snatched from you. That is Article 18 of the Indian Constitution. In this lecture, let us discuss another set of fundamental right to freedom, and we shall discuss Articles 19 to 22. In our previous lecture, we discussed right to equality, when we discussed Articles 14 to 18. Now here we will have to discuss Article 19, 20, 21, 22. First, let's start with Article 19 of the Constitution of India. But before we start, let me make a very important point. There are some fundamental rights that we have to discuss in detail. Why? Because these fundamental rights are almost always in the news. For example, Article 14 that we discussed, right to equality. Then we talked about Article 15 and 16, which also talks about the reservation system in this country. Now this fundamental right, Article 19, very important because these fundamental rights are almost always in the news. Then we shall discuss Article 21, then 25, then 32. These fundamental rights we have to discuss in detail because these fundamental rights are almost always in the news. That's one important thing. When we look at Article 19, there are two things that you have to keep in mind. Article 19 is available only to the citizens of this country. This Article 19 talks about protection of certain rights regarding freedom of speech, etc. But these fundamental rights under Article 19, they are available only to the citizens of this country. And which are these fundamental rights? From A to G. And we have to discuss all these fundamental rights one by one, from freedom of speech and expression to right to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. All these fundamental rights we have to discuss one by one, but we will have to focus more on Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which deals with freedom of speech and expression, because it is this fundamental right that is almost always in the news. That's number one. Number two, all these rights that are mentioned under Article 19, we call them natural rights. But what is so natural about them that we call them natural rights? For that, let's go back to the introduction that we had when we started with fundamental rights. What is a fundamental right? I told you that fundamental rights are restrictions, limitations on the power of the state. That means the powers available with the state, they are not unlimited. There is a limitation of the powers of the state. And one such limitation is imposed by this chapter, Part 3 of the Constitution of India, which talks about fundamental rights. Second, what is so fundamental about these fundamental rights that we call them fundamental? These rights are fundamental for the growth of an individual. If an individual has to explore his potential, if an individual has to grow as an individual, then these are certain rights which are indispensable. That means without these rights, in absence of these rights, the growth, the development of an individual is not possible. That means for the growth, development of an individual, these rights are fundamental. That is why we call them fundamental rights. That means when we start with Article 19, what is it that we have to keep in mind? Number one, what is the concept behind fundamental rights? These are limitations on the powers of the state. And number two, under Article 19, all these rights that are mentioned, we call them natural rights. Why are these rights called natural? Because they occur naturally to an individual because of birth. That means as soon as an individual is born, because of the accident of birth, there are some rights that are available to him. And all these rights are mentioned under Article 19 of the Constitution of India. That is why we call them natural rights. And we have to discuss all these natural rights one by one. But first up, freedom of speech and expression under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. This is a very innocent looking article. Freedom of speech and expression. When you look at this article, you might say that this is a very simple article. In simple language, Constitution has provided every single citizen of this country a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. When we say speech and expression, that means say whatever you want to say. Express whatever you want to express. That's your fundamental right. You can give a speech, you can write a song, make a movie, write a book, write a novel, no matter which media you're using. Whether it is print media, electronic media, social media, you have a fundamental right to say whatever you want to say and to express whatever you want to express. But what is the beauty about Article 19? And that is something former Chief Justice of India, Patanjali Sastry, writes that freedom of speech and expression is such an important fundamental right that without freedom of speech and expression, we cannot have political education in the society. That means at the heart of any democracy lies the right of freedom of speech and expression. That means if people have the right to say whatever they want to say, they will be in a position to praise the government as well. They will be in a position to criticize the government as well. When you have a right as a citizen to say whatever you want to say, to express no matter which media you use, to express yourself, that is how political education can be possible in a society. And it is this political education that is so essential for the running of a popular government. That means in a democracy, freedom of speech and expression lies at the heart of the functioning of any modern democratic organization. And it is such an important fundamental right that it has evolved into second most evolved fundamental right. What does that mean? To understand this, let me recap a bit. What is Article 19? Article 19 talks about certain rights that are available to the citizens of this country. One such right is Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which talks about freedom of speech and expression. It's a very innocent looking article. It only talks about freedom of speech and expression. But in reality, it is something more. This freedom of speech and expression lies at the heart of the functioning of any democratic organization. That means if an organization has to run democratically, similarly, if a state has to run democratically, for that we need that citizens should be in a position to freely express themselves, no matter which media they want to use, but they should have the right to express themselves freely. And that fundamental right is provided to us by the Constitution of this country under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. But this fundamental right is so important and so beautiful that this is where we come across a term called judicial creativity. What is judicial creativity? Judiciary has used its powers and has creatively enhanced and enlarged the scope of freedom of speech and expression. That means originally Constitution only talked about freedom of speech and expression. But the meaning of this phrase, speech and expression, has been enlarged by the judiciary, and those fundamental rights have also been provided to us, which were not originally part of the Constitution. That means some rights have been derived from Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. That means some rights which originally were not mentioned in the Constitution, but Supreme Court used its powers of judicial creativity and provided the citizens of this country some other fundamental rights which were originally not part of the Constitution. For example, flying of a national flag is a symbol of expression. There was a time when an individual, if he had to fly a national flag, openly he could not do this. Why? Because there was something called Flag Code of India. According to this Flag Code of India, you could hoist the national flag only at the top of a public building, only at the top of a government building. And you can hoist this national flag only if you are a public official, only if you are a politician, only if you are a bureaucrat. One Congress politician, Naveen Jindal, he approached the Supreme Court and said, "Dear Supreme Court, this Flag Code of India is violating my fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which talks about freedom of speech and expression." Supreme Court asked, how? Naveen Jindal said, "I want to express my love for my country. How can I express my love for my country? I want to hoist the national flag. I want to hoist the national flag at top of my office as well, at top of my home as well. I want to wear the badge of my national flag right close to my heart because I want to express my love for my country, my love for my motherland." Supreme Court said, yes, flying of national flag is a symbol of expression, and it is a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. So basically, Supreme Court forced the government of the day to amend this Flag Code of India and provide that any ordinary citizen also could hoist the national flag, could use the badge of the national flag, because this badge is the symbol of the expression of an individual. That means originally, this flying of a national flag was not mentioned under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, but judiciary used its creativity and provided this fundamental right to us as well. That's what we call evolved fundamental right. That means this fundamental right was not originally part of the Constitution, but it got evolved from this phrase called freedom of speech and expression. Another fundamental right. An organization, Association for Democratic Reforms, an organization which works in the area of electoral reforms in this country. This area approached the Supreme Court. Dear Supreme Court, do I have the fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A of the Constitution of India, which talks about freedom of speech and expression? Supreme Court said, yes, that's mentioned in the Constitution. That is the right that you have. ADR representative asked the Supreme Court, does that include that I have the right to ask questions as well? Supreme Court said, yes, clearly you have the right to ask questions, because when you have freedom of speech, that means you can say whatever you want to say. That means you have the right to ask questions as well. But what sort of questions do you want to ask? The lawyer representing Association for Democratic Reform said, as citizens, we should be asking questions to those who claim to be our representatives. That means those candidates who want to contest elections and who want to represent us in the parliament, in the legislature of the state, we want to ask questions to them, so that when we get the answers to these questions, we can then decide whether we should vote for them or we should vote for someone else. Supreme Court asked, but exactly what type of questions? The lawyer of the ADR said, how many criminal cases are pending against you? What is the amount of property in your name and in the name of your spouse? What is your educational qualification? All these questions we should be asking to those candidates who are contesting elections. Supreme Court said, but through these questions, what is it that you want to achieve? ADR representative said, if we get the answers to these questions, if we get this information from these candidates, that what is the amount of property in your name and in the name of your spouse? From last election, how much percentage increase has your property shown? What is the number of criminal cases pending against you? What is your educational qualification? If we get this information, then we will be in a position to make an informed choice. What does that mean? To make it even simpler for you, there are two candidates, and I'm in a dilemma whether I should vote for this candidate or candidate B. If I have the access to information, I can make an informed choice. That means I can make a choice based on the correct information. What sort of questions? Is this individual more corrupt than individual B? I can look at the property increase since the last election and this election, and I can safely assume whether this individual is corrupt or not. Whether this individual is educated enough to represent me in the parliament. Whether this individual has some criminal cases pending against him or not. If there are two individuals, one individual is not having any criminal cases pending against him, I might vote for this individual. Supreme Court said, yes, even this information is a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which talks about freedom of speech and expression. That means under right to freedom of speech and expression, judiciary used its creativity and provided another right to the citizens of this country. That means you have the right to information, particularly a voter's right to know the antecedents, the assets of a candidate contesting the election. And even this information, even this right to information is a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. Supreme Court later on said, if you have right to say whatever you want to say, you have the right to silence as well. When you have the right to silence, that means the government should take steps to curb noise pollution in this country as well. Because if you have the right to silence, if you have the right to speech of expression, you should also have the right that you should not be forced to listen as well. When you should not be forced to listen as well, that means the state shall have to take the steps to curb noise pollution in this country as well, because that would be violation of freedom of speech and expression if noise pollution persists in this country. Look at the beauty of judiciary and look at the beauty through which the Supreme Court has used its creativity and expanded the scope of Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. That is why we call it the second most evolved fundamental right. That means a fundamental right under which the highest number of evolved fundamental rights have been unearthed by the judiciary. Second most evolved fundamental right, that means under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, those many fundamental rights have been given to us which originally were not part of the Constitution. If you look at United States Constitution explicitly talks about freedom of press. That means freedom of press is explicitly mentioned in the Constitution of the United States. But so far as Constitution of India is concerned, it never ever talks about freedom of press. Supreme Court said, so what? If our Constitution explicitly does not talk about freedom of press, but our Constitution does talk about freedom of speech and expression, what does that mean? That means as an individual, you have the right to express yourself. But can you express the words and thoughts of others? Can you do that? That means as an individual citizen, you have the fundamental right to say whatever you want to say, to express whatever you want to express. But can you express the words and thoughts and ideas of others? Yes. How can you do that? Through press. Look at Indian Express. Look at the Hindu newspaper. You will read columns and editorials. Columns written by John Grace. Columns written by Pratap Banu Mehta. Columns written by P. Chidambaram, Tavleen Singh. That means this newspaper is expressing the words, thoughts, ideas of others as well. That means even this is under freedom of speech and expression, mentioned under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. That means Supreme Court has expanded the scope of this freedom of speech and expression. Originally, this was a very innocent-looking article, only talking about freedom of speech and expression. But the scope of this article has been expanded by the judiciary, and that is why we call it second most evolved fundamental right. Which is the most evolved fundamental right? The right to life under Article 21, which we will discuss slightly later. That means if you have to look at Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, what it talks about every single citizen in this country shall have the freedom of speech and expression. Say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express. No matter which media you want to use, you have the fundamental right to express yourself. But can you say anything? Can you express anything that you want to express? Are there no restrictions on your freedom of speech and expression? Yes, there are. That means just like Article 14, 15, 16, 18, even this fundamental right under Article 19 is not absolute because there are restrictions imposed on freedom of speech and expression. Although you have the fundamental right to say whatever you want to say, to express no matter which manner you want to express yourself, but this fundamental right is not absolute. There are reasonable restrictions imposed on your freedom of speech and expression by the Constitution under Article 19, Clause 2. Let's look at all these restrictions one by one. There are 8 restrictions imposed by the Constitution under Article 19, Clause 2 on your freedom of speech and expression. For that, let's recap a bit. What is Article 19? Article 19 talks about certain natural rights. Those rights which occur naturally to an individual because of the birth. And all these rights are called natural rights. And all these rights are available only to the citizens of this country. Now, one by one, we will have to look at all these fundamental rights. First up, Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. Every single citizen in this country shall have the freedom of speech and expression. That means you can say whatever you want to say. You can write a book, you can write a song, you can make a movie, a theater play. No matter which media you want to use, you have a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. But this fundamental right is not absolute. There are reasonable restrictions that are imposed by the Constitution on your freedom of speech and expression, and all these restrictions are mentioned under Article 19, Clause 2. That means it is not that you can say whatever you want to say. You can express whatever you want to express. There are certain red lines that you should not cross, and these red lines are mentioned under Article 19, Clause 2. Some of these red lines are controversial. Some of these red lines are reasonable. That means even at the face of it, we can say, yes, this is a reasonable restriction on my freedom of speech and expression. One such reasonable restriction is sovereignty and integrity of India. Yes, if you have the freedom of speech and expression, that doesn't mean you can say anything about the integrity of India against the sovereignty of this country. That means you can't express yourself, and through these expressions, you cannot violate the sovereignty and integrity of this country. That is a reasonable restriction. This reasonable restriction was not originally part of Article 19, Clause 2 of the Constitution of India. It was added to the Constitution by 16th Constitutional Amendment Act in 1963. Can be a potential statement for your prelims. That means one such reasonable restriction is you can't say anything against the sovereignty, against the integrity of India. Second, reasonable restriction, security of the state. That means you can't be threatening the security of the state through your freedom of speech and expression. You can't be threatening that I will blow a cinema hall, I will blow the parliament of this country. This parliament of this country should be destroyed. That means through my speech, through my expressions, I cannot violate the security of the state. That's another reasonable restrictions imposed by the Constitution. Third such reasonable restriction, which originally was not part of the Constitution, but was added to the Constitution by First Constitutional Amendment Act, 1951, and that is friendly relations with foreign countries. For example, the US President, Donald Trump, wants to visit India. And while on a visit to India, there are many agreements that are lined up. And all these agreements, if signed, it is going to be a beautiful, beautiful development for the nation. It's going to have a huge impact on the economic scenario of this country. And all these agreements are going to be very, very beneficial for the people of this country as well as the economy of this nation. But suddenly there are people protesting against Donald Trump. There are people who are protesting against Donald Trump because of his racist remarks, communal remarks, so on and so forth. Under international law, it is the responsibility of the state to ensure the good conduct of its citizens. That's the responsibility of the government. That means if there are protests against the visit of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump and the government of India is all set to sign these agreements, Donald Trump might communicate back to the government of India why are you going to sign these agreements with us? Your people are against us. Your people are against my government. Your people are against me. So why should I sign all these agreements, which ultimately is going to benefit your people as well as your economy? That is why, in the interest of friendly relations with foreign states, your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. That means right to protest, for example. You have the right to protest. That means in these protests, you express yourself. And that is a fundamental right available under the constitution of this country. But this fundamental right, restrictions can be imposed on these fundamental rights in the interest of friendly relations with foreign countries. But this restriction was not originally part of the constitution. It was added to the constitution by the first Constitutional Amendment Act, 1951. So what are we discussing? We are talking about right to freedom of speech and expression. And under freedom of speech and expression, freedom of press is also a fundamental right. Supreme Court has said freedom of press does not only mean that you have the right to print your newspaper, but you should have the right to distribute it as well. Because when freedom of press was declared as a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A of the Constitution of India, there were instances when certain state governments in India, they would allow a newspaper to be printed, but would not allow this newspaper to be distributed. Supreme Court came down heavily on these states saying right to freedom of press does not only mean that there are newspapers in this country which are allowed to publish their newspapers. No, they should have the fundamental right to distribute these newspapers as well. Because without distribution of these newspapers, there's a right to print your newspaper is meaningless. That means freedom of press includes freedom to publish newspapers, freedom to circulate these newspapers as well. Right to circulation of these newspapers is also a fundamental right. And that also includes the right against censorship. And what is the censorship? Censorship would be that whenever a newspaper article is to be written, this newspaper column or editorial is sent to the government for approval. Only when the government or its agencies would approve the contents of this editorial or the column, then it would be published. Supreme Court has said this censorship goes against the very root of freedom of speech and expression, and right against censorship is also a fundamental right under freedom of press, and that is a fundamental right under freedom of speech and expression. But this fundamental right is not absolute. There are reasonable restrictions imposed under Article 19, Clause 2 of the Constitution of India. One reasonable restriction is sovereignty and integrity of India. Second, security of the state. Third, friendly relations with foreign countries. And fourth is public order. To understand this public order, we need to understand that originally it was not a restriction on your freedom of speech and expression. This clause or this restriction was added to Article 19, Clause 2 by First Constitutional Amendment Act 1951. And there was a reason for that. A need was felt that we should include public order as well as a ground on which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. It was related to a magazine, but we don't have to get so deep into the past, so deep into the history. But let me make it very simple, very clear to you so that you understand why public order is a reasonable ground for restricting your freedom of speech and expression. But at the same time, this ground on the basis of which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted, this public order can attack our creativity as well. First, we will look at the arguments in favor of public order and then against public order. Because there are people in this country right now who are saying that this clause, public order, should be deleted. That means freedom of speech and expression should not be restricted on the grounds of public order. We will discuss the arguments in favor as well as against. First, very simple, beautiful explanation why public order is a reasonable restriction on your freedom of speech and expression. Let's assume for a while, you, me, and 300, 400 people together, we are watching a movie inside a theater. You have a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. That means you can say whatever you want to say. Assuming this fundamental right is absolute, there is no restriction on this. Can you say fire, fire, fire? You will chant fire, fire, fire. Ultimately, what will happen? There will be stampede in the theater. And in this stampede, maybe 50, 60 innocent lives will be lost. Or if this freedom of speech and expression is absolute, that means public order is not a reasonable restriction on your freedom of speech and expression. What can happen? I can make an inflammatory speech against a particular religion, against a particular caste, against a particular language, against a particular region in this country. And ultimately, what will happen? There will be clashes in different parts of this country. And ultimately, public order will be violated. If I have the freedom of speech and expression, that means I can say whatever I want to say. I can express whatever I want to express. It's like you are using a matchstick. This matchstick you are using to light the house as well, and you can use this matchstick to burn down the house as well. That is why we have to balance freedom of speech and expression with public order. And that is why public order is a reasonable ground on which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. Because your freedom of speech and expression ends there where my freedom of speech and expression starts. That means inside a cinema hall, if you are chanting fire, 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 and you say this is my freedom of speech and expression, I can say whatever I want to say. But look, what your freedom of expression has done, it has led to the death of 60, 70 innocent civilians of this country. That is why there has to be a fine balance, and public order is a reasonable ground on which your freedom of speech and expression should be restricted. But look at the other side. So many movies have been banned in this country, books have been banned in this country, paintings have been burned in this country, theatre has been blocked in this country on the ground that public order may get violated, or public order is being violated. Da Vinci Code, a movie in 2005, I suppose, was not acceptable to the Christian community, got banned. Vishwarupam was thought to be against the Muslim community, banned. Padmavati, later on, this name was also changed to Padmavat. This movie initially faced enough criticism from the Rajput community because they thought that Padmavati is a distortion of the real Rajput history. Fana, a movie of Amir Khan, was banned in Gujarat. So many movies on LGBT communities have been banned in this country. We have seen instances during the emergency period when movies criticizing the Indira Gandhi government at that point in time were not allowed to release. We have seen books being banned in this country. For example, the book 300 Ramayanas was banned when right-wing Hindu organizations protested against this book. We saw Sir Salman Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses, was not even allowed to be imported to India by the then Rajiv Gandhi government because it was offending the belief of the Muslim community. M.F. Hussain, the celebrated painter, was forced to leave this country, went to London, then went to Qatar and ultimately died in Qatar because his paintings were considered to be obscene. His paintings were considered to be against the Hindu gods and goddesses. That means we are using this excuse of public order and we ban movies, we ban books, we ban plays, we ban paintings, and ultimately what will happen? It's an attack on our creativity. Because public order basically is a state subject. The states are responsible for maintaining public order. And if public order is a ground mentioned under the Constitution on the basis of which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted, it is an easy tool available with the state. So if the state is not happy with a particular movie star or a particular book, what they do, there are a few fringe elements who are breaking the glasses, who are burning the public buses, and ultimately the state says, since public order is being violated, we are banning this movie. It's an attack on the creativity of the people of this country. It's an attack on the creative expressions of the people of this country. How can our directors, how can our writers write important stories to convey to the people of this country if they have this threat at the back of their mind, a Damocles sword at the top of their head, that my movie is going to be banned because it is offending a particular section of our society? So for the full development of the creative expressions of the artists, of the filmmakers, of the writers in this country, we need to delete public order as a ground on the basis of which your freedom of speech and expression is restricted. What Supreme Court has said way back in 1960 in the case Superintendent of Central Prison versus Ram Manohar Lohia, Supreme Court said this public order expression is synonymous to public peace, safety and tranquility. That means there should be no breakdown of law and order. If your creative expression, if your speech is going to violate law and order, break law and order, then there can be restrictions imposed on your freedom of speech and expression. But so many people have written about this. Let's look at what are the arguments against the misuse of this clause, public order, on the basis of which your freedom of speech and expression is restricted. There are allegations that we are fast turning into an intolerant nation. And there are people who say since 2014 we have become more intolerant. But if you look at the reality, those examples that have been cited after 2019, which claim that we are fast turning into an intolerant society, there are ample examples, similar examples, that we can find in 1970s as well, 1960s, 1980s as well. So many movies and documentaries have been banned in this country in the past because these movies and documentaries were critical of our leaders at that point in time. We have banned movies which talk about LGBT community, the relationship. We have banned movies which raise the important questions of women in this country. For example, such as Deepa Mehta's Water. It was also banned. Let's look at this paragraph very importantly, very closely. You can write it down and incorporate these lines in your answers. The ban on films which criticize the nation clearly reveals our immaturity in accepting criticism of ourselves. Perhaps time has come to examine ourselves in the light of what non-Indians think of us. Even if our national leaders are being criticized or a part of their personality or character is being questioned, maybe we should be mature enough to take the criticism in our own stride. There have been so many attempts at exploring the relationship or the nature of relationship between Pandit Nehru and Edwina Mountbatten. This kind of relationship would not be explored neither in our books nor in our movies because it was offending to the particular family. That is how there are people who are saying that our leaders are so thin-skinned that any sort of criticism, any small criticism of their lives is taken too seriously by their followers, and ultimately they use the clause of public order to ban that movie or that book. Similarly, bans on movies which raise modern issues of the condition of women in India, such as Water, or on issues of sexual identity, such as Gulabi Aina or Fire, again another important movie of Deepa Mehta, should not be banned. To shut one's eyes on films on such themes is to act like a proverbial ostrich burying his head. That means we have banned these movies. Why? Because we think that people are not ready to accept these kind of movies. People are not ready to accept that these are the problems that we as a society face. So it's like an ostrich. Whenever he faces a danger, he buries his head into the sand, assuming that there is no danger at all. So we should allow these creative expressions to take root in this country. Because what are these movies after all? These movies are a reflection of the society. Whatever is happening in the society, that is reflected and projected on the 70 screen. That is why if movies are the reflection of the society, we should allow all types of movies in this country, and ultimately people will be made aware about the pressing problems of our times. Second, the ban on movies or plays or books, you are arming the fringe elements in the country. That means if you're not happy with a particular movie or a book, all you have to do, take 10 or 15 followers outside, burn a public transport bus, or tear off few posters, or threaten few bystanders, and ultimately this movie will be banned. So ultimately what you're trying to do, you are giving more power to fringe elements, and these fringe elements are now becoming part of the mainstream. If you are giving more powers to the fringe element, that means you're supporting the rights of the minority over the majority. Yes, there will be people who will not be happy with a particular movie or a particular book, but the best way would be write a critical review of that movie, write a critical review of that book, write a counter-narrative book, or make a counter-narrative movie. That would be the best form of the protest. Clearly, I may not accept a particular movie, or I may not accept a particular play. Then what is the form of the protest? I can silently sit on a protest, having a placard at my hand and protest against that movie, but it is not my right to take the law in my own hands and burn public buses, burn public transport, threaten the individuals who want to go for a movie. That's not my right, because my fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression ends there where others' freedom of speech and expression starts. That's what is mentioned in this paragraph. Look at this closely. Second, unreasonable restrictions at the behest of fringe groups deprive the majority of the people their right to see and to enjoy good literature and good art. While we worry about the sentiments of a few, we ignore the rights of the many. By censoring films at the behest of a few, we strengthen the fringe groups, we arm them with the power to take law in their own hands and to undermine the rule of the law. Thus it becomes what? It becomes tyranny of the minority over the majority rights. When you ban a movie or a book, and that too in an era of information technology boom, it is counterproductive. Because you're banning a movie, but then you can download the torrent of that movie and you can watch it on your computer screen. You can download the PDF of a particular book and can read it at the comfort of your home. Such bans are farcical. Because these films which have been banned, they're easily available on the net. But what you're doing, such bans motivate people to break the law and to dilute the rule of law. Because although there are anti-piracy laws in this country, we break these laws to download the torrent of a movie or to download the PDF of a banned book. So that's what these bans do. They are farcical, and on ground they are unimplementable. Amartya Sen, in his book, The Argumentative Indian, has argued that there are many reasons why Indian democracy has flourished and survived. And one such reason why Indian democracy has flourished and survived is because we Indians have the ability to accept diverse thoughts, philosophies, cultures, and lifestyles. And that is how we have imbibed some of the good thoughts mentioned in different cultures, and we have become better Indians. Former President Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, in his book, The Hindu View of Life, has said that Indian civilization is based on assimilation. It is not based on extermination. So let the thoughts, let the noble thoughts come to us from all sides. There are people who protest that a particular movie is a Western movie and as such should be banned. This particular book goes against the Indian culture. This particular art form is not Indian. This particular book is international. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, if he would have been alive today, he would have made the same point again. He would have said that our culture is based on assimilation. We assimilate some of the important points, good points about different cultures. We do not exterminate different cultures present in our country. And that is what is mentioned in the Rig Veda as well. Ana Badraho Kratavu Yantu Vishwataha. Let the noble thoughts come to us from all sides. And that is what you need to understand from this clause, public order. That means in the garb of public order, on the basis of the excuse that a particular book, movie, or play will violate public order, we should not destroy the creative expressions of the people of this country. If you do not agree with the movie, you do not agree with the book, you do not agree with the play, don't watch it. Or write a critical review of that movie. Or prepare a counter-narrative movie. That would be the best form of protest. We should become tolerant of each other's ideas. We should become receptive of each other's ideas. And that is what Voltaire said. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend till death your right to say it. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, don't agree. But at the same time, don't lynch me for my thoughts. That is what you need to understand from this clause, public order. That means as of now, we have discussed 4 reasonable restrictions on your freedom of speech and expression. 1, sovereignty and integrity of the nation. Security of the state. Friendly relations with foreign countries. Public order. And the 5th one is decency or morality. What is decency or morality? It is the absence of obscenity, or lack of obscenity is what we call decency and morality. That means ultimately, if a creative expression is obscene, if a creative expression is immoral, then your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. Obscenity becomes a subject of constitutional interest. Why? Because there's a clash between the right of an individual to freely express his opinions and what if an individual wants to express his opinion through child pornography, through pornography. But this right to express yourself through pornography contests with the right of the state, because state has ultimately the right to protect the morals of the individuals, to safeguard the morals of the people of this country. So whenever there's a clash, it is the morality which will take a precedence, because on the ground of decency or morality, your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. But then there are others who say what is moral and what is immoral. These are subjective ideas. What is moral to you can be immoral to me, and vice versa. India is a land of Kama Sutra. And if India is the land of Kama Sutra, should pornography be banned in this country? Under the guise of protecting the morals and decency in the society? Look at movies, for example. If you look at the movies, or Bollywood, Hindi movies of 1950s, 60s, 70s, till today, these movies, after all, they are the reflections of the society. As I said, whatever is happening in the society, the same is projected onto the screen. The same is mentioned in the movies as well. If you look at the movies of 50s and 60s, they were mostly patriotic movies, because we just came out of colonialism. If you look at these movies are also talking about the problems of the farmers. These movies also talk about patriotism, because we came out of imperialism very soon. Then came the period of corruption in our society. And we needed somebody to fight corruption. And for that, we even thought that maybe there could be one individual who would come out of the masses and will destroy corruption in our society. And that is where the idea of a young, angry man came, Amitabh Bachchan. A young, angry man single-handedly destroying the system, single-handedly uprooting corruption in the society, fighting the system. So period of 90s was the period of this angry young Indian man. And then we entered into period of liberalization, privatization, globalization, and movies were made which catered to the interests or the likes and aspirations of the NRI Indians. That is how the likes of Aditya Chopra, Karan Johar, they made movies catering to NRI audience. And now we are witnessing a parallel cinema, because today people are becoming more and more receptive to good content. That is why we have seen small budget movies making big at the box office and becoming a sleeper hit at the box office. That means as the nation is growing, as the society is changing, so is changing our cinema as well. If you look at 1960s, a romantic or an intimate scene between an actor and the actress was projected on the screen by the kissing of the flowers. So when the flowers were kissing on the screen, we would assume that the actor and the actress are in an intimate relationship with each other. Now today we see full-blown romantic, erotic, intimate scenes projected on the screen. So what is moral today was immoral then. What was moral then may be immoral today. So morality or decency is subjective. So whose morality are we talking about? Whose decency are we talking about? This is what was the point of discussion. 1965, in Ranjit D. Udeshi versus State of Maharashtra, the book by D.H. Lawrence, a novel, Lady Chatterley's Lover. This book was banned. Why? On the ground of obscenity, on the ground of decency or morality. Because there were few passages in this book which were considered immoral, which were considered obscene. That is why this freedom of speech and expression was restricted. This book was banned. But later on, Supreme Court changed its position. There were only few passages in this book which were obscene. And on the basis of these few passages, the book was banned. Now, what the Supreme Court has said? Supreme Court has said, we will look at freedom of speech and expression and the concept of decency and morality, not from the prehistoric concept of morality, or not from the past concept of morality, but from the basis of the contemporary understanding of morality. That means, what are the contemporary standards of morality or decency in this country? On that basis, we may decide to restrict freedom of speech and expression. That means we will look at the current contemporary standards of decency and morality of the people of this country to decide whether a particular creative expression should be banned or not on the grounds of morality or decency. But on ground, what is happening? The former chairperson of CBFC, Central Board for Film Certification, which certifies movies in this country, it limited the duration of the kissing scene in a James Bond movie. Some of the erotic scenes in movies were restricted, were clipped or edited. That means what is happening? We are seeing the misuse of this clause, obscenity or morality, by the CBFC. How? CBFC is not a censor board. We do not have a censor board in this country. CBFC is only a certification board. That means it should certify that this type of movie should be watched by adults. That means of 18 plus age, and should give this movie an A certificate. If this movie is okay to be watched by any section of the society of any age group, then give it a U certificate, universal. Anybody can watch this movie. If parental guidance is required, maybe in this movie there is a lot of violence or there is a lot of sexual content and you don't want your kids to be exposed to this violence, then give it a UA certificate. Kids can watch this movie but under parental guidance. That means this is the only role of CBFC. You should certify films into various categories, into various certifications. Whether this movie can be watched by everybody or parental guidance is required, or this movie should be open to only adults. But ultimately, this CBFC has turned into a censor board and is violating the creative expressions of the artists and filmmakers in this country. That is something that should not happen. In fact, there was a committee set up by the government headed by noted director Shyam Benegal, who had recommended serious reforms in CBFC, which could prevent CBFC from turning into a censor board. But these recommendations have not been accepted by the government till date. But whatever it is, your freedom of speech and expression, you have a fundamental right, but there are reasonable restrictions imposed on your freedom of speech and expression. 1, sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign countries, public order, decency or morality. 6.1, contempt of court. When we talk about contempt of court, what does that mean? Judiciary is giving a verdict. If you don't follow that verdict, or if you criticize the Supreme Court verdict, if you attribute motives to a Supreme Court judge and you say that this is my freedom of speech and expression, ultimately what will happen? People's trust in judiciary will be destroyed. People's faith in judiciary will be eroded. That is something that we cannot give you. That means, yes, on one hand, you have your freedom of speech and expression, but at the same time lies the credibility of judiciary as a very important institution in this country, and we have to balance the both. We have to balance your freedom of speech and expression as well as the credibility and the stature of judiciary as an institution. This is where your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted on the grounds that you're committing contempt of court. And this contempt of court is of two types: civil contempt and criminal contempt. Civil contempt is taken very lightly by the judiciary, but criminal contempt is taken very seriously by the courts. What is civil contempt? What is criminal contempt? Let's understand that. Civil contempt, for example, this is a flat. This flat was rented out to me. I was staying in this flat for 11 months, 12 months. Now the owner of this flat has decided that he wants to sell this flat, and he requests me that please you vacate this flat. I'm not doing that. On top of that, I've stopped paying rent to this owner as well. The owner went to the court. The court issued an order that I have to vacate this flat, and ultimately I have to move out. But I'm refusing to obey the court order. That is civil contempt. Similarly, let's say, for example, court issued an order to me that you have to be present before us on this particular date at this particular time. But I'm willfully not obeying the court order, violating the court order. This is civil contempt. But this civil contempt is taken lightly by the judiciary. That means the judiciary will warn me again: if you do this again, we are going to book you, we are going to arrest you, we are going to put you behind the bars. And if I do it again, if I commit this contempt again, I will be put behind the bars. But criminal contempt is something very, very dangerous. What is criminal contempt? You are scandalizing, or you tend to scandalize. You are prejudiced, or you try to interfere in the administration of justice. What does that mean? Let me give you an example. The court has issued an order, and the court order is not acceptable to me. Then what I do, I attribute motives to the Supreme Court judge. I say this particular judge gave this verdict because he belongs to a particular religion, or he belongs to a particular caste. That means I am scandalizing the judge. I am scandalizing the judgment. I am saying that this particular judge gave this judgment because he belongs to a particular religion, he belongs to a particular caste. Is this my freedom of speech and expression? On paper, yes, because I can say whatever I want to say. But I cannot say whatever I want to say because there is a reasonable restriction on my freedom of speech and expression, and that is contempt of court. I should not commit contempt of court. Because if I use these languages, use these words, ultimately people's trust and faith in judiciary as an important institution of justice delivery in this country will be eroded, will be destroyed. Similarly, I can attribute motives to a judge, that this particular judge gave such a judgment because he was paid bribe. And ultimately, you are scandalizing, or you tend to scandalize the judgment, and ultimately what you do, you are eroding the people's faith in judiciary as a credible institution. This is not your freedom of speech and expression. And to punish people who commit contempt, who commit criminal contempt, we have a criminal contempt law which was passed by the parliament way back in 1971. But this Contempt of Court Act of 1971, it was itself misused by the judiciary. How? Now suppose, instead of scandalizing the judge, if an individual would make an honest observation about a particular judgment of the court would punish this individual on the charges of committing contempt of the court. That means let's assume for a while, there is a judgment given by the judiciary, but I don't agree with this judgment. Do I have the right to criticize this judgment? I should have, because that is part of my freedom of speech and expression. But whenever I would criticize the judgment of the court would punish me for contempt. Ultimately, this law was amended in the year 2006. And now two safeguards have been made available. Number one, unless the court is satisfied that the contempt is of such a nature that it substantially interferes or tends to interfere with the due course of justice. What does that mean? Let's say, for example, Sabarimala verdict is given by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says women of all age groups must pray at the Sabarimala. I'm writing an article, I'm criticizing this judgment of the Supreme Court, and I'm calling upon the people of Kerala that what you should do, you should come out on streets and deny those individuals, deny those women of menstruating age entry into the inner sanctum sanctorum of the Sabarimala temple. That means through my article, I'm asking the people of Kerala that you should block the entry of women into the Sabarimala temple. That means I'm trying to interfere with the administration of justice. If that is the case, ultimately, I can be booked for contempt of court. But if I'm just criticizing the Supreme Court judgment that you should not have interfered with the matters of faith, because Sabarimala temple is a matter of faith, it's not a matter of logic, then in that case, I'm not interfering with the administration of justice. I'm fairly criticizing the judgment of the court. That should not be deemed as contempt of court because that is part of my freedom of speech and expression. To make it even simpler for you, yes, you have the freedom of speech and expression, but it is not absolute. There are reasonable restrictions. One such reasonable restriction is contempt of court. Contempt of court is of two forms: civil contempt, criminal contempt. Civil contempt taken lightly by the judiciary with a warning, but criminal contempt taken very seriously by the judiciary. That means if you try to scandalize a judgment, if you try to scandalize a judge, if you try and attribute motives to a judge, if you are interfering with the administration of justice, you are committing contempt of court. And if you commit contempt of court, you can be booked under 1971 law. But even this 1971 law was misused by the judiciary. If I was honestly criticizing the judgment of the court, saying that judiciary has erred in this particular case, judiciary should not have given this judgment, even then I would have been punished for contempt. But then in 2006, two important amendments were made into this law. Number one amendment: if somebody is honestly criticizing the judgment, let him do that because that is part of your freedom of speech and expression. But through your freedom of speech and expression, through your speeches, through your writings, through your newspaper column, if you are forcing the people that you should obstruct the justice, if you are forcing the people that you should interfere with the delivery of justice in this country, then it is contempt and we will book you for that. And second, if the court permits truth as a valid defense in public interest or bona fide, in good faith. And what is that? Let me give you one example for that. In the first week of January 2013, two judges of the Supreme Court were hearing a case. And what was this case all about? One individual, Moninder Singh, few years ago, Moninder Singh had raped his daughter. When his daughter was raped, Moninder Singh was arrested, he was booked by the police, and Madhya Pradesh High Court, what it said this is the rarest of the rare case, death sentence should be given to Moninder Singh. But then Moninder Singh approached the Supreme Court said, no, this is not the rarest of the rare case, give life imprisonment to Moninder Singh. Moninder Singh was serving life imprisonment, but suddenly he was released on parole. for a few days, you are released on parole if you have some important work, if you have some family emergency, then you are released on parole, but then you are sent back to the jail once this parole period is over, for example, 15 days or 30 days. While Maninder Singh was on parole, he killed the daughter he had raped as well as his wife. Matter again went to the Madhya Pradesh High Court. Madhya Pradesh High Court said, you were on parole because you were serving your time in jail for raping your daughter. Now you have killed the same daughter and you have killed the wife. This is the rarest of the rare case. Death sentence should be given to you. Maninder Singh appealed before the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, no, not death sentence. Let's commute this death sentence to life imprisonment. Why? Maninder Singh may have been a threat to his family, but Maninder Singh is not a threat to society. When Maninder Singh is not a threat to society, so we cannot say this is the rarest of the rare case, so we are commuting this death sentence to life imprisonment. 2 weeks later, 3rd week of January 2013, the same Supreme Court is hearing another case. This time, the case, 7-year-old boy was kidnapped, was then killed. Matter went to the court. The accused in this case was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court. I won't name the judge, but one judge who delivered this Maninder Singh case, he was part of this case as well. What this judge said, ironically, this judge said, the killing of a 7-year-old boy, first the kidnap, and then killing of the 7-year-old boy is the rarest of the rare case, and as such, death sentence should be given to the accused. Why is it rarest of the rare case? The judgment said, imagine the plight of the family who has lost its only male child, who would have carried forward the family lineage. That means here, the Supreme Court has patriarchal bias. Supreme Court is looking at the case from the prism of whether the victim is a girl or a boy. And if the victim is a boy, it is the rarest of the rare case, because this boy would have carried forward the family lineage, whatever that means. If I were to ask you, which case fits, according to you, in the category of the rarest of the rare? This case, because here, an innocent girl was raped by his father, and then while on a parole, she was killed, her mother was also killed. I think this is rarest of the rare case. But Supreme Court is saying, no, this is the rarest of the rare case when a 7-year-old boy was kidnapped and killed, and this 7-year-old boy would have carried forward the family lineage, and as such, this is rarest of the rare case. Many journalists wrote about these two verdicts and then accused the judiciary and the judge of being patriarchal in his mindset. Then contempt of court proceedings were filed against these journalists, these writers who wrote against this judgment. But when the court found out that basically what these writers have written is based on truth, is based on facts of the case, they have not invented something on their own. They have only projected whatever is mentioned in the verdict and have written an analysis of that. So since truth is a valid defense in public interest, when writers are writing in public faith, ultimately you cannot be booked for contempt of court, scandalize a judgment, interfere with the administration of justice. It is contempt of court, and here you have no freedom of speech and expression. So that is another restriction on your freedom of speech and expression, contempt of court. Now there is 7th restriction on your freedom of speech and expression, and that is defamation. Clearly, that should be a reasonable restriction on your freedom of speech and expression. Because if I have the freedom to say whatever I want to say, I cannot accuse you of being a thief. I cannot accuse you of saying that you are a molester, or you are a rapist, or you are a murderer, or you have siphoned off public money, or you are holding public money in a foreign bank account, because you have the right to your reputation as well. My freedom of speech and expression ends there where your fundamental right begins. If I have the freedom of speech and expression, you have the right to reputation as your fundamental right as well, and I cannot tarnish your reputation. Does that mean I cannot say the truth? I can. If it is true that you are a rapist, and if I'm saying this, then I cannot be booked for defamation because I'm not defaming you. That's the truth. That's exactly what is happening in a Delhi court right now, where former Minister MJ Akbar has filed a defamation case against Priya Ramani. What is this case? Very briefly, so that you understand what this issue is all about. Me Too movement broke out in this country when Tanushree Datta leveled allegations against Nana Patekar that in a movie scene, in a song sequence, Nana Patekar had assaulted Tanushree Datta. Then many women came out with their stories of molestation and assault, where men in powerful positions have assaulted or molested women. One such individual was Priya Ramani. She wrote an article in Vogue magazine that a powerful editor, way back in the early 1990s, had tried to molest her. And then in a tweet, she said that his molester was nobody but MJ Akbar, who was then the Minister of State for External Affairs. Does Priya Ramani have the right to say whatever she wants to say? Yes. But that does not include the right to defame an individual. And then MJ Akbar filed a defamation case against Priya Ramani. Now, Priya Ramani can be convicted for defaming if all her allegations are proven untrue. But if allegations are proven true, that means it is proven that indeed MJ Akbar had tried to molest, had tried to assault, had tried to sexually assault Priya Ramani, then Priya Ramani would not be booked for this because ultimately she's speaking the truth. But if she's lying, then ultimately she can be booked because you don't have the freedom of speech and expression to defame somebody. A right to reputation is an integral part of Article 21 of the Constitution of India. And defamation is of two types. It can be either libel or slander. What is libel? If in writing you are accusing somebody of something he has not done. That means in writing, through your articles, through your books, you are defaming somebody. But what if through your speech you are defaming somebody? That is what we call slander. And right to free speech does not entitle one to violate right of others. But there is one problem with defamation laws in this country. Defamation today is both a civil wrong as well as criminal wrong. That means you can file a civil case as well as a criminal case if somebody has defamed you. But many people are arguing that this defamation should be retained only as a civil wrong in this country and not as a criminal wrong. Why? Let's understand the difference between a civil case and a criminal case. A civil wrong is a dispute between two individuals. A criminal wrong involves the state. How? Let's say, for example, you and me, we are having a dispute. This dispute can be matrimonial dispute. This dispute can be over a property. But since this dispute involves two individuals, it's a civil dispute. Clear? And only a civil case can be filed. But a criminal wrong involves the state. How? You are committing a wrong if it is against the state. For example, terrorism. You are killing somebody. You are throwing a bomb at a public place. But you are doing this because you are threatening the state. Since state is involved, it's a crime. Similarly, for example, waging war against the country. It's a crime because you are committing offense against the state. But now you will talk about Murder, rape. Why is murder or rape a crime against the state if these are individual offenses? That means this individual can murder this individual, this individual can rape this individual. If it's a dispute between two individuals, why is rape and murder a crime against the state and not a civil offense involving dispute between two individuals? Legitimate question. But we have to look at offenses, wrongs, on the basis of their impact as well. The impact of rape is you are not raping an individual woman, you are raping the entire community. The impact of this offense is so grave on the entire society. That is why the state has to punish those individuals who commit rape. Similarly, if you are murdering me, ultimately, if you are not punished by the state, what will happen? More and more people will try and take law in their own hands and commit murders. Since the state has a responsibility, has a duty to protect my liberty, to protect my life, and if you're murdering me, you're snatching my life, and the state has the right to defend my life, to protect my life, and if you snatch my life, the state will come into the picture and will say that it is as if you have killed me. That is why in a criminal case, the other party is the state. That means a civil case involves dispute between two individuals, and a criminal wrong involves dispute between an individual and the state. But then the state in a criminal case gets its own lawyer, uses its own resources to fight a particular criminal case. But in a defamation case, for example, I am defaming you. But why should state get involved and protect your dignity? Why should state get involved and punish me for defaming you? Why is state using its lawyer and resources to defend the reputation of you? For this to understand, we need to go back to the British era. Whenever an individual would level charges against an official, state official, would violate his reputation, would defame this individual, ultimately you are not defaming this individual. Since this official is working for the state and state is headed by the Queen, that means basically you are defaming the Queen. That means basically you are tarnishing the reputation of the Queen. That is why the Queen will use her lawyer and her resources to protect your dignity, to protect your reputation. But today, the British colonial era is over. Now we are in a democratic society. Even in England, defamation is only a civil wrong. It's not a criminal wrong. And it is high time that in India, defamation is declared as a civil wrong and not a criminal wrong. Because why should state use its lawyer and resources to defend my reputation? I'm free. In fact, there was a case filed in the Supreme Court by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, who argued before the Supreme Court that defamation should be declared as a civil wrong and not a criminal wrong. But the Supreme Court rejected this petition, and the status as of now is defamation is both a civil wrong as well as a criminal wrong in this country. And then we have the eighth ground on which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted, and that is incitement to an offense. It was added in 1951, State of Bihar versus Sheila Bala Devi. The Supreme Court said incitement to murder or any violent crimes would generally endanger the security of the state. Hence, a restriction against such incitement would be a valid law under Article 19, Clause 2. That means if I incite people to violence, I incite people to take up arms and commit offenses against the people, kill people, commit violent acts against the state. That means I'm inciting people to violence. I'm exercising my freedom of speech and expression, but I'm also inciting people to violence. That is not protected under my freedom of speech and expression, because a reasonable restriction can be imposed on the grounds of incitement to an offense. That means when we talk about freedom of speech and expression, this freedom of speech and expression is not absolute. That means it does not mean that you can say whatever you want to say, you can express whatever you want to express. There are reasonable restrictions, and there are 8 restrictions imposed on your freedom of speech and expression under Article 19, Clause 2 of the Constitution of India. Now let us look at other natural rights one by one. First up, Article 19, Clause 1, Clause B, right of assembly. Every single citizen in this country has a fundamental right. You have the right to hold meetings and to take out processions. That means right to assembly is a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause B. But there are some restrictions. What are these restrictions? Assembly must be peaceful and unarmed. That means when we talk about natural rights, the first natural right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A that we talked about, that was freedom of speech and expression. That means we are talking about natural rights. The first natural right that we discussed under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, that dealt with freedom of speech and expression. Now let's look at other natural rights one by one. Article 19, Clause 1, Clause B talks about right of assembly. That means you have, as a citizen of this country, a right to assemble peacefully without arms. Can this fundamental right be absolute? No, because there are reasonable restrictions that can be imposed. One such reasonable restriction can be, let's say, for example, it has to be a public place. You cannot enter my home and say, I have the right of assembly, I can assemble anybody, I can assemble anywhere without arms. See, I'm not carrying any arms with me, I'm not carrying AK-47 with me, I have the right of assembly. But this right of assembly is at a public place, not at a private place. But even at a public place, there are some reasonable restrictions that can be imposed. One such reasonable restriction is public order. Let's say, for example, in Gujarat, the Patels, who are asking for reservation. Their leader, Hardik Patel, he decides to assemble peacefully without arms at a public place. Is this a fundamental right? Yes. That means can permission be given for such a public meeting? Yes. But if the authorities believe or feel that if we allow this protest, it can violate public order, that means the people who will be protesting at this public place, although they have a fundamental right to assemble peacefully without arms, but what can happen? It might lead to breakdown of public order. The protesters might burn public buses, destroy public property, interfere with the freedom of others as well, because if you have the freedom to assemble peacefully, others have the freedom to move freely throughout the territory of this country. In that case, on the ground of public order, a public meeting can be denied. That means you cannot hold a public meeting, you cannot assemble peacefully without arms. Similarly, if it is against the sovereignty or the integrity of India, what if there are protesters who come out in large numbers and they want to secede from India? People from Jammu and Kashmir assembling on the streets of Srinagar and they want to secede from India. In such a situation, the right to assemble peacefully without arms can be restricted because such a meeting is against the sovereignty and integrity of India. And you need to understand that under this right to assemble peacefully without arms, it does not give you the fundamental right to strike. That means right to strike is not part of Article 19, Clause 1, Clause B. That is why we see, you might have heard of Section 141 has been imposed, Section 144 has been imposed, and it is on these grounds mentioned under the Indian Penal Code that your right to assemble peacefully without arms can be restricted. For example, under 141 of Indian Penal Code, the assembly of more than 4 people can be prohibited. Because more than 4 people, they might cause mischief in a particular public area, or they might commit a criminal trespass, ultimately breach the law and order. That is why more than 4 people band together. Similarly, Section 144 of IPC can be invoked, where if the magistrate, if the administration decides and they feel that if you allow a public meeting without arms at a public place, it might lead to breakdown of law and order. So forget about 4 or more people assembling together at a public place. We will ban the public meeting itself. That means no permission will be given to hold a public meeting at a particular public place. That means another natural right. Right to assemble peacefully without arms at a public place, it is your fundamental right. But this fundamental right is not absolute, because in the interest of law and order, public order, in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, even this fundamental right can be restricted. That means restrictions can be imposed on this fundamental right on the grounds of public order, on the grounds of sovereignty and integrity of India. That's another natural right under Article 19. Let's look at another fundamental right, another natural right under Article 19 that deals with Article 19, Clause 1, Clause C, right to form unions, associations, or cooperative societies. That means you have a fundamental right to form a students' union, for example, employees' association, resident welfare associations. That is your fundamental right. But can this fundamental right be absolute? Clearly no. Because if this fundamental right is absolute, does that mean you have the fundamental right to set up a terrorist organization, to set up an Islamic State or an Al-Qaeda? Clearly this cannot be your fundamental right without restrictions, because the restrictions are sovereignty and integrity of India. That means you cannot set up a terror organization and claim that setting up of this terror organization is my fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause C. Similarly, in the interest of the public order or morality. And what is this morality? That means you cannot set up a union, an association, a society of people who want to legalize pornography in this country. Since it is immoral, such an organization can be banned in this country as well. That means another natural right that we are talking about deals with a right to form unions, associations, or cooperative societies. That means political parties, clubs, societies, trade unions, companies, every body of persons is legal, constitutional. That is your fundamental right. But just like any other fundamental right, even this fundamental right is not absolute, because in the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India, public order and morality, this fundamental right can be restricted. Now there are 2 other fundamental rights, 2 other natural rights, but we will club them together, discuss them together, and I will ask you, what do you think is the reason behind incorporating these 2 natural rights under Article 19 of the Constitution of India? Article 19, Clause 1, Clause D talks about right of movement. That means as citizens of this country, you have the right to move freely throughout the territory of India. And another natural right is right to residence. That means as citizen of this country, you have a fundamental right that you can make any place in this country, any single area in this country as a place of your residence. What do you think is the intention of the Constitution makers to incorporate these 2 natural rights under Article 19 of the Constitution? Look at the preamble. Preamble talks about we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, political, equality of kind and of opportunity, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity, integrity, unity, and fraternity. Fraternity is something that we discussed in the preamble, a sense of common brotherhood, a sense of commonhood. And it is this sense of common brotherhood that is implemented by these 2 fundamental rights under Article 19. Right of movement. As citizens, you can move freely throughout the territory of India. North, south, east, west, so on and so forth. And as citizens of this country, you have the fundamental right that you can make any place the place of residence for you. And the reason is simple: to implement the concept of fraternity that is mentioned under the preamble of the Constitution. Because the purpose is to promote national feeling. And these important fundamental rights, can these 2 fundamental rights be absolute? No. There can be restrictions on these fundamental rights. And restrictions are on the grounds the interest of the general public and the protection of interests of any scheduled tribe. Interest of general public, what does that mean? For example, a few years ago in Bihar, we saw images, and these were disturbing images. What were these disturbing images? People were hanging onto the walls of an examination center. These were the parents of the students who were writing the exam inside the examination hall. They were passing on chits to their students. Ultimately, it is in such a situation that Section 141 of IPC is invoked. That means near an examination hall, Section 141 of the Indian Penal Code is imposed so that the assembly of more than 4 people is banned. That we are doing in the interest of the general public to ensure free and fair examination system. That means your right to movement is respected, but it is in the interest of the general public. Similarly, in the interest of the scheduled tribes in this country. Who are these tribes? We will discuss them in detail in our chapter Scheduled Areas when we will talk about Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 of the Constitution of India. But as of now, very briefly, tribes are aboriginals, the original inhabitants of this country. According to Aryan theory, although there are various people who dispute this Aryan invasion theory, but if you look at it, according to this theory, Aryans came from outside and pushed the original inhabitants of this country into the forests. And when these people were pushed into the forests, they maintained their identity. They maintained their distinctiveness. They maintained their original culture. Then the question arose, what are we going to do with these people? Are we going to assimilate them in the culture of the mainland India? Are we going to integrate them into the culture of the mainstream India? What are we going to do with them? Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and his advisor, Varian Albin, they decided that we should not interfere with these tribal people, with these aboriginals, because they have maintained their distinctiveness for centuries now. And we should allow them to develop along the lines of their own genius. Restrict people from mainstream India entering into the tribal area so that there is less contact between the people from the mainstream India and the tribal people. And it is for this reason that in many places, for example, in Arunachal Pradesh, for example, in Nagaland, for example, in Mizoram, we have a system called inner line permit. That means without a permit, without a legal document, you cannot enter into a tribal area to prevent the mixing of tribal and non-tribal people. That means this right to movement or this right to make residence, right to make any place in this country as the place of your residence. Yes, these are natural rights. Yes, these are fundamental rights. Yes, these are guaranteed to every single citizen in this country. But these fundamental rights are not absolute. There are restrictions on these fundamental rights. One, in the interest of the general public, restrictions can be imposed. One such restriction, I told you, examination hall. Another restriction, let's say, for example, there is an individual who is suffering from HIV/AIDS. He's HIV positive. We can prevent the movement of this individual from one place to another. Because after all, it's a communicable disease. We have to prevent such a situation from turning into a disaster. We have to prevent AIDS from turning into an epidemic in this country. And for that reason, people or patients suffering from HIV/AIDS, their movement can be restricted. Or there are people who are habitual offenders, who are violators of the law every single time. These people can be thrown from their state to another state. That means they can be exiled from their state. Or we can restrict their movement into their respective states again. That means we can prevent the movement of these people who are habitual offenders, and we can exile them from their respective states and prevent them from entering these states again for some time till they rectify their mistakes and in the interest of the scheduled tribes. For example, we saw last year Andaman and Nicobar Islands, there are tribal Sentinelese. They are completely aloof from the people of the mainstream India. And we saw that there was one American national who tried to enter this area of Sentinelese, and ultimately he was killed by arrows and bows in the Sentinelese island of Andaman and Nicobar. That means it is in the interest of the general public and it is in the interest of the scheduled tribes that restrictions can be imposed on these two fundamental rights, which is right of movement and right of residence. When we look at this right of movement, there are two dimensions. Movement can be internal movement and external movement. This internal movement within the territory of India, it comes under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause D. But so far as external movement is concerned, movement of people from India to abroad, that comes under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. That means right to travel abroad has been declared as a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India by the Supreme Court of this country. There was another natural right, Article 19, Clause 1, Clause F. It talked about a natural right to acquire a property and dispose of this property. But this fundamental right was deleted by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act way back in the year 1978. And why was it deleted? We will discuss this when we will discuss the chapter Directive Principles of State Policy. Then there is a last natural right that we have to discuss, a right of trade and occupation. All citizens of this country, because Article 19 is applicable only to the citizens of this country, all citizens have a right to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation or trade or business. That means you have a fundamental right to take up any profession, to carry on any occupation or any trade or business. Now you tell me, based on whatever understanding you have till now, can this fundamental right be uncontrolled? Can this fundamental right be absolute? No restrictions. There have to be restrictions. One such restriction is in the interest of the general public. For example, if I have an absolute fundamental right that I can take up any trade as part of my fundamental right, can I trade in banned substances, for example, narcotics, for example, contraband, for example, in psychotropic substances, for example, in drugs and substances that are used in the rave parties? No, I can't do that because in the interest of the general public, my trade or profession can be regulated. Similarly, prescribes professional or technical qualification. If this is absolute fundamental right that you can take up any occupation of your choice, that means in the afternoon, I will be here teaching you. In the evening, I will be constructing a road. And then morning, I will be performing a surgery on a patient. And somebody would ask me, how can you perform a surgery because you do not hold an MBBS degree? Or you cannot construct a bridge because you're not a civil engineer? I might well reply and say, this is my fundamental right. I can do whatever I want to do. If in the morning I want to construct a bridge, in the afternoon I want to teach, later on I want to practice law in the Supreme Court, and then at the end of the day, I want to perform a surgery on a patient. It is my fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause G. I can take up any profession as I want. But this fundamental right, luckily, is not absolute because reasonable restrictions can be imposed. One such reasonable restriction is in the interest of the general public. Second, professional or technical qualifications can be prescribed. That if you want to become a doctor, that's your fundamental right. Nobody can deny you that. But for that, you have to qualify an entrance examination. For that, you have to acquire a degree of MBBS. That's what is required. That's the limitation on your fundamental right. Similarly, state can carry on any trade or business. Government can carry on any trade and business and might exclude others from carrying out the same business. For example, space. For example, atomic energy. These are exclusive domains of the state. And the state can prevent outsiders, or the state can prevent its citizens or anybody from carrying on with this trade or activity as well. That means except state, no citizen can carry on trade activity in atomic energy or space. That can be the reasonable restriction under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause G. So what have we discussed in this lecture? We talked about in detail, strictly from the examination point of view, what is Article 19? Article 19 applicable only to the citizens of this country. And under Article 19, we have a list of natural rights. Those rights which occur naturally to an individual because of birth. Then we had to discuss one article in great detail, and that is freedom of speech and expression. Say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express, that's your fundamental right. And within Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, so many rights have been given to us which were not originally part of the Constitution. For example, flying of national flag, right to information. For example, the information that you are seeking from a candidate contesting election, right to silence as well, freedom of press as well, an integral part of Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A. But this fundamental right is not absolute because there are reasonable restrictions, and 8 such restrictions have been imposed by Article 19, Clause 2. Sedition is not a ground on the basis of which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. Kedarnath Singh case 1962, Balwant Singh case 1995, Shreya Singhal case 2015, Supreme Court has made it absolutely clear. Advocate whatever you want to advocate, propagate whatever you want to propagate, but don't incite people to violence. Then we talked about other natural rights. Right to assemble peacefully without arms, right to form unions, associations, and cooperative societies, right to travel freely throughout the territory of this country, right to make any place as the place of residence, right to take up any profession, trade, or economic activity. All these fundamental rights, all these natural rights are available to the citizens of this country, but these rights are not absolute because reasonable restrictions are also imposed. That is it that you need to know regarding Article 19. But now what about sedition, which comes under Section 124, capital A of the Indian Penal Code? Sedition is not a reasonable restriction on your freedom of speech and expression. That means when we talk about freedom of speech and expression under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, you can say whatever you want to say, you can express whatever you want to express, but this fundamental right is not absolute, it comes under reasonable restrictions, and there are 8 reasonable restrictions imposed under Article 19, Clause 2. Sedition is not one of those 8 restrictions. What is sedition? This sedition law is part of our Indian Penal Code since 1870s. Let me tell you the background of this. But first you need to understand what this sedition is. The text of Section 124, capital A says, whoever, by words, whether these words are spoken or written, or by signs or by visible representation, brings or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government established by law in India, shall be punished with imprisonment for life, to which fine may be added, or with imprisonment, which may be extended to 3 years, to which fine may be added, or with fine. What does that mean? Whoever will use freedom of speech and expression through words, whether these are spoken or written, and if through these words you are trying to promote disaffection towards the government established by law, that is sedition. That means if you are trying to promote disaffection towards the government established by law, that is sedition, and you can be sentenced to life imprisonment as well. What was the basis for incorporating this law in the Indian Penal Code? We need to understand that in 1870s and 1870s onwards, many organizations were set up, and the primary intention of these organizations was to educate the masses of this country, because we were under colonial administration. If we had to overthrow this colonial rule, we had to first educate the people of this country that we are under colonial rule, because majority of the people at that point in time, they were unaware that we are under a foreign rule, because they thought that we had been under foreign occupation for centuries, and we are continuing to do that. At that point in time, it was important for the people and organizations to educate the people, to create awareness that we are under a foreign rule, to promote some level of disaffection towards this foreign rule. Because it is only when disaffection is promoted against this foreign government can we sow the seeds of nationalism, and ultimately we can overthrow this foreign rule. This is where the British government, they decided that we need to have a law which should penalize those who are promoting disaffection against our government. So basically all these nationalist leaders would be arrested if they try to promote disaffection against our foreign government. So basically all these nationalist leaders would be arrested if they try to promote disaffection against the government which was established by law in India. So primary intention of the sedition law was to restrict nationalist feelings, was to prevent the development of national sentiments amongst the people of this country. And you might have read in your modern history how Bal Gangadhar Tilak was arrested under sedition. Later on, Mahatma Gandhi was also arrested under sedition. Hilariously, when Bal Gangadhar Tilak was arrested under sedition and he was sentenced to 6 years in jail, the prosecution could not prove that he is promoting disaffection against the government established by law. And even Bal Gangadhar Tilak said, I am not in any way promoting disaffection against this government. But then the judge said, yes, we know you are not promoting disaffection against our government, but there is absence of affection as well. And it is because of this absence of affection that we are sentencing you for sedition and sentencing you 6 years in jail. But later on in 1920s, when Mahatma Gandhi was arrested, Mahatma Gandhi said, yes, I am guilty of sedition, but I think it is my right to promote disaffection against that government which is working against the interests of the people of this country. So sedition law was primarily targeted at nationalist leaders to prevent the nationalist sentiment from getting generated. But later on, when India got independence, what was the status of this sedition law, considering the fact that we have freedom of speech and expression. The first case was Kedarnath Singh, 1962. Here the Supreme Court had to decide whether this sedition law should continue because we have freedom of speech and expression. Because when you say you have freedom of speech and expression, it is not absolute. One such restriction is sovereignty of India, security of the state. Clear? But can you criticize the government? Yes. Can you promote the disaffection towards the government? Yes. Can you write articles promoting disaffection against the government? Yes. That's what Supreme Court said in Kedarnath Singh, 1962. In this case, the Supreme Court said we have to narrowly interpret this sedition law because on one hand, we have freedom of speech and expression. So we have to balance freedom of speech and expression and the sedition law. What Supreme Court said, you can say whatever you want to say, you can express whatever you want to express, but don't incite people to violence. That means when you are promoting disaffection against the government established by law, you can do that, but don't incite people to violence. Don't incite people to violence so that they pick up arms and overthrow the state. That is something which you should not do because that is not your freedom of speech and expression. Later on, when Operation Blue Star was over, Operation Blue Star, when Indian Army stormed the Golden Temple at Amritsar in Punjab to flush out the militants who were hiding inside the Golden Temple, when this Operation Blue Star was over, naturally it affected the sensibility of the Sikh population. It affected the religious sentiments of the Sikh population because the holiest of the Sikh shrines in India was stormed by the Indian Army. There were protests, and some of the protesters raised the slogans such as Raj Karega Khalsa, Khalistan Zindabad, because there were some elements in Punjab which wanted a separate state for Sikhs, and this separate state or separate country for Sikhs would be called Khalistan. Matter went to the court. Balwant Singh versus State of Punjab. Protesters were arrested for raising slogans against the sovereignty of India. The Supreme Court said, no, all these protesters should be set free. Supreme Court said slogans, no matter how much unpalatable they are, these slogans cannot be deemed seditious unless and until there is violence. That means no matter what you say, even if you are saying something against the country as well, but if you are saying something against the country, but it leads to violence, then it is seditious. Then you can be booked for sedition. But slogans, no matter how unpalatable they are, if they do not lead to incitement to violence, if they do not lead to violence, it cannot be deemed as seditions, and ultimately this case was dismissed. Later on, in 2015, Shreya Singhal versus Union of India. In this case, the Supreme Court perhaps, for the first time, explained what this speech is. Supreme Court said, advocate whatever you want to advocate. That's your fundamental right. Propagate whatever you want to propagate. That's your fundamental right. But don't incite people to violence. That means sedition can be invoked only when there is violence. If there are speeches, no matter how unpalatable they are, but if they do not lead to violence, you cannot be booked for sedition. Then something happened at Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, JNU. JNU decided to organize an event in Delhi in Jawaharlal Nehru University against the idea of capital punishment because they thought that in a civilized society, there should be no capital punishment, there should be no death penalty. At this event, slogans were raised. Kashmir ki azadi tak jang rahegi. Till Kashmir is liberated, we shall fight. Bharat ki barbadi tak jang rahegi. Till India is destroyed, we shall fight. And ultimately, few students were arrested. The president of JNU Students' Union, Kanaya Kumar, was arrested. Another individual, Omar Khalid, was arrested. And they were booked under sedition. The case is still pending, but many people argue that these individuals have been arrested on the wrong grounds of sedition because sedition does not apply in this case. Why? Sedition is when you are using words, whether spoken or written, and they incite people to violence. Because the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in Kedarnath Singh case 1962, in Balwant Singh case in 1995, in Shreya Singhal case 2015, Supreme Court has clearly said, say whatever you want to say, advocate whatever you want to advocate, propagate whatever you want to propagate, but don't incite people to violence. That means basically Maoists in this country. Maoists or Naxalites, their primary intention is to overthrow the state. They want to overthrow the state through violent means. That means they pick arms, and through these arms, they want to overthrow the state. And that is why Maoists and Naxalites and terrorists can be booked under sedition. But if there are activists who are protesting, who are promoting disaffection against the government, but they do not incite people to violence, it cannot be sedition because Supreme Court verdicts are clear on this matter. Advocate, propagate, but don't incite people to violence. Because even incitement to violence or an offense is one of the reasonable grounds under which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. This is all that you need to know regarding Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which talks about freedom of speech and expression. Let us now look at Article 20 of the Indian Constitution, protection in respect of conviction for offences. And here we shall have to discuss three important clauses under Article 20. 20 Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3. You don't have to remember what is Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3, but you have to understand the concept behind Article 20 Clause 1, Clause 2, and Clause 3. And let me explain all these three clauses one by one, beginning with Article 20 Clause 1. But for this, let me give you a hypothetical situation, and through this hypothetical situation, you will be in a position to understand what exactly is Article 20 Clause 1. Let's assume for a while that this is a room, and there is a door. If you knock at the door and you enter into this room, it is not a crime. That means knocking at the door of this room, entering into this room, it is not a crime. And today, if you do that, if you commit this act, that means you knock at the door, you enter into this room, you will not be arrested. Because what you have done is not a crime. The act that you have committed, knocking at the door, entering into the room, it is not a crime. That means you will not be arrested. But 1 month later, or 1 year later, the law is changed. Now the law states that anybody who knocks at the door, enters into the room, it is an act of crime for which the maximum punishment will be 5 years, 10 years, or life imprisonment. After this law has been passed, if then you knock at the door, enter into this room, then you can be arrested because you have violated a law. This is exactly what Article 20 Clause 1 talks about. That means no person shall be convicted of any offense except for violation of the law in force at the time of the commission of the act charged as an offense. That means today, if you're knocking at the door, you enter into this room, it is not a crime. Clear? But 1 month later, now the law states anybody who knocks at the door and enters into the room, it is a crime for which the maximum punishment is 5 years, 10 years, or life imprisonment. After this law has been passed, if you knock at the door, you will be arrested. But 1 month earlier, this is the law that has been passed today, that anybody who knocks at the door, enters into the room, it is an act of crime for which the maximum punishment is 5 years, 10 years, or life imprisonment. The law has been passed today. But 1 month earlier, 1 month before this law was passed, if you had committed this act, that means you had knocked at the door, entered into the room, you will not be arrested. Because when you committed this act, when you knocked at the door, at that point in time, there was no such law which should have penalized this act. There was no such law which should have got you arrested for committing this act. This is exactly what Article 20, Clause 1 talks about. Now let's take up another part of Article 20, Clause 1. And for that, let me give you a real life example. December 2012, in a moving bus, Nirbhaya was gang raped. She was raped in such a grotesque manner that iron rods were inserted into her intestines, which even ruptured her intestines. This was a horrific crime for which the maximum possible punishment should have been given to those who were guilty of this crime. But one of the individuals who was accused of this crime was a juvenile. And who is a juvenile? Anybody who is less than the age of 18 years. In 2012, when this act was committed, when this rape was committed, at that point in time, we had a law called Juvenile Justice Act of the year 2000. This law stated that any juvenile who is less than 18 years, if this juvenile commits any act, any crime, he should be punished? Yes. But maximum possible punishment that should be given to this juvenile is 3 years. And that too, not in a regular jail, but in a reform home. What are we talking about? Article 20, Clause 1. What Article 20, Clause 1 talks about? That today, if you are committing an act, if it is a crime, you will be arrested. If you commit this act and it is not declared that this act is a crime, you will not be arrested for that. Because clearly, no law states that this act is a crime. But later on, subsequently, if this act has been declared as a crime, then you can be arrested. But only if you commit this act again after the law has been passed. That means today, for example, if you knock at the door and you enter into this room, it is not a crime. But after 1 month, the law has been passed that anybody who knocks at the door, enters into the room, it is an act of crime. If you commit this act again, then you will be arrested. But the act that you committed before this law was passed, 1 month before the law was passed, for this act, you cannot be arrested. Because when you committed this act, it was not a crime. That's one part of Article 20, Clause 1. Second part, Nirbhaya was gang raped in a moving bus. One of the perpetrators of this horrific crime was a juvenile. And at that point in time, what was the law? The law was Juvenile Justice Act of the year 2000. What the law stated? Any juvenile who is less than the age of 18, if he commits any crime, maximum possible punishment that can be awarded to this juvenile is 3 years. That too, not in a regular jail, but in a reform home. Subsequently, what happened? In the year 2015, Juvenile Justice Act was amended. And this Juvenile Justice Act stated that any child or any juvenile in the age group of 16 to 18, if he commits a crime, he can be tried as an adult. When he can be tried as an adult, that means the maximum punishment given can be life imprisonment as well. But you tell me, this juvenile who committed this gang rape in December 2012, will he be arrested under this law or will he be arrested or prosecuted under this law? That means when this juvenile committed the crime, what was the act in operation at that point in time? What was the law in operation at that point in time? Juvenile Justice Act of 2000, under which the maximum punishment is 3 years. But when the case was going on, while the case was pending in the court of law, while the case was pending in the courts in this country, the parliament passed a law which stated that if any juvenile commits a crime in the age group of 16 to 18, and it is a heinous crime, one such heinous crime is a rape, gang rape, this juvenile can be tried as an adult and the maximum punishment given to this individual can be life imprisonment as well. Now for this juvenile, will he be given life imprisonment or will he be given a sentence of only 3 years? He will be given a sentence of only 3 years. Why? That's the second part of Article 20, Clause 1. Nor be subjected to a penalty greater than that which might have been inflicted under the law in force at the time of the commission of this offense. That is Article 20, Clause 1. And if we summarize what Article 20, Clause 1 is, in simple words, if I have committed an act, if this act is mentioned in the law that this act is a crime, I will be arrested. If this act is not mentioned in the law that it is a crime, I will not be arrested. But subsequently, if the law changes and it is mentioned that now this act is an act of crime, I will be arrested. But not for what I did prior to the commencement of the law. Not what I did prior to the enactment of the law. That means after the enactment of the law, if I commit the act again, I will be prosecuted for that. That is what is similar to a concept in United States of America, no ex post facto laws of US Constitution. That means whenever a criminal law is passed, this criminal law cannot be given a retrospective effect. This law can only be given prospective effect. What is the difference? Let's say, for example, this Juvenile Justice Act was passed in the year 2015, right? Since it is a criminal law, this criminal law can enter into force at a later date. That means this criminal law can enter into operation, can enter into force after 2015. You can't say that this is a criminal law which has been passed by the parliament in 2015, but this law shall be applicable from a previous date. That means from 2012, 2011, 2010. This can't happen. That means for a criminal law, you cannot give retrospective effect to a criminal law. That's Article 20, Clause 1. That means an act that was lawful when done cannot be declared or made unlawful or made an offense by a law made after the commission of an act. That means to make it even simpler for you, I'm teaching you right now. Is it a crime? It's not a crime. But tomorrow, a law is passed, and this law states that anybody who teaches like this is a criminal for which the punishment is 2 years. If after the law has been passed, if I start teaching you again like this, it is a crime, I will be booked for this. But you can't say that now anybody who teaches like this, it is an act of crime, and this law shall enter into force from a previous date. That means right now, I'm teaching you, it is not a crime. But later on, the law has been passed, it declares that this is a crime, and even those who did this act prior to the commencement of the act, all those are also criminals. That is something which is not allowed under Article 20, Clause 1, no retrospective effect to a criminal legislation. But what about civil legislations? What about civil laws? Civil laws can be given a retrospective effect. For example, there is one law, DAR, General Anti-Avoidance Rules, which you would read in Indian economy. This provision was given retrospective effect as well. But since it is a civil law, civil laws can be given retrospective effect. Criminal laws cannot be given retrospective effect. That means Article 20, Clause 1 binds the legislature. It is a restriction, a limitation on the legislature, that legislature cannot pass a criminal law and give it a retrospective effect. Legislature can pass a criminal law, but for that, the effect should be prospective, not a retrospective. That's Article 20, Clause 1 for you. Now let's look at Article 20, Clause 2. No person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than once. What does that mean? Let me give you a hypothetical situation. I committed murder. When the case went to the court said, yes, you are guilty and you are sentenced to 14 years in jail. Why? Because I murdered an individual A. Then I was sent to jail. I spent 14 years in jail because I killed this individual, murdered this individual A. After I served my time, after the 14 years are over, now I'm coming out of the jail. I want to live my life now. After I'm released from the jail, suddenly the police is arresting me again and producing me before the court of law. For what crime? I murdered this individual A. When I will be brought before the judiciary, before the court, I will ask the court that, dear court, yes, I have committed this murder, but for this murder, for murdering gentleman A, I have already served 14 years in jail. For the same offense, how can I be arrested again? The court will say, no, this is something which is not possible because no person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than once. This is Article 20, Clause 2, and this is based on the maxim, nemo debe bis vixari. A man shall not be brought into danger for one and the same offense more than once. But let me give you another hypothetical situation. I am a terrorist. I entered into the Taj Hotel and I killed individuals. When I am brought before the judiciary says you are guilty, you hang till death. Judiciary also says that you will be given life imprisonment. Judiciary also says that you shall be given 10 years imprisonment. Judiciary also says that you will be given 5 years imprisonment. Judiciary also says that you have to pay the fine as well. That means for one act, these many punishments. That is why if you read newspapers, a terrorist has been arrested and this terrorist has been sentenced to multiple imprisonments or multiple sentences for the same act. That means he has been sentenced to life imprisonment, 10 years, 14 years, fine, 5 years, so on and so forth. How is that possible? Is it not violation of Article 20, Clause 2, which says no person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than once? No, it is not a violation. Why? Because I'm a terrorist. When I'm a terrorist, I enter into the Taj Hotel, I kill the people. Offenses are many. There are different offenses for which I shall be charged with. Offense number 1, waging war against the country. Offense number 2, murder, because I've killed individuals. Offense number 3, I might have injured few people. That means attempt to murder. Offense number 4, Arms Act. Offense number 5, so on and so forth. Offense number 6, 7, 8, 9, so on and so forth. That means offenses are many. And for waging war against the country, which is the highest act of crime, I was awarded death sentence. For murder, I was awarded life imprisonment. For attempt to murder, I was awarded 5 years. For Arms Act, I was awarded 5 years imprisonment. That means when an individual commits a crime, he might be violating various different laws. And for all these violations, they will constitute separate offenses, and separate offenses will have to be awarded separate sentences as well. That is Article 20, Clause 2. And this is similar to the US concept of double jeopardy. That means for the same offense, a person shall not be punished or prosecuted more than once. But let me tell you another example. Lalu Prasad Yadav, he was a member of the parliament, and as member of the parliament, he was convicted by the judiciary in a fodder scam. So when he was convicted in the fodder scam, he was sentenced to jail. But at the same time, what happened? He was disqualified from being a member of the parliament. That means for the same offense, fodder scam, 2 punishments are given to Lalu Prasad Yadav. He has been sentenced to jail, as well as he has been disqualified from Lok Sabha. How is that possible? Similarly, for example, if you are an IAS officer, you have indulged in corruption, and you have been arrested under Prevention of Corruption Act, and under Prevention of Corruption Act, 10 years imprisonment has been given to you because you have been convicted in a corruption case. Based on this conviction, you have been dismissed from Indian Administrative Service as well. That means you have committed one offense, corruption. And for that, there are 2 punishments given to you, 10 years imprisonment as well as dismissal from IAS. Is it not a violation of double jeopardy? Is it not a violation of Article 20, Clause 2, which says no person shall be punished or prosecuted for the same offense more than once? No, it is not. Why? What is Article 20, Clause 1? Article 20, Clause 1 is applicable on the legislature. That means legislature cannot pass a criminal law and give it a retrospective effect. That means Article 21 binds the legislature. That legislature, parliament, cannot enact a criminal law and give it a retrospective effect. Article 20, Clause 2 binds the judiciary. That means judiciary cannot punish an individual for the same offense more than once. But based on this conviction by the judiciary, if the parent department tries to dismiss an individual, if the President of India tries to disqualify an MP, it is not violation of double jeopardy because President is the head of the executive. And Article 20, Clause 2 is binding on judiciary. Similarly, for IAS, the parent department is Department of Personnel and Training. DOPT is not judiciary. So 20 Clause 2, which prohibits double jeopardy, is not binding on this department. That is why double jeopardy is not violated when an individual commits a crime, and for that crime, based on the conviction in a particular crime, your parent department tries to take disciplinary action against you. That is Article 20, Clause 2. And that is what in the United States is called double jeopardy. Now let's look at Article 20, Clause 3. And Article 20, Clause 3, let me make it very simple for you to understand. Let's assume for a while that a murder has been committed. When this murder has been committed, the police is investigating this murder, and the police is arresting you. When the police is arresting you, as a police officer, I'm investigating this case. I'm asking you, have you committed this crime? If you say yes, that means yes, I have committed this crime, and I will treat this as an evidence. That means what I will do, I will produce you before the judiciary and tell the judiciary, dear judiciary, here is this individual who has confessed to his crime. He says, yes, I saw myself killing this individual, please punish me. This is something which is not allowed under Article 20, Clause 3. No person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. Why? What is the logic behind this? The logic is that all the murder cases, rape cases would then be solved. Why? Because the police can accuse anybody, police can torture this individual to such an extent that at the end of the day, he confesses to his crime. When he confesses to his crime, he becomes a witness in that case. And when he is produced before the judiciary, he says, yes, I'm a witness to this crime because I committed this crime, I murdered this individual, please punish me. That means by this logic, if anybody could be compelled to become a witness in his own case, by that logic, no case will remain unsolved because the police can force anybody, even if he is innocent. Even if there are innocents who have been accused of committing a crime, they will be tortured in the jails, they will be forced to become witness against themselves, and when they are produced before the judiciary, they accept their guilt despite the fact that they are innocents, and ultimately they will be prosecuted by the judiciary. But that is Article 20, Clause 3, which prevents this from happening. No person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. That means the executive, the police, has to independently verify, investigate, and prove whether he has committed this crime or not. That means if you're accusing this individual of committing a crime, you have to gather evidence as well. You have to gather foolproof evidence, and this foolproof evidence can then decide whether this person has committed this crime or not. This is similar to the Fifth Amendment of the US Constitution, which provides that no person shall be compelled in any case to be a witness against himself. That means the police has to independently verify whether this individual has committed this crime or not, and these are the evidences against this accused. But then the question on your mind is, most of these terrorism-related cases, they are solved on the basis of the confessions made by the terrorists. That means if no person shall be compelled to become a witness against himself, what are these confessional statements after all? Because there are terrorists, there are criminals who confess to their crimes. Yes, we have committed this crime. Then isn't this confessional statement violation of Article 20, Clause 3? Let me give you an explanation for that. Article 20, Clause 1 is binding on legislature. That means legislature cannot enact a criminal law and give it a retrospective effect. Legislature can only pass a criminal law and give it a prospective effect. Article 20, Clause 2 is binding on judiciary. That means judiciary cannot prosecute and punish an individual for the same offense more than once. And Article 20, Clause 3 is binding on executive. That is why, if I am a terrorist, I give my confessional statement before the police. It is not valid. Confessional statement, in order to be valid, should be given before the judiciary. That means this confessional statement should have been given before the magistrate, before a judge. Only then this confessional statement can be treated as an evidence. Because the judge can ask this accused individual, were you under pressure when you gave this confessional statement? You tell us clearly. You should not be under duress, you should not be under threat, you should not be under coercion. You tell us whether you have committed this crime or not. Let me give you a real life example for this. Afzal Guru, he was accused of orchestrating attack on the Indian Parliament in the year 2001. Then when he was arrested, the police presented Afzal Guru in front of the media, and in front of the media in a much publicized press conference, Afzal Guru accepted his guilt and said, yes, I have committed this crime, I have orchestrated this crime, so on and so forth. He confessed to a lot of many things. But when this confessional statement was produced before the judge threw this evidence away. The judge said it is not valid because this confessional statement Afzal Guru has given in front of the media, in front of the police, and this confessional statement is a violation of Article 20, Clause 3, which says no person shall be compelled to become a witness against himself. This confessional statement, in order to be valid, should have been given in front of the magistrate, in front of the judiciary. Only then Article 20, Clause 3 could not have been violated. That means Article 20, Clause 3, no person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself, is applicable, is binding on the executive. That means executive has to independently verify and prove whether this individual has committed this crime or not. That means confessional statement given to a police officer, invalid, but confessional statement given before a judge, given before the judiciary, is a valid document of witness. But what about these tests that are normally prescribed? For example, brain mapping, polygraph, lie detector test, so on and so forth. What is the constitutional validity of these tests? Prior to 2010, lie detector, narco analysis, polygraph, brain mapping, all these tests were allowed. But in 2010, in Selvi versus State of Karnataka, the Supreme Court said involuntary admission, involuntary, that means forced, of scientific tests such as narco analysis, polygraph, they violate Article 20, Clause 3, as well as a right to privacy. That means, let's say, for example, there's a murder, and I'm accused of committing this murder. Now I have been forced to undergo narco analysis. That means some chemicals are injected into my bloodstream, and I'm in a subconscious state, and then the questions are asked to me. Have you committed this crime? Where is the dead body? Where is the murder weapon? Why did you commit this crime? What was the motive behind this? When all these questions are asked to me, it is possible that I will not only reveal the answers to these questions, but I will also reveal some of the most intimate parts of my personal lives. But ultimately, if you are forcing somebody to reveal some intimate details about yourself, that is violation of right to privacy. And right to privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. That's number one. Number two, if I have been subjected to narco analysis, that means chemicals have been injected into my bloodstream, and now the questions have been asked to me. In a subconscious mind, I'm answering these questions. And whatever I answer, ultimately, all these answers might be treated as an evidence, as a witness. That means all these answers will then be used against me, and all those answers, ultimately, what will happen? These answers will be treated as an evidence against me, and this is the violation of Article 20, Clause 3, because this test is involuntary. I have been forced to undergo this test. That means I have been forced to become a witness in my own case. And that is what Supreme Court said in Selvi versus State of Karnataka. Brain mapping, narco analysis, lie detector test, all these are violative of Article 20, Clause 3, as well as right to privacy, which is a fundamental right under the Constitution of this country. But Article 20, Clause 3, however, does not bar voluntary administered tests. That means if I'm an accused in a particular case, and the police is forcing me to undergo lie detector, narco analysis, polygraph, the police can't do that. That's violation of Article 20, Clause 3. But if I volunteer for this, please administer lie detector, narco analysis, brain mapping for me because I know I am innocent. In that case, the police will have to seek the permission of the High Court concerned, and then if the High Court gives the permission, these tests can be prescribed on me, these tests can be imposed on me. But what is this DNA fingerprinting or DNA analysis? Let's say, for example, a murder took place here. At this crime scene, you will see that there's a strand of hair. That means this strand of hair, and we have to match the strand of hair with the DNA of the accused. If there is a match, that means ultimately what will happen? We can safely assume that there is a circumstantial evidence against this accused. There are circumstances which link this accused to the crime scene, and we will ask questions to this accused. What were you doing here? And if he's not in a position to give satisfactory answer, we can safely assume that he's a murderer, and ultimately we will start prosecuting him. This DNA fingerprinting, is it constitutional or unconstitutional? Supreme Court said it is constitutional. Why? Supreme Court said, why narco-analysis, brain mapping, lie detector tests are unconstitutional? Because these are not scientifically proven that they are 100% accurate. Why? Because the result of these tests depend upon whether an individual has been forced to undergo these tests or an individual is voluntarily giving these tests. What am I trying to say? That means I have been accused of a murder. Now I'm shivering. I know I have not committed this crime, but I have been subjected to narco-analysis. And in narco-analysis, I might even say, yes, I have committed this crime because I'm under extreme pressure. I'm under extreme duress. I have been forced to accept my crime. And when I'm forced to accept my crime, ultimately in my subconscious mind, I'm accepting, yes, I have committed this murder. That means the result of these tests might change depending upon whether you have been forced to undergo these tests or you are undergoing these tests voluntarily. But DNA fingerprinting, the result of these tests won't change whether you have been forced to give your DNA samples or you are voluntarily giving your DNA samples. That's Article 20, Clause 3 for you. But now let me recap Article 20 for you. Article 20, Clause 1, it prohibits the legislature that you should not enact a criminal law and give it a retrospective effect. But for civil laws, you can give a retrospective effect. That means no person shall be convicted of any offense except for violation of the law in force at the time of the commission of the act. That means this Article 20, Clause 1 bars the legislature from enacting an ex post facto criminal legislation. Clear? Article 20, Clause 2, it's binding on the judiciary. That means no person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than once. Article 20, Clause 3, no person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. That means brain mapping, polygraph, lie detector, all these tests are unconstitutional. But all these tests can be prescribed if the judiciary is convinced that we need certain clues regarding this crime. And for that, only the High Court can give the permission. What does that mean? Let me give you an example. There's one lady, Indrani Mukherjee. She was the top executive as well as the co-owner of INX Media, which ran NewsX channel. Ultimately, she was arrested on the allegations that she murdered her daughter, Miss Sheena Bora. And then the police said, to get to the clue, we need to conduct narco-analysis, brain mapping, or polygraph tests on Indrani Mukherjee. But only the High Court concern could give this permission. Because after 2010, all these tests have been declared unconstitutional by the judiciary. So even if these tests are to be prescribed, the High Court concern should give the permission. And even then, whatever the result of these tests, those results will not be treated as evidence. Then why prescribe these tests? Let me give you a hypothetical situation, for example. Let's assume I'm accused of murder. But the police is making no headway in this murder case. They are not in a position to find the murder weapon. They're not even in a position to find the dead body. So what the police does, the police approaches the High Court that we have to prescribe lie detector, brain mapping, polygraph test on this accused. If the judiciary is convinced, this test can be prescribed on me. That means only under the instructions of the High Court can such a test be prescribed on me. And when this test is prescribed, whatever answers I'm giving in this test, those answers will not be treated as an evidence. Then why prescribe this test? Why? There's a big reason for that. Because when these tests are performed on me, I might give a clue, where is the murder weapon? I might give a clue, where is the dead body? I might give a clue, what was the time exactly when this act of crime was committed? So that if this murder weapon is retrieved, this murder weapon which has been retrieved can be used as an evidence. If this dead body is received based on the answers that I give to my subconscious mind, then this body can be treated as an evidence. If I give out the time at which I have committed this crime, then what will happen? Then this time and my location at this particular time will be matched so that it can be proven that I was present at the scene of crime and ultimately I am guilty of committing this murder. That means although the answers that I give in these tests, they're not treated as evidence, but the answers that I give might lead to evidence. And then those evidences can be produced before the court of law and I will be prosecuted. That is Article 20, Clause 3 for you, and that completes our Article 20 of the Indian Constitution. In this lecture, let us discuss Article 21 of the Constitution of India, which talks about protection of life and personal liberty. As of now, we have discussed right to equality, wherein we talked about Articles 14 to 18. Then we started with right to freedom, and we discussed Article 19. Then we talked about Article 20. Now this Article 21 is the most important fundamental right under the Constitution of India. And I'll tell you slightly later why. So in this lecture, what are we going to talk about? We'll discuss what is this right to life, what are the various Supreme Court verdicts on this right to life. We will also be looking at whether we have right to die, and we will also talk about euthanasia. And then we will look at Article 21 capital A, which talks about that every child in the age group of 6 to 14 has a fundamental right to primary education. All this we are going to talk about one by one. But first up, let's look at the text of Article 21. Article 21 talks about no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to the procedure established by law. What is this procedure established by law? We will discuss slightly later. But first up, let's talk about what is this right to life. When we say right to life, does that mean that the state allows the citizens to breathe and that is what right to life is? No. Supreme Court has elaborated the definition of right to life. Supreme Court has said that right to life does not only mean physical act of breathing. Right to life means right to live with dignity. And Supreme Court has used the power of judicial creativity and expanded the scope of right to life and provided us all these fundamental rights which originally were not part of the Constitution. If you remember, when we talked about freedom of speech and expression, we discussed that this innocent-looking article is something more than that. In this innocent-looking article, Supreme Court has said freedom of speech and expression would also include freedom of press. Freedom of speech and expression would also include a right to silence. And when we discussed freedom of speech and expression, I told you this fundamental right is the second most evolved fundamental right. That means those many fundamental rights have been given to us by the judiciary, which originally were not part of the Constitution. But what is the most important and most evolved fundamental right under the Constitution? That is this Article 21, which is right to life. Supreme Court has said Article 21 includes right to live with dignity, right to decent environment, right to livelihood, right to shelter, right to privacy. And as recent as last year, Supreme Court declared right to marry is also a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. I will give you the context. There was one lady in Kerala. She decided to convert to Islam. And over a period of time, she married a Muslim boy. The father of this lady confined this lady in his home and ultimately did not allow this lady to go with her husband. A case was filed in the Kerala High Court. Kerala High Court decided, let's annul this marriage. This marriage is not legal. This marriage is not valid. The father of the girl also claimed that my daughter has been converted primarily because the terrorists in this country, they want to establish an Islamic state. So my daughter, in an organized conspiracy, has been forced to convert to Islam so that she can then travel to Syria and be part of the Islamic State. Then there was an investigation by National Investigation Agency into this case as well. But then Supreme Court entered into the picture. Supreme Court said, since this lady, Hadia, she is an adult, it is her fundamental right to marry the person of her choice. And it is this Article 21, which also includes the right to marry. That's what Supreme Court has said is an integral fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So all these rights that we are talking about, these are inferred rights. What are these inferred rights? That means originally not part of the Constitution, but judiciary is using its creativity, judicial creativity, has expanded the scope of Article 21, has expanded the scope of right to life, and provided all these inferred rights, which originally were not part of the Constitution. But I told you this is also one of the most important fundamental rights. There are judicial activists, there are constitutional experts who say that Article 21 is the fundamental of all fundamental rights. When we discuss fundamental rights, I told you what is a fundamental right. These rights are very important for an individual to grow. For the development of an individual, there are certain rights which are necessary. And if these rights are absent, an individual cannot explore his potential. That is why we call these rights fundamental, because these are fundamental to the growth, to the development of an individual. But even within these fundamental rights, there is a fundamental right which is fundamental of all fundamental rights. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of our Constitution, he says it is Article 32, which is fundamental of all fundamental rights. What is Article 32? We will discuss slightly later. But very briefly, if your fundamental right is violated, you can approach the Supreme Court of India directly. And Supreme Court, under Article 32, will issue various writs or directives. And it is through these writs that your fundamental rights will be protected. That is why B.R. Ambedkar said, fundamental of all fundamental rights is this Article 32. But there are others who disagree. They say it is not Article 32. It is this Article 21, which is the fundamental of all fundamental rights. Why? I will give you two reasons for that. Reason number one, when we discuss fundamental rights, we talked about Article 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and we discussed that all these fundamental rights are not absolute. That means reasonable restrictions are imposed by the state on these fundamental rights. That means you do not have an absolute right to equality. These fundamental rights are not absolute. But let's assume for a while that all these fundamental rights are absolute. Right to equality is absolute without any restriction. Right against discrimination is absolute without any restriction. Right to freedom of speech and expression is absolute without any restriction. But there is one right which is missing. That is Article 21, a right to life. Can you enjoy all these fundamental rights? Clearly no. That means it is this Article 21, right to life, which makes the enjoyment of every other fundamental right possible. Without right to life, there is no meaning of right to equality. Without right to life, there is no meaning of right against discrimination. That means if Article 21 would not have been present in the Constitution, every other fundamental right would be meaningless. That's reason number one. Why Article 21 is fundamental of all fundamental rights. But then there is reason number two. Let's assume for a while that there is no other fundamental right present in the Constitution. There is only one fundamental right, and that is Article 21. Don't you think that a liberal, independent, creative judiciary would expand the definition of right to life and would say right to equality is also a fundamental right under Article 21. Right against discrimination is also a fundamental right under Article 21, because that's exactly what Supreme Court has done. Use its power of judicial review, use its powers of judicial creativity, expanded the scope of Article 21 and provided these fundamental rights which originally were not part of the Constitution. Right to privacy, nowhere mentioned in the Constitution, but we have seen how judiciary, and we will explain that judgment in detail, how judiciary said right to privacy is also a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So what are we talking about? We are talking about one of the most important fundamental rights in the Constitution, Article 21. It's important also because, for your examination, Article 21 is almost always in the news. That is why this fundamental right we have to discuss in detail. What is this Article 21? It talks about no person shall be deprived of his right to life and personal liberty. That's it. Except according to procedure established by law, which we will discuss slightly later. But what is this right to life and personal liberty that Constitution talks about? This right to life means right to meaningful life, right to live with dignity. And these fundamental rights have been inferred from Article 21. That is why we say Article 21 is the most evolved fundamental right under the Constitution of India. But this fundamental right is not absolute. Why? And it should not be absolute as well. If it would have been absolute, that would mean if you do not like my class, you can kill me. And then the courts cannot punish you. Because you have right to life. When you have right to life, that means you cannot be imprisoned. That means you cannot be hanged till death. That means ultimately, if this Article 21 would have been absolute, then nobody could have been arrested for murder, rape, dacoity, and other crimes. To ensure peace, tranquility, law and order, public order in the society, it is very important that this right to life should not be absolute. That means this Article 21 is not absolute. Your right to life can be snatched.
That means you can be arrested or you can be hanged. Your personal liberty can be snatched, but only according to what is called procedure established by law. What is this procedure established by law? Let's understand in great detail. If your personal liberty is to be snatched by the state, there is one restriction, that procedure established by law should be followed. And for this, three conditions are to be met. That means if your right to life is to be snatched, three conditions should be met. First condition, there must be a law which should justify interference with the person's life or personal liberty. What does that mean? For example, you killed me. You will be arrested. You will be arrested under Section 302 of Indian Penal Code. What is this Indian Penal Code? Basically, it is a law. That means it is this law which justifies that a person's right to life should be snatched because you have violated some law. That means a law should authorize your right to life to be snatched. That means first condition, whether this procedure established by law is followed or not. First, what we need a law. Second, the law should be valid as well. What do we mean by a valid law? Let's say, for example, there used to be Section 66 capital A of Information Technology Act. The year was 2000 when this act was passed. This Section 66A was added to this law in the year 2008. That means originally it was not part of the IT Act of 2000. It was added to it in the year 2008. What does Section 66 capital A talked about? If I use a computer device, let's say a computer, a laptop, desktop, smartphone, and if I transmit messages, and these messages cause annoyance to the public, you could be arrested under Section 66 capital A of the IT Act. This is where many controversies broke out. When Shiv Sena Supremo Bal Thackeray died, one lady in Mumbai, Shaheen Darda, she wrote on her Facebook page, why is there a need to organize a bandh, a strike, if Bal Thackeray has died? One of her friends liked the status. Both these women were arrested and booked under Section 66 capital A. Why? Because they used a computer device to transmit a message which caused annoyance to the members of the Shiv Sena. And these two ladies were arrested. We saw another instance when a businessman in Puducherry, he tweeted that Karthi Chidambaram, now the member of the parliament and the son of the then finance minister P. Chidambaram, he has amassed wealth which is disproportionate to his known sources of income. It caused annoyance to Karthi Chidambaram, and this businessman of Puducherry was arrested because of his tweet. Then one law student, Shreya Singhal, she approached the Supreme Court and said, this Section 66A violates my freedom of speech and expression, because isn't truth always unpalatable? If I say truth, it will always cause annoyance to the people. And if you are penalizing free speech, if you are penalizing honest tweets, honest Facebook posts, definitely you are going to criminalize freedom of speech and expression in this country. Supreme Court said this Section 66A is unconstitutional. Why? Because it violates fundamental rights under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, which deals with freedom of speech and expression. Now let's assume for a while that you are arrested by the police under Section 66 capital A and you are locked behind the bars. Will judiciary help you? Yes. Because yes, there is a law which authorizes that you should be arrested. But this law has been declared invalid by the judiciary. That means you have been arrested under an invalid law. This is where protection will be provided to you. The court will order your release because procedure established by law has not been followed. That means is your right to life absolute? No. Your right to life can be deprived from you, but only according to the procedure established by law. And what is this procedure established by law? If somebody is arrested, now this individual approaches the judiciary. Judiciary will look at whether procedure established by law is followed or not. If it is followed, you will continue to be under arrest. If it is not followed, you will be set free. And there are three tests performed by the judiciary to determine whether procedure established by law is followed or not. Test number one, is there a law? That means fundamental is that there should be a law which should authorize your arrest. Second, this law should be valid as well. And third, the procedures that are laid down in this law must be followed. That means there is a procedure mentioned in our laws, how an individual is to be arrested. Within 24 hours, you should be produced before a magistrate. Clear? You should communicate to this individual on what grounds you have been arrested, whether the investigation is complete or not, how the charge sheet is filed, how the witnesses are organized, how the evidence is collected. If all these procedures which are mentioned in the law are followed, ultimately your right to life can be snatched from you. If procedures that are mentioned in this law have not been followed, then the court will order your release. That means no person shall be deprived of his right to life and personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. If procedure established by law is followed, your right to life can be snatched, your personal liberty can be snatched. But under procedure established by law, three tests are performed by judiciary. Number one, is there a law? Number two, is the law valid? Number three, are the procedures that are mentioned, that are laid down in this law, followed or not? If all these three things are followed, your right to life can be snatched. But if you look at this procedure established by law in great detail, you will realize that there is a problem. What is the problem? Yes, there is a law. But what if this law is inhumane? What if the law is unfair? What if the law is unjust? What if the procedures mentioned in the law are unreasonable? There is no protection available to you. That means if procedure established by law is followed, then you are protected only against the tyranny of the executive. And what is that? That means if police is arresting you without a law, judiciary will help you. If the police is arresting you under an invalid law, judiciary will come to your rescue. If the police is arresting you but not following the procedures mentioned in the law, judiciary will come to your rescue and protect your fundamental rights. But what if the fault lies with the legislature? What if the legislature has passed an inhuman law? What if the legislature has passed an unfair, unreasonable, unjust law? There is no protection available to you. That means procedure established by law only protects you against the arbitrary decisions, against the arbitrary actions of the executive, not against the arbitrary actions of the legislature. This is where we deviate from United States of America. In United States of America, right to life is not absolute. It should never be absolute. But what United States of America follows? It follows due process of law. What is the difference between due process of law and procedure established by law? Let's have an understanding of that. In due process of law, the judiciary in the United States, it performs a fourth test as well. And what is that fourth test? If in United States of America, an individual's right to life is being snatched or personal liberty is being snatched, judiciary will test whether this action is unjust or just. How? Judiciary will perform four tests. Test number one, is there a law? Because law should be there. Test number two, is the law valid? Test number three, are the procedures mentioned in the law followed or not? That's what we follow in India as well. But on top of that, test number four as well. Is the law reasonable? Is the law just? Are the procedures mentioned in the law reasonable and fair as well or not? That means in due process of law. One significant provision is that due process of law protects you against the arbitrary action of the legislature as well, not only against the arbitrary action of the executive. One beautiful case of United States of America, Lawrence versus Texas. The year was 2003. What was this case all about? If there are two adults, and these two adults are of same sex, and if privately they indulge in intimate activities, consensual sexual activity, there was a law that they should be booked for homosexuality. That means their right to life, their personal liberty should be snatched. Why? Because there was a law which will allow individuals to be arrested if they indulge in consensual adult sexual activity. When this matter went to the court, Supreme Court performed a test called due process of law. Was there a law which would authorize that these individuals should be arrested? Yes. Was the law valid? Yes. Were the procedures mentioned in the law followed or not? Yes. But fourth, was the law reasonable, just, fair as well? Supreme Court said this is an unfair law because you're violating the right to privacy of an individual. Because the state does not have any right to enter into the private bedroom of two consenting adults, two consenting individuals. Whatever these individuals do inside the four walls of their homes, that is none of the business of the state. So if these individuals' right to privacy has been violated by this law, which criminalizes the consensual adult activity between two consenting individuals, you call it homosexuality, you call it a crime, we disagree. These individuals should be set free. That means in United States, they follow due process of law, wherein an individual's right to life is protected against the arbitrary action of the executive as well as the legislature. But in India, what we follow, procedure established by law. That means an individual's right to life or personal liberty will be protected only against the arbitrary action of the executive, not the legislature. But this was 1950, when the Constitution was enacted in this country. And since 1950 till now, a lot has changed. What has changed? Let's look at the flow of various important Supreme Court rulings. Number one, 1950, A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras. Supreme Court said, no, there is no due process of law under the Constitution of India because we have procedure established by law. That means we will protect only an individual's right to life and personal liberty if the executive is violating it. If the legislature is passing a law, we cannot go into the background. We cannot go into the intention of the legislature. That is beyond our scope because we strictly follow procedure established by law. Then what happened? 1976, the year of Indian emergency. ADM Jabalpur versus Shivakant Shukla, 1976. One of the most notorious verdicts in the history of independent India. During emergency, various laws were passed. And these laws deprived an individual's right to life as well as liberty. On mere suspicion, political activists were arrested. And when these activists and leaders and student leaders were arrested, they were not even allowed to approach the Supreme Court. Because you have a fundamental right, wherein if your fundamental rights are violated, you approach the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the protector of your fundamental rights. If your fundamental rights are violated, Supreme Court will issue a writ, your fundamental rights will be protected. One such writ is habeas corpus. This we will discuss in detail when we will take up Article 32 of the Constitution of India. But very briefly here, under Article 32, if an individual has been illegally detained, you approach the Supreme Court will check whether this person has been legally detained or illegally detained. If illegally detained, then the Supreme Court will set this individual free. That's what we call habeas corpus. When laws were passed during emergency, even this habeas corpus was suspended. That means whether you have been rightly arrested or illegally detained, doesn't matter, you do not have the right to approach the Supreme Court. This law was challenged in the Supreme Court in a very infamous, notorious ADM Jabalpur case. 5 judges of the Supreme Court were hearing this case. After 5 judges, 4 judges said, even during emergency, habeas corpus is suspended. That means if you have been arrested under a law, the law is valid, procedures mentioned under this law have been followed, then we cannot protect you because we can protect you only against the arbitrary action of the executive, not against the arbitrary action of the legislature. And it was in this 1976 case that Supreme Court said, we follow procedure established by law and not due process of law. Because fourth test we will not perform. We will not look at the intention of the parliament. Why are they framing such a law? We will not test this law whether it is reasonable or unjust or unfair. We will not go into that. Out of these 5 judges, one judge, Justice Khanna, he dissented. He said Article 21 is so supreme, so fundamental of our fundamental rights that even during emergency we should not suspend habeas corpus. But ultimately his was a minority opinion, 4 judges prevailed, and this was the most notorious case in the history of independent India. But then luckily things changed. After this verdict, judiciary became more proactive. So previously, there was a concept called judicial restraint. That means judiciary was exercising restraint in determining whether a law is valid or invalid. The judiciary would assume that parliament is supreme, and whatever law parliament is passing, that would be constitutional as well. So there was a presumption of constitutionality. That means judiciary was presuming that since the law has been passed by the parliament, it should be constitutional. This judicial restraint changed into judicial activism. Now the Supreme Court of India became an activist. And that activist face of the Supreme Court we saw for the first time in the year 1978, Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India. Her passport was snatched under law, Maneka Gandhi. She was not allowed to go abroad as well, to travel abroad as well. She filed a petition in the Supreme Court. And it is in this, Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India, that Supreme Court said, if we have Article 21, which is right to life. Right to life means you have a fundamental right to travel abroad as well. That means if you have a right to life means right to movement as well. When we say right to movement, that means you have the right to travel abroad as well. And Supreme Court said we do not only follow procedure established by law, we follow due process of law. Look at the creativity of the Supreme Court. Constitution explicitly talks about procedure established by law. But Supreme Court says we are the final interpreters of the Constitution. It is not procedure established by law, it is due process of law. So now what the court has decided, even if parliament frames a law, if it is unjust, unreasonable, unfair, procedures are unreasonable, we will protect the citizens of this country against the arbitrary action of the legislature as well. So the beautiful thing has happened since 1978. We are now following the United States concept of due process of law and not procedure established by law. What Supreme Court said in this landmark verdict, law has to be reasonable. Because if law has to be reasonable, that is not only part of Article 21, it is also part of Article 21. Because under right to equality, which comes under Article 14 of the Constitution of India, you have a right to reasonableness as well. So law should be reasonable as well. And it is the essence of Article 14. Supreme Court said the procedures that are mentioned in this law must be right,
just and fair as well. And Supreme Court invented something else as well. Supreme Court said we will not only stop with declaring due process of law, we are also saying that principles of natural justice should be conformed. That means whenever procedures are laid down in the law, we should also follow principles of natural justice. What is this principles of natural justice? Not mentioned anywhere in the world, not mentioned in any constitution of the world. But we call them universal principles. And these universal principles are embedded in every constitution of the world. There are three principles of natural justice. Principle number one, nobody shall be sentenced without being heard. That means if there's a case filed against you, the court should provide you an honorable time to defend yourself. That means court cannot decide a case ex parte. Without hearing the other party, the court cannot decide whether you are guilty or not. That means if there is a dispute between two individuals, both the sides should be heard. And then the court should decide who is guilty and who is innocent. No person shall be sentenced without being heard. The first principle of natural justice. Principle number two, no person shall be the judge in his own case. I am the judge. I cannot be the judge, jury, and the executioner at the same time. If there are allegations against me, I cannot sit on the seat of justice and declare, no, I'm not guilty, I'm innocent. That is something that cannot happen. No person shall be the judge in his own case. And number three, the authority shall act bona fide. That means the authority shall act in good faith. The courts, the judiciary, the authorities should not be prejudiced against a particular party or in favor of a particular party. It should act bona fide in good faith. But unfortunately, when Supreme Court itself said principles of natural justice are an integral part of our constitution, in 2018, the same Supreme Court of India said this principle of natural justice, which says no person shall be the judge in his own case, this principle does not apply to the Chief Justice of India. Very controversial, but we will discuss that in judiciary. What led Supreme Court to remark this? But as of now, for the purpose of understanding Article 21, what have we discussed? We talked about what is right to life, and we talked about how Supreme Court has expanded, using its powers of judicial creativity, the scope of right to life and personal liberty. But this fundamental right is not absolute. Your right to life can be snatched, but only according to procedure established by law. What is that? We discussed. But then we looked at various Supreme Court verdicts, and now this procedure established by law in India is the same as due process of law in United States of America. And Supreme Court has said, apart from due process of law, what we have to follow? Principles of natural justice. And these are the three principles of natural justice. One more important point. In Central Inland Water Transport Corporation Limited versus Bojanath Ganguly, way back in 1984, the Supreme Court said these principles of natural justice are also found in Article 14 of the Constitution of India. That is, right to life and personal liberty. Now, when we have looked at right to life, does that mean we have a right to die as well? That means the natural corollary should have been, if we have right to life, then we should have right to die as well. This is something that caught the attention of the judiciary for the first time in the year 1994, Rathinav versus Union of India. Supreme Court said, yes, if you have right to life, that means you have right to die as well. That means Section 309 of Indian Penal Code, which criminalizes suicide, is unconstitutional. What Supreme Court said, if you have right to life, that means you should have right to die as well. Then Supreme Court said, there's one particular section under Indian Penal Code, Section 309, and it talks about if somebody attempts suicide, it's a crime and we will punish this individual. And if this individual is punished, that means basically you do not have a right to die. Supreme Court said this Section 309 of Indian Penal Code is unconstitutional because now we have provided right to die as well. But immediately afterwards, 2 years later, in Gyancore versus State of Punjab, Supreme Court reversed its original stand and said, no, if you have right to life, that does not include the right to die. That means only right to life is provided by the Constitution of this country. Then let's look at one of the very important cases, and that is Aruna Shanbag versus Union of India, 2011. What is this case all about? Let me give you a brief background. Aruna Shanbag, she was a nurse at a hospital in 1973 in a fit of rage. One of the ward boys, one of the employees of the hospital, raped Aruna Shanbag and then hit Aruna Shanbag, and because of this, she entered into coma. And over a period of time, she entered into a permanent vegetative state. What do we mean by that? There is always a chance of recovery when a patient is under coma. But if the doctors declare that a patient is under permanent vegetative state, that means there is no hope of any recovery. This patient might die whether today, tomorrow, or after 10 years, but there is absolutely no hope of recovery. And Aruna Shanbag entered into a permanent vegetative state. Then one of her friends, Pinky Virani, she filed a petition in the Supreme Court and said, is right to life only the physical act of breathing? We are allowing Aruna Shanbag to live. She is breathing, but we are violating her dignity. How are we violating her dignity? She cannot eat on her own. She cannot change her clothes on her own. Absolutely, there is no hope of any recovery. So this patient that is lying on a hospital bed, we are violating her dignity every single day if we are not allowing her to die. So dear Supreme Court, please allow euthanasia in this country. Please allow mercy killing. Supreme Court issued notices to the central government. Ask the central government, what is your take on this matter? Should we allow euthanasia in this country or not? Should we allow mercy killing in this country or not? This landmark verdict was given in the year 2011, and it is in this 2011 verdict that Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia in this country. And what is this passive euthanasia? Let's have a discussion on two different types of euthanasia, active euthanasia and passive euthanasia. What is active euthanasia? An external agency or an external medicine is required to kill an individual. For example, there are various countries in the world which allow suicide points, where an individual can go, jump off the cliff and kill himself. Right to die. If you have right to life, you should have right to die as well. That means an external agency is required to kill an individual. That is what we call active euthanasia. Supreme Court said this is something which we cannot allow. But we will allow passive euthanasia. What is passive euthanasia? There is an individual who got hit by a truck, now is in a permanent vegetative state. But we are still keeping this individual alive. How? Through medicines, through artificial support, through ventilator. That means an external agency or external support is required to keep an individual alive. If we will stop the medicines, if we will switch off the ventilator, this individual will die. Supreme Court said this is passive euthanasia and this we will allow. That means what are we talking about? If we have right to life, does that mean it should also include right to die? 1994, Supreme Court said yes. 1996, Supreme Court said no. Then in 2011, Aruna Shanbag versus Union of India, the friend of Aruna Shanbag is filing a petition in the Supreme Court that do we have right to life or do we have right to live with dignity? Supreme Court said right
to live with dignity is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. But we will not allow active euthanasia. That means we can't simply allow people to jump off a cliff and murder themselves, kill themselves. That is something that we cannot allow. But what we will allow is passive euthanasia. And what is passive euthanasia? An external artificial support to keep a patient alive. If we switch off this ventilator, if we will stop administering medicines to this patient, the patient will die. And if this external support is cut, then an individual will die. This passive euthanasia we will allow, but with some conditions. What are these conditions? Condition number 1, a panel of 3 doctors should be set up so that these 3 doctors will certify that a patient is in a permanent vegetative state. There is no hope of any recovery. These 3 doctors should certify. Number 2, a 2-judge bench of a high court should issue this order that yes, for this particular patient, passive euthanasia is allowed. That means the court decided that we will look at all these instances, all these cases of passive euthanasia case by case. That means blanket permission of passive euthanasia was not given. A panel of doctors was to be set up. A 2-judge bench of the high court should certify, should issue an order of passive euthanasia, and at the same time, family members should be in agreement. That means family members or close friends should be in conformity, should be in agreement that yes, passive euthanasia should be practiced. But even after this landmark verdict, the court did not allow Aruna Shanbag to die. The court did not allow passive euthanasia in case of Aruna Shanbag. She died after spending 42 years in a permanent vegetative state. But why? If in this landmark case, Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia, why was this not allowed in case of Aruna Shanbag? Why? Because when her friend, a journalist friend, she filed a petition before the Supreme Court, a counter petition was filed by the nurses of the hospital which treated Aruna Shanbag. Then Supreme Court said, you have to follow 3 conditions if passive euthanasia is allowed. Condition number 1, a panel of 3 doctors. Condition number 2, High Court judges should issue an order. Condition number 3, family members should be in agreement. If there are no family members, then a close friend should allow passive euthanasia, should give permission for this passive euthanasia. Now the question before the court was, who is the close friend of Aruna Shanbag? Is it the friend who has filed this petition at the Supreme Court, or are these nurses who have helped, who have catered to Aruna Shanbag all these 30-40 years? Are these the real close friends of Aruna Shanbag? Supreme Court decided no. It is these nurses who are catering to Aruna Shanbag all these decades. These nurses are the close friends of Aruna Shanbag. And since these close friends or next friend is not in agreement with this provision, is not in agreement that passive euthanasia should be allowed in case of Aruna Shanbag, that is why the Supreme Court said, although passive euthanasia we are allowing, but for Aruna Shanbag we will not allow, because the next best friend or the close friend, they are not in agreement with passive euthanasia. And that is how, after spending 42 years, Aruna Shanbag died. The cause given for her death was pneumonia. Then something else happened in the year 2018. In a landmark verdict of the Supreme Court said, yes, you have right to life. Right to life also includes right to live with dignity. But we are adding another feature to this fundamental right. That is living will. That means now this right to living will is also a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. What is this living will? Fundamental right to life and dignity, Supreme Court says, includes the right to refuse treatment and die with dignity as well. What is this living will? A living will is a healthcare directive in which the people can state their wishes for their end of life care in case they're not in position to make that decision, to take that decision. What does that mean? Right now I'm an adult. I'm healthy, I'm in my senses as well. I will write my will. This will talk about tomorrow if I meet an accident, then I'm in a permanent vegetative state. At that point in time, I cannot take a decision for myself. Then I will authorize someone to take a decision. And that decision should be based on my will. And what is that decision? I might write in this will that I should never be put on a ventilator support. Because if I have right to life, I should have the right to decide and choose the treatment given to me if I'm in a permanent vegetative state. But when I'm in a permanent vegetative state, I cannot make that choice. I cannot take that decision. Supreme Court said, now this is part of your fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. You write your will, give it to a guardian or a family member. So if tomorrow you are not in a condition, not in a situation where you can take that life decision, someone else will take that decision on your behalf. And that is what is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. Right to will. And that is right to living will. And what is this living will? It's a healthcare directive to the doctors. Doctors will be told by me when I'm healthy, when I'm adult, when I'm in my senses, what you have to do in case I'm in a permanent vegetative state. What are the conditions? An adult with sound and healthy mind alone can make this will. It should be voluntarily executed and it should be based on informed consent. That means all the information should be first known to me. Based on this information that I have the fundamental right to make a living will, I should make this will which should be voluntary and it should be based on consent. Second, it should be expressed in unambiguous terms so that the doctor is in a position to clearly understand what have you mentioned in this living will. Third condition, this living will should mention the circumstances in which medical treatment should be withheld or withdrawn. That means if there is no scope for recovery, absolutely hopeless situation where I might not ever recover back, ultimately at this particular instant, life support should be withdrawn. Treatment should be withdrawn so that I'm allowed to die with dignity as well. Because if you have right to life, even if it would not include right to die, but what it can include, right to die with dignity. So if you are torturing a patient by keeping this patient on a ventilator support, there is a patient who is terminally ill, no hope of recovery. There is a patient who is under the last stage of cancer, absolutely no scope of any recovery. And at the same time, medical treatment in India is very costly as well. My family members will sell off their fortunes to ensure that treatment is provided to me, medical treatment is provided to me. I don't want to do that. I don't want them to suffer when I'm terminally ill. So I should make a free will, a living will, and I should mention it clearly that if I'm under a situation where there is absolutely no hope of any recovery, the medical treatment should be withdrawn. I should be allowed to die peacefully, that too with dignity. Supreme Court said this will should be given in the name of a guardian or a close relative, because it is this guardian or a close relative who should give a go-ahead to the doctors that now, based on this free will, you should withdraw the medical treatment, you should withdraw the medical circumstances. That is what Supreme Court said in 2018, that this right to living will is also a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. But to effectively implement this living will, doctors should also be ethical. Why? Because this living will can be misused as well. How? There is an individual
in whose name there is a lot of property. He made a living will that if I'm in a permanent vegetative state, I should not be put on a ventilator support, the doctor should withdraw the medical treatment, I should be allowed to die with dignity. But what if there is a scope that this person can be saved? There is a scope that this individual can recover back. But the family members of this individual want this individual to die. And they present this living will to the doctor, collude with the doctor, and ultimately these doctors certify that yes, there is no hope for this individual to recover. And then passive euthanasia is performed, this individual dies. We've seen in India, as well as in many other countries of the world, that there are cases where doctors have performed unethically as well. That is why in order to safely implement this living will, we have to ensure that these doctors are also ethical, so that ultimately this right to living will, which is a beautiful document, which is a beautiful right provided to us by the Supreme Court, is not misused or abused in this country. That is what you need to know regarding right to die or passive euthanasia and the document of living will that has been provided to us by the Supreme Court. Now, after Article 21, let's discuss Article 21, capital A of the Constitution of India. And it talks about that the state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children in the age group of 6 to 14 years. That means the right to primary education is a fundamental right to all the children in the age group of 6 to 14 years. Way back in 1993, in Unikrishnan versus State of Andhra Pradesh, the Supreme Court had declared and ruled that within Article 21, which talks about right to life and personal liberty, one more inferred right was added, and that is right of every child for free and compulsory elementary education. That means another fundamental right was inferred from Article 21, which is this right to elementary education. But then the Parliament decided to make this fundamental right explicit. Constitution was amended. The year was 2002. 86th time the Constitution was amended. 86th Constitutional Amendment Act added Article 21 capital A to the Constitution of India. And it is this Article 21 capital A which provides for children in the age group of 6 to 14 a compulsory free education as their fundamental right. To implement this fundamental right, the Parliament passed the Right to Education Act. The year was 2009. And this law entered into force from 1st April 2010. That means the law was passed in 2009, but it entered into force from 1st April 2009. The beginning of the financial year. Let's understand what are the provisions of right to education. Then we will talk about no detention policy. Then we will also look at the draft National Education Policy in slight detail. Now first up, what are the provisions of Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009, which is popularly called as Right to Education Act. This act says all children in the age group of 6 to 14 shall be provided with 8 years of elementary education, that too in the neighborhood. So to ensure that education is accessible, all these children should be provided admission in schools, and these schools should be in neighborhood, so that these children, they do not have to travel long distances to access education. Because if they travel long distances to access education, maybe they will drop out. Because if they have to travel long distances, maybe this can act as a factor of demotivation, and the parents will stop sending their children to far off schools. To ensure that there is more and more literacy in the society, to ensure there is more and more enrollment in educational institutions, to ensure that there is retention of children in these schools, the Act provides that all these children in the age group of 6 to 14 should be provided free and compulsory education, that too in the neighborhood. And at the same time, no child shall be denied admission for want of documents. That means previously, if a student was to be admitted to a school, a lot many documents were to be submitted. Birth certificate, sometimes caste certificate, so on and so forth. Right now, Aadhaar maybe would have to be submitted. But then to make this process of enrollment of children into schools seamless, the government decided under this law that nobody should be denied admission for want of documents. Even if you don't have documents, but you fit into this age group, you will be provided admission into schools. And that too in age-appropriated classroom. What is this age-appropriated classroom? Let's say, for example, I'm 12 years old. I cannot be admitted to 3rd standard or 4th standard because it would be some sort of demeaning to me. Because in my class, I would see kids and I would see myself, and I would consider myself too adult to be part of this classroom. That means ultimately to encourage students to opt for education, no matter what your age is, these children will be provided education in the age-appropriated classroom. So that means basically if I'm 12 years old, I will be admitted to 6th standard. But if I'm admitted to 6th standard, I don't know how to read and write. I don't even know the alphabets. I don't even know the numericals. How can I perform in 6th standard? Extra classes will be provided for me. Extra attention, extra care will be given to me so that over a period of time, I will be brought at par with the other children of this class. But to ensure that there is enrollment and at the same time there is retention, age-appropriated classroom is an important clause in this Right to Education Act. Also, the teachers will have the responsibility to ensure attendance as well as enrolling of these children, to ensure that these children are completing 8 years of schooling. That means 8 years of continuous schooling is a fundamental right for the children in the age group of 6 to 14. What does that mean? That means teachers will now have 2 additional responsibilities. Number 1, enrolling children into schools. That means what these teachers will do, they will go to different places in their vicinity, convince the local population that you should send your children to the schools, enroll them. That's the responsibility of the teachers. Also ensure that these children are continuously attending the schools as well. Ensure their attendance as well. So if there are children who are not attending the schools regularly, these teachers will have to go back to their homes, try and figure out what is the reason why these children are not attending the schools, and convince the parents or the guardian of the child that you should send your children to the schools. Enrollment as well as attendance will now be the additional responsibility of the teachers. One more important clause, all private schools shall ensure that they are enrolling children from weaker sections of the society up to 25% of their enrollment. Let's say, for example, this is a school. In the vicinity, there are children belonging to weaker sections of the society. If there are 100 seats in a class, you have to ensure that 25 seats are reserved for economically weaker sections of the society. And this is something which is controversial as well. One argument in favor of this clause is that if private schools, they are providing good quality education to the student, and in the vicinity of these private schools, there are children belonging to the weaker sections of the society. It should be the responsibility of these private schools that this quality education should be made available to these children as well, so that these children can also compete with the remainder of our population, with the remainder of our society, and together we will reap the benefits of demographic dividend. Because ultimately, these children tomorrow are going to be our job seekers, job givers as well, job creators as well. But there are others who disagree with this clause. They say learning outcome depends upon the social conditions as well. Let me give you a hypothetical situation. Let's assume this is a classroom. And in this classroom, there are 100 students. 75 come from affluent sections of the society, because this is an international school, for example, where children belonging to affluent sections of the society, they are enrolled. And then we are reserving 25 seats for weaker sections of the society. If I'm a teacher, and these 25% students, they are slow learners, will I cater to them, or will I cater to the 75% of the population? Because ultimately for the school, these children are not paying the fees. Their fee is paid by the government, paid by the state. And these 75% people, 75 students, they are supporting the school because of their payment of fee. On top of that, let's assume for a while that these children who come from weaker sections of the society, their lunch boxes, stationery boxes, geometry boxes would also be mediocre or would also reflect their economic condition. But then there are others. Fancy geometry boxes, fancy stationery, fancy lunch boxes, what they eat. Ultimately, there will be some sort of superiority-inferiority complex. And ultimately what happens? You're exposing these children to naked wealth of the 75 school students. That is one problem with this clause. There's another important policy that was part of right to education, no detention policy. That means if there's a student in 3rd standard, he is not in a position to pass the test, the annual test. Promote him to the 4th standard even if he is failing. Even if he fails 4th standard, promote him to 5th standard, promote him to 6th, so on and so forth, up to 8th standard. That means till 8th standard, no child should be detained if this child has not passed the test. This is to ensure that school children are retained. Retention is ensured. Let's say, for example, I am a student of 3rd standard. Annual test is over, I fail this test. Now, if I'm detained back in the same 3rd standard, what I will do, I will decide not to go back to the school, I will drop out. So before no detention policy, the one principal reason for low enrollment and high dropout of school children was that when a student is failing an annual test, you are detaining the student. And ultimately, this detaining a student ultimately increases the dropout ratio in the schools. To ensure the retention of the students in the schools, no detention policy was created. But then many people realized, many states in India complained that the quality of education is deteriorating. The learning outcomes of the students is deteriorating. If you look at, there is an organization, a non-governmental organization called Pratham. Every year it releases a report called ASAR, Annual Status of Education Report. According to this report, which is released annually, 5th standard students, they cannot add or subtract. They cannot practice addition and subtraction. 6th standard students, they cannot multiply or divide. 5th class students, they cannot read 2nd standard English. This is the quality of education or quality of the learning outcomes. That is why Parliament amended this right to education and allowed the states that you have the right to decide whether you want to continue with no detention policy or you want to scrap no detention policy. And there are many states in India which have decided not to follow no detention policy. That means if you are failing in the 3rd standard, you will be detained in the 3rd standard, you will not be promoted to the 4th standard. Because these states are alleging that the primary intention of the government while enacting right to education was to increase the literacy percentage, literacy figures. Their intention was never to provide good quality education to the children of this country. So if we have to provide good learning outcomes to the students, for that we need to detain them as well. Because otherwise our learning outcomes are deteriorating. And government schools were also in a fix. Because when you are not detaining anybody till 8th standard, and then when these students are promoted to 9th standard, then they fail 9th standard. Even if they pass 9th standard, then they fail 10th standard. And that is why the government schools, their success percentage or pass percentage in 10th standard is very, very abysmally poor. To rectify this mistake, there are various state governments which today have decided to do away with no detention policy. But this is where I humbly disagree. No detention policy should never have been scrapped. Now you would say that no detention policy has also resulted in quality of education getting deteriorated day by day. The learning outcomes have been deteriorating day by day. But that's not the flaw of no detention policy. Because no detention policy was never meant to be a standalone program. No detention policy was to be supplemented with CCE. And what is CCE? Continuous and comprehensive evaluation. There are multiple ways on the basis of which you can evaluate a child. And annual tests are not the only way in which you can evaluate a child. That is why Right to Education Act provided for no detention policy, but at the same time continuous and comprehensive evaluation. So you have to evaluate if the child is not doing well. Why is he not doing well? Maybe he might not be comfortable with writing answers. So why can't we test him orally? So oral test can be one way in which we can evaluate this child. There can be examination without pen and pencil. There can be situations where we can employ playway method of evaluating the performance of a child. So no detention policy was never meant to be a standalone program. It was meant to be supplemented with continuous and comprehensive evaluation. But unfortunately, the teachers in our schools were never trained to implement the CCE policy. And now we have a scapegoat. Since quality of education is deteriorating, we have to scrap no detention policy. Why can't you ensure that no detention policy will continue, but at the same time, we will effectively implement this continuous and comprehensive evaluation mechanism? So CCE should have been the focus rather than the scrapping of no detention policy. And on top of that, we have the shortage of teachers. Because on one hand, we are not training the teachers how you have to implement CCE. On top of that, we have the acute shortage of teachers in our society, in our schools. According to ASSOCHAM, there is 50% shortage of teachers across all government-run schools. Teachers are already overburdened with work. On top of that, there is acute shortage of teachers. On top of that, we are not implementing CCE and we are not even training the teachers how to implement CCE. And now the blame is on no detention policy. That's what's mentioned here. The already overburdened teachers were not given any training on how to carry out the crucial reform, CCE. They have very little idea on what to evaluate and how to evaluate. So the problem is not with no detention policy. Problem is your implementation. Now let's assume that a 3rd standard student, he fails the annual test and now he is detained. Can you give me the assurance and guarantee that if he is detained in the 3rd standard, then he is made to read, write and learn the same syllabus again, the same curriculum again, the learning outcome will be anywhere different? Clearly, no. There is no research to suggest that quality of learning improves if the child goes over the same curriculum again. In response to that, there is always a danger, and it is proven danger, that if you detain a child, ultimately what you will do, you will ensure that this child is dropping out of the school. And this is something that we cannot afford. No detention policy was meant to be such a beautiful policy that if I fail in the third standard, but I'm failing because maybe I am a slow learner, but I will learn in the fourth standard. I'll fail even in the fourth standard, but at least in fifth standard I will improve. Sixth standard I will be a better student. Seventh standard, eighth standard, my confidence level will be boosted, and I will turn out to be a better student. And now we are doing away with no detention policy, and we are ensuring that the dropout ratio in our schools will go up. On top of that, let me make it even more interesting for you. Let's say, for example, there is a student in the sixth standard. His learning outcomes are very poor. He's not in a position to add or subtract or read English or understand the social studies, so on and so forth. But he's good at carpentry. So tomorrow we will need good carpenters, good plumbers, good electricians, good painters as well. So this child is gifted not from our conventional understanding of education, but this child may be skilled. Let's explore his skills, exploit his skills, and provide him skill education. So why are we restricting our education only to maths, physics, science, English, so on and so forth? We can provide education in the form of skills as well. And that is where the role of the teachers will be very, very crucial. The teacher should be trained in such a manner that he is in a position to identify those children who may not be better at maths, English, science, social studies, but might be better at carpentry, at plumbing, might be a better electrician tomorrow. That is what we need to exploit. So that is why if there are children who may not be good at studies, at conventional studies, we should provide them skill education so that tomorrow they are in a better position to serve the society. Now there is a talk of draft national education policy, a new national education policy. And according to this draft, now right to education is to be expanded and extended to children who are in the age group of 3 to 6. As of now, right to education involves children in the age group of 6 to 14. Now there's a talk that this right to education will be extended to children in the age group of 3 to 6 as well. But these children are today under Ministry of Women and Child Development, and right to education is implemented by Ministry of Human Resources and Development. So now we will have to ensure that even these children are brought under the purview of Ministry of Human Resources Development. But to implement this beautiful reform, because it is a beautiful reform if we are extending right to education to children in the age group of 3 to 6 as well. But to ensure that effective implementation of this act is required. And for that we need more teachers. We need teachers who are trained as well. We need more laboratories in the schools. We need more playgrounds in the schools. We need a better infrastructure in the schools. We need to ensure that good, nutritious food is provided to the children in the schools, so that these children who enter into a school, who are enrolled in the schools, they are retained in the schools by providing them better access to nutritious food as well. That is going to be a much better reform if implemented. And that is what you need to understand regarding Article 21, capital A of the Constitution of India. Now let's look at right to privacy judgment, or what is called Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India. In this case, the petitioner argued before the Supreme Court whether right to privacy is a fundamental right under the Constitution of India or not. A 9-judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court unanimously, that means all these 9 judges agreed that yes, right to privacy is a fundamental right. But this fundamental right is not only under Article 21 of the Constitution of India, but it is also a fundamental right under Article 19, which talks about freedom of speech and expression. It is also a fundamental right because Constitution has some goals, and these goals have been clearly mentioned in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. And when preamble of the Indian Constitution talks about dignity of an individual, we cannot ensure dignity to an individual unless and until there is right to privacy. So right to privacy is an integral part of the Constitution. It is a fundamental right that arises from Article 21, that arises from Article 19, that arises from major fundamental rights that are mentioned under Part 3 of the Constitution of India. But before understanding this, let's get into the background of it. This question whether right to privacy is a fundamental right or not arose for the first time in the year 1954 MP Sharma case. In this case, 8 judges of the Supreme Court said right to privacy is not a fundamental right. Why? Because it is not explicitly mentioned under the Constitution. Because I told you, in the initial years of our republic, our Supreme Court was exercising something called judicial restraint. And it is this judicial restraint that led the Supreme Court to say that since right to privacy is not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, that is why it is not a fundamental right. Same position was reiterated by the Supreme Court in 1962 in Kharak Singh case. Supreme Court said the same thing. Right to privacy is not mentioned under our Constitution, so it is not a fundamental right. So the kind of privacy that we see in United States is not something that we see in India because our Constitution does not explicitly talk about right to privacy, because judiciary was practicing something called judicial restraint. But many years later, when Supreme Court became an activist and practiced judicial activism, Supreme Court in series of verdicts had made it clear that right to privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. As recent as Selvi versus State of Karnataka, where Supreme Court clearly said right to privacy is a fundamental right. But then when Aadhaar was tabled in the parliament, on the discussion on Aadhaar, Arun Jaitley, the then finance minister, said there are people who are raising concerns about privacy argument, that Aadhaar will violate privacy of an individual. That is why it should not be a law. That is why it should be declared unconstitutional. But Arun Jaitley, wearing a legal hat, said right to privacy is not a fundamental right because clearly it is not mentioned in the Constitution. And we have 2 judgments of the Supreme Court, MP Sharma, Kharak Singh case, which have clearly settled this issue that right to privacy is not a fundamental right. But then when it was pointed out that right to privacy has been declared as a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India by series of judicial verdicts, including Selvi versus State of Karnataka, many people argued that Selvi versus State of Karnataka was a judgment given by a smaller bench. Few judges decided that right to privacy is a fundamental right. But how can a bench of fewer judges
overrule the judgment given by a larger bench. That means if here 8 judges, here 6 judges had decided that right to privacy is not a fundamental right, then how can these smaller benches decide and overrule the judgments given by the larger bench? That is why a 9-judge bench was constituted. And now unanimously, this 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court in 2017 declared that right to privacy is a fundamental right guaranteed to the people of this country. What are the implications of this verdict? There are constitutional experts who are right now saying that even today we do not understand the impact of this right to privacy judgment. Maybe the impact of this judgment we will understand later, many years later, or even decades later. Because right now, information technology, it's booming. Apps are fastly getting created and downloaded by the people. And there is always a concern about privacy, about data sharing. So 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 20 years later, we would understand the significance of this judgment when the Supreme Court has said that right to privacy is a fundamental right. But immediately after this verdict, we saw the impact of this right to privacy judgment. The first impact was when Supreme Court struck down Section 377 of Indian Penal Code. There is a video lecture on that after the fundamental rights chapter. Please watch that video lecture. You would understand the impact of Section 377 verdict. And very quickly, then in Joseph Shine versus Union of India, the Supreme Court struck down Section 497 of the Indian Penal Code and said adultery is no longer a crime. Both these video lectures are available at the end of this fundamental rights chapter, so you would understand what Section 377 is, what Section 497 is. So immediately the impact was seen. When one of the judges on this panel, Justice Dhananjay Chandrachud, he said, what an individual, an adult does inside the 4 walls of his home is none of the state business. What you eat, what you wear is none of the business of the state. Nobody can dictate what you eat, what you wear. Ultimately, all these things made it clear. Supreme Court is now becoming more liberal. And it is because of these liberal judgments of the Supreme Court that we will soon see homosexuality will be decriminalized. Adultery will no longer be a crime. And that's exactly what happened. That's the impact of this right to privacy judgment. But does that mean this right to privacy is so supreme that this right to privacy can never be snatched? How? Let's say, for example, phone tapping. Somebody is tapping my phone. The state is tapping my phone so that the state wants to know whom I'm communicating to and what I'm communicating to. If the state taps my phone, is it violation of my right to privacy? Yes, clearly it is. But let's assume I'm a terrorist. I'm now talking to my handler. I'm telling him where we are planning a bomb blast. How are we planning it? Should the state have this right that it should tap my phone so that fundamental rights of other citizens of this country is protected? Should there be a restriction on right to privacy? Yes. That is why this right to privacy is not an absolute fundamental right. There can be restrictions imposed on your right to privacy, where even your privacy can be infringed upon. When can this privacy be infringed upon? In the interest of the national security and legitimate state interest. That means whenever there is a legitimate state interest, your privacy can be snatched. And one such legitimate state interest is Aadhaar. There is a detailed video lecture available on Aadhaar that is there at the end of this fundamental rights chapter. Please watch that. But in Aadhaar, the critics argued that right to privacy is being violated because biometrics are shared with the state. And since biometrics, these are personal traits of an individual, you are violating the personal liberty, the privacy of an individual. When you are forcing people to give away with their biometrics, it is violation of right to privacy. But then this biometrics, these are shared with the state because there is a legitimate state interest, because the state wants to use biometrics to identify the beneficiaries so that these beneficiaries will be provided subsidies by the state. And that is why it is the legitimate state interest, so that the people are deprived of their right to privacy, so that the people have to part away with their biometric information. That means this right to privacy, when it is declared as a fundamental right, that doesn't mean this right to privacy can never be violated, because right to privacy is part of Article 21. Article 21 can be violated because Article 21, reasonable restrictions are imposed, procedure established by law or due process of law, no matter what you call it. That means even this right to privacy can be snatched, but only in the interest of national security and whenever there is a legitimate state interest. That is what we require to know regarding Article 21 of the Constitution of India. But before we end the discussion on Article 21 of the Constitution of India, let's quickly look at 2 important cases. You can cite these cases if there is a question asked in the examination on due process of law or procedure established by law. First up, the case is Rajbala versus Haryana 2015. Haryana Panchayati Raj Amendment Act. There were changes made to the Haryana Panchayati Raj Act in the year 2015. Now these amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court. What these amendments were, eligibility criteria was prescribed that those who want to contest Panchayati Raj elections, these set of people are ineligible for that. That means what is in question? Rajbala versus Haryana 2015. What is the background of this case? Haryana Panchayati Raj Act was amended. The year was 2015. Amendment said that these set of people, these 5 sets of people, they are ineligible to contest the Panchayati Raj elections. And now all these amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court. Who are these 5 sets of people? If there are some people against whom there are certain criminal charges, you are ineligible, you cannot contest election. Another set of people, if you have not paid electricity dues, you cannot contest elections. Okay. Another set of people, educational qualification was prescribed. Another set of people, if you do not have a functional toilet in your home, you cannot contest the election. All these amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court. Why? Let's say, for example, I am not matriculated. That means I have not passed the 10th class examination. If I'm from general category and I'm a male, in Haryana, I could not contest the Panchayati Raj elections. But if I'm not educated, it is the failure of the state, because the state has failed to provide me educational opportunity. The state has failed to enroll me in a school, and the state is hiding its failure by now saying that if you are uneducated, if you have not passed the 10th class examination, you cannot contest the Panchayati Raj elections in Haryana. Educational qualifications were different for different sections of the people. For example, if you are a female and you belong to SC community, you should be 5th standard pass and then you could contest the election. But providing educational qualification as an eligibility criteria so that you could contest the Panchayati Raj elections, why is educational qualification not prescribed if you have to contest an MLA election, if you have to contest an MP election? So on the face of it, these amendments were arbitrary, without application of mind. If I do not have a functional toilet in my home, it is the failure of the state to provide sanitation facilities to me. I'm not in a position to afford a functional toilet in my home, and ultimately it is the failure of the state. Now all these amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court, and it was argued that since this law is unreasonable, unjust, it would be struck down by the court, because what we follow, due process of law. What Supreme Court said in the verdict, a two-judge bench of the Supreme Court of India strongly rejected the doctrine of due process in India. Supreme Court said, Indian courts do not examine the wisdom of legislative choices unless the legislation is otherwise violative of some specific provision of the Constitution. That means the judiciary will only struck down those laws which are violative of the Constitution, which are violative of the articles mentioned in the Constitution. Judiciary will not go behind the intention of the legislature and decide whether the law is a reasonable, just, favorable or not. That means two judges of the Supreme Court rejected the idea of due process of law. But we discussed that in 1978 in Maneka Gandhi case, then later on in right to privacy judgment, we discussed that due process of law is what is followed in India, not the procedure established by law. So what are we seeing in 2015? But then let's come back to another case. Sheikh Zaid Mukhtar versus State of Maharashtra, the year was 2016. Now this time, the case is before the Bombay High Court. And Bombay High Court is upholding due process of law. Supreme Court is rejecting due process of law. Bombay High Court is upholding due process of law. So these are the two cases that you can cite in your answers if there's a conflict between procedure established by law and due process of law. So you can always cite that even within the judiciary, there is some confusion whether due process of law is followed or procedure established by law is followed. This judgment of the Bombay High Court, Maharashtra Animal Preservation Act 1976, it was amended in the year 2015. It came to be known as Beef Act. Under this Beef Act, if somebody is in possession of beef, no matter from which area you have procured this beef, even if you have bought this beef from outside Maharashtra where beef may be legal, but you are found in possession of beef, it is a crime and you will be booked under law. This was a matter before the Bombay High Court that if I'm in possession of beef, is it not violative of my right to privacy which is guaranteed to me under Article 21 of the Constitution of India? You cannot slaughter a cow in Maharashtra. That is okay because that's the law. But if somebody has bought beef from outside Maharashtra and wants to eat this beef within Maharashtra, why should it be declared illegal? Why should it be a crime? And on top of that, the burden of proof lies on the accused. One section was added to this Beef Act which made the burden of proof on the accused. Normally, the burden of proof lies on the prosecution. The prosecution should prove that an accused has committed a crime. The accused do not have to prove that they have not committed the crime. The burden of proof lies on the prosecution. But here a section was added to this Beef Act that burden of proof lies on the accused. Accused has to prove that I was not in possession of beef. Bombay High Court in this case said, right to privacy is a part of the right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution, and that the right to eat the food of one's choice, if the food itself is not injurious to health, is a part of right to privacy. The Bombay High Court struck down Section 9 capital B, which put the burden of proof on the accused. Bombay High Court said, no, in a criminal procedure, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not on the accused. So what Bombay High Court is doing, it is upholding due process of law. And what Supreme Court did in Rajbala case, it talked about and gave primacy to procedure established by law. Thus, interestingly, while the Supreme Court of India in the Rajbala case strongly rejected the doctrine of substantive due process, the Bombay High Court has, following the earlier Supreme Court pronouncements, applied and reiterated the doctrine in the Indian constitutional law. These two cases are very important for you to cite in your answers, and you can get better marks if these two verdicts are cited. That is it that you need to know regarding Article 21 of the Constitution of India.
Now let's look at the last article under the category Right to Freedom, Article 22 of the Constitution of India. Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Now please understand, this is not a fundamental right against arrest. That means tomorrow you cannot say, I cannot be arrested by the police because Article 22 is a fundamental right against arrest. No, this is a fundamental right that comes into picture after an individual is arrested. That means even after an individual is arrested, there are still some fundamental rights that are available to this individual who has been arrested. And what are these fundamental rights? Let's look at Article 22 in great detail. Number one, Article 22 comes into picture after an individual is arrested and detained, but all these protections that are available to this person who has been arrested, these protections are not available for enemy aliens. That means these protections under Article 22 are available to citizens as well as aliens. But these protections, which we are going to discuss now, they are not available to enemy aliens. That means the citizens of those countries with which India is at war. This can be a potential statement for your prelims examination. But which are these protections that are available to an individual who has been arrested, whether this individual is a citizen or an alien? Let's look at those protections one by one. Number one, no person who is arrested shall be detained in the custody without being informed. What does that mean? That means if I am arrested, after this class is over, then I walk outside of this room and then there's a police party waiting for me and they want to arrest me. My constitutional guarantee is, protection is, that the police should inform me on what grounds I have been arrested, on what grounds I'm about to be arrested. What is the allegation against me? Why? So that I can inform my lawyer and this lawyer can get my legal defense done. This is what we call, under Article 22, the protection available to an individual who is to be arrested. That means without informing this individual, the police cannot arrest this individual without informing on what grounds this individual is about to be arrested. But what Supreme Court has done, Supreme Court has expanded the scope of right to be informed. Supreme Court has said that only if you are informing this individual who is about to be arrested, it won't mean much to this individual. You have to inform his family member, you have to inform his friend, or you have to inform even a third person who is connected, who is related to this individual, so that if this arrested individual cannot set up a legal defense for himself, at least his family members, at least his friends, at least a third person who is connected to this individual, related to this individual, at least they can set up legal defense for this individual and organize a bail for this individual. That is what we say. The Supreme Court has expanded the scope of right to be informed. That means only if you're informing this arrested individual. That is not the constitutional guarantee. Constitutional guarantee is inform his family member. If not, inform his friend. If not, inform at least a third person who is connected to this individual so that they can set up legal defense for him. That's the right to be informed under Article 22 of the Indian Constitution. Another protection available to this arrested individual is that no person shall be arrested on mere suspicion. That means unless and until there are cogent reasons, unless and until there are satisfactory grounds on the basis of which this individual is to be arrested, that is valid. If these satisfactory grounds are not present, no person shall be arrested on mere suspicion. That means you are suspecting that this individual might commit a crime. You cannot arrest this individual. That means thinking about a crime is not a crime unless and until you actually commit that crime. And once you commit that crime, only then you should be arrested. That's what the court has said. No person shall be arrested on mere suspicion. What's the another guarantee? Let's say, for example, there is a woman to be arrested. There's a girl to be arrested. The Supreme Court has listed down various guidelines that as much as possible, please ensure that a woman is not arrested after 10 p.m. and before 6 a.m. If there is a likelihood that this woman might run away from the country, then yes, you can arrest this woman even after 10 p.m., even before 6 a.m. But as much as possible, if this woman is not a threat to society, if this woman cannot tamper with the evidence, if there is no likelihood that this woman will run away from this country, please ensure that as much as possible, you are not arresting this woman after 10 p.m. and before 6 a.m. And whenever the police has to arrest a woman, please ensure that there is a lady constable who is present at the time of the arrest, so that even this woman is arrested with dignity. What is the other constitutional protection available? Every person who is arrested and detained in the custody shall be produced before the nearest magistrate within a period of 24 hours. That means when an individual is arrested by the police, then within 24 hours, this individual should be brought before the nearest magistrate, before the nearest judicial authority, so that this judicial authority will now look at the circumstances of this case, look at the various contents of this case, and decide whether this individual should be sent to police custody, or whether this individual is to be sent to judicial custody, or whether this individual should be set free. That means an individual has been arrested. Now, within 24 hours, you have to produce this individual before the nearest magistrate, so that this magistrate can decide, by looking at the facts of this case, whether this individual should be sent to police custody, where the police will interrogate this individual. The police will interrogate this individual, not torture this individual, because torture is something which is not allowed. Although India has not ratified UN Convention against torture, there is a raging debate within the country. There are various activists, for example, Gopal Krishna Gandhi, the former governor of West Bengal, who has openly advocated that India should ratify United Nations Convention against torture, because as of now, we do not have an anti-torture law. But even then, the convention is that the police should not torture the people who have been arrested. That means the court will decide, the magistrate will decide whether this arrested individual should be sent to police custody, where the police will interrogate this individual, or this person should be sent to judicial custody, where this person will be under the control of the judiciary, under the custody of the judiciary, not the police, or whether this person should be set free, because the magistrate will look at whether the facts of the case are against this individual or in favor of this individual. If they are in favor of this individual, this person shall be set free. That means within 24 hours of the arrest, the judiciary should ratify the arrest. The judiciary should decide whether the arrest is according to the law or in violation of the law. But there is one more thing. While calculating this 24-hour period, the intervening holidays or the time taken to travel is not calculated, is not taken into account. What does that mean? That is why high-profile arrests are made Friday evening or Friday night, so that at least Saturday and Sunday, these high-profile individuals are in the police custody, and then 24 hours after the holiday is over, then they are brought before the magistrate, and magistrate will decide whether this person should be sent to judicial custody, police custody, or whether this person is to be released on bail. Clear? And also the time taken to travel is not part of this 24-hour period. That means if an individual has been arrested at a far-off location, and it takes time for this individual to be brought to the nearest magistrate, then this intervening period of travel is not calculated as part of the 24-hour period. That means what are we talking about? We are talking about Article 22 of the Indian Constitution. Article 22 comes into picture after an individual is arrested. That means even after an individual is arrested, there are still some constitutional guarantees that are available to this individual. What are these guarantees? As soon as this individual is to be arrested, inform him on what grounds he is to be arrested, so that he can set up a legal defense for himself, so that he can apply for bail. Not only should this arrested individual be informed, you should also inform, the police should also inform the family members or the friends of this arrested individual or any third person who is related to this individual, so that these individuals can set up legal defense for this arrested individual. No person shall be arrested on mere suspicion. If a woman is to be arrested, as much as possible, please ensure that a woman is to be arrested not after 10 p.m. and not before 6 a.m. And whenever you have to arrest a woman, there should be a lady constable involved in this process. And whenever an individual is arrested, within 24 hours of the arrest, this individual should be produced before the nearest magistrate, and then the magistrate would look at the contents of this case, would look at the facts of this case, and decide accordingly whether this person is to be set free, whether this person is to be released on bail, whether this person is to be sent to judicial custody, whether this person is to be sent to police custody. One more thing. In 1978, V.R. Krishna Iyer and Justice P.N. Bhagwati, what they decided, they made a remarkable contribution to the legal system in this country. And they said, jail is an exception, but bail is a norm. That means as much as possible, release individuals on bail. Jail is an exception. That means, let's say, for example, what is jail as an exception this phrase? Let's say, for example, I'm accused in a particular case. Clear? Let's say I'm accused of murder. I'm arrested by the police, but investigation will take some time. Then charge sheet will be filed. Then this case will be taken up in the judiciary. And it is a time-consuming process. That means the final verdict can come after 4 years, 5 years, 7 years. Let's assume the final verdict comes after 7 years. But after the final verdict comes, the court declares that I am not guilty. Please set him free. I have wasted 7 years of my life. I have wasted 7 precious youth years of my life. Ultimately, who is going to repay me those 7 years? Nobody. That means the prime of my youth has been snatched from me. For 7 years, I was languishing in the jail. This would also mean violation of right to personal liberty and dignity of an individual, which is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. That means what judiciary has decided, judiciary has made a clear-cut reference. Judiciary has said, if I am accused of murder, but in my case, investigation is complete. When investigation is complete, release me on bail. I will cooperate with the police. I will cooperate with the judiciary. Whenever you will ask me, I will be present in the court of law. But till the time I am declared guilty by the courts, I should not languish in the jail. Please release me on bail. That's what Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said, if this individual is not a threat to society, if this individual cannot tamper with the evidence, if this individual cannot destroy the evidence, if this individual cannot threaten the eyewitnesses, that means this individual should be released on bail. It is only if this individual is a threat the society. If only this individual has the potential that he can run away from the country. If only there is a threat that this individual who is accused can tamper with the evidence, can threaten the eyewitnesses. It is only in these extreme cases that this individual should languish in the jail. Otherwise, jail is an exception, bail is a norm. These are the constitutional protections that are available to citizens as well as aliens. But these protections are not available to enemy aliens. But all these protections, these are not absolute. Article 22 is not an absolute fundamental right because there are exceptions. What are these exceptions? Exception number one, these protections are not available to those who are enemy aliens, and this is something that we have discussed. And these protections are also not available to those who have been arrested under preventive detention laws. And what are these preventive detention laws? For this, we need to understand that detentions are of two types, either preventive detention or punitive detention. What is punitive detention? Let's say, for example, I committed a crime. I committed murder. When I committed murder, the court of this country has sentenced me to 10 years in jail. These 10 years that I serve in jail, that is what we call punitive detention. That means detention as part of the punishment that is available to you. That means these 10 years that I'm serving in the jail, it is part of my punishment. And that is what we say punitive detention. That means punitive detention comes into picture after an individual has committed the crime, after this individual has been convicted by the court of law. But there is another type of detention, preventive detention. Preventive detention, for example, I'm an individual, I decide that tomorrow I will organize a rally. And when I will organize this rally, there will be lakhs of people participating in this rally, and the police has the intelligence about this, that what I've decided, I will bring in some rogue elements, I will bring in some gundas, and through these gundas, what I will do, I will burn public transport, I will burn public buses, I will create ruckus in the society, I will violate the law and order, the peace and tranquility in the society. That means that here is an individual who is going to be a threat to the law and order, who is going to be a threat to the peace and the tranquility in the society. But does that mean I will be arrested only after I have destroyed public property? Only after I have killed so many people? Only after I have violated the peace and tranquility in the society? No. In that case, when the police has sufficient intelligence against me, they can prevent me from committing this crime. That means even before I'm organizing this rally, even before I'm burning the public transport and the buses, even before I'm destroying public property, even before committing these crimes, what the police will do, police will arrest me. And police will keep me under house arrest, police will throw me in the jail because police is arresting me on mere suspicion as well. If Article 22 explanation, Supreme Court has said nobody should be arrested on mere suspicion. But this is not an absolute fundamental right, because some people can be arrested on mere suspicion as well, and that is what we call preventive detention. That means when we say Article 22 has listed down various safeguards available to the citizens as well as aliens, all these safeguards are not absolute because there are exceptions to this fundamental right. One exception is all these constitutional guarantees and protections, they are not available to enemy aliens. And second, they're not available to those who have been arrested under preventive detention laws. But who can make laws on preventive detention? Can Parliament make a law on preventive detention, or can state make a law on preventive detention? Both. How? Under defense, foreign affairs, or security of the India, preventive detention laws can be made by the Parliament. But so far as security of a state is concerned, essential supplies are concerned, public order is concerned, because all these are state subjects. On such matters, both Parliament as well as state legislature can make laws. That means preventive detention laws can be made by Parliament as well as state legislature. That is what you need to understand. One more thing, quick fact related to the preventive detention in this country. Whenever somebody is arrested on suspicion, that means we are preventing this individual from committing crime. That means this individual is arrested under preventive detention laws in this country. Clear? The detention of a person cannot exceed 3 months unless and until the advisory board reports sufficient cause for extended detention. That means, let's say, for example, separatists in Jammu and Kashmir. Separatists in Jammu and Kashmir are arrested for years together. And most of the time, they are placed under house arrest. That means they have not committed any crime, but they are prevented from committing a crime by keeping them under house arrest, by keeping them under preventive detention. Normally, you cannot keep an individual under preventive detention for more than 3 months. That means after every 3 months, there will be a review done. Advisory board is constituted, and this advisory board will now look at the facts of this case, whether this individual's detention should exceed 3 months or not. If there are sufficient grounds wherein this advisory board is convinced that this individual who has been booked under preventive detention laws, he is still a threat to society, he can still vitiate the peace and tranquility in the society, then his detention can be extended beyond 3 months as well. Otherwise, this individual will be released. But at the same time, you have to mention to this individual on what grounds he is arrested under preventive detention. And even when this advisory board sits, the detainee should be afforded an opportunity to make a representation against the detention order. That means he can have a lawyer to defend himself before this advisory board and convince them why he should be released, why he should come out of this preventive detention. That is what Article 22 of the Indian Constitution talks about. In this lecture, let us discuss the third set of fundamental rights, right against exploitation, and we shall be discussing Articles 23 and 24. So as of now, we have talked about two sets of fundamental rights. Right to equality, wherein we discussed Articles 14 to 18. Then we talked about right to freedom, and we discussed Articles 19 to 22. Now let's look at third set of fundamental rights under the category right against exploitation. And first up, we shall be discussing Article 23 of the Constitution of India. Article 23 talks about prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor. So if you look at Article 23, it says 3 things are prohibited. 1, traffic. Second, begar. And third, other forms of forced labor. So if we look at Article 23 of the Indian Constitution, it prohibits some of the exploitative practices. And which are these exploitative practices? Number 1, traffic in human beings. Number 2, begar. And number 3, other forms of forced labor. And we shall be discussing all 3 of them one by one. First, what is traffic? If you look at traffic means buying and selling of men, women, and children like goods. So the way in which the goods are sold and bought in the market. In the same way, if there is an individual who buys and sells men, women, and children like goods, that is exploitative practice, and that is traffic in human beings, and this traffic in human beings is prohibited under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. But what about slavery? Slavery, that is something that we witnessed in the world over. Slavery is not explicitly mentioned under Article 23, but slavery is also an exploitative practice. Slavery is also to be viewed in the context of traffic in human beings, and Constitution, if it prohibits traffic in human beings. What Supreme Court said? Supreme Court said in Dubar Gola versus Union of India that although slavery is not explicitly mentioned under the Constitution, but since it is an exploitative practice, even slavery is prohibited under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. And this term traffic covers wide range of other exploitative practices as well. For example, the illegal trade in human organs, that is also traffic in human beings, and this is also prohibited under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. So when Article 23 prohibits some of the exploitative practices, which are these exploitative practices that are prohibited by Article 23? Number one, it is traffic, buying and selling of men, women, and children like goods, the way in which we buy and sell commodities in the market, that is traffic and that is prohibited. Slavery, prohibited. Illegal trade or commercialized trade in organ donation, that is also exploitative practice, and that is prohibited by Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. But what about prostitution? What is the status of prostitution in this country? If you look at prostitution per se, it is not illegal in this country. Prostitution is legal in this country, but there are some restrictions. There are some exceptions. What are these exceptions? Number one, no pimps. Number two, no brothels. And number three, restriction on solicitation. Now let me explain all these 3 points as well. What are we talking about? Prostitution. Is prostitution illegal in this country, or should we say prostitution is also trafficking human beings? Forced prostitution is always prohibited. So if there are individuals who have been forced into prostitution, that is considered to be trafficking human beings, and that is an exploitative practice, and Article 23 prohibits it. But what about prostitution? Is prostitution illegal in this country? Prostitution per se is not illegal in this country, but there are some exceptions, there are some restrictions. Number one, no pimps. And what are these pimps? Managers, for example. So there is an individual who manages 5-10 prostitutes. Ultimately, these 5-10 sex workers are managed by these pimps, but these pimps, they exploit these sex workers. These pimps, they take away a major chunk of the profit, major chunk of the revenue generated by these sex workers. Since it is exploitative in nature, no pimps are allowed. Second, no organized prostitution. That means no brothels are allowed. That means if there is a sex worker who wants to indulge in prostitution, she can do that, but inside her home. You can't have organized prostitution in the form of brothels in this country. That's another restriction. Now, you would say that there are pimps who are involved in prostitution at many places in this country. There are even brothels which have sprung up at many different locations in this country. If you look at Delhi, if you look at West Bengal, for example. Then third is restriction on solicitation. That means if I'm a sex worker, I cannot solicit my customers at a public place. So for example, this is a public place, this is a road. There is a restriction. That means within 200-meter radius of a public place, no sex worker, no prostitute can solicit the customers. Now you would say if these are the restrictions that are imposed on prostitution, but we see blatant misuse or violation of these restrictions at many different places in this country. We have seen pimps are operating, brothels have been organized, even women or sex workers have been soliciting customers, even at public places as well. But that is more of violation of the law rather than the rule, rather than the norm. That means what is the status of prostitution in this country? Forced prostitution is always illegal. Forced prostitution is trafficking human beings. And for that we had a law called SITA, which was enacted in the year 1956. Suppression of Immoral Traffic Act of 1956. And this law got changed and it transformed itself into PITA, Prevention of Immoral Traffic in Women and Children Act of the year 1986. That means what is the law which governs trafficking human beings in this country? If trafficking human beings is prohibited by Article 23 of the Indian Constitution, what is the law which implements this fundamental right of Article 23? What is the law which tries and penalizes those individuals who indulge in trafficking human beings? For that, there was a law which was enacted in 1956 called Suppression of Immoral Traffic. But then this phrase suppression, got changed into prevention. So we don't have to suppress immoral traffic, we have to prevent immoral traffic in human beings, and for that the law was 1986. But there are many people in this country, there is a raging debate amongst the intellectuals, among some feminists as well, that prostitution in all its forms should be legalized in this country. So their argument is that you may exclude pimps or these managers, but you should allow prostitution in all its forms, including brothels, including solicitation. And this is something that many people are demanding right now. There are television debates on the status of prostitution in this country as well. This question has been asked to many candidates who appeared in the interview. They were asked about their views, whether prostitution should be made completely illegal or completely legal in this country or not. What are your arguments for that? Let's discuss the arguments in favor and against legalizing prostitution in this country in all its forms. If you look at prostitution, there are feminists, for example, from the feminist point of view, who say prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. And as oldest profession in the world, it should not be banned. Because from a feminist perspective, if a woman wants to earn her livelihood by offering her body as a service, she should be allowed to do that. Because no state should interfere with the right of a woman to decide how she wants to earn her livelihood. If there is a woman who wants to offer her body as a service, wants to earn her livelihood as a prostitute or as a sex worker, this is something that should be allowed. The state should not impose any restriction whatsoever on the right and liberty of a woman to decide how she wants to earn her livelihood. So from a feminist perspective, this is the argument that is presented, that if a woman wants to earn her livelihood by selling her body or by offering her body as a service, she should be allowed to do that. There is another argument. Prostitutes or sex workers as of now, they are considered as part of informal sector. So they have not been formalized into the real economy. So if they have not been formalized, what is the impact of that? The impact is they are not treated as workers, formal workers, and they are denied credit as well. That means they are denied credit opportunities. That means if they have to opt for a loan, they can't opt for a loan because they are not treated as part of the formal sector. They have no collateral to give to the bank authorities, and ultimately the loans, the credit is denied to them. When loans and credit is denied to them, then what they do? They approach the pimps. So for example, I am a sex worker. Since I am part of the informal sector, since my profession has not been recognized, that means if I have to approach a bank for some loan for some credit because there is a medical emergency in my family. I need some money urgently in my family. I approach the banks, they refuse to give me loans. Then what I do, I approach these pimps. And these pimps, they pay me the loan, they pay me some money, but then they also exploit me. The interest rates are so high that ultimately I am in the perpetual debt for my entire life, and this pimp is violating my dignity as well. That means there is one argument that prostitution per se is not exploitation. But within prostitution, these sex workers have been exploited by these pimps. These sex workers have been exploited because they are not treated as part of the formal sector. They are denied loans, they are denied credit facilities. This is exploitation. So if prostitution is made completely legal in this country, then these prostitutes, these sex workers will be part of the formal sector, and then they can access credit from the market, they can access credit from the banks. So that is how we can prevent exploitation of these sex workers. And even for these sex workers, Article 23 is applicable because right against exploitation is their fundamental right as well. On top of that, there are many people who say that prostitution is a billion-dollar industry in this country. And if this billion-dollar industry is formalized, and then prostitution is treated as a profession as well, then professional tax can be imposed on sex workers, on prostitutes, and it is going to generate a huge amount of money, huge amount of revenue for the state exchequer. So even the state is going to benefit. State is going to generate revenue from this oldest profession of the world if prostitution is considered completely legal in this country. That's another argument. But then there is another argument which says that if prostitution is legalized in this country, then what will happen? Sexually transmitted diseases will go on a rise. That means sexually transmitted diseases will be on a rise if prostitution is made legal in this country. But something reverse can also happen. What can happen? For example, in Thailand, sex work is treated as a legal entity. There are some conditions that are put in place on sex workers, how they have to manage their body, how they have to manage their hygiene, how they have to manage the brothel as well. So all these restrictions, all these conditions can be imposed even in India. For example, in Thailand, just before an individual approaches the sex worker, he has to take a bath. And after the meeting is over, then even that individual shall have to take a bath. That means these can be conditions that can be imposed on the sex workers as well as their clients. And that is how sexually transmitted diseases can be curtailed in this country. On top of that, something that happens in Thailand, for example, there's a sex worker. This sex worker is provided with a health license or a medical certificate. And this medical certificate is valid for 6 months. That means this sex worker has been tested for all the sexually transmitted diseases. She is not suffering from any sexually transmitted diseases. That means she is fit enough to carry on this sex work trade. And once a client approaches a sex worker, he asks for this medical certificate, and if she is medically fit, then you can proceed with the meeting. Otherwise, you can move out and you can approach another sex worker. That means if this prostitution as a profession is legalized, then we can also conduct periodic tests, medical tests on these sex workers, and only those who are medically fit to carry on with this trade, only those who are medically fit and free from all sexually transmitted diseases, only those can be allowed to continue in this trade. And that is how the sexually transmitted diseases can also be restricted in this country. On top of that, there are people who say a sex worker is exploited not because of prostitution, but because of the apathy of the enforcement agencies. How? Let's say, for example, I'm a sex worker. After my day's hard work, I earn, let's say, 1,000 rupees a day. Now, out of this 1,000 rupee, I have to pay a big chunk to my pimp. I have to pay a big chunk to a policeman as well. And if I won't pay a pimp, I won't pay a policeman, then I can be exploited. How? Let's take up the case of a policeman. The policeman approaches a sex worker that you have earned 10,000 rupees today. I need my hafta. I need my share out of it. If a sex worker refuses to pay this policeman can get the sex worker arrested under Prevention of Immoral Traffic Act of 1986. Why? If prostitution is legal, why should she be arrested? But she will be arrested because the police will say you were soliciting customers at a public place. Since that is a crime, you have been booked under the PITA Act of 1986. You can be booked by the policeman that you are running an organized brothel, a racket, and that is how you can be punished. That means exploitation is this. And this exploitation can be prevented if prostitution is made legal in this country. Then even if a policeman is approaching a sex worker that I need a share out of your revenue, out of your profit, out of your pay, out of your fee, then I can deny payment to this police officer, and ultimately exploitation can be prevented. What about pimp? These pimps, and there have been many instances, many newspaper reports, for example, coming from Delhi, coming from Sonagachi in West Bengal, that these pimps have been raping sex workers as well. But then the sex worker cannot file a complaint against the pimp. Why? Because these pimps, they are in cahoots with the policeman. So if a sex worker is filing a case of rape against the pimp, this policeman in turn files a case against the sex worker for running an organized prostitution racket, for soliciting customers at a public place. So even this exploitation can be prohibited, even this exploitation can be eradicated if prostitution is made legal in this country. On top of that, even her clients have been abusing her. How? There are clients who force these sex workers to indulge in sexual activities without any contraceptives. That means a client approaches a sex worker, forces her to indulge in sexual activity without the use of contraceptives. And that is how sexually transmitted diseases are on a rise. If prostitution is made legal in this country, then what will happen? These clients will be forced to use contraceptives. If they deny, then police can arrest them. Because right now the police cannot arrest them. Why? Because for that the sex worker has to file a case before the police. But how can a sex worker file a case before the police saying there was a client who refused to wear the contraceptives and then indulge in sexual activity, because the policeman will arrest the sex worker herself? And that is how exploitation is breeding at different locations in this country. So what are we talking about? We're talking about Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. Article 23 prohibits 3 exploitative practices. Number 1, trafficking in human beings. And what is trafficking in human beings? Buying and selling of men, women, and children like goods. Slavery is prohibited. Illegal trade in organ donation, prohibited. Exploitation of prostitutes or sex workers in this country, that is prohibited under the law. But is prostitution per se legal in this country? It is legal in this country. But there are some restrictions on prostitution. For example, you can't solicit customers at a public place, no organized brothels, no pimps are allowed. But then there is a raging debate at many intellectual forums in this country which say that prostitution should be completely legalized in this country. And these are the benefits if prostitution is made legal in this country. But then there are others who say if prostitution is made legal in this country, then family as an institution will disappear. It's going to impact the continuance of family as an institution. And since family is the basic unit of society, if this basic unit of society disappears, ultimately what will happen? The society as a whole will disappear. But we need to understand that even this logic that prostitution, if it is made legal, will impact family as a basic unit of the society, it may not well be true. Because even today illegally, but prostitution is going on in this country. And even with the continuance of prostitution in this country, family as a unit is also flourishing. So it can always happen that both these institutions, prostitution as well as family as a basic unit of society, can flourish together. But from the feminist perspective, they have a compelling argument that the state should not decide how the woman wants to earn her livelihood. So it is on this basic ground that prostitution should be made completely legal in this country. There is another argument. One argument says that if prostitution is made legal in this country, family as the basic unit of society can disappear. There is another argument against prostitution that sexually transmitted diseases can be on a rise. There is a third argument that is put in place. So if sex work or prostitution is made completely legal in this country, there may be girls in this country who may not be good at studies and they don't have even an incentive of upgrading their skills so that they can find a good job in the job market. They will find an easy way of earning livelihood, of earning revenue, of earning salary by indulging in prostitution, by indulging in sex work. So ultimately, the demographic dividend that we are talking about, that our major population is below the age of 25, if these people or these girls, for example, they are not provided good educational opportunities, they are not provided opportunities so that they can uplift their skills, their life skills, their skills at many different trades, then ultimately they will find an easy way of earning money by indulging in sex work. So productivity, real productivity of the girls can fall down if prostitution is made completely legal in this country. These are the arguments in favor and against legalizing prostitution in this country. That's number one. So what Article 23 prohibits? Number one, it prohibits trafficking in human beings, and we have discussed this point. Now, Article 23 also prohibits begar. And what is begar? Begar is forced labor plus no wages. That means you have been forced to work without any payment as well. And this was considered part of our history as well. How? My grandfather, he was sick. He approached a moneylender and asked for 10,000 rupees. Moneylender said, you can work at my farm, at my agricultural field, and that is how you will repay my loan. If you don't have money, this is how you will repay your loan. But the interest rates were so high that my grandfather, throughout his life, he worked at the agricultural field of this moneylender, but he was not in a position to repay this loan. Now the debt got transferred to my father. For his entire life, he worked at the fields of this moneylender, the son of the moneylender now, but even then the interest rates were so high, he was not in a position to repay the loan, and ultimately what happened, the debt got shifted to me. I'm also working for this moneylender, or the son and son of this moneylender. Even now, I have not been in a position to repay the loan or the interest. That means I have been forced to work at the agricultural fields of this moneylender without any wages as well, because I have to repay the historic loan that my grandfather took from this moneylender. This is exploitation, and this exploitation is prohibited under Article 23. And that is how in the year 1976, a law was passed called Bonded Labor Abolition Act. And then this bonded labor, when it was enacted in the year 1976, it freed more than 1 million bonded laborers from the clutches of their moneylenders. And that is how this exploitative practice of bonded labor was eradicated in this country. That means what Article 23 prohibits? Number one, it prohibits trafficking in human beings. Number two, begar. And number three, other forms of forced labor. And what is this other forms of forced labor? Let me give you an example. Asian Games were to be held in New Delhi. The year was 1982. The workers were brought from different locations in the country, and they were asked to work at these villages where the infrastructure was to be set up for those who would participate in these Asian Games. Then what happened? One organization, People's Union for Democratic Rights, an NGO, filed a case in the Supreme Court, and this case came to be known as People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, 1982. The petitioner argued before the Supreme Court that the government is practicing something called forced labor, bringing in laborers from different parts of the country, and they have been forced to work in these Asian villages, in these Asian Games. The Supreme Court asked the question, two fundamental questions to People's Union for Democratic Rights, which is the petitioner in this case. The court asked, number one, is it forced labor? That means when we say begar is abolished, begar is prohibited under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. For that, two conditions are to be satisfied. You can call a practice begar if it's been forced upon individuals. Second, no wages are paid. When you're saying that workers working in Asian Games, in these Asian Games villages, they have been forced to work without any payment, is this true? The petitioner said no, they have not been forced to work. They're doing it voluntarily. Then the court asked, how is it then bonded labor? Because they have not been forced to work. Second, are wages paid to these workers? The petitioner said yes, even wages are paid to these workers. Then the court wondered, how can we call this practice begar or forced labor when number one, these workers have not been forced to work at these Asian Games villages, number one. Number two, wages have been paid periodically every single month to these workers. So how can we call this practice begar? The petitioner said, although they have not been forced to work, but they have been forced to work in unhygienic conditions. They have been forced to work beyond their working hours as well. They have been forced to work sometimes for 18 hours, sometimes for 20 hours, and the working conditions are so pathetic that we should call this practice as forced labor. The court said, yes, maybe you're right. The petitioner said the wages are so low that these wages are not helping these workers to sustain themselves or to sustain their families. So although they have not been forced to work and wages are being paid to them, but they have been forced to work for longer hours, they have been forced to work in unhygienic conditions, the wages paid to them are so low that they cannot sustain themselves or their families. The court said, we can call it other forms of forced labor. So if Constitution under Article 23 prohibits three exploitative practices, number one, traffic, begar, other forms of forced labor, Supreme Court said this can be termed as other forms of forced labor. Provide hygienic conditions to these workers and provide them minimum wages. Below these minimum wages, if you are giving to these workers, it would be exploitative in practice. It would come under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution, and you are violating the fundamental rights of the people of this country. That is Article 23 for you. Article 23 prohibits traffic, begar, and other forms of forced labor. But just like any other fundamental right, even this fundamental right is not absolute. That means there are exceptions to these fundamental rights. What are these exceptions? For example, rigorous imprisonment and forced labor. You're an individual, you committed a crime. You committed a crime for which the punishment was given to you by the court. You were sentenced to, for example, 5 years in jail or 4 years in jail. Inside jail, you are forced to work. And this punishment can be rigorous as well. That means you might have to go for stone quarrying. You might have to go for heavy physical work inside the jail as well. For example, Sanjay Dutt, when he was in prison, he was forced to work. He was forced to produce some bamboo furniture. Sometimes he was forced to work in manufacturing of scandals as well. Sasikala, for example, the aide of J. Jayalalitha, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, the deceased chief minister of Tamil Nadu, she is right now in a jail in Karnataka, in Agra jail in Karnataka, where she is forced to work. That means as a punishment, if the state is forcing you to work, that would not be exploitation, that would not come under Article 23 of the Indian Constitution. Because sometimes you will be forced to work, and sometimes you'll be forced to work without any minimum wages as well. But that is not exploitation under Article 23 because that is part of your punishment. So that is one exception to Article 23. Another exception, the state can force you to work. The state can impose compulsory military service or social service for which it is not bound to pay you anything. For example, there is a tsunami which has struck the coast of Odisha. There will be people who will be forced to work. The state can impose compulsory service on these individuals that you have to do the social service, you have to help those who have been trapped in the cyclone or tsunami or hurricane, for example, and that is the compulsory service imposed on you, but we will not pay you anything. That means here the state is forcing people to work without any payment, but it is not a violation of Article 23 because there is an exception to Article 23. The state can impose a compulsory service, which can be military service, social service, and without the state paying you anything. But while the state is imposing this compulsory service on individuals, there can be no discrimination, only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, and class. That means when the state is imposing compulsory service on individuals, military service or social service, the state cannot discriminate only on the grounds of religion, that only people from this particular religion are forced to work. It should be religious neutral. The state cannot force only people from a particular race or particular caste or particular class to work. That means can the state discriminate? Yes. But if the state has to discriminate, there must exist a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, nth ground on which valid discrimination can be made. And what are these valid grounds? Age, for example. We are imposing compulsory service not for children, not for elderly. We are imposing compulsory service only on those who are in the age group of 18 to 25, for example. On age, there can be discrimination. On sex, there can be discrimination. Impose compulsory duty, compulsory military service only on men, not on women. Or for that matter, place of birth or place of residence can be a discrimination, can be a valid ground for discrimination. For example, if there is a tsunami which has struck, let's say Odisha, for example, why should we force people from North India to come to Odisha and help the people of Odisha? We can ask the people from the neighboring states to help them. We can impose restrictions. We can impose compulsory duty, compulsory service on the people who are residing in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, for example, to provide social service to the people in Odisha. That is Article 23 for you.